Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And it's a big day. And it's good if you're listening early because we are going to be giving away a spot in our two spots in our fantasy draft, which is going to happen August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So you early listeners are the ones that are going to benefit. We're going to do it here in the 7 o'clock hour, so keep on listening, and we'll tell you exactly how that's going to happen. So make sure that you are listening this morning all the way through this 7 o'clock hour. We will tell you how we get you to Lake Charles with us in our fantasy draft. The worst fears for Spencer Arrighetti that happened yesterday. I mean, he had some bad luck. I don't know how many infield hits there were, 3 or 4, whatever it was.
A lot of his hits were not. Michael Schwab had the
They barreled up on a few of them.
They did. 5 of them, exit velo was below 90 miles an hour.
And I thought Mauricio Dubon might have made a better play, and that's the one that opened up the floodgates.
Right.
Yeah.
He wasn't helped out, but he wasn't. Let's not just sugarcoat this. He wasn't very good.
No.
Did have some strikeouts, had some movement, but he's not ready yet.
He's not ready.
Only way to get ready is you're gonna have to keep throwing him out there and hope that it catches.
Yeah. And it, that's all. I mean, what's the difference if it was him or, well, I guess Jason Alexander pitched much better than he did. So I guess there is a difference. Jason Alexander was sent down again. But, you're just going to have to put up with Spencer getting his stuff back. I don't think he had command. Plus, he was humping it up at 91, which was very hittable for those guys. That's a better team, or they were playing better than they had shown in the first 2 games. They really didn't look very good in the first 2 games. That's more how they were playing before the Astros got there, and they put it together. And the Astros had plenty of chances now. The Astros, in the 8th inning, they got bases loaded and 1 out, and they couldn't get them home. A beautiful play by their pitcher coming off of the mound on a little squibber off the end of the bat of Cam Smith, and he was able to get Christian Walker at the plate. Maybe if it was a quicker runner, he might have scored, but it was a perfect throw over Christian Walker. He's out. He's out of the field of play. He's in foul territory, throwing the ball back. They got the runner. There was so much confusion about it. There was a force at the plate. And, they catcher puts the tag down, but he already had his foot on the plate, and so he was out. And then a Dubon hits one to right center field, and the second baseman makes a really, really nice play. The Astros stranded to it. They both stranded a bunch of runners. They had a bunch of hits in this game, a lot of opportunities, both teams, to really break it open, and neither team could because they didn't come up with that clutch hit. But, the Astros showed some heart. Christian Walker. How about Carlos Correa in the leadoff hole?
Yeah, that was something a little different from Skip, and why not? I mean, he believes in – Joe Espada is a very forward-thinking, analytics-driven manager, and if you got a guy that's got some pop, you throw him up there every once in a while. And so that was nice. Carlos hit the ball. Carlos has come back. I think he's swinging with some confidence.
Yeah.
He looks like, Carlos doesn't look like he's mentally drained or anything like that as a hitter. He's not having his best year as a hitter, but from what we've seen so far in, 6 games, he looks pretty good.
Well, since he's come back here, he's hitting 346. He's got a 931 OPS. I guess that is pretty. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I didn't realize he's up in the 900s, but he's been solid. I think he's had a hit in 5 out of 6.
Yeah, 5 straight games, and he was 0 for 4 in that first game, and he crushed one ball to the wall in center in Fenway, and was run down. But he hit that ball really, really hard. That should have been, that's one of those Woba or whatever, ex-Woba. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could have been, Carlos is hitting like 900 with ex-Woba, right? So he had a couple of flares yesterday, but that was fine. Who cares? They found open spaces, and Carlos was on, and Carlos was doing stuff. They didn't come through in the 9th. They didn't come through in the 8th or 9th when they really needed it. But the Astros, they go on the road. Now they go to New York, okay? And you got Hunter Brown and you got Fromber pitching this weekend, which is awfully nice. and the Yankees are scuffling.
Oh, man.
They're really bad.
Not good. They're bad defensively.
Yep.
They strike out a ton. They're one of the league leaders in strikeouts. The Yankees have some real holes right now.
Yeah.
And you're a pretty good road team.
Anthony Volpe is really catching hell. He is really catching, but he's been terrible. Even though he homered the other day, he has been terrible.
Have you seen that? Did you see his highlight reel that they put together on him?
Yes.
That must be what you saw too. God, was it bad?
With Peppermint Patty and. Did you see that?
Yeah. That's the one I saw. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can't trade me. Who wants to trade for a player that's this bad? And then they started showing Volpe in the field. Just looks awful. He's really he's been one of the guys that's catching it as bad as anybody in New York. So so you got that's a nice weekend series. I mean, the Astros usually step up in these, don't they? It's tough for them to go and play against the Athletics.
Volpe's got a league-leading 16 errors this year.
Yeah, he's horrible.
He had 17 his first year, 16 last year in 160 games, and he's got 16 this year already in 113 games.
Yeah.
Holy crap, is he bad?
Yeah, he's really bad. Hey, how about the way Altuve played second base yesterday, too? I mean, Urias had that beautiful play the day before, and while Altuve is DHing, Altuve, man, oh man, he made a couple of plays yesterday.
You mean the former Gold Glover?
Yeah. Well, but he's lost a step. He's lost a step defensively.
So what? He's better than being a left fielder.
Yeah.
He's lost a step. Okay, so his range won't be as good. He's still pretty good.
Yeah. No. He's still. Well, I mean, there's a reason that they like to DH him and they moved him all into left field.
Well, it's not because he's bad at second base.
Well,
I don't know.
No, he's not great there.
He's not great, but the narrative's gotten a little out of control on him. Like you have to feed him his food, and he'll just get stuff all over his. Like he's a little baby, a little toddler that needs help with putting his glove on. Stop being disrespectful to that Hall of Famer. This isn't Craig Biggio in the outfield.
No. He is.
Oh, well, it actually is exactly.
It's exactly what it is.
Actually, when they moved him to the outfield, he's always going to be better at second than left field.
Yeah. No. But you know what? You're going to have issues when Jordan comes back. When and if Jordan ever comes back.
What issues are you going to have?
You're going to have, Altuve's got to be in the field. That's what the issue is.
Well, he's playing.
Well, yeah, he's playing, but he's going to play left field probably, more than likely.
Well, what do you do when it gets late in the game because he's defensive replacement? You're going to pull Altuve out of the lineup?
No, that's what I'm saying. Altuve's going to play left field. So, I mean, and that's going to be an issue defensively.
Why not have him just play second base?
Well, because when Fromber is pitching, there's a lot of ground balls. I guarantee you he's going to be in left field. You're
going to get more value from him as a hitter than detraction as a fielder at second base.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm not saying he won't play. I'm saying you got to put him in the field, which is something.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put him in left field.
They would rather not do.
I wouldn't put. They won't put him in left field. I mean, they're going defensive replacement left and right.
Oh, when
most
Fromber's
players,
on the mound, he'll be in left field. When Fromber's on the mound, he'll be.
I just think that's so stupid. I know Fromber pitches a lot of ground balls, but my gosh, like, what are you going to do if you've got men on base and you're trying to hold a one-run lead and you got a man at third tagging up on Jose Altuve? Any fly ball's done. You're cooked.
Well, you're probably cooked anyway. There's very few guys that throw. It depends. Depending.
If Josh Hader's trying to get a save and it's the ninth inning and you're up 4-3,
well,
and you're worried about sac fly,
you may have a defensive replacement. Then.
That's what I'm saying. And you're pulling his bat out of the lineup for an extra inning game. I mean, that just you're begging to have your. No one would be complaining if Jose Altuve is the second. They will complain if you're pulling him out of a tied game with extra innings where a runner starts on second base and there's runs.
When Hader's in and Fromber's out, maybe you move Altuve to second.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah, right.
I think you have to. You can't take his bat out of the lineup.
Right. Although they've done it before, we'll see. We'll see what happens. That'll be a good problem to have. That'll be a really good problem to have.
I don't even know who this. I don't even know who this. When Jordan, I don't even know who Jordan is.
Jordan Alvarez is our DH that we have not even. We don't even know. We haven't even seen. He's our invisible DH. Yeah.
Well, the Astros got positive injury information on Yordan.
Yeah.
I mean, so that was good. According to MLB.com, Alvarez took batting practice at the team's spring training facility, West Palm Beach,
And his
just
hand
2
didn't
days
fall
ago.
off.
McTaggart previously reported on July 21st that Alvarez had been hitting baseballs on a tee and participating in soft toss drills while swinging at 60 to 65% intensity. The Astros are aiming for Alvarez's big league return to come in mid-August.
Is he Jamie Lannister now? Did his hand fall off?
Oh, boy. I hope not, because you can just pretty much just trade him for a bunch of prospects now.
Well, if he's Jamie Lannister, yeah.
Yeah. If he's Lannister, move him.
Right. I mean, so far this year, he's been Jamie Lannister. He doesn't have any hand. He doesn't have a hand.
Yeah.
And that's been a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta see what they say over the next couple days.
Yeah, let's see if
Because
it's all slow.
I almost don't want to know. I'd almost rather you just quietly keep him out for the rest of the year. If his hand hurts again, I'd almost rather you not even tell me.
What? No, I'd rather know. Wouldn't you rather know that he's not coming back?
By the
Now
way, the game's on in here in the office. We didn't talk about the fact that Eric Getty got beat to the bag on an infield single. When is that? What inning was that? Oh, now my stuff is, Eric Getty is gonna take a little time. It's.
Oh.
I know I know it's gonna be. That was always a possibility that he wouldn't come back. His last start in the minors looked about like that. It wasn't very good, but in his rehab start. But I think just getting back to Eric Getty for a second, you're gonna have to just deal with it. You're going to have to deal with maybe 3 bad starts because you don't have any choice. I mean, I guess you could keep him in the minors, continuing to try to get better in the minors. Now, if his velocity doesn't get back up, and I need to check what it was last year, if his velocity does not come back up, well, then maybe you think about just taking him out and maybe using him in middle relief. I don't know. But, the velocity needs to come up. But they're bringing him back now. He's still a spring training pitcher.
Yeah. Well, right. I mean, and we said this the other day. We said, you know what? You just throw him out there. What you'd rather have Colton Gordon? Well, you're going to have Colton Gordon anyway, but
yeah,
you'd rather have Jason Alexander or no? Throw him out there. And you know what? It's going to happen with Christian Javier too. His next start's going to be in the majors, and that's good. Christian Javier has looked pretty good. His off-speed stuff looked.
Are we for sure
nice.
He's going to be in the majors next?
Yeah.
They said
his
okay.
next start is in the majors. So. Here we go.
Do we have a date on it?
We don't, but that was the word, was that his next start.
Now that's
why
the guy
keep him down there? Throw him. Let's go. If he can throw 75 pitches, just let's go. Get up. Come on. All right. Stop fooling around down there.
Might as well. You mean you're not gonna, go up against Major League? Yeah, you might as well get up here and take your lumps and get better against Major League pitchers. Major League hitters. That's the best thing to do right now.
That's all you can do right now. Let's go. Well, and this has Alexander. I could have swore they DFA'd Jason Alexander, didn't they? I'm almost positive. They still got ESPN still has him in the rotation, but I don't think so. I think that's where Christian Javier is going to go.
So it's interesting. They've got the fastball velocity for Spencer Getty. Oh no, wait, he did. He pitched earlier this year, didn't he?
Yeah.
No. Did Spencer have starts this year?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Like
It's been so long ago.
Like 2 or 3 starts.
So they had his average velocity as 93.6 this year. Last year they had his average fastball. No. I take it back. That's in a minor league. That's a major league. Yeah. His minor league velocity has been 91.5. So basically before it was 93.6. Last year it was 94.1. This year, as you mentioned, he was primarily around 91 the other day. It looks like the fastball still has about 2 miles an hour to go.
Yeah,
that's a big jump.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not. It was not what it should be. They were crushing it yesterday.
He's about 2.5 miles per hour off the slider, which makes some sense too. 1.5 miles off the cutter. So yeah, the arm action. That's what's missing right now. Is he's got to get the velocity. He's got to get the arm speed back to where the only way to do that is to throw. That's the only way to do it.
Yep. We got a lot of news. CJ, we're going to hear a lot from CJ today. on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk a little Texans on the other side. Plus, when we come back, we'll tell you how you can get in. So you're listening right now. We will tell you how you can get into our fantasy draft in Lake Charles on August 28th and 29th. You got to be available. Don't do it unless you can do it, unless you can get there. It's a Thursday and a Friday. So if you can get there, we're going to have a chance for you to win. We'll tell you how. Right now, though, we're going to tell you about St. Arnold's.
Well, let's talk about St. Arnold. Let's talk about a chance for you to host your event, big or small, at St. Arnold. They are awesome. And one of the things I love about St. Arnold is, when you have your big event, whether it is a fantasy draft, which is when I say big, it's small by their standards, it's big by your standards. Why don't you have it over at St. Arnold? Do you know that they host events like that all the time? Maybe you are looking for a big event like post-wedding. You want a wedding rehearsal, or maybe a wedding rehearsal dinner or a wedding reception. St. Arnold can do that for you. They've got events for they've got spaces for private events, whether it's big or small. Big birthday bashes are held there, company events. They have a complete AV setup. So if you have something for your business, you say, you know what, we want to get some fresh beer, some great food. We want to have it in a fun place. We love to have our company events somewhere that's fun, but we also need an audio visual setup. They've got that for you as well. Celebrations of Life, that's an example. 20 to 300 people. We're going to have the big event. The larger group so we're going to have the beer hall, but they also have the investors pub for smaller events. So they've got a size for you. They've got a spot for you in either location. And if you want to just get out there and have your big event, out in the beer garden, if you're just looking to do that, they've even got the beer garden for you. But they have in-house catering from their chef, and they can do anything small like an appetizer table, or they can do a full-on feast. They can set you up. Of course, some of the best beer you're going to have anywhere in the state is available at St. Arnold, along with some great ciders for those of you who love ciders, and everything in between. They've got the game package, which gets you a combination of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth if you're looking for that. All you have to do is mention that you want the brewery game package, and you've got the hookup there for ESPN 97.5 listeners. Get started at starnold.com and click on private events and get your parties, especially holiday parties, booked right now so you save the premium dates. It's starnold.com. Click on private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got some business here. The ESPN listener party is back. It's September 5th. You just heard Lance talking about St. Arnold's. We're doing it there. All you have to do is go to our app, okay, and it'll tell you how you can register for a pair of tickets. We're giving away 9 pairs, so let's go. Keep on listening all month long. We will be giving away on all the shows. We're going to be giving away tickets to the listener party September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30. And the summer circuit continues. Friday, it's going to be at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy from noon till 6. And you can register to win the Power On Electric Bicycle Company's two brand new e-bikes they're giving away. All you have to do is go to the promo table and sign up. That's BB's Tex Orleans in Katy from noon till 6. And then Houston Restaurant Week continues, going on through Labor Day. Listen, it's really, really neat. It's so awesome, all the wonderful restaurants that you can go to. And if you buy a $55 dinner, they're gonna donate 15 meals. $39 dinner, they're going to donate 9 meals. And if you get a $25 lunch or brunch, they're going to donate 3 meals. So that's really, really neat. And you get to go to places you normally wouldn't. Just go to HoustonRestaurantWeek.com, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to see all of the different places you can go to. Now, at 7:50 exactly, you're going to be calling in, 7:50 exactly. And we'll have 4 people up there. We'll pick a random person, and we'll ask a trivia question, a question about fantasy football. And if you answer it correctly, you get the tickets. If you don't, we'll go to the next person. And if they answer it correctly, then they're going. So that's what we're going to do. It's 7:50 exactly. We'll shut off the phone lines. It's 45. And then at 50, we'll open them up. And we'll get 4 people on the line, and we'll choose one to answer the question, or more. One or more to answer the question. So that'll happen at exactly 7:50. We'll remind you again in a little bit. So those of you that are listening on the apps, or you're listening however you're listening, and we wanted to get the 7 o'clock people involved. You guys listen early, and you're going to have a chance. It's 7:50, okay? So that's literally 20 minutes from now. 20 minutes from now. So we'll do that. In the meantime, we heard a lot from C.J. Stroud. Now, I mean, everything that we've heard so far, guys, we haven't been able to be out. You've been out to a couple of practices, Lance. It's at the same time our show is. The defense is way ahead of the offense.
Yes.
Okay. But C.J. kind of explained that, the process. He explained the process that's going on right now, not to worry everybody. This is kind of like the pitchers that are just up there throwing, making, getting their curveball right. They don't care about getting the hitters out. All they care about is, making sure that their curveball is working, or their slider's working, or their fastball, whatever it is that they've got to work on. And if the hitters hit it, then, oh, well, who cares? Because it's spring training. Same with training camp, according to CJ. Here is CJ's answer about the process over the results in training camp.
Fall in love with the process and not the or the progress, and not like the result in the moment. Because sometimes you can throw a ball and it look like a bad ball, but bad communication between, myself and the receiver. So that's just like one point of emphasis on, like having to work through those kinks, because that's what comes in with like a newer scheme. So, but yeah, other than that, like, you still don't want to be turning the ball over or, like see bad plays. But I think we've gotten past that part in camp, and, now it's just like more competitive on both sides. And, but yeah, you got to be able to still compete and like hold yourself to a standard that you're not going to, make mistakes. But when those things happen, learning from them and just having that balance.
He said, I think he went on to say, we'll be in a play that's not a good play against this defense, but we're still going to run it. And we don't care.
Oh, you mean in practice?
In practice. Right.
Yeah, they're not checking out of that stuff.
Right. They're just running the plays, and if it's against, and it could be the defense it's a perfect defense against this play. That's okay. We're still going to run it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what practice is for. It's a little scary, all the reports out of camp about the offense. But D'Amico also said, listen, this defense has been together. This defense is the same defense that we ran last year. Guys all know it. They should be way ahead of the offense. The offense is learning a new offense, and they've gotten better as we've gone along. Guys are playing faster, not thinking. And, you know, this the way this offense is running this preseason, it should have been expected.
Yeah, I think, okay, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. I got a text yesterday from Dan Parr, who's my editor at NFL.com. And he's writing some of the articles I used to write now, so I think it's one of those things like, hey, I'm valuable too now. I'm writing these articles because I used to write a lot of these articles. Now he's writing them. I think he's trying to make sure and say, hey, it's less work for me. But one of the articles I used to have to write is one pivotal rookie for all 32 teams. And he said, Houston, pivotal rookie. He said, Noel, Ursery, Higgins. Who do you think is the –
Well, I would have said Higgins, but now it's Ursery.
It's 100% Ursery.
Yeah.
And I told him he's a starting right tackle. And if there's an injury or bad play on the left side, he's the first guy over there. I mean, they've moved him throughout camp to the left side. So it's not going to be Titus Howard. It's going to be Ursery. Ursery is your most pivotal rookie, and I don't even think it's close because, A, he's at a position that is a high-impact position right now, a high concern, a high-leverage position, which is just on the offensive line, but especially he's the swing tackle. So he's going to have to play both sides potentially and have that ability. I don't see how it's anyone else. I mean, Higgins is going to have an impact for sure, but at least Higgins has Christian Kirk there with him, you know, to go along with Nico, who's the number one. You can make an argument that Ursery needs to play. I mean, he's one of the starting tackles. He is a number one tackle. He's going to have to really play well. So he's the pivotal rookie for the Texans' success. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Mm-hmm. It's either Higgins, and I put Higgins low. Now, Higgins could end up having a massive impact, but really only if Ursery is one of the guys doing his job. If Ursery doesn't do his job well, Higgins isn't going to matter, more than likely, because it's going to turn into just everything's going to be done. There's not going to be time to throw, so everything's going to Nico. Nico and tight ends and running backs will be who CJ probably targets. So Arianti Ursery, I can't stress this enough. Man, the pressure is really on this guy, and it is going to be baptism by fire for him. And once again, if Cam gets hurt, and Cam Robinson has had some issues with staying healthy recently, missing 2-3 games in a year. If that happens, what looks to be the case is that Ursery moves to left tackle because he's played that in college. Titus Howard was not. He played, I think, very little, if any, left tackle in college, and then Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher's not really an option at this point, and he didn't play left tackle in college either. So Ursery is not only a starting right tackle, he's a swing to the left side. So he's got every day for him is an important day because he really has to get better throughout practice.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how much, Nick Chubb, one of his biggest values might be protecting CJ because he's really, really good at that. He has been in his career. Maybe has lost a step running the ball, but probably is going to be their best protector. It'll be interesting to see which way is he going to help the rookie on the right side, or is he going to help the veteran Cam Robinson, who maybe, in the past hasn't been all that great. And there's been some times where he's struggled, and we'll see if he's better or if he isn't on the field. As Ursery goes to the left side, then he's going to have to help him protect that side. And who's on the right side? Titus Howard. Who's up the middle now? Because they're not as good up the middle with Titus moving to the right. There's a lot of. I feel like either tight end chipping, which Dalton Schultz needs to be much better at this year. Well, he's going to have to, sorry.
Oh, man.
I feel like tight ends chipping,
Dell,
and I feel like running back staying in to help.
Dump it where John said he had to chip block. Dump that. That's like he said a bad word almost.
No, I didn't say a bad word. And he is going to have to do that. If he doesn't do that, then, hey, Cade, get in there.
Yeah.
Get in there. All right, and make sure.
Dad, are you going to lend me the money or not?
That's not that fun.
John's been drinking.
I was actually yesterday, but that's neither here nor there. What is here is HR&P. That's what's here. What's here, what's now, HR&P. HR&P is ready for you if you're looking for great ways, great solutions for your business needs, okay? I mean, are you really going to handle the 401ks? You make your widgets, whatever your widgets are. I mean, it could be service. It could be, I don't know what you replace windshields. I don't know what you do. If you trim trees, whatever your business is, or you manufacture something, if you've got a bunch of employees, your business is growing, you really going to, okay, let me take care of the 401k. Let me take care of the insurance packages. Let me take care of the HR. Let me take care of the payroll. Let me take care of all the taxes. Why? Why are you doing that? You don't do that. You're not good at that. Stop doing that. Let HR&P do that. Let HR&P handle that a lot easier than you can, a lot better than you can, a lot cheaper than you can. All of those things, okay? Because you're going to have to put too much into it, and you're going to hurt your brain doing it. Don't hurt your brain. Let HR&P, it's not even hurting their brain. It's easy for them because they've got all the computer system. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the setup that they've got over there, the technology. So you're looking for a great way to get your people, their payroll, their 401ks, all their benefits packages and everything, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. A couple of notes from yesterday. Well, we didn't even mention Jordan Addison. Did you see how much money he's losing?
Yeah. Jordan Addison suspended.
3-game suspension. He loses $266,000 in base salary, $291,000 in signing bonus repayment, and $4.6 million in 2026 guarantees. Voided. A total of $5,157,503 lost for not taking an Uber.
Whew.
That's an expensive Uber, non-Uber.
Mm-hmm. Pleaded guilty or no contest July 17th to a lesser charge to resolve a 2024 DUI citation. So it was from last year. Plea agreement, a charge of wet, reckless driving on a highway. What is that? Made him subject to NFL discipline as it acknowledges the use of alcohol. What?
Yeah.
I said PCP.
It's not PCP.
Wet. That's what I heard.
He wasn't driving wet. He wasn't not a PCP. Acknowledges the use of alcohol in a driving incident. He agrees to pay $390 fine and receive 12 months of probation. Addison, the Vikings' first-round pick, was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol, driving with at least a .08 blood alcohol concentration after a police officer in West Los Angeles, John's home, your big West L.A. guy, found him asleep at the wheel of a white Rolls Royce that was blocking a lane of I-105 westbound traffic near L.A. International Airport. The incident occurred nearly a year after Addison was cited for driving 140 on a Minnesota highway. So this is not this trouble he's getting in with the NFL. It's for more than just that. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor speed. Listen, I've seen people try to minimize this. Henry Ruggs has killed people and gone to prison. 140-mile-an-hour drive will kill people on the roadways. You shouldn't minimize this kind of driving out on the freeways in L.A. or anywhere else. It's super dangerous. It's really comes with major consequences, not just for you, but for others who had no interest in being part of your shenanigans. That and a DUI shows a complete lack of discipline. And so hopefully this wakes him up. Losing a $250,000 would wake me up.
Yeah, he lost more than that.
More than that.
The voids next year. I mean,
are they going to void
potentially $5 million? Well, I guess it's a number of. He might have missed the number of games that he had to play in or something.
Yeah, maybe so. Is it automatically voiding?
It's what it says. It's voided. Voided. Next year's voided.
God, this is what just do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Go get hammered. Go try to run around with girls if you want. Just do it with Uber.
That's all.
Just do it with Uber. Go to a racing simulator.
What? I don't
know if he's got to drive fast. Go to some incredible simulator that makes you feel like you're in the cockpit of a car and drive around fast in that.
Oh, that okay.
If that's what you have to do.
Let's get Elliot in here as we move closer. Remember, at exactly 7:50, you're going to call in, and we're going to pick one person that will win a spot, two spots.
Supposedly.
No, that's real. It's not supposedly, which isn't a word, but we're going to actually do it, not supposedly. Elliot, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I've been traveling the last 2 Thursdays, so I wasn't aware it was at 7:50. I'm going to call back. I'm coming for that spot. It's my birthday today, too, so it'll be a nice
Happy
double
birthday!
Win. But, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for that. I actually went to game day yesterday, and they gave me some celebratory words. So it was a nice. It's been a nice birthday / pre-birthday for me. But my question for you guys is: I know we're all excited for the Texans to see how this all plays out, but is there another NFL team or maybe a player that you guys are mainly intrigued by? Whether that's Cam Ward's first year, Caleb Williams' bounce-back year, Pete Carroll's first year, Rodgers with the Steelers. Is there something that's intriguing to y'all to see how this plays out moving into this next season outside of the Texans?
It's a good question. That's actually loaded with. He actually brought up
Rodgers is an obvious answer, right?
Yeah, but man, I sent that to the group. I think. Did you see how slow-footed he looked?
That went viral. How slow he looked.
Holy crap! That's not. Yeah. I've just been assuming. I think I've just been assuming. Even though I know age is undefeated, I'm just assuming. yeah, I mean, he'll probably be okay. And then I saw him moving around. And the Jets year, if you actually watch Jets football, he wasn't good. It was all right there for him. I'm not sure he's putting in the time in the offseason to keep himself in peak physical condition. My guess is he's not at all. He's too busy podcasting and whatnot. Boy, did it show up on that video the other day. I was like, holy crap, with 2 weeks, I think I could have slid around the cones.
I think another story is Matthew Stafford. Did you see he's got a disc problem?
Well, they say it's now. Sean McVay came out and said, "Listen, this is just we're just doing this with an abundance of caution." That's all.
That's why he went to see a back specialist.
Exactly. I'm not buying it.
Right.
I think that's a big one. I think the story that I'm interested in is whether or not the Lions can maintain even near the rate that they did last year without their two coordinators, and especially Ben Johnson gone, and that offense, how that offense handles itself with their play caller gone. That's one that I think the Lions could be, their over-under in wins in Vegas is 10. And I was like, that's probably a good number. I know they won a lot more, but that's probably a pretty good number. That's one that I'm really interested in. That division may not be as good as everyone thinks. They say J.J. McCarthy's off to a slow start. I'm not sure I'm fully buying in on the Packers. I don't love their wide receivers. I think the Lions could have some issues offensively. I mean, they got talent all over the place. But is Goff going to be okay without the play caller that helped turn his career around?
Well, I'll tell you who else is interesting is Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
If he turns that around, if he turns Trevor Lawrence around,
yeah, that's
a problem.
Their over-under's like 8 wins. And
which is way higher than it should be.
Yeah, if you go higher than 8 wins, you're talking about potentially competing for a division title against Texans.
Duval.
There it is. That's him right there.
Staying along those lines, I'm interested to see if the Texans' quarterback luck continues in this division. They hit on theirs, it appears. The other two teams who have drafted quarterbacks in the top 5 the last 5 years have not. And then the Titans have drafted another quarterback, this time number 1 overall. The Texans have been pretty fortunate to have highly drafted quarterbacks not hit in their division, which makes the road to them coming back and taking over this division much easier than it might have been if one of those teams had hit. We'll see what Cam Ward has. We heard Elliott mention them. So do the Texans continue what has been a good run of hitting on their quarterback and the other teams missing on theirs?
The Lions also – they got Christian Mahogany now at left guard and Tate Ratledge. They got 2 new guards. I'm telling you, this is kind of a weird division. Like, it might be sitting there for the Bears. If Ben Johnson can work magic with Caleb Williams, it might be sitting on a team for the Bears to surprise people.
I think it's going to take a little while for the Bears to get Ben Johnson. I think it's going to take a little while. Especially in that division. Minnesota is good. Detroit is
Minnesota's
good.
good defensively, but they got a brand-new quarterback. This guy's never played NFL quarterback.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that's why, it's a rookie quarterback. His number 2 wide receiver is going to be out the first 3 games. I do like their wide receivers, but listen to the talent here. Look, the running backs are okay in Chicago. DeAndre Swift is a starter. He'll be a decent fantasy option, but DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Luther Burden, that's some talent. I know. I'm telling you, Luther Burden is a talented wide receiver. I think people slept on him in the draft this last year, but they do have issues. They addressed they got brand new guard, brand new center, brand new guard, but they still have the same tackles out there. But man, defensively, Grady Jarrett, Montez Sweat, I like Dayo Edeyingbo, who they got from the Colts. They still have Tremaine Edmonds, T.J. Edwards is a pretty good player. They got some good cornerbacks. They got a good secondary. I don't know. I don't know that I'm buying in on Jordan Love I'm definitely not buying in on. I have to. Minnesota's going to have to prove it. I guess from a talent standpoint, the Lions are, to me, clearly the best team from a talent standpoint. But you got new guards, you got new coordinators. They're going to take a step back.
I don't know. The Vikings have a nice defensive front.
Yeah, defensively they're really. They could be like the Texans, honestly.
Yeah, and offensively, Kevin O'Connell is really good.
Del, who did you say we were? Who did you used to say to irritate me and John? We're the.
Back then, it was the Lions.
Yeah, That's right. You were saying we're the Detroit Lions. Now we actually are.
Now you hope to be the Detroit
we
Lions.
are.
We're the real. We're
well,
the
except
Lions
for the
now.
losses when we should.
You know who could be the dangerous team is the Atlanta Falcons. Penix has some games under his belt.
Well,
You got Bijan Robinson.
it's Bijan.
I said it right. This is the year Kyle Pitts. I feel it. This is the year Kyle Pitts gets more than 5 touchdowns.
Okay,
This
all
is-
right.
we're finally.
This is it. This is it.
This
Kyle
is
Pitts.
finally
every
the year.
This is Kyle Pitts.
This is Kyle Pitts' year.
Yeah.
I've been waiting and waiting. He did have 1,000 yards receiving as a rookie with 1 touchdown, which was pretty cool. 68 catches, 1 touchdown. But last year, his rookie year, how many touchdowns did he have? 1. His next year, 2.
Boom.
His next
Boom.
year, 3. His
Boom.
next year, 4.
Boom.
He's on pace for 5 touchdowns.
Well, let's go. All right, we got a break because at 7:50 exactly, you're going to call in. We're closing the phone lines down now. At 50, we open them up, and you are going to have a chance to win a spot. You'll win a spot, or 2 spots actually, in our fantasy football draft, August 28th and 29th. If you can't go to Lake Charles, please don't call. If you can't do it, okay, let someone who can and get into our fantasy draft. So we'll do that at 7:50 exactly. Right now, though, I'm talking about Air Team. Think about it. Think about your air conditioner. Think about the last time you actually did something about your air conditioner. Think about how important your air conditioning is. I mean, it's impossible to live in Houston without air conditioning. I mean, literally impossible. So you've got to have it. You don't want to, I mean, honestly, you cannot live without it. So make sure that it works. Make sure that you've got all of the Freon that you need. Make sure your coils are great. Make sure your condenser. Make sure your fan. Make sure everything is good. Make sure you clean it out from the leaves. Everything. They do it all. And they do it for a low, low price. They'll come to your home. Air Team will do this. Now, if you have to buy an air conditioner, how about this? No payments, no interest for 3 months. Okay? For system replacements only. After that 3-month period, your plan will become 60 months at $6.99% APR. Listen, that's a great deal. If you can't afford it right now, that's okay. You can make payments on it. But you don't have to pay for 3 months, and then you can get your stuff together. AirTeamLTD.com. It's a family-owned business. They've been doing it for years in the city of Houston. They're great at it. I love what they did for me. You'll love what they do for you. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I got a text from my boy. Hey, can you rig this thing so I can get in? Are you on hold? No, I can't get through. You're just not good enough. You're just not good enough. No, we can't rig this thing so you can get in.
Who wants us to rig it?
I'm not telling you. It's just stupid. That's what I call him.
It's Martin Fox, isn't it?
No, Martin Fox doesn't want. He doesn't know anything about fantasy football.
No. There's just some people you just don't care about fantasy
They don't
football.
care. Like
Not
Dell.
you, Dell.
Like
You're in
Dell,
a
for
league
example.
now.
Yeah,
You and Mapes are going to share these on a team and on a king bed.
I'm like one of those owners the entire fan base hates because he barely comes around. He would not care about the team at all.
You and Mapesy are
just the
sharing a
money-
team.
They're not sharing
You're
a team.
sharing a room,
We
and you're
each-
sharing a king
We're
bed.
not sharing a team. We each have our individual team and a room to ourselves. But I'd be the owner who the fan base would turn on because I would just use it as a money-making thing. I would not care about the team at all. That's my fantasy football
You would
team.
not care about team. It won't be a money-making thing.
Well, that's true in this regard.
You have to, as John knows by now, most leagues are won and lost on the waiver wire.
Is that so?
That is true. It's good. It's kind of a big deal to draft the right guys, though. So.
No, it's huge. It's huge, but injuries, like I can't tell you how many leagues. I've been in a ton of leagues over 2 decades, and it's been, somebody on the waiver wire ends up being a really, really, somebody picks up Hunter Renfrow in week 2. And all of a sudden, that guy's killing it.
Yep. All right, so here we go. So we got 4 lines, right? I'm just going to pick a random. I don't know who's on any line, so I'm just going to pick a random number. Caller number 2, Dell. Caller number 2.
That would be Christopher.
Is going to get a chance here. So it's Christopher. Hey, Christopher.
Yep.
How you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Yeah. What do you do for a living, Christopher?
I appraise commercial real estate.
Appraise commercial real estate.
That business has been a little rough the last few years, hasn't it, with the interest rates?
It's coming back.
Okay, good.
Coming back, yeah.
Good.
Well, by the way, interest rates went down. Interest rates have gone down now.
Oh, did they? Okay.
It's always a question the caller's not prepared for when John asks them what they do for a living.
Yeah, right.
They're not really sure. Should they answer it? I'm not sure why he's asking
this a
me
setup?
what's he want. Yeah, it's always that.
No. Just I'm interested in your life.
That's all.
I mean, you're out there appraising stuff right now, but you took time. We appreciate you're out there on the road, probably driving a lot. You're listening to the show. I love that.
Yep.
So we appreciate that. Thank you, Christopher, for listening. And you want to be part of
Absolutely.
our fantasy draft, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, while you're there, maybe you can appraise how expensive the Golden Nugget would be to sell it. You can tell Tillman.
Yeah,
That's what
you can tell.
I'm sure what Tillman's looking for.
what he
You
wants
can
to do is
you can tell Tillman what it's worth.
do a little extra work for Tillman.
Yeah. Tillman needs that. He's Tillman ain't hurting. All right. So here's the question. Hopefully you get it right. If you don't, listen up on the other 3 lines and answer it. But you can't. Okay, we're going to do it quickly so that you're not able to look it up. But here is the question to join us on August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles in our fantasy draft. In standard scoring last year, which team did C.J. Stroud score the most fantasy points against? Who is it?
The Lions.
It was not the Lions. Next, line 1, Dell.
Sorry,
Who's on line
Christopher.
1?
We moved to Mike.
Mike, who did C.J. Stroud score the most fantasy points against in 2024?
Shoot. Let's go with Jaguars.
Got it.
Jaguars! Boom!
That a boy.
It's a real disadvantage
Is it
to the
division?
first.
I know it's a real disadvantage.
Real
number one.
disadvantage for the first person.
Well, I don't think he had time though to search anything.
Well,
It's basically he
who
went
knows?
with the
gonna
division.
search how many.
He
Who
went with a
knows?
division team because you play him
I
twice.
don't know. AI overview. You never know how quick it'll come. I'm not saying Mike did that, but I'm just saying.
Wow, why are you putting doubt in our mind about the
Wow,
veracity
no,
of
dude.
Mike's fantasy
I'm
football?
not
Okay,
questioning Mike.
Mike, did you just come up with that, or did you honestly? We don't care. We can't do anything about
You
it.
won already.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we play them twice a year. Odds are it's got to be division.
He's just smart, Dell.
That's just smart.
What do you do for a living? Rocket science?
Yeah. No, he probably. You
Are
don't
you a
have
numbers
to.
guy?
I mean,
Is
when
he
you
a
play
numbers
a team
guy?
twice, when you play teams twice,
He
you're
thought
probably
quick
going to
on
score
his-
more
he
fantasy
thought
points.
quick.
We own the Jags. We own the
There
Jags.
you go.
Didn't they-
By the
See,
way,
he just knows
Didn't
ball.
they split the series?
He
last
just
year?
knows ball.
oh no, well, Dell.
Did
well,
they
Dell,
split it?
Warren Sharp just put out what teams have the best record over the last 5 years against other teams in the NFL, and the Texans were second. They're 16-4. 16-4 against the Jaguars over the last 5 years.
Good for them.
Yeah. So boom. There. You know what, Mike? You're smart enough to be in our fantasy draft.
Or you just got in second and had enough time to think.
No. How about this? Hey, Mike, what do you do for a living?
I'm a commercial banker, so I work with the real estate appraiser.
He works with the other
laptop.
guy.
Do you work with the other guy we just had on?
Well, he
I might
will.
have come across him, but I'm a banker.
How about that? A banker, a commercial banker, and a commercial appraiser. We bring people together. It's what we do. I hope you guys do. Call Christopher, although
Well, we don't have
Christopher didn't think that out too well. Really didn't.
We don't have his information anyway.
Although CJ did have a big game in the first half against the Lions.
Yeah, it turned really quickly.
It turned in the second half badly.
Like almost immediately.
Well, yeah, almost immediately is right. He had that one pick, and then we had a pick six, and then but CJ threw that horrible pass in the end zone that was picked off.
Yeah. Congratulations to Mike. We'll see you August 28th.
Yep.
Right? August 28th,
Yeah,
29th.
All right, Mike, way to go, baby. Way to go. Well done. I mean, that's just good. You know, that is the kind of thinking that we need in fantasy football. All right, that's what the kind that we need in our draft. I got Mike. Mike might be one of the favorites in the league. Might be one of the favorites. He's a quick guy, thinking on his feet.
Mike, make sure you bring someone with you as well. John didn't get it done where you guys
Bring that real estate guy.
Well,
the appraiser.
if you know Christopher, you guys will have the same room but different beds. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
that's
Just
huge.
bring someone with you who you don't mind spending a little bit of time with. That's all, whoever it might be. No judgments.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Whoever it might be, that's all.
yeah, that's all. No judgments.
You
no
want to
diddy.
spend a nice couple days at a great place?
Right.
Bring that person along.
Right. Yeah, no judgments, but no Diddy too. Okay.
Dell's not on the mic. He didn't hear. He said no judgments,
I
but
heard
no
him. I was
Diddy
talking
too.
to our intern, the pickup mic. I heard what he said.
They're not going to have a bottle of baby oil there on the as a welcome gift for you. Welcome,
a
Mr.
bottle.
Diddy. Welcome, Mr. Diddy. Yeah, a bottle's not enough.
Bottle, a case. Diddy's got to be prepared. He's a Boy Scout. Got to be prepared.
Boy Scouts not what. It's not exactly what I would
No,
have said.
Diddy
there.
came prepared. All right, so we've got yet another. What do we have? 2 more to give away, or 1 more?
I don't I think 2 more.
2 more to give away.
Yeah, I think 2 more.
2 more. 2 more.
Just
so
one
keep-
more, Dell? Oh, Dell says just one more. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
one
we're
more.
not the only show doing this.
We are, but it's
We
through
are
the
the only show.
14th.
Yes,
It was
we are.
always through the 14th.
Well,
It
how
was
many
always
people
what?
are we going to have? There's
Well,
4 of us. We haven't given away
We've given
8.
away 3 pairs of spots.
We've already given away 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
we give away another one later.
Yes,
Yeah,
on the
that's right.
Next
week,
Thursday, we give away another one. So that'll be our 4th. That's 8 people plus us 4. That's a 12-team league. So that's what we'll do it next week, and we'll do it a little bit different next week. But that's good stuff, Christopher. Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
Sorry, Christopher. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, which we're already there, we're going to give away 2 pairs of tickets for the listener party. We got 2 pairs to give away. We'll give away a pair today and a pair tomorrow. So if you want to go to the listener appreciation party, which is at St. Arnold, we heard Lance talk about how great St. Arnold is earlier. We'll be doing that in this hour because we love you guys.
Right now, though, we're talking about collectors' firearms. Listen, this is an institution here. So Collectors Firearms has been around for a while. Collectors Firearms was on Richmond. So they moved to Westheimer and Voss, and they have it's a superstore. I don't know I forget what was on the corner of Westheimer and Voss before they got there, but it was a huge store. Okay. Collectors Firearms said, you know what? We're growing. We are so big. Let's move it from Richmond, and let's take over this huge, huge building. and put in the most guns that you will find in any store, maybe ever. It's the best damn gun shop, not in the city, not in the country, in the world. I don't know that there's any other countries have gun shops like we do. Like, this is America. We like guns. So if you want a gun for protection, you want a gun for hunting, you want a gun for the first time, you want a gun for your 80th time, you want to sell a gun, you love guns, you're a history buff, you're an avid collector. I mean, you can't – if you're a collector, then you need to get to Collectors Firearms because they have the most. But they also have the most new guns as well. So pre-owned guns, new guns, whatever it is, guns. 7626 Westheimer and Foss. Online at collectorsfirearms.com. You're looking for the best of the best damn gun shop in the world, Collectors Firearms. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, as an extent, okay, so, Dell, we're going to give away, in this hour, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to our listener party?
Correct.
Okay, when are we going to do that? Any idea?
It's up to you. When do you want to do it?
Okay, we'll do it later in the hour. Just keep on listening, and we'll tell you how you're going to get those tickets to come see us at the listener party, which is awesome, at St. Arnold's, September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30, and maybe beyond. Maybe beyond. We'll see.
If I remember last year's correctly, it went way beyond for you.
Oh, yeah.
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 Way beyond 9:30.
Well, and way beyond what it should have been.
Well, you were challenging people to feats of strength.
Arm wrestling, yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Because, you know what? I become a superhero when I have enough Coors Lights in me.
Is that what it is?
That's my Popeye spinach.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. That's right. All right. Continuing on
something. I don't know if it's superhero.
Continuing on with Elliot's question, Lance. Here's what CBS says the top 10 NFL preseason storylines are.
Okay.
Number 1 is Micah Parsons. What happens with that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. We'll see how that plays out. Terry McLaurin, what's going to happen there? And, because guess what? Without Terry McLaurin, they're not as good.
Right.
They're just not. I mean, Terry McLaurin made Jaden look pretty good last year.
Mm-hmm. Jaden was pretty good, period.
Jaden was pretty good, too. But
you got to have a number one.
You got to have guys to throw to.
Yeah, you got to have a number one. He could always do jet sweeps to
Debo
Samuel now.
Debo, yeah.
They say Debo's down to 280 and ready to.
That is not something they're saying.
That's
no,
nuts.
but the Debo memes are out of control.
Yeah.
They're showing Desmond Watson, the 450-pound rookie who can't get on the field. Tampa, is it Tampa?
Yeah.
Until he loses a certain amount of weight. I mean, if he gets to 410, he's
410?
No, I'm being serious. If he gets to he's a massive guy. He can probably carry. Probably his best lean muscle mass weight is 380. Is my guess.
That whole Desmond Watson thing was humorous when he was at Florida. The announcer to go, the big fella and all that stuff. And now we're deep into training camp, and he still
they won't let him play.
Is someone they won't let him.
He's actually lighter than he was before the draft. He's lost like 15 pounds. But 15 pounds on 450-pound body is like
deck chair off the Titanic.
Yeah. J.J. McCarthy, whether or not he's going to be any good for the Vikings, that's a kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Josh Simmons at left tackle for the Chiefs. I'm glad the Chiefs have some problems. Okay, we've got our own problems here.
He has apparently looked great.
He's talented.
What were his issues again?
Well, his issues were he didn't get just between us girls here. He was I heard from more than one person that Ohio State beat him up behind the scenes to pro teams, work ethic, stuff like that. And then he had an injury. He was out for the year. What was his patellar tendon? Yeah. It doesn't always come back 100%. Like it's a little bit more of a concern where you're not sure what's going to happen coming back. So it was a combination of the injury. From a talent standpoint, he is a top 10 pick and maybe the most talented, pure talented left tackle in the draft. I'm trying to think who was the top tackle. I think he would have been the most talented left tackle in the draft in terms of just pure athletic ability, length, everything you put into it. But attitude was and work ethic, he got beat up on behind the scenes, and then the injury. And I hit my mock draft with Kansas City because everyone knew, like, if there's one team that's going to take a shot on a guy like that who doesn't mind, it's Kansas City, and that was a huge need for them too. And they did, and they may have ended up getting a Pro Bowl tackle with the last pick of the first round, or next to last pick.
All right, the next one is Travis Hunter's offense versus defense. Apparently, he's first-team wide receiver, and he's backup cornerback. Did you guys see what Devontae Adams said about this? Devontae Adams said, dude, you can't do it. He said, just the number of plays, the hits, the physicality of being on offense is going to be enough.
Right.
But to be doing it both ways in the NFL, your body isn't going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, I've been on this train. I'm not going to fight it anymore. Like, he'll just have to show what he can do. James Gladstone has said, and Liam Cohen have both said, look, we're going to see what he can handle, and then we'll go from there. So I think early on they'll do that, and I think they're going to have to back off. There's just no way he can get the amount of reps and the amount of rest. It's a delicate conversation. You got to get reps at those positions. Yeah. But you also have to rest your body. And they say he goes nonstop. He's like a kid full of sugar. He's like a hyperactive kid that's been given a sugar IV drip. He can just go on and on all day. But that dude isn't 210 pounds of pure muscle. He's lean, man. He's going to get beat up some. He's going to get busted up. My guess is they say, you know what? Let's give our $50 million quarterback another weapon instead of having him run out there and having to make tackles against the run game too often. So my guess is they'll play him on third downs in pass pro. But don't forget, if they get off the field, then there's going to be a punt, and he's back on the field again.
Right. Well, and Devontae Adams said even just starting and playing special teams, covering is a bit too much. He said, so playing offense and defense, dude, I don't want you to get hurt. And in the NFL, you don't get enough rest. You don't sit down enough. Just the number of plays and the number of hits that you're going to take.
He doesn't know though. He played at Colorado. He doesn't know.
Yeah,
I know he's played almost 3,000 snaps over the last 2 years. Dude, he put in tremendous amounts of snaps. He just has no idea what he's up against physically. How physically demanding this league is going to be on him.
Anthony Richardson versus Daniel Jones. Apparently, Anthony Richardson is winning that battle. We'll see. I hope the Texans play. Do they play them early? Because I'd like to see Anthony Richardson and not Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know that Daniel Jones is something you need to fear. No one in the AFC East has feared him.
Well, I'd rather have someone who's more solid. I mean, I'd rather play.
They
Anthony
both can
Richardson.
run. They both can run, and I would say Daniel Jones is the more elusive runner. Might even be the faster runner, to be honest with you. Daniel Jones is athletic. Now, he can move, just doesn't pass well.
Yeah, well.
Just one of those quarterbacks who doesn't really pass so great.
Yeah, well, then there's Anthony Richardson.
Is that a problem?
No, when you have two quarterbacks that don't pass well, yeah, it's a problem.
The Colts games are later in the year. They don't play the Colts till the first time till
they may be running
November 30th.
They may be running Veer or Wishbone by then, John. Pure triple. They may be running pure triple option. By then.
And that's always tough to defend. Oh, because
with only
you
a
don't
week
see
to
it
prepare.
You don't see it too often.
Yeah, your guys don't like getting cut.
Right.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Cameron Ward. It's another question this season. The Browns quarterback situation. There's a guy who wrote the Browns are playing a cruel joke because Shedeur Sanders hasn't taken any first-team reps, and they're going to throw him out there. Dude, he's not going to be with the first team. Just so you know, there's going to be very few starters out there for this first game. So he's so worried about Shedeur starting with it. It's so different if you're thrown to the third and fourth team. You think the first team wide receivers are going to be out there for any amount of time? No, he's going to be throwing the first game probably going to be starting a lot of backups. So I know everybody's so worried about Shedeur.
People think he's getting set up to fail.
He is.
Even Louis Riddick was on TV talking about it.
Of course Louis Riddick was.
Well, Louis Riddick is
not being set
actually
up.
One of the more measured guys when it comes to talking about NFL topics.
You know what they should do? Just put him on, just give him to whoever has the very best of everything. I don't understand. How is he being set up to fail? You're a backup quarterback, so you're going to be getting reps, and you're at the Cleveland Browns. I mean, it is what it is. I can tell you who doesn't look good in camp either is Dylan Gabriel because he's got pop gun arm. I mean, you're not going to – Shedeur has more physical ability. Dylan has more of the experience and I think the mental side of understanding the offense, but Dylan can't function at a high level because he doesn't have enough arm. So Shedeur is going to be a top 3 quarterback for them eventually. And what are you going to do? You just have to no one looks good in preseason at quarterback. Almost nobody has. Have you ever noticed that? Fourth quarter guys, you'll see some backups, but if you're starting, most quarterbacks don't look good. Defenses are way ahead of offenses early in the season.
Yeah.
Why is everyone so worried? Dude, this is the path everyone has to take. You go in, you play with what's around you, you take your lumps, and then you get better. If you're a good player, you're going to get better. You're going to make other people around you better. This idea that you have to somehow baby Shedeur or any quarterback, that's not how it works. Lewis knows that. And I don't think Cleveland, unless you think Cleveland is intentionally trying to sabotage their own draft pick.
Of course, they always do that. They always sabotage their own draft picks.
Not on purpose.
Yes, this is what happens, Lance. It's a conspiracy against Shedeur.
I hope people feel that same way when Quinn Ewers is playing with a bunch of backups. I hope they understand that Quinn's being sabotaged as well.
Quinn's not being sabotaged. He's got to do the same thing.
I've been told that it could be sabotage for Shedeur, so I think Quinn should be under that.
Sabotage?
And Mike McDaniel should be under that same microscope. What are they doing to hamper Quinn Ewers' career by forcing him to play with third and fourth stringers?
Yeah, no one
Why
cares
would
about
you
Quinn.
force Quinn to play with the backups? Wow.
Why would you not let him have the first team
Yes.
reps? It's silly. You're a backup quarterback. Just go in there and do whatever you can do. Like
All right.
Shador / Flacco, none of those guys are going to succeed this year. It's the Browns. Their win total's 5 in Vegas, and that's just because they got a good defense. I mean, they're not going to be good on offense no matter who takes snaps, period.
All right, let's break. Let's catch up. Still ahead, we will give away a couple of spots at our listener party, so don't go anywhere. Right now, we're talking about Dream Rate Mortgage. So Kent texted me yesterday, and he said, this is something for your listeners. Interest rates have dropped. So if you're in the 7s right now, if you are in the 7s with your interest rate on your home, refi. He said this is the time to do it right now because you are going to have big, big, big savings. Look, Kent Jones knows this. He's been doing this for 30 years. He's been around forever. Dude he's a genius. He is a mortgage genius, okay? He has done it. He's seen it over 1,400 career closings. He has told me about our listeners and the tens of thousands that they've saved. Tens of thousands. And it's just, I'm telling you, you could save thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars right now just by calling Kent, okay? It's calling Kent and getting in on the refi right now. If you're in the 7s, you got to do this now. But if you're buying a home, my man, you got to do it, all right? 713-526. Okay, I got to get the number. 713-526. It's 975loans.com, 975loans.com. And all you need is Kent at Dream Rate Mortgage, and dude is going to hook a brother up. He is going to hook you up with the best rate that you're going to have. He is going to hook you up with the best mortgage that you could have right now. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Brokers are just flat out better. He is he's not put his name on all of these different he's not put his name on golf tournaments. He's not doing it. 713-520-5626. 713-520-5626. Call Kent and let him take care of your loan and let him do your refi right now. 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, excuse me, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776
Hey,
if you want to get in here.
Let's hit back on just for a second on the Astros. You got Fromber and Hunter Brown, a couple starts coming up against the Yankees. This is I think this is kind of an important series mentally and confidence-wise for the Astros. You got a team that's been down, and this has not been easy wins against teams who've been down. Teams who've been down have come in and beat the brakes off you recently at home. So it's not like just because a team's been down that it's any great shakes for you. But, it's always it's the Yankees in New York. We know about everything that goes with this series. I think it would behoove you. I think it could really jumpstart you with a good outing from Hunter and another strong outing from Hunter back to back. And then Fromber to show he's back on, that was just an outlier start in his last start. Because if you do that and you still have Correa and Pena are back and you're starting to see some life from the offense. Yainer Diaz has been a different player after the first couple of months. Just the idea of Jordan coming back, like this could be even though it's just a brief series against the Yankees, this could kind of be a kickstart series psychologically for the Astros, I think. If they go in there and do their work and put the work in with you win a couple and you get good starts out of your top two guys, this could really, I think, be a confidence builder for the Astros in terms of they haven't really had any momentum since the All-Star break. This could be a real momentum builder coming off of winning 2 or 3 just recently.
Yeah. No, they won the series, okay. And that was a step in the right direction. They always play in Yankee Stadium hard. I mean, it's a big difference. It's a big difference going from Miami to Yankee Stadium. Of course, playing the Red Sox are just playing really good baseball. The Yankees are not. I hate to get the Yankees well. I would hate for them to get better against the Astros this weekend. Mm-hmm. But listen, the Astros always play really well there. They get up for these games. Jose Altuve is their daddy. I mean, I can't wait for them to F Altuve, this crowd to do that, because that's what they do.
I can't wait for them to F Altuve.
Yeah, because that's what they do, and Jose Altuve shuts their stupid asses up.
I felt like there were some words that were missing from there.
I can't wait for them to yell F Altuve. Maybe.
I think that would have sounded better.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant. You know what I meant. I mean, they're blowing Reggie Bush. I mean, sometimes you just say things, and people know what you mean by them.
Yeah, I remember when Grady Dick got hit during a game.
In the face.
And that caused problems for
Ryan Hollins.
For
yeah,
Ryan
we
Hollins.
talked about that earlier this week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some sentences require an extra word.
Just an extra word will do. That's all.
Well,
that's no big deal.
Well, I can't wait for them to say
there it is.
Chant.
Yeah.
There it is.
That sounds so much better.
Yeah.
Has a different context too, a different meaning almost. Well, the context is the context, but the meaning is more clear.
Yeah. The first sentence would suggest you were looking to watch them do that. But now you're just hoping they piss off Altuve to the point where he hits a couple bombs this series.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what we all hope for.
Well, he's their daddy, though. He is. If they have a nemesis, it's the Astros and specifically Jose Altuve. We're in their head. Even remember that woman, Yankee fan? She's like, they're supposed to be bad, and the Astros are good again. And I'm just so sick of them. I mean, that's what we love.
The Astros are inevitable.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, the Astros are in people. Look, they haven't played like it necessarily, although, you can say through the injuries and all that. And there was a brief, like 24 hours where they had the best record in the American League. But the fact is, everyone in the back of their mind, it's like, until they don't see it, they know it's there.
Yeah.
They know it's there. And that's kind of my point about this Yankee series. You go in and win with Hunter and Fromber, even if you just win those games, and Carlos keeps hitting, and Yiner keeps doing what he's doing. Caratini came in, and when Caratini comes in, he's going to hit. It doesn't really matter. This could be a real, like I said, it could really stamp an imprint in the American League where they're like, oh, crap. The Astros are starting to, this is not going to be good if they have two aces pitching like aces, and Correa's hitting, and Altuve's Altuve, and Jeremy Pena's back, and Alvarez is right around the corner. Yeah, psychologically for the rest of the American League. I mean, Toronto right now is the best team in the American League. You see what Toronto did? 45 runs and 68 hits in their series against Colorado. They scored 20 yesterday.
20-1.
I think 15 the day before.
Yeah.
I mean, they pummeled them.
So earlier in the show, it wasn't Alexander that they sent back. That was Blue Ball. After he won, they sent him back down.
Which, does that make sense after the game he just had?
Well,
they had to
it
make
does.
room for Arrighetti.
Well, wouldn't you rather have him than Colton? Colton's, they know who they have in Colton.
He's a
Man,
starter.
Blue Ball looked pretty good, though.
Blue Ball looked good, but no, you'd rather have Colton
I guess
Gordon.
so.
Yeah, and Alexander right now. So this is, right now they got Alexander slotted against Crochet when on Monday when the Astros and Red Sox hook up Carlos Correa's first game back, which should be a packed house against Boston. How about that? His first game is in Boston against Bregman. Bregman's first time facing the Astros. Now Correa's first game at Daikin is going to be against Bregman, making his return home. So that'll be interesting. But it looks like Christian Javier could start one of those games. They may go to a 6-man rotation and move Javier in there and keep Alexander. I mean, and it's not like, especially after the way Fromber pitched the last time, I mean, maybe the guys are getting tired. Hunter Brown looked good for the first time in a while, his last start. But it's not like you can't give these guys an extra day right now.
Right.
I mean, it's not like, we got to have Hunter Brown every 5th day. Not lately.
No, you don't unless he needs it to stay on it. Unless that's one of the things where he needs to stay on in his schedule. They're pretty big about staying on the schedule.
Well, they have gone to 6-man rotations too.
They have when they've had better pitching.
Right. But that's right. And so
right now it's like, let's not throw another bad pitcher in there and keep Fromber and Hunter from throwing.
Alexander looked pretty good his last time, and Colton Gordon has been.
Yeah,
up
but
and
come
down.
on, Hunter and Fromber, you're going to take a game away from them to throw it to Colton
Well, it's not
Gordon
a game
or
away.
Alexander?
It's just another day. But yeah. But maybe they could use the rest right now, Lance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
They've been
I
here
don't know.
all year. Those two have been here all year. And maybe right now as we're heading down these are the Lance, I don't know if you know this. These are the dog days.
No.
The dog days
and
of
look how hot
August?
it is outside. Now,
Yeah.
I will say it's a little cooler at home. We don't play, all of our professional sports are played indoors. So
but it's still the dog
practicing
days.
in the dog days, like the Rangers used to be dog days in the summer. Now it's fine. It's 71, 72 degrees.
Temperature controlled.
Well, and we don't know what they're doing before the game. It's still hot outside. Like Lima used to play a round of golf before he pitched.
It was on. That's kind of on him, though.
Yeah,
Before
no,
he pitched, he would play.
It definitely affected him. I don't think
Houston
this-
Summer Heat. You've played golf. Now you sit in a cart. You sit in a cart and you got shade over you and all that stuff.
Well,
and
so did Lima.
you
had
drive
a
around.
cart.
Well,
Yeah, but
okay.
he didn't
Then
have to go
until you
pitch
guys
6
walk
innings
your
later.
ass 3.5 miles.
You don't.
Unless you're walking your ass 3.5 miles with no shade over you, playing disc golf, you can't tell me how strenuous golf is.
Disc golf.
Disc golf.
3.5 hours in the sun, you feel like you're gonna, or 2.5 hours in the sun, you feel like you're gonna
Does it
die.
really take you that long to play? 2.5 hours? You got to be
Well,
out
if
there?
it's 3.5 miles,
Can't-
if it's
I mean,
3.5
if it was-
miles,
If it was me, if it's 20 minutes,
we're walking
in, I'd be
3.5
like, this is
miles. You're
enough.
walking 17
we?
feet.
You're playing.
You're
with
driving
someone?
up on the green to putt.
I just assume you did that alone. You're playing with someone.
Me?
Yeah, you said
No,
we.
solo.
Oh, you're out there playing by yourself.
By yourself.
No, I don't want
Boy,
anyone
what a
even on the
great-
course.
what
I
a
don't even
great
want to see
experience.
anyone.
What a great
It's
experience.
embarrassing. That's
I
why.
figured out I'm a pretty big introvert. I thought I was, at one point I thought I was an extrovert. I'm not an extrovert.
Is it because you don't want
I don't
people
know
to
any-
see you playing out there?
No,
That's why.
no,
you
it's
do it
not
alone?
that. I just don't want to be slowed down by anyone. I like to go to movie theaters when no one's there.
Do you
If there's
think
5
you're-
people there, that's great.
Do you think you're the level the level of number of people in your family has made you an introvert? You don't want to be around people when you don't have
No,
to be?
I just figured out that, but I've always been that way. I don't like going to movie theater. I don't want to go.
I don't
want to
go to a movie that only 5 people are at.
Well,
Why?
a matinee at like 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
I want to go to a popular movie.
Well, they could be popular.
What are
but
you
if-
doing hanging out with these people? You just want to just hold hands next to the person next to you, sit in a crowded seat?
By the way, I don't want to go to a movie alone.
I don't mind
Go
it.
with my wife.
They're perfect.
What?
They're
Yeah.
perfect.
Why would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't understand.
I
You're
love
just
a
sitting there.
matinee at 1:30 and
You like to have
no
lunch with
one
other
around.
people, or do you like to put headphones on or
No.
earbuds in and watch a show on your phone?
I eat and watch poker. That's what I do.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, like a regular person, you
Yeah.
avoid people for lunch.
Right. Well,
Unless it's somebody you really
just-
like.
I'm not like you. You like to go. I make a sandwich every day. Okay.
Do you
I
really?
make a sandwich. Yeah, I'm a sandwich maker. Okay.
Subway's hiring if you want to be a sandwich artist,
I could
Does he
because you're
consider
off
himself
the
an
air
artist?
early enough to become a sandwich artist
But
later.
But is he an artist or is he just a sandwich maker?
I
I'm
think
just
he's
a
just a
sandwich
sandwich
maker.
maker.
Not an
I
artist.
could work at Subway because I'm just a sandwich
It's
maker.
not artisanal what he's
No,
doing.
it's
Oh,
not.
yeah. Well,
No.
I've seen what he does.
But he does have soprasset and gabagool.
He would
Yeah.
put his sandwich in a microwave
Yeah.
and
Well,
then place
Best
it on his
salami
brown bag
sandwich ever.
and eat it.
Are you eating Italian meats and cheeses?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I eat that. I like roast beef sandwiches. Yeah. No. I get the good ham. I get the good salami. Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. We got a break. And, okay, when we come back, we'll give away a couple of tickets. Dell, on the other side, a couple of tickets to our listener party September 5th at St. Arnold's Brewery. September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30. If you can come. You know what? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's give everybody a chance. 6:40. We'll fill up the phone lines, Dell.
He means 8:40 people.
No, 8:40.
Don't call in tomorrow at 6:40 or 6:40 p.m. 8:40.
6 minutes from now.
Call in. You get your chance. Are we asking a question or are we just doing it at random?
We'll ask a question.
Okay.
We'll ask a question.
How about some station lore?
Okay, Dell, think of the question.
All right, I'll do that.
Think of a question, a station lore that someone can answer. Then we know that they're a listener.
Yeah.
They're really a listener. All right, right now we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. And if you are a listener to this show and you have a plumbing problem, then you're calling Aqueduct Plumbing. Because I think we've proven through the years, right, Lance? I think we've proven that Billy's the best, that the other plumbers are just scumbags, just trying to rip you off.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And hey, listen, and do you want plumbers crack? No. Do you want to see that butt crack on the guy looking under your sink? No. And I've never seen butt crack when Billy's guys come over. Never.
No.
Never.
Never.
Okay? I think he's anti butt crack, which is something.
I am
It's a
too.
standard in the industry.
I am too, if
Yeah.
I'm being honest. And no,
Well-
I've never seen that. If it happens, it happens as long as they're doing good work. But I can just tell you this. We had a toilet that we just couldn't kept clogging up, and I said we got to have Billy come out. Billy came out.
You got
looked at it,
boys.
fixed
That's
it.
why.
Yeah, no. Well, then I found out it was because they threw I found out who the culprit was throwing non-biodegradable stuff in a toilet, the Clorox wipes, and they had to go in deep, found it, boom, no problem since then. They do jobs like that. They do major repiping jobs. They do minor jobs like, fixing a leaky faucet or a leaky shower as well. It really doesn't matter, John. They do the big jobs, they do the small jobs, but they do it right and they do it for a fair price.
That's right. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. If you're looking for that plumber, there's only one guy to call. Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. By the way, okay, so we got phone lines now lighting up right now. We're going to give away a spot. Before we do, 18-year-old Caden Lopez was arrested and arraigned for throwing a bilbo that hit Sophie Cunningham at the WNBA game the other night.
Dumbass kid figures.
Do you see it? Did you see his haircut?
Most likely.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
It's typical for that age right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to look at him. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, it's a haircut you've probably seen quite a bit, Lance.
Yeah.
Caden
Arrested,
Lopez news.
and it's assault.
How you spell his name?
With the K.
K-A-D-E-N.
Oh, that's why.
Caden
Yeah, I always
Lopez.
have to check on the cadence, how the cadence spelling
Yeah.
goes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
Yep. This
was, if you threw a lineup in there and I had to guess, and there was 10 people, he'd be one of my top 2 picks.
Yeah. He definitely.
He allegedly hit a man and his 9-year-old niece in the stands.
Yes, I don't think his is the one that hit Sophie Cunningham. His, I don't know if it even did it make it to the court?
He's the one that hit it, was on the floor?
Yeah, his is the one that did not actually make it to the court.
Of course he was caught on video. What's the same generation that self-snitches all the time anyway? Who didn't think after the first arrest that you weren't going to have cameras that were going to catch you? They're all over the place. You were obviously going to get in trouble. And 18 years old is perfect for copycat stuff. That's 100%. He was arrested. The object did not reach a court, instead of hitting a fan who was at the game with a 9-year-old niece. That's a tough one to tell the niece. What,
Yeah.
Uncle, what happened? What is this? Ow, what is this? Oh, he just, maybe it's popcorn. What's that green thing? It's a lawn. It's lawn dart.
Did you guys happen to see that the Bilbo betting exceeded the game betting?
No, I did not see
Yes.
that.
Now that would surprise me. You mean for the website that offered it?
The website
that
had
was
more
surprising
bets
because I
on
knew there was
Bilbos than they did in the actual game.
They had a huge because they had a huge circle around that. Like you couldn't really bet much on it.
Yeah, well, they had it exceeded one site said, "Oh, it's more than the game."
Oh, I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
Maybe at their site, maybe?
Yeah, maybe at their site. I don't know
Because
nationally.
that's not really possible with everyone taking WNBA action and only this
You think
one or
there's
two
that much
sites offering
WNBA
this
action going on. I don't know. I think this is a much more
Well,
intriguing.
Vegas didn't offer that action.
This is much more intriguing than the actual
It could be
game.
intriguing. They're not going to – I think it's pretty unlikely that Vegas – all the money of Vegas and offshore, there was more money from this one website that offered it. I doubt it.
Did DraftKings offer the Bilbo bet?
I don't know that
I
they
don't know
did.
Yeah,
It
so
was,
we're talking about all these major sites.
yeah, not major sites.
Yeah.
It was not a major site.
No,
think
that's what I'm
so.
saying. They take action. Listen, people are betting on anything they can win money on.
That's right. Even they bet on whether Angel Reese would miss her first shot.
Yeah, but that was only on a certain
certain
website
site.
was offering it.
Yeah, much like the
and they had to take it down.
because
Remember that?
they got hit with a bit of a lawsuit. All right, we have a full
I
board.
still don't understand that. It's a prop bet. Like, how can you?
I don't know, but it had to go away.
Oh no! They had to stop posting the videos.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's what happened.
They had to stop posting the videos
Angel Reese
because they were profiting
and their team
off of someone else's name, image, and likeness.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
All right, we have a full board, John. Which line do you want to go to for this?
Let's go to line. Well, what did we do? 2, 1. Let's do, and we did 3 last time. Let's do 4.
All right, so 4. It'll be Joe. Welcome to the show, Joe. So, as you heard before we closed out last segment, we're going to do some station lore. So, Joe, you're going to listen to a clip from.
Well, okay, Joe. How long have you been listening
we're
to
going
the
to
show?
do the.
How long have you been listening
I've
to the
been
show?
listening since y'all were on 610. I'm an old guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
you
he
know the
knows.
show.
He knows.
Yeah. All right, so maybe you should be able to get this. Maybe it's a tough question, actually. Dell put some. The degree of difficulty on this one is up there.
So this is a very popular clip. It's probably my favorite thing we play, or at least I play, Joe, you have to tell us the inspiration for this. So you're going to listen to the clip, and the question will be, which former Astro is the inspiration for this?
You hover above, rain hell below. Killing them hogs real nice and slow. I'm Brett Myers going right there. Okay, who is it?
That's tough. I'm going to go with Ryan Presley.
No.
No. This is back in the day now, Dell. This is a tough question. It's a really tough question.
Oh, but if you've listened for a
If
while.
you listened enough, you
Yeah.
you
Well,
would know.
you got to have a pretty good memory, too.
Well, and also the name is in the song.
Yeah, which is
Right.
a helpful,
The name is in the song.
helpful clue.
That is a helpful clue. If you know the song, if you've heard the song. All right, let's go to line number 3. Line number 3. Do you know who the
Okay, line number 3, they hung up, so we got to go to someone else.
All right, 2.
Let's go to Jake. Jake, who was the inspiration for that song?
Could I hear it one more time? It was hard to hear it.
We'll do that for you. Here we go again.
You hover above, rain hell below. Killing them hogs real nice and slow. Now we got to cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, see, that's a tough one, though.
Okay, well, people are still
All right,
calling in.
listen.
They're
Call
gonna know
in
the
right
answer.
now.
We got more people.
713-780-3776.
We got the lines are full.
Okay, the lines are full, so somebody knows the answer to it.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. What, line 1, Dell?
Yeah, let's go to Dave. Dave, which former Astro is the inspiration for that song?
It's Brett Myers, of course.
Brett
There it is.
Myers.
There it is.
Boom.
It's not hard.
Boom.
How did we not know that song?
Okay, you're going to the listener party, man. Nice job. Nice job. All right. Brett Myers, that's right. Brett Myers was a redneck on the Astros back in 2009, 10, 11, back then. And he liked to kill hogs, I think.
Real nice and slow.
Real nice and slow. He also had issues, some domestic violence issues.
He was not a good person.
No, not a great guy.
No. And
But so he was the inspiration for that song. You did it. Nice job. What was the name? Dave?
correct, Dave.
Dave. Congratulations, Dave. Come say hello at the listener party at St. Arnold's September 5th. And we're going to give away a bunch of tickets. We want a bunch of you there that want to go. I think we should, the first guy, we should give him a couple of tickets too because he's been listening since we were at 610. So that's just me.
Well, he's hung up, so.
He hung up. What was his name? Do you remember?
Joe, I believe.
No.
He could call back in.
Who was he? I don't remember.
Might have been Joe Toner. He hasn't called for a while. Might have been him.
Joe Toner. What a great
Joe
name.
Toner's been listening forever and ever. I
How
remember
can you
him.
not succeed in life if your name's Joe Toner? I mean, that's a great name.
I didn't say he didn't succeed.
No, I
He
know,
did.
but I'm just saying he's got an advantage over a lot of people.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
Got a big advantage going in. So your name's Joe Toner. I mean, that's awesome. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a break. We're behind. Let's talk a little game day men's health. Let's talk about your health. I was thinking about this, is that if you're going through life, if you're now in your mid-40s, late 40s, 50s, even 60s, you're listening to this show right now, and you haven't checked your testosterone, I mean, do you have any idea how much better you could be with testosterone? I mean, have you even thought about it? Maybe you're a little bit more sluggish now. Things aren't, you're not moving as quick. Your brain's not moving as quick. You're not as good as you used to be sexually, physically. You're starting to get heavy because you can't, and you're working hard and you can't get that fat off. Well, maybe you need some testosterone. And if you haven't thought about this or you haven't done it, the Game Day Men's Health is the place to do it. I'm telling you, it's different. Okay, they got 11 locations around the city. I drive further now to Game Day Men's Health than I used to drive to the old testosterone replacement place because Game Day Men's Health is better. I love the way they go about it. They've got a lab in every location. They got a free consultation for you. Other places will charge you just to find out whether or not you're going to be their client. That's so stupid. Game Day Men's Health is absolutely free. And they're going to find out, and they're going to help you along the way, personalized care to make sure that you reach your goals. You want to lose weight? You want to gain muscle mass? You want to, I don't know what it is your goals are, recover faster from your workouts, whatever. They've got all of the solutions for you, and they're great at it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. You're looking for a great way to feel better and look better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you see that Julia Morales report last night? By the way, Poly Market Sports was the one who said that Bilbo's surpassed the volume. They are a
Poly
legitimate
Market Sports?
Poly Market Sports. Yeah, there's all kinds of them that popped up. They say that they on their site, the Bilbo betting exceeded the game betting.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. So. I've never heard of them.
Carlos Correa and Victor Caratini were teammates as kids in Puerto Rico, like they're 9-year-olds.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw the picture of it.
Yeah, you saw the picture. Yeah. How about that? That's neat. That is pretty cool. Cooper Hummel was in the Little League World Series too.
Lamar Little League is going back to the Little League World Series.
Randall Gritchick.
Congratulations to you guys. You're not men of the people. Didn't even mention the fact that Lamar got in. That story's from yesterday.
Is that from yesterday?
Yeah. Congratulations on the Lamar Little League.
I saw the video, yeah.
Like a Little League baseball
So
dynasty.
it's a way different Little League than when I played there.
What do you mean?
Like I said, we had a guy selling Coke who was supposed to be cleaning our fields up, and instead there was broken glass all over the place.
Yeah.
And Joe was just like, we didn't know that. We just thought he was just some jovial guy who, and then some of the kids said, my older brother said that he bought marijuana from him. I'm like, what? Joe would never do that. That was just the gateway drug. He had that yayo for you if you needed it. I just didn't know that. Not that I wanted that sitting there as a 14-year-old or 13-year-old, but it was just like, why is our field not getting cleaned up? Well, because that guy had someplace to be. He had a meeting down in Mud Alley. Don't worry about it.
So
now real field. Now they're nice fields.
And they're making Little League
and
World
it's at a
Series.
completely different place.
nobody's selling Coke out there, probably.
No, and it's out in Pecan Grove. It's like this multiplex, and no one is that I know of dealing Coke out of under the auspice of being a Little League field maintenance man.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes is the only quarterback in the NFL with a winning record when trailing entering the fourth quarter over the last 5 years.
Huh.
14-7.
That's impressive.
And the next best is Lamar Jackson is 7-10.
He's the next. Somebody's got to have a better winning percentage. Just probably not wins, total wins.
Is there a qualifying number of opportunities?
That's the most wins, right? After it can't be the second best winning percentage, can it?
It's the second best winning percentage.
So there's not anyone.
Oh, there's more wins, 9.
Oh, so
Yeah,
wow,
but
so there's no one who's like 3-1.
No. I guess I don't know. No. Going into the fourth quarter, he's 14-7. Justin Fields is 1-21.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson 1-18.
Well, some of those you may be down 18 points, 17 points. There's no coming back.
Well,
It's
right,
not like
right,
it's
right.
close. Yeah.
Well, obviously.
A bad team.
But there's a reason you're down that big too. Probably you played like crap too.
Yeah, bad teams are not going to come back in the fourth quarter. They're too far down.
Trevor Lawrence is 5-31.
Yeah. That's life. That's
Baker
lifetime.
Mayfield 4-25. CJ, what do you think his win percentage is?
It's lifetime.
Last 5 years.
Yeah, so that's 2 years for
It's his
him. I
lifetime.
would say something like 2-8.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's 200. 200 ball.
So the rest of those.
Mahomes is 667. The next best is Lamar Jackson at 412.
That's incredible. Oh, and that just tells you how. I mean, it's real though. He's that clutch.
Well,
now, when they're behind, John, they're not behind.
And they're not
as
behind
much
by
as-
much, right?
Yeah,
They're not behind by much.
That has to be the factor. The top quarterbacks are going to be quarterbacks on good teams.
Right. Well, Lamar Jackson is second. Jalen Hurts is third. Tua is fourth. Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins, Justin Herbert, 7-23. But he's got a 233 win percentage.
Yeah. Josh Allen, surprisingly, 176, 3-14.
3-14.
Yeah, wow.
And the Bills don't lose games by I think they have one loss over the last 4 or 5 years.
But they have
by
had
more
some
than
defensive
7,
breakdowns.
by more than 8 points.
But they're
All
known
their
for having
games are
defensive
close.
breakdowns late, not being able
Well,
to
how
hold
about
leads also.
But over 5 years, he's only trailed in the going to the fourth quarter 17 times.
True. The Bills are either winning games or are in close ball games all the time. A lot of I think maybe all 17 of these losses, for the most part, were one-score games. The Bills are always in games.
Yeah. And he's 3-14. But how about that? He's only been trailing 17 times. Mahomes has trailed 21 times. Lamar Jackson 17 times. I mean, that's incredible. That to me is in over 5 years you've only trailed 17 times. One season, 1 out of 5 seasons you've trailed.
Of course, it doesn't take into account leading, going in and losing, but yeah.
Right.
But yeah, only 17 times. That's
Basically 1 out of 5 seasons. Right. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 713-780-3776. We got to catch up because we went a little long with the last segment, giving it away. And we'll continue to give away spots at September 5th, St. Arnold Brewery, our listener appreciation party.
Well, Joe called back in.
He did?
So we gave him another pair. So
nice.
We'll, like you said, we'll be doing that throughout the weeks because we want a lot of you there.
He said, "Give me my tickets."
So we want a lot of you there. The shows all week have been giving away tickets. We'll continue to do that because that party's for you guys.
Yeah. He didn't drop an F-bomb on you, did he?
No.
Why would he drop an F-bomb
He talked to our
on Dell?
intern. I don't think he cursed at the intern. I'll confirm. Summer, did he curse at you? He did not, she said.
I can't believe we have to ask.
Well, John
Hey,
said it.
did you know one of our interns is like a movie maker?
I did not know that.
Documentarian. Yeah. We were talking the other day. We were talking about AI.
Oh, yeah, I know.
With AI and commercial, how commercials are being done with AI. We were talking about she's made actual. I mean, she does. The only thing she doesn't do is audio editing. She goes, I'm learning about audio editing right here.
Our intern with a bit of the tattoos, right?
The
short hair.
Yeah.
The
Does she have
nose ring.
tattoos? Oh, I didn't know. She had long sleeve. But yeah, she's been out of college. She's worked in Austin. She's kind of self-made.
Yeah.
And I said, how did you end up
industry,
here?
or if you're going to be a chef or a barista, you have to have tattoos.
Or a movie maker.
That's
or
what I
really
said.
any
A
or a
movie
UFC
maker.
fighter, or really just anybody under the age of 30.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they are tatted up. But I said, how did you end up here? She goes, I was just looking for an internship, and this is one of the ones open. I said, okay, yeah, sure.
Nice. Well done.
And they do say this show is like a movie.
Who says that?
Who said that?
There's people saying it.
No, I never heard anybody say that. That's a stupid thing to say. You know what's a smart thing to say? I'm going to go to Chastain Ford and pick up my truck. And here's the deal. Oh, my gosh. They still got 2024s on the lot? Are you kidding me? They still have 2024s on the lot, and they got to get rid of them. And they got 0% financing for 48 months right now. Nothing down, no payments for 90 days. That's available to you on new 2024 and 25 models. I mean, it just does not get any better than that. Plus, you got a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. You know how they always say, oh, do you want the maintenance plan? How about we give it to you absolutely free at Chastain Ford? No dealer add-on, never. Chastain Ford is the place to get your truck on. It's the place to get your SUV on. It's the place to get your customized, whatever it is, whatever kind of work truck that you need, it's the place to do it. How about 0% for 48 months? You're using their money to pay for your vehicle. Nothing down, no payments for 90 days. I love this deal. And they got 2024s that they got to get off the lot, so they're going to deal on that too. Plus, 2-year complimentary maintenance plan. I mean, I don't think there's any other place to go. Love me some Chastain Ford. That's where I buy all my vehicles. I hope you do too. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell, 713-780-3776. The headlines, Astros lose yesterday 6-4. Had plenty of opportunities, but just couldn't get it done. Especially in the eighth inning. That was tough. Cam Smith and Mauricio Dubon up with the bases loaded, and they came up short. Great plays. Couple of great plays, though, by Miami. Now you got the day off. And then the Yankees tomorrow night. And you got to be careful how you play. It's Hunter Brown against some guy named Schlittler. You just got to be careful how you say that. Schlittler. Otherwise, the FCC's coming after you. Texans camp. Christian Harris was actually on the field yesterday. It was just walkthroughs. It wasn't a physical practice, but at least he was out there. Danielle Hunter. Okay, so Dell has been egregious, okay? He has been flagrant with the swarm thing, right? He calls it swarm.
It's not my fault. They spelled it a certain way, even though one of the words is an E.
Well, Danielle Hunter has you say, what is it? Why is it swarm?
Because I don't remember exactly. It's just that E is in there.
Not A.
But not A. There's no A word in there.
There's no A word in there.
But the acronym still is SWARM.
It's SWARM. But it's not an acronym.
No, it's not.
Here's Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter, actually, I think he's talking directly to you, Del.
I hope so.
Because you've been pretty flagrant about this. Danielle Hunter says, here's the definition of swarm.
Swarm, to me, means like to suffocate. Something just comes at you and you just have no breathing room. You can't really get out of it. It's just too much. It overwhelms. That's what swarm means to me.
Swarm.
It's overwhelming.
Exactly.
That's what swarm means.
Exactly.
Overwhelming.
No doubt.
Yeah. And that's what that looked like an NFL film. Did Danielle Hunter finish ahead of Will Anderson Jr.?
I haven't seen him listed yet.
I haven't either. But that looked like an NFL Films deal. I would imagine Danielle Hunter is a top 100 player.
Yeah, the newest list, the newest ones are not out.
The newest one's not out? What? Oh, it comes out every Wednesday or something?
Probably, yeah, leading up to the season. Yeah, I would think so. Something like that.
They only went to 50 to 45. Will Anderson Jr. was the last one. Oh, no, Mike Evans is 44. Mike Evans is 44. Anyway, Danielle Hunter, that looked like it was an NFL production. So
yeah, so next up is going to be August 11th through the 15th is 40 to 31. The 18th through the 22nd is 30 to 21. Then 20 to 11 is the 25th to the 29th. And then September 1st is the top 10.
Okay. Right before the season starts.
Trent Williams dropped 38 points to number 45.
Trent Williams is better than that.
Yeah, according to
There are very few left tackles, if any, that you would take ahead of Trent Brown.
Laramie Tunsil.
I mean, not Trent Williams, rather.
Laramie Tunsil, hello.
Oh, no chance.
Yeah.
Over Trent Williams?
How about Quinyon Mitchell going 49th already?
How about that?
That's pretty good.
And listen, did you see the stat? Like, he and Cooper DeJean, Kamari Lassiter had more picks than those two combined? Or is that right? There's a silly stat about Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley. And Kamari Lassiter's not even in this deal. Kamari Lassiter was better than those two.
Yeah, but Lassiter's not a top 100 player in the league.
Well, is Quinyon Mitchell?
Yeah, Quinyon's
I
really
don't
good.
know.
He's the lockdown.
Kamari was pretty damn good.
Kamari
was 46%.
That's great.
Completion percentage.
That's great.
What do you mean? Kamari was excellent.
Kamari is not Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell's a lockdown going up against number ones. He's not. He's in the Derek Stingley group of cornerbacks, not the number twos. I think you're a little too high on Kamari Lassiter.
Really? Because okay,
I know you're a stat man, but with your completion percentage, let's see how year 2 works out.
DJ Bieneme, when asked, in his mailbag, who's been your standout performer of camp? Kamari Lassiter, primed to ascend into Pro Bowl status.
Okay. Hey,
Since the Texans already have an All-Pro corner quarterbacks in practice tend not to test him, so Lassiter gets most of the work.
I hope
he's been
he
exceptional.
does. I hope he does. That's going to be great. I just know that Quinyon Mitchell was second in Rookie of the Year.
I don't care about what the – because he's in Philadelphia.
I was telling you,
that's
Quinyon
why.
Mitchell's better than Kamar Lassiter.
like
I put that on my mama
it.
and everybody's mama.
Fat sports writers voted for him. Oh, great. Yeah, great.
Are you Q-dogging it too? What are you
Quinyon
doing?
Mitchell, no, it's just a very small dab.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just my wrist dab.
Are you trying to get in his
I'm
pants?
not doing Q-dog.
What are you doing?
I'm just showing. I'm not. John's trying to get a pizza from Kamari.
What?
He doesn't deliver to L.A. His pizzas don't come there.
Well, he's going to play the Rams,
Although Cal
right?
does listen to the show.
And he's also – Kamari's going to be in L.A. for the Rams
Kamari's
game.
going to be in L.A.
So maybe he's looking –
Rustic Canyon, maybe a dinner at Rustic Canyon on Saturday? Maybe.
I'll ask him, but I don't think he'll come. I don't know. We'll
You don't
see.
know. And Cal
No, you
listens
don't
to
know.
the show.
No,
he
I don't
might
know.
be out on the West Coast, too. Cal
He's
and
in
Hannah.
West Virginia right now, isn't he?
Right now. Well, you know what?
I don't
No,
know.
I don't
Would
think the
Cal
owner
make
would
that
go
trip?
to. You think the owner would go to Greenbrier? I mean, the weather's nice.
Oh, I was trying to get Kamari out to dinner, not Cal.
Well, Cal owns the team. If you want pizzas, if you want free stuff, you're going to have to go through Cal and Hannah, not Kamari last.
I'd much rather go to dinner with Kamari.
Yeah, he's a second rounder.
Dell, condolences to you.
What is that? Oh, you don't think he would pay for anything?
No.
Okay.
Kamari? No,
Yeah.
I don't care. I'll buy him dinner. That's all right. Dell, condolences to you. Adult film star Miss John Doe reported.
Don't know who she is, so you don't have to usher.
Miss
You don't have to
John
give
Doe?
me any condolences. I don't even know who she is.
Yeah, but she's Dough. That was Miss John Dough.
Yeah.
She's money.
And
Yeah.
what happened to her?
She passed away.
Condolences.
Why do you get the
I don't know.
condolences?
I don't know. I don't know who that woman is.
You never saw her? I don't.
No, I've never seen her. No.
I thought you were an enthusiast. That's all.
No, I've never. You know what I've never done before the show? Hey, have you heard? Did you see her latest work? I've never done that. No. I don't know who that woman is. I'm sorry that she's dead, but I don't know who she is.
Yeah. By the way, a Saints fan said, why are you guys not talking about the compelling quarterback situation in New Orleans?
I got news for you. The Saints are picking one next year.
Let me tell you, they say Spencer – I was reading yesterday that Spencer Rattler is badly outplaying Tyler Shuck right now. Tyler Shuck was one of those guys
terrible.
when I watched him. You know, he was a 7-year college player.
Yeah.
When I watched Tyler Shuck throw the football and he's got a clean pocket and everything's good, he threw it better than any quarterback in the draft last year. Like, he was really, really, from an arm talent standpoint, he's up there with Cam Ward. When there's any pressure at all, he was like, just get it out. Somebody please just take it. Wee. And I just thought, I'm not sure that's going to work in pro football. If you just throw it up for grabs when there's pressure, that's probably not going to work great.
I'm telling you, the Saints are picking number one next year.
You think
That
so?
quarterback situation is the worst in the NFL.
You know, it'd be a good bet. They'd be if you I mean, certainly that you could play the under, but if there was somewhere where you could play who makes the first pick, they're probably like 8-1 is my guess.
8-1 is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing the favorites are going to
Well, okay. What if they trade it? Do you still win?
Yeah, you can still win.
Oh.
You
Even
can
if
still
they
win.
trade it?
But the Saints aren't going to trade. The Saints aren't trading. Well, okay. Who
Is it
gets
a
the first
technicality?
pick? Not who makes the first pick. Who gets the first pick?
Right.
Okay, instead of who makes first pick, because they could. Now, if Tyler Shuck quarterbacks and he doesn't do well, remember he wasn't a first round pick. The Saints will take a quarterback this year. It doesn't Tyler Shuck or nothing. They don't care. He wasn't a first round pick, and I'm not convinced Jackson Dart is going to be any good. And he's already running third, which that's not unusual for a rookie to run third behind two veterans. That's not unusual at all.
No, Jackson Dart ain't starting. Come on.
At some point, you would think he would be this year if
Over
they're not
Russell
very
Wilson?
good. Well, if they're not very good at some point this year. You think
maybe
Russell
later.
Wilson's going to lead this team to victories?
No. Maybe later.
Who has a better season this year, Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers? A better statistical season. Rodgers is the big favorite because he's likely to play all.
Oh, Aaron. I mean, no. Russell Wilson absolutely could. Aaron.
He could, but Aaron
Russell
doesn't.
Wilson had a good statistical year last year.
Yeah, but here's the question. Aaron is less likely to have somebody. There's not a rookie first rounder waiting in the wings if things go sideways. The Steelers are likely to win a certain amount of games and compete for at least a wild card spot, you would think. So they'll probably stay static with quarterback. I could see the Giants going sideways and there being pressure to play the rookie quarterback from ownership. That's why I would say, like, if all things were equal and they both played 17 games, I'm giving it to Russell Wilson because he's got Malik Neighbors to throw to.
Yeah.
And I like DK Metcalf fine, but Malik to me is an elite talent. I had him as the number one player in that entire draft, ahead of Caleb Williams and who ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. Dude, Malik Neighbors is special. Like, he's special, and you're going to see it. Even you saw how special he was with Daniel Jones last year.
Yeah.
You didn't see that with Marvin Harrison with Kyler Murray. Well, you'll see it again this year with Russell Wilson. He's gonna help Russell. He's gonna make Russell a better quarterback.
We got a break. We're behind. 713-780-3776. John Chill was not available today. He's actually on a cruise. I hope he's okay. Cruises are dangerous these days. I hope he's okay. And well, I'm going to tell you this. We've been talking about the Golden Nugget. It's where we're going to do our fantasy draft. I hope you're going there too. My boy Houston did it there last year. I hope they're doing it again there. It's the best. It's so awesome. Awesome, awesome. You're going to do your fantasy draft. You might as well do it at a place that everybody wants to be at. Okay? Not only do you do the fantasy draft, everybody goes out to the pool. You can get rounds of golf in. You got casino gambling right there. You got restaurants, 12 of them. You got a beautiful hotel. You got a nightclub. What more could you possibly want? That's the way to do a fantasy draft. Not a bunch of guys just scratching around and sitting there at some, I don't know, where. Just go to the Golden Nugget and have yourself a big time. But not only that, I mean, it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Just to get a wild hair. Hey, let's go to the Nugget. Let's go. You could do it a day trip or stay at the beautiful hotel. It's right here. It's awesome. It's Vegas style, and yet it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Right down I-10. You're looking for the best place to get your gamble on. Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Archie Manning says Arch Manning will not leave Texas after the 2025 season.
No kidding.
They said, will he declare for the draft after this year? He said he's not going to do that.
I've had these fights with people. I'm like, you don't know the money he can get to a second contract. I said, listen, not everyone is only about second contract. Second contract comes for every good player. Every good player is going to make $500 million.
Archie Manning isn't getting it out of the mud. He doesn't need to rush to a second contract.
Exactly. Like the Mannings have already said, you had Eli played 4 years. Peyton played 4 years. They understand the value of getting reps in college football. He didn't start for his first 2 years. They're going to get a minimum of 2 years of starting experience out of Arch Manning and that's going to be this year and next year. And that's just what's going to happen. If he wanted, he could stay 3 years. I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll only stay 4 years and have 2 years of starting experience is my guess. But some of that I could see the Mannings. I mean, listen, it's the Mannings. I could see Cooper. I mean, I could see Arch Manning. If Arch Manning is good, I want to see if he's good. I'm not just automatic. John, I think you're this way too. Dale, you maybe too. He's got to prove it to me before we're just anointing him. We're just crowning his ass. I want to see what he can do. But let's just say he's really good. I could see a scenario where they don't like the first pick of the draft and they go back into school. I mean, Cooper Manning, Cooper's his dad. Cooper's own father did that with Eli Manning. I could see the Mannings using that one extra year of college to potentially say, we're going to go back, take our NIL. He'll get better as a quarterback with the third year. We'll try to win a national championship, and then we'll roll the dice with that a better organization will come up. Now, I don't know who that organization would be that they try to avoid. I don't know who that would be. Maybe the Giants again. But because in 2 years they may, in 2 years, not after this year, but in 2 years, they could be saying, Jackson Darn ain't it. We're still terrible. Let's draft. And can you imagine a storyline if Arch Manning was going to be the first pick of the draft and the Giants had the first pick? Can you imagine a storyline of Arch potentially going to the Giants and the family have to make a decision if they wanted him to come out? When I say the family, I mean it's Cooper's decision. We keep acting like Archie Manning's making the decision. I assume Archie's not making the decision.
What if it's the Saints? How interesting is that?
That's not great either.
No, it's not great, but for the whole family's from New Orleans.
They are, and yet at the same time,
yeah.
I mean,
Archie got killed.
The old
there.
man got his head kicked in there.
Yeah, he did.
He got beat up worse than some people in French Quarter fights.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be an interesting one, whether or not he'd want to go there. Yeah. 713-780-3776, the number if you would like to get in here with us. We got more CJ sound. We played it bite earlier. Process over results. Okay. Now it's CJ has been in the league for a couple of years. And Kaylee is letting CJ take ownership on this. But, the reports out of Chicago are, Ben Johnson's offense, Caleb Williams, and the rest of the guys aren't getting it. They're just not getting it.
Huh.
But CJ now is 2 years in the league, and here he is, and he's got to learn a new system. Here's CJ on learning a new system this year.
Yeah, it's a little different just because, I know, more coverages. I know, style, trees. I know coordinators. I played against a good amount of, different schemes. So it's a little easier. And then, it's a lot of similarities from what Nick's bringing to what we're doing in the past. So it's a little similar in those lights, but it's not as hard as my rookie year was. Learning Chinese. This year is a little bit of that, but not as much. It's a little easier.
Yeah, it's going to get easier as you go along, and easier as you go along. I mean, and, by the way, he's got a lot more, like he said, ownership in it. He gets to listen, it's going to be on him. Calls the wrong, blocking scheme, he calls out the wrong mic, whatever. And he doesn't get out of plays that he's supposed to get out of because the defense, it's going to be on him.
Yeah.
I mean, you're putting a lot on the plate, but it's his third year. And, he's going to have some ownership in it. And I think a lot of quarterbacks would rather have that than what he had last year being controlled,
Yeah, I would agree with that. Year 3, year 2, you don't know what you don't know starting off, and so you start seeing things you've never seen as teams have created new game plans for you. By year 3, you've seen most of what you need to see. I think CJ, year 3 is a great indicator of where a player is mentally. The first year CJ was great. The S2 was the dumbest thing that's ever existed. Year 2, if we're being honest, there was a little bit of processing. There was a little bit of inconsistency with processing what he saw at the fronts. Now, that's not, that could be teams were showing him different, zone dog looks. That could be disguised coverages. It could be a lot of things. And I think it's tough for teams. Like, I think Jaden Daniels he's going to see some things he didn't see in year 1 that could slow him down a little bit. Bo Nix, same thing. All these rookie quarterbacks. But I think CJ, as long as it's blocked up, my guess is that the game slows down for him a little bit, John, even with the new offense.
Well, Bo Nix isn't a rookie anymore.
Yeah, and everything that we've heard is that this offense is going to really be calibrated towards the talent, towards what they have, which I would assume is a big part of that is CJ, and that includes whatever he's comfortable with in terms of getting into certain protections, getting out of certain plays. So my guess is the first 3 games, it might be a little sloppy for him in the offensive line, maybe even the first 5 or 6. Yep. But I would say by about game 6 or 7, we should know kind of what we're dealing with.
Right. Hey, we got a call. This is an interesting call. The ESPN ad master. The ESPN ad master, Frank, is joining us.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for the ultimate conservative. Having disgusting termite sex and starting new colonies. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. And that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do. It just might blow your mind. You're going to find what you love and love what you find.
Love that one.
That's a good one. That's a banger.
Yeah. What about the
first
Airkeep
and only night harvested tequila. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and, of course, business.
You got to be a listener to know that one.
Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
That's it. That's my Air Team guys.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they'll review. I owed $50,000, and they settled for pennies on the dollar. I'm a coug. Of course we have to have cougar colors.
Your girl?
Robin. That's my girl, Robin.
The Greek wings, I had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
There's a lot of your people.
Don't be scared. We all do this.
I don't know that one.
Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Wait, what's that?
That's me, I think.
Champion Energy.
That's all
right.
you.
That's me.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? I haven't seen you around the gym in a while.
Testafin. That's Testafin.
It's a secret ingredient called Testanor.
No, it's Testafin. Sorry, ad guy.
Yeah.
Well, this was Harold Gunn, and this was Bill Olson.
I mean, he had them all lined up.
Oh, my God.
He had them all lined up. Of course, I'm a coug, John.
I'm a coug.
We have the best ribeyes in the city, John.
The best ribeye in the city.
I just had one of those.
I just
Greek
had
wings.
one wing.
They're awesome. Oh, that's good.
I didn't know what he meant by ad master.
I didn't know what he meant either.
He's mastered all our ads.
Yeah. Well, now I know, of course.
No.
I didn't know at the time.
That is funny. That was pretty good, Frank. Pretty good.
Who's Frank? I know ESPN ad master. I don't know Frank.
I don't know him either. I don't know who is
You
Frank.
keep saying Frank.
I just know the ad master.
I think people who've listened to this show know who Frank is.
We don't.
Yeah.
No.
I just know him. I just know the ad master called him.
Ad master. No.
And love what you find.
Oh.
And my tenants won't pay me. The Red House was an absolute lock.
I'll buy your house.
Sell us
house,
your car.
great house.
You know what? He missed that one. Sell us your car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sell us your car. Well, as a matter of fact, GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car. And now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. If you want details, go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Look, as you heard the ad, John Clay Wolf had her on the air, the woman. She sold him her car, and then she gets 1,000 chances, and then he tells her on the air, oh, by the way, you just won $25,000 on top of what we gave you for your car. I mean, that's crazy. John Clay Wolf is nuts. Giving away $25,000 every month. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup, your truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic. They also have exotic. Yeah, they've got a website just for that. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships. Listen, they're the best. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money with hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. They'll come to you. You can go to them, whatever. They'll bring you the check. They'll pick up the car. They do it all. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number or your license plate number, and let's go. GiveMeTheVin.com, giving away $25,000 in cash on top of everything else that they give you. I mean, there's no question. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Okay, so we've got 2 segments left. Del, what have we missed today?
I don't think that there was much of concern for the listening audience that you guys didn't get to.
I got something, but it's not major. It's just funny to hear somebody say this, and there's no offenses intended here when I bring this story up. But Son Heung-min, is that it?
Yeah.
Son Heung-min, who's been in Tottenham since he started in 15-16. He's 33 years old now. He said that he's joining LAFC, Los Angeles Football Club, the Galaxy, in a move to an MLS club that is a dream come true for him. After a 10-year run with Tottenham, he said, finally, I make it to the MLS. This is a dream come true. Of course, we know this is where veteran Premier League players and international stars come to retire. Not come to die, but they come to retire. They get good money. They don't want to come to, typically, I don't remember any of them coming to Houston. They typically go to Los Angeles. Maybe New York is a factor for some, but pretty much it seems like all of them go to Los Angeles. Beckham, L.A., Thierry Henry was L.A., right?
New York.
Oh, he was New York. It's going to be coastal.
Yeah.
Who else are the big name
and
guys?
Messi's getting all
and
his,
Messi's in
his
Miami.
getting his best friends down
Busquets
in Miami.
in Miami.
He just
Yeah,
got another Argentinian international, Rodrigo de Paul. He's down there. Suarez is down there.
It's
Busquets
an
is
all-star
down there.
team down
Alba's
there, yeah.
down there. Yeah. Someone pointed out their starting 11. There's not an American in their starting 11. I don't know exactly the rules for MLS as far as how many Americans you have to have, but
You should have to have some.
Inter Miami is certainly not starting them when they have their best team out there. 33 years old. He had his farewell game in Korea. Tottenham was touring Korea at the time, so his final match for Tottenham, he walked off, and got a standing ovation, got all that stuff. But now his dream come true is to play in LA.
And we really in all seriousness, we have our own issues with stuff in the country or whatever the case may be. It is amazing to a lot of these athletes going to LA, going to the weather, the atmosphere, the city, just the opportunity, all of it. I mean, it's still a dream come true for a lot of these guys. If you got some money, it's not the worst place in the world to be if you got money. And he's coming in there with some money, and he just says a dream come true. L.A., what a city. That's where he wanted to go play, was Los Angeles. It's a huge advantage for them in that league because they're going to get quality players. In Miami, you have to mention Miami now. So it's Miami, New York, and L.A. I figure they're the ones from an MLS standpoint that are always going to get these international stars. I don't know that he was a star, but he was a good player.
Oh, he was a star in the Premier League. He was a big time player, and there's a big Korean population in LA, which was another attractive thing for him. But just like in the sports we pay attention to the most, the coastal cities, the big cities will attract the big stars.
Yeah, and the deal is, I don't know how many years it is. It's worth $26 million, which is an MLS record. Which a lot of that has to do with Korean population. I mean, just same thing with Messi, an Argentinian / Latin American population, South American. Having him in Miami is going to be a really big deal. But yeah, that's just weird for me to hear somebody say it's a dream come true to play in the MLS. We know those guys end up going to the MLS when their careers are over, and presumably because they get the nice weather, they get everything that comes with LA, and they may get additional opportunities marketing-wise.
And taxes, and higher taxes.
Well, we know
that. Speaking of higher taxes, Roman Anthony is in a new tax bracket.
Yes.
Red Sox gave him $130 million over 8 seasons. That can escalate to $230 million. He's played 46 games. This could blow up on him.
It's not the first time they've done this. They did this with your boy Nomar Garciaparra.
Noma. They did it with Noma.
And Noma was a good player.
It helped. No, but this 46 games, I mean, if you did that with Cam Smith after 46 games, then you'd be, right? So you got to be careful.
It's a huge risk. It's got huge risk and huge reward. The reward is, so I'm looking at the how it escalates. It's $2 million next year. It's $4 million in 27. It's $8 million in 28. And those are all club control years. He's $15 million in a club control year in 2029, so they're losing millions up to this point in what they could have spent. $19 million in 2030, which would be, I think, the last club control year. Is it 23? I think maybe 23 would be the last club control. 31 would be the last club control year, right?
Yeah.
And that's a
$23
million year.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about $12 million that he normally would make in that year.
Well, by 31, 23 in his last year, if he's really, really good, might be a discount.
Well, I doubt. Well, based on the numbers, and granted, the numbers may change, but based on I don't think so. Based on the numbers that we've seen.
Kyle Tucker made. Yeah, I mean, you can make absolutely even in your last arbitration year, you can make $23 million. Yeah. So they're just banking on the kid's going to be really, really good. We'll see.
What did Kyle Tucker make? He made 16.5.
Yeah, but by 31, that's going to be
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that it's not. It doesn't go up as fast as you think, though.
Well, Kyle Tucker wasn't even close to the highest. So.
Historically, yeah. I mean, that's a lot. The year before that, you look at the year before that when it's 23. That year that's 19 million, and that next to last year, like the arbitration numbers don't go up as fast as you think they are based on how good some of these players are. But the difference is after that, you got them locked up at 25 million and 29 million, and a club option for 30 million the next year. So you could be buying 3 additional years for him. And if he's a good player, this is a great deal because, out of arbitration, when he is a free agent, if he's as good as they think, which is MVP potential, then we know that's $40+ million a year.
The record for most money earned through arbitration, Juan Soto made nearly $80 million through arbitration.
How did he make not a 1-year deal? What was that?
There's 3 years of arbitration.
Oh,
80
3
million.
years of arbitration.
$80 million. So,
and that guy's a generational caliber talent.
Right. Well, right, but they
absolutely
think, if he's listen, it could be a bargain and then it could be a bust.
Well,
so.
he's the numbers aren't. They obviously know what they have in the minor league system. I'll just say the numbers. He came up in June 9th. He's slashing 283 with a 400 OPS, which is fantastic. 400 on base, which is fantastic.
Right.
A 428 slugging, which is okay. He's only got 2 home runs and 19 RBIs in 46 games. Obviously, those stats don't tell the whole story. And I would tell you a 400 on base percentage for a rookie is pretty incredible. That's really outstanding. They know what they have. They think he's got great power potential. 2 homers in 46 games doesn't necessarily tell the story, but just looking at the brief stats, John, this looks like just on paper, and it's all really on paper for any rookie, it is a huge risk. They are risking.
Right.
What is the guarantee what's the guarantee number?
130.
That's $130 million guaranteed, man.
Right.
And you would have thought if the Astros did this with Cam Smith
after 46 games,
7 weeks ago,
yep.
It'd have been like, this is smart. They're going to hang on to it a long time. Right now, you'd just be going,
Yeah, but Roman Anthony has a really hot sister. I don't know what role she played in this contract.
Oh, he's the one, right?
Yeah, right.
You brought this up before.
Yeah.
What is his sister? How do you know his sister?
She was in the stand. I showed his family in the stands his first at bat, and it was like, holy crap. Look at that.
Oh, and it even says Roman Anthony's sister goes viral amid massive contract extension.
Yes.
What is she doing this time? How did she go viral?
She was just standing around minding her own business.
Wait a minute. Is that his sister and his girlfriend?
Not both.
I'm seeing a
both.
picture.
She's just his sister, not his girlfriend, too.
No, I'm seeing there's 2. There's 2.
Where's Roman Anthony from, John? that his sister could be his
No,
girlfriend.
there's 2 different girls, John. Dummy.
Oh, there's 2 different girls.
Yeah, there are 2 women in the picture.
Oh, okay. How about this? Our first female umpire in Major League Baseball history going to take the field on Saturday.
What are the fans going to throw at her?
Jen Powell. You're not trying to say that there might be some Bilbos out there.
I just wonder if somebody's going to go anti-woman and go throw a sex toy at her.
Is she going to be
Wouldn't be
behind,
the first time it's happened in women in pro sports.
She going to be behind the plate?
She is at some point. She's going to be
Yeah,
part
but
of
I
the
mean
crew.
her first
Have
game.
to.
She's also been behind.
Unlikely first game.
She's been behind the plate in Major League Baseball spring training games.
Okay.
But she's just going to be part of the crew, and she'll get, I guess, her turn.
In her
Maybe they'll
rotation,
put her
yeah.
right behind Ball.
Yeah, I was
don't
wondering
know.
if they would highlight her in her first game.
First game, I don't know. That's probably a lot of pressure. And then, we didn't talk about this. We have to. It looks like their ESPN is going to do a college red zone.
Goodell said that's on the table.
Yeah.
Because they, like ESPN now.
I've always thought that would be, why aren't you doing
huge?
Goodell said ESPN now owns the Red Zone brand, so they
Right.
can put it on anything they like.
Oh, and they have a bunch of college football games. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not great for sports. It's not great for sports bars.
Yeah. I mean, how awesome is that?
No, it's not great for sports bars because what I go to sports bars for is because there's multiple TVs.
Yeah,
and so
but
you can watch multiple games. Now you can sit at your home and have your own red zone.
But does it just have to be ESPN games, or could they go to Fox games too? That'll be
ESPN
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know the rules there.
I don't know.
No,
what
it
the
has
rules
to be
are.
ESPN games.
Yeah,
They're the
we
only
would think
ones
so.
they own.
Yeah.
They don't own Fox games.
Right.
Well,
they can't.
Well, they
Right.
show highlights of the games, but they
Yeah,
can't
they
go
do.
live. They
You
can't.
have
They
to
got
get-
but highlights, not
they
live.
can't go live.
Not
Yeah.
live,
Yeah.
but you still have a lot of games. Like if you go to the ESPN Plus app,
Yeah,
you'll
it's
see there's
crazy.
a lot of football games on there available to you that you won't see on your TV.
Right. They're,
on the TV
and they're
channel.
games you don't want to see. So there's a
Well,
reason they're on.
college football red zone, that's for gamblers.
Yeah. All right.
Connecticut is up on UMass 14-0 quickly in the first quarter. Like, let's go pound them, UConn.
Let's go to that game. Right.
Let's go out to UConn and UMass. UConn's in the red zone looking to score for a third straight time that would cover the first half spread already in the first quarter. If they did it like that, that would be even more interesting.
Right. You know what's more interesting than most things? Coors Light. Well, listen, you become more interesting when you're drinking, or the people you're with become more interesting when you're drinking Coors Lights. I think you're just a more interesting person, and you find things more interesting, funnier, more fun, everything about it. I mean, it's just more fun when you're drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. That's to me, that's the case. And I hope it is to you too. Look, you're looking for the best way to be refreshed in it's the dog days, okay? Dog days of summer, you need refreshment. You don't need a beer that's going to oh, God, I can barely get through this. It's motor oil. No, you need a refreshing beer. You need the world's most refreshing beer. You need to keep Texas chill. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light. Make sure you got it on hand when your boys come over, or just sitting around, hanging around, watching whatever you're watching, or doing nothing. Absolutely nothing except drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. That's the way I go about life. I hope you do too. Coors Light. Climb on, brother. A kid has gone viral for having to enlist in the U.S. Army as his punishment for losing his fantasy football league.
Oh, my gosh.
He said this, I drafted Daniel Jones as my number 1 pick, so I kind of deserve it.
Yeah, he should go.
Yeah, you do deserve it.
Who signs up for a league where that's the punishment?
Where that's the punishment. If you lose your league, you have to sign up for the Army. Should we do this or something similar in our upcoming draft?
Aren't we all past the age for that? Maybe Sean.
Yeah, no,
is
we
the only
shouldn't
one.
do something like not the Army. We could send Sean to the Army.
Yeah, who would they take? We're all
Mapes.
too old for that. Besides Mapes.
You
Mapes has
know,
gotta go.
somebody that I know, a former producer of mine, his punishment was you had to have an enormous toy, a toy that has been thrown on WNBA courts
Sex
recently.
toy?
You had to keep that in plain view in the back seat of your car.
Oh, God.
The entire year. My son Alec, he lost his senior year of high school. He had to go. This is a pretty good one. He had to go with the blow-up doll and sit it down at Papacito's and have dinner sitting at the table with the doll. And I was like, that's a pretty good one. And he did it. And I was just thinking, I said, how were the waiters and everything? He goes, oh, they were good sports. They kind of laughed about it. I said, did people look at you? He goes, oh, I went at like 3:00 when there were so few people there.
Well, no, you'd have to go at 6.
He kind of cheated.
Sorry, you got to do it at 7.
Yeah, he kind of cheated.
You got to do it at
On a Saturday.
body
on a wait. You have to sit there with your doll waiting.
Body cam footage from a call from a police call shows a blonde woman outside a residence when they arrived. She tells officers she was invited over to stay for a few days after meeting the man on a dating app. It didn't work out. They both agreed, so she was going to leave. She was given time to find a ride home, but the cops said if she doesn't leave, then she would be arrested. Well, they didn't need to wait. They were called back to the scene after the woman took off all her clothes and started walking around the neighborhood for some fresh air.
Oh, boy.
She told the cops, she said her skin needed to breathe. Do you feel like this is a woman you would like to meet on a dating app?
No.
What'd she look like?
Well, she takes her clothes off right away.
Yeah, but the eternal question is, what does she look like?
She's blonde. She's a little bit older, probably right in your right in your neighborhood.
Blonde ain't the be all end all. I'm just saying.
No, but she's not. I mean, she's not horrible. I mean, I don't know that she's all there.
Okay.
Since her skin had to breathe.
No.
Like sometimes
No,
sometimes
it's not okay.
You get in a relationship with someone and you don't know the craziness that's underneath, man or woman.
Yeah, right.
If you decide to keep going with this person, everything that happens after that is your fault. She just said her skin needed to breathe, so she took off all her clothes.
Yeah, I mean, what more are you guys waiting for? Are you two waiting for?
That's a pretty good sign, I think. When she's she's
There's
standing
not
outside,
enough
she
hot
won't
to
leave
be
your
dealing
house.
with that.
Yeah, and you got to call the cops before she even comes in your house. Yeah.
Man, your girl's hot. I know. She had to take off her clothes to breathe.
Yeah,
because her skin couldn't breathe.
She was hot. She couldn't breathe. How about this? The U.S. Open tennis tournament has announced it's going to start Game Set Matchmaker. It's going to have a dating show, the U.S. Open. And it's a dating show with the electric energy of one of the world's biggest sporting events. Now, before you say anything, you need to see who the woman is that they're trying to bachelorette. She is in championship form. I can tell you that right now. She is a Long Island native, Ilana Sadaka, 24-year-old former figure skater turned Pilates instructor. She lives in Miami. She's be the show's bachelorette with the eligible bachelors consisting of influencers, tennis superfans, and social personalities. Do you want to watch Game Set Matchmaker?
Not really.
None of that interests me at all.
No.
Well, she might. Holy crap.
I mean, I could see her without actually having to watch her on television.
But what the hell happened to just watching the U.S. Open? Now we got to have...
You have to have extra.
I guess you
can't
do.
just watch sports. You have to have something extra going on.
A hottie patati you got to have on there. Otherwise, no one's watching. It is tennis, though. Oh, I get that. We got to have...
Do you hear golf guys slandering tennis?
Of course. He has no self-awareness.
Speaking of golf, the playoffs start today. The playoffs have started.
What playoffs?
The FedEx playoffs. Golf playoffs.
Sorry. You got to
you don't
explain
know
more. You
golf
can't just say
playoffs. It's the most important playoff season in the world.
You got to explain that to people. What's going on again?
It's the FedEx Cup playoffs start today.
Who's the favorite, John?
Well, Scotty Scheffler.
Okay.
Rory didn't even show up for it.
Is
he advances to the second round.
Oh, okay. He's still in it.
Yeah, he can still. Yeah, he didn't even show up, but he's got so many points that he'll advance to the second round. And so they said, we're going to have to change the rules on this thing. That's not great. That's not great for us.
For a guy doesn't have to even play the first round.
He doesn't even have to play in the playoffs.
We're going to change the rules?
Yeah, they got to change the rules. Yeah, well, I mean, if you don't even have to show up to move on, something's wrong with your playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes. We should just have, if Mapes loses, he goes to the Army.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do that.
Right?
Yeah. There's only one punishment. It's for Sean Mapes.
If he finishes in last, he has to go enlist.
Yeah. What about his hair then, though?
He would have to get cut.
Now, if we had to shave heads, I don't know if he'd play that.
What do you think he would fear more? Enlisting or shaving his head?
Enlisting.
Yeah, still he got to shave his head anyway if he enlists.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
I mean, you got to shave your head.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not Mapes anymore then, without those beautiful locks.
Sean, I don't know if he still has it on his Instagram because I don't follow him because why? He's not a Instagram influencer. There's a picture floating out there with him with a normal haircut.
What?
Like I think he was back at Texas and he's in a suit, maybe doing a news report or something. And he has shorter hair. I don't know how long ago that picture was. Sean, how long ago was that picture? You had shorter hair. You're in it looks like you're in a TV studio and you've got a suit on.
That was like 2017 or 18.
So 7 years ago or so, 8 years ago. That's the
nothing.
last time. When's the last time you cut your hair?
I don't even know you anymore.
A couple months ago.
No, a real, not a trim, but
a proper haircut.
Proper haircut, yes.
Like 2020.
2020.
Yeah.
Whoa, during COVID. Yeah, you could catch COVID from long hair.
Is that part of this? Is that one of the things we had to fear?
You could. You don't know. You don't know if COVID was spread through with long hair. You don't know.
I feel like we might have heard that, but maybe not.
Maybe not. You don't know. You don't know. I don't know. You don't know. All right, we're done. Texas Card House is what we're talking about right now. Love me some Texas Card House. Love me some hijack poker. Now, I can't play because I'm in L.A., and it's only for people in Texas. So that's kind of a big deal that you're only playing against Texas people. And there are different levels that you can play. You can play beginners. You can play low money, just not much money at all, or free. I mean, you can play. There's all kinds of different ways to play. But you can also play big money, okay? You don't have to worry about bots. You don't have to worry. They've got all of the they got every way to figure this out, and they're not going to let this be a site which is commanded by bots and whatnot. No cheating allowed. Not on hijack poker. So you're an enthusiast, but you can't get over to Texas Card House. That's fine. You can do it all online, on your phone, on your laptop, whatever. You can play. But here's the deal. Texas Card House is awesome to go to as well. If you like to get out there, if you love tournaments, Friday afternoon, it starts at noon, I believe. You've got the senior event. I love that tournament. If you're 50 or older, it's a great way. It's very little to buy in, and you go and you play and you have yourself a big time. Great competition, really good players, but it's for over 50, and I loving it. They've got 6 o'clock, $40 entries with big guarantees. I mean, it's just awesome. Tournaments, cash game, PLO, Hold'em, whatever you're looking for, they've got it at Texas Card House. Clean, beautiful locations, bar open till 2, open all day, 24/7, every single day of the week. So you're looking for a great place to play. I think there's only one place in Houston to play now. Texas Card House, TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
You wanted Spencer Arrighetti? You got him. In his words, it felt like he was back out there with the debuting, pretty much, he said, considering how long he'd been out. And the results weren't great, and the margins are so slim. Because if Dubon gets to that ball and turns 2, we're probably having a very different conversation about Arrighetti's performance yesterday. He got through 3 2/3. He threw 86 pitches. That was where he was kind of he was going to land, according to Chandler Rome. The Astros wanted to get him about 85 to 90 pitches. Unfortunately, those 86 pitches only covered 3 2/3. Neris came in, kind of got himself into some trouble. Bases loaded. He gets out of it. So Arrighetti returns, doesn't pitch great, but he had some hard luck. Some softly hit balls that wound up being hits. The Dubon one, the most prominent, because that gets him out of a first inning that went from what could have been shaky, but you get out of it with no harm, no foul after the Astros stake him to a lead, and it turns into something where he's down, and the rest of his outings was kind of like that. He did give up a home run, but most of the damage was done on softly hit balls. So didn't go his way. The velocity wasn't where you wanted it to be, but it'll be a work in progress for him as he returns from that long layoff. And we'll see what he's got. We know Javier is coming up as well. I believe his next start is going to be on the major league level. So you're getting your guys back. Now you have to work through the acclimation period as they try to find their way throwing the major league batters consistently. And if you get a performance from Javier that's similar to Arrighetti, take a breath and realize this is kind of the way it's going to go. But I don't know if I've talked about it here. I probably have, that I didn't really understand all this anticipation for Arrighetti, other than he wasn't one of the minor leaguers that we've become accustomed to, because you can flip a coin whether you're going to get a good Arrighetti start or not. And maybe it's even more to not a good start when he's just initially coming back from a long layoff. But first things first, beyond the conversation about the start, I need my pitcher to have a better nickname than Spaghetti. The admin with the Astros is leaning into it. You know what? I can't have confidence that my major league pitcher is going to be good when he has the same nickname some bully from the 50s or 60s was given some Italian kid who just moved to the neighborhood. Like, oh, Arrighetti, how about Spaghetti? And all the bully's friends start laughing. I don't like leaning into Spaghetti. It's not a good nickname. No. It's not clever. And calling your starter Spaghetti sounds like, as I said, you're from a TV show set in the 50s or 60s, and you're the bully. We got to pick it up.
It sounds anti-Italian.
It does. It really does. Like, it would be anti-Italian in the situation I laid out.
Yes.
You can imagine in your head watching, like, I don't know, watching a show like just set in that time period. And
Greece. If Greece had some racial tension between the Irish and the Italians.
Yeah, there's a new Italian kid moving into a neighborhood.
Danny Zuko. His name's Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
I'm assuming he's Italian.
Yeah, some kid from New York moves to middle America, and he moves into the suburbs. He's definitely getting called Spaghetti in a derogatory way. And this is the name.
Spaghetti boy.
Yes, and this is the name you've decided to give to a guy because it rhymes. We got to figure something out. And I don't like that the admin has leaned in. The Astros are like, they had like a gif of a bowl of spaghetti. What are we doing? That's not a great nickname for him. I hope Spencer Arrighetti outperforms that nickname.
It does fall in line with baseball nicknames not being very creative. Just being like Blummer or Jeff Blum. Like
yeah. Biz.
Yeah. There's not like bags.
Yeah. We're just baggy. We're just shortening stuff, Breggy.
Yeah. So it falls in line with that, where it's like the last 6 letters of his name.
Like
is
Kevin
the same
Durant
as
has the
Spaghetti.
Slim Reaper as his nickname.
Yes, but basketball is also guilty of just like everyone gets an acronym.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean,
CP3.
Andre Karolinko got
PG.
AK-47.
He had to or not change his number. He had to pick a number that would like make it cool.
Yeah. And
like AK-15, we're not calling.
Well,
like,
it was AR-15 in college until Anthony Richardson was like, maybe I'll move away from that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and don't worry, Austin Reeves has that covered.
yeah, and remember that controversy. How come John Morant gets in trouble for that, and when Austin Reeves does the whole gun thing, he doesn't get in trouble? That was a thing in the NBA season this year.
Because everything else about him is the exact same.
Yes.
Other
yes. All of their traits are the same.
Yeah, it's just
including
they both
that.
do the gun celebration.
Yeah.
Nothing else extra happens.
Yeah, nothing that would maybe make the NBA think to send John Morant a bit of a message about why guns, as it pertains to him, ain't great. But back to spaghetti.
I will say it's making me hungry as we're talking.
It's
another reason.
It's a great dish. Yeah.
It really is. Yeah, spaghetti. I don't have anything better than Arraghetti or spaghetti.
Just go with Spence. That's not a nickname, but it's in line with what baseball does.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be better. But maybe that comes with pitching better.
SA-48.
What does that mean? Is that a tax?
I don't know.
Is that a tax document?
It does sound like a penal code, like a very, very, very weird penal code.
Very abstract penal code. Maybe that's what we can give him. And it's 41, by the way. Isn't that his 41? Number? SA-41.
I forgot which. I knew it was in the 40s.
He doesn't pitch well enough to even remember his number at this point, let alone give him an actual good nickname. So, Arraghetti, as I will call him, didn't go great, but like I said, Dubon makes a play, and maybe we're talking about, hey, he maybe only goes four innings, but maybe the Astros are in the game when he leaves as opposed to being down by a couple of runs. Now, they had their opportunities later. They could not come through. Hitting with runners in scoring position has been a problem in this stretch of games where they have lost far more than they have won, and that means now their lead in the ALS is down to 2. The Mariners have the White Sox again today with the Astros being off. So if the Mariners win, this would be the smallest lead the Astros have had really since they took the lead earlier this year. I don't remember the last time. I don't remember the last time the lead's only been 2. We got close to that, and the Astros found a way to bounce back. If the Mariners take care of the White Sox, it's 1.5, and then they have the Rays in town as well. So the Mariners have a real shot to gain some ground. The Astros are playing a scuffling Yankee squad in Yankee Stadium. We'll see if the face of Jose Altuve continues to help the Yankees slide, or maybe they bounce back if they're due for a good series here. So while you're going to have Hunter Brown and Fromber going, that didn't lead to much success in Boston. So there's no guarantee of that happening, or at least wins happening, just because those guys are around on the mound. You have a better shot, but you think about what's happened over the last, 3 weeks, and particularly this last week or so. The Astros won games when Jason Alexander and the bullpen came through. Guys who you would say you want on the mound, those didn't lead to win. Some of that had to do with the bats being quiet and Hunter Brown start, and of course Fromber's blow up in one inning in the final game in Boston. So they're scrapping, they're clawing. You got a series win, and that's good. Now you need to find a way to go into the Bronx and at least take 2 out of 3 with your best pitchers going. Some good news though is Christian Walker continues to hit. Isn't it better to talk about him hitting as opposed to what we were doing earlier in the year, where Astro people were like, the exit velos, he's just not finding places for the ball to land. Isn't it better to not make that excuse and just go, Christian Walker has an OPS over 1,000 in the month of August?
I mean, he took our advice. We were on it early.
Hit them where they ain't.
Exit velo's great. Hit them where they ain't.
Yeah. He's continuing what was a strong month of July into August when it comes to his hitting. So he has picked it up, and
a lot of times he's hitting them where they ain't, which is over the fence.
Yes.
He's been doing that a lot.
He did
too.
that.
That. I enjoy
He's got
that.
3 home runs in the month of August. So Christian Walker's kind of returning to the form that we expected when he first was acquired by the Astros. And now anyone defending him doesn't have to use the excuse that he's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah. I've seen, and it's not Jeremy Branham like going out of his way to defend him. It's just kind of whatever, saying what's going on. But I've seen a lot more Christian Walker stat lines, like what he's slugging and what his OPS is. I haven't seen as many 109s off the bat, despite going 0 for 3.
For those who are watching on Twitter or YouTube or Twitch,
Yeah, you
may have seen
surrender
me
Cobra.
react to something, but it's only because one of our listeners quote tweeted the fake Adam Schefter. So I was about to go hit the horn, Sean, and then I looked at it, and it's a fake Adam Schefter. Art, you got to be better. It was awful injury news for the Texans, but it was tweeted by a non.
Oh, well, there is
Is
awful.
it actual awful injury news?
Well, it's C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Is that real? Because the
Sam
fake
Warren, Paul sent me Sam Warren said that C.J. Gardner Johnson is on the ground at Texas practice, looks to be in pain, says knees being taken. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, because I got a quote tweet, as I mentioned, of what would have been a season ender for C.J. Gardner Johnson, but it's not from. Is there an actual real reporter with some news?
Aaron Wilson, Texan safety C.J. Gardner Johnson's down, looks serious, appears to be his knee. Field is silent. Players are all taking a knee. So
okay,
we don't have a diagnosis, but
we do have actual
does not look
reporters.
great.
So
when they're all saying it doesn't look good,
yeah, it's
that's
ugly.
bad.
So he was carted off with the right leg injury. He got hurt tackling John Mechie, and he couldn't put weight on it. He's inside with the trainers. But so there is some injury concern with the Texans and their new safety. We don't have any more news than that, other than we talked about being carted off not always meaning awful news. This one appears to be something to be concerned about. So if we probably won't have any real confirmed news by the end of the show, because the MRI will take time, and then they'll give us a diagnosis. But it does look like C.J. Gardner Johnson has suffered a serious injury in practice, and this was a padded practice. The Texans went light yesterday. They were I believe they're in full pads today, and we've got our first major injury news regarding an actual practice. We know Joe Mixon is missing time. Nick Chubb isn't out there today. We'll tell you why, because Aaron Wilson has some news on that, and Dameon Pierce isn't out there either. So a lot of your backup running backs getting a chance today, and the first big concern regarding a Texan from practice hit today. So we'll talk more about that and hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So just reading more of what the reporters in West Virginia are tweeting, C.J. Gardner-Johnson went down. He was face down for a while. Then he was rolled over to his back, very frustrated, in pain. It's one of those things where he didn't even walk to the sideline and then get carted off. He was carted off from the spot where he was. So it appears that that's really serious. We don't have anything other than that, other than he was incapable of getting to the sideline, and they carted him into wherever there was a covered spot. I don't exactly know the setup at the Greenbrier, but your starting safety hurt, and it appears to be serious. Now, the Texans certainly have strength in that secondary. He was just another piece of what was supposed to be a great secondary, but he was an important piece. So if it is as serious as it seems, it will certainly put a player in that spot. Maybe it means more time for Russ Yeast because Jimmy Ward's unavailable. Maybe Jalen Reed gets elevated as well. But right now, the concern is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the recent trade acquisition from the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's tough. That's tough. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. I guess I'm sure the Paul Gallant show will have more news on that. D'Amico will speak.
Yeah, because normally the practice ends around our time.
Yeah, so if there's further word, I'm sure D'Amico will tell you he doesn't know much because he won't have an answer. And even if he did, it's not something he particularly is going to express. He has let that known that he doesn't like player injury news being out there.
Yeah, you'll probably hear it from Aaron Wilson, Ian Rappaport, Schefter, probably either tonight or tomorrow morning.
We're probably looking at sometime, maybe as the Killer Bees are ending, we'll have world word if it is as serious.
You might get the fear, team officials fear that it's XYZ. But as we saw with the Tyler Guyton injury with the Cowboys 2 weeks ago, they feared an ACL, and then it ended up being a broken bone, which is also bad. But it's a 2-month injury as opposed to a season ender.
Sure. And we can always hope that while it appears he's going to be down for a bit, it isn't the worst thing possible, but we won't know that for quite a while. All right. We hope for the best for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Let's get to C.J. Stroud. Certainly, it's been a process, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson is one of the guys who's picked off C.J., I believe, this training camp. He among others. And you can take that as you've got a great defense, and you can also look at it as your offense is trying things. And C.J. even mentioned that in one of these clips, or at least something I heard yesterday, he talked about, hey, sometimes we'll call a play knowing it won't work, but we're still going to run it just to see. So they would be fully aware of this play against this defensive look isn't going to work, but we'll still go and try because the process means more than the results. Here's CJ on that line of thinking as they try to get their offense ready to go for week 1.
Sometimes in our scheme, our defense, it's not going to work against them, but just to get the reps down, even though, it might not even work, it helps. And I think he's very positive when it comes to that. He understands that. So I think it's been great, to just get down our foundation, and now we're building from, more of a game plan emphasis, and I think that'll be fun.
That is CJ talking about the he. The he is Nick Caley, who is in a pretty good spot, at least as far as PR is concerned.
Oh, especially right now.
Yeah, the defense is great. You're implementing a new scheme. So what if it doesn't look great? You get every caveat, every excuse right now because, hey, as long as you're good to go for week 1 against the Rams. Yeah. So, and your quarterback is taking, I think, the right approach, the measured one, saying, hey, we're still working on things, and it'll be a process, but we should be good to go by week 1.
Raise my hand.
To what?
CJ, do they ever run a play? Does the defense ever run a play that they know won't work against you guys? Or
I do think coordinators work together.
Yeah.
To give each team, each side of the ball looks.
Most teams aren't trying to like have one side just dominate the other for a practice.
Yeah.
They're not trying to do that.
Yeah, and they don't game plan.
Yes.
And the team will know, like, because they'll set it up situationally. Okay, this is a 3rd and 7. You got to pick up a first down. The defense knows this is a pass rushing situation, which is a distinct disadvantage normally, but particularly when you're talking about the Texans' offensive line versus the Texans' defensive line. I don't know how often they just scrimmage, but I do believe I saw that today there would actually be a scrimmage type setup.
I think they've done it. Maybe it was like once a week or something, or like a couple weeks ago. But
because when we hear that CJ threw a pick to Azeez Al-Shaair, it could have been, okay, this is 3rd and 8. They're clearly going to pass the football.
Yeah, red zone, all
like
the things. They do all sorts of different scenarios.
So the defense and the offense is fully aware of what type of play could get called, and if they see the same look over and over again, then
human nature.
The defense is I know what's coming. I'm gonna make a break on that. So there's a lot of things that go into what we hear from the reporters about what a play looked like, and that's why I understand why coaches are like,
you don't even know what we're doing.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah. Stop making judgments or assessments.
Yesterday or 2 days ago, I think, when the Tyreek Hill, Devon A-Chain thing, where they asked Tyreek Hill like something about how to make the offense better
on 3rd and short or something.
Yeah, and he was like, "Don't have A-Chain on the field for 3rd and short."
Yeah, he said, I keep telling him he's not a power back. He thinks he is, but I tell him in the locker room all the time.
And then they asked Mike McDaniel about it. He was like, "Well, we were doing red zone or in like 3rd and short situations yesterday, and we had A-Chain out there, but we also had the power backs out there a lot more."
Yeah.
So I guess he noticed.
Yeah. So
Ollie Gordon got a shout out from Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, not tough look for Alexander Madison. The one running back who wasn't mentioned in those conversations. He mentioned Jalen Wright. He mentioned Alexander Madison, the former Viking.
He's done the most in this league.
Yeah. Did not get a mention.
Picked him up a couple times in fantasy football. These other guys.
Tyreek mentioned the 2nd-year player,
7th round pick,
and the rookie, but not the guy who they actually brought in to be the power back, who's apparently had a good camp for whatever that means at this point.
But yeah, that's all just to say that they do different phases and different. They just rep the same thing over and over, like a certain situation over and over and again. So,
yeah, and circumstances, situations, kind of dictate what the result might be sometimes.
Yeah,
and so we don't hold the Texans' offense to too much account just because they've struggled. Because you know what, when they game plan for the Rams, maybe all those struggles go away as long as the offensive line can hold up, and of course that will be a conversation throughout. But once again, I just keep reading some of these reports from the guys out there talking about how the entire mood of practice has changed. We talk about it kind of from afar when we talk about these practices, but hey, those guys are out there and they watch one of their dudes go down. We always hear how it's tough to get back to it, particularly in a practice where it's not even a real game, and you're worried about your dude. So right now, the big concern is the health of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and it doesn't look good for the Texans safety. Okay, we'll go to a break with that. But before we do that, Sean, we talk quite a bit leading up to week 1 with the Rams. Who would you hope would be the play-by-play guy? Just offhand. It's a CBS game, so of course you could have Nance.
Yeah.
You could have others, but if you had your choice of play-by-play guys for week 1, who would you want?
Yeah, probably Nance or I guess Gus Johnson doesn't do it anymore. No. He was always fun too. Kevin Harlan is a CBS guy.
Well, you're in luck. Kevin Harlan will be the Texans play-by-play guy for week 1 against the Rams.
This is one of the hidden pleasures of having a good football team.
You get at least the B team.
Yes, the worse the Texans get most times. Every once when they play the Titans or Jags, normally they get
the worst you get is
we're back in Andrew Cadlong zone.
Yeah, the worst you get is Iron Eagle.
I was gonna say Iron Eagle and Charles Davis is as bad as it gets, and that's a very good crew.
Yeah, well now it's Iron Eagle and J.J. Watt.
Oh yeah, because Charles Davis is moving to college, right?
No, Charles Yes, but he's still gonna call some NFL games.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he should because
Just
in fact,
de-emphasize.
In fact, he's on the list right now,
Okay.
but he's on a lesser game because Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt will take Steelers, Jets, Rodgers return to New York. Of course, Lions, Packers is what Nance and Romo are getting. I would guess Rams.
I don't like that. That's a CBS game.
Yes, for some reason that's CBS this year. Rams or that week. Rams, Texans is the Harlan game. I imagine Harlan's the second team, and then you give Ian Eagle the third team, and then so on and so forth.
Yeah.
The great Spirodides, who we've come to know because
Exactly.
of bad Texas football.
Not to name drop specific guys, but Spirodides and Andrew Catalan are like, okay. David Culley's coaching the Texans.
Lovie Smith is in the last couple days of his tenure, yeah.
Archuleta is on the call.
Yeah, Archuleta's on that Spirodides call. Yeah. And it'll be Josh McDaniels versus his former team.
Yeah. I think the
Patriots Raiders.
I think the perfect zone is to be like good enough that Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan call your games, but not so good that you're playing a bunch of like primetime Christmas, Thanksgiving. Like I really
at least
don't.
not. You
I
want to
really
be good,
don't
but
like
not
playing on the holidays.
but not as well thought of as like before the year. You obviously want to surprise and be great, but
Yes.
the games have already set. Yeah, I get it. Like
Yes.
I
like last year's like
was
kind of
too much.
Yeah, because they played like what a couple times on Thursday, or maybe just the Halloween on Thursday. But they were all over the place. Like obviously they played a Saturday so they could play on Christmas Day. Like it was a bit much.
Yeah, you want it to start where there's not a lot of expectations, and then you get good. So
You get flexed into Sunday Night Football.
yeah, and also, sure, in week 1 you've got Spirodides, but by week 7, it's Ian Eagle time because you're a better football team, like kind of 2023.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want. Yeah, it is maybe a Monday night, a Sunday night. Maybe you get flexed into another, but for the most part, I really just want to play on Sundays.
Yes, and now
I like the late window.
And now week 1 you'll get a late window game. That'll be
oh.
3:25 our time.
That is the late. Okay,
yeah, you're going to LA. It'll be a late
makes
window game. Yeah, so there it is. Texans, Rams, 3:25. Kevin Harlan on the call.
Sweet.
Good stuff.
So, oh man, I get red zone week 1. Let's go noon red zone week 1.
And then when there are lesser games, you don't have to get stuck. If
Yeah.
you don't care to watch Romo and Nance do the Packers Lions, you get your Texans in a compelling game, and we'll see if it's Jimmy Garoppolo or Matthew Stafford in that one. And we talked about Matthew Stafford's return to play as he's trying to figure out a way to get ready. The back thing, I'm sure, will bother him throughout the season. But hey, if he's ready for week 1, probably bad news for the Texans, but we'll see how it goes. We'll go to break with that. We'll come back. Certainly we'll get into we'll kind of go around the league with the NFL. There is also something I want to get to because I'm not a fan of bullying or shaming anyone, but at some point it needs to come back, considering what happened to one Caden Lopez. Someone in his life should have got on the bullying train and said, you know what? This is embarrassing. You shouldn't do this. We'll talk about that as we keep moving. Me and Sean till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So last Thursday, Sean, you showed your disdain for the Hall of Fame game. You wanted nothing to do with it, had no interest in watching it.
Yes, didn't watch any of it either.
There are 3 games tonight.
Okay.
Has your interest peaked for preseason football since that point, or are you a no-go for this night as well?
For the most part,
nothing in the Indy, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Philly, or Vegas, Seattle interests you at all. There's not even a Texas Longhorn you want to watch. Who's trying to make a team?
Not I want to watch the full game.
I didn't say full game.
Really, all it is like I only really need to watch the plays, like the Shadur Sanders start
on Friday
with the
tomorrow.
Browns.
Okay,
like that's interesting to me. I don't know if it's interesting enough for me to like see if it's on NFL Network or whatever. NFL Network will just replay it.
It's live on NFL Network.
Okay, yeah, I figured because it was high profile.
Yeah.
Even then though, like it has to be like I have nothing going on, and it's like, okay, I'll just throw this on for a little while. Even then, like when the other team has, I don't even know who they're playing. When the other team has the ball,
Carolina.
I'm not interested.
Okay,
that's when I change the channel.
I do want to see Indy, Baltimore, just because I feel like I want to laugh at the Colts quarterback situation. The setup of either or Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson are their starter.
Never a good sign.
No, and we'll get into Ohio State stuff because I don't think it's a good sign for them that Ryan Day said this thing is going to go down to the wire about who their quarterback will be. It's a good sign for you, but not a good sign, I think, for Ohio State.
Maybe they're both so good.
That's not generally how it works. No one can separate because they're both so great. That's anytime a coach says there's no separation, particularly in college. First of all, of course, it's bad for receivers, but it's also bad for the quarterback situation that they can't determine a starter. So maybe that's good news for Texas.
They have the new C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow problem.
Considering
that wasn't a problem back then, Joe Burrow wasn't as good.
Yeah, and considering that the two guys have had very limited opportunities, one guy didn't even throw a pass last year. I don't think it's great news for Ohio State. So we'll talk about that.
I'm not
a little
eating
bit.
that rat poison.
You're not. You don't play for Texas. Doesn't matter what you think about the quarterback situation. Besides, that's a Saban thing anyway. But I want to see if there is a big difference between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson tonight, or they're both just unbelievably mediocre.
Yeah.
Because I kind of just want to laugh at the Colts today. That's all.
Yeah. That's
so I won't.
Not a great.
It's not a great reason to watch, but I am.
No, I was going to say not a great quarterback competition.
No, I love some Schadenfreude, so that game's on NFL Network. You're not going to see Lamar. Not that I care about Lamar in the preseason anyway, but watching the Colts quarterbacks be unbelievably mediocre is something I feel like I can laugh at tonight.
That's a good point too, where like Lamar Jackson's like, I know I'm going to watch him 15 times next year.
I'm going to see so much Lamar Jackson in the regular season. I don't care if he never takes a snap in the preseason.
Bengals, Eagles, same thing. Like both these teams. Like the interesting stuff, there isn't much, and it's not that interesting. But it's the guys mostly the guys that you won't see very often, like a guy who's going to be a backup quarterback. And it is like the, I guess the Brown situation, just whoever their backup is going to be. You'll probably see him in the regular season, but that's at least like, okay, let's see what is Dylan Gabriel not playing, or is he just not starting?
He's banged up, so I don't believe he's going to play.
Because I was going to say, like, the Browns is actually interesting because there's 3 different guys that could actually start for this team.
Yeah, he's not expected back until sometime next week.
That's also not good.
Yeah, not for him.
Yeah, I'm looking like the Seahawks have Jalen Milroe, but I'm not dying to see Jalen Milroe.
Yeah,
when the Dolphins play.
I think they play Sunday, so you'll get your taste of Quinn Ewers on NFL Network if you so choose. Yeah, I think if we're trying to find things to watch, it's the young quarterbacks. Like Cam Ward's going to start. I brought it up this morning that the Texans have benefited from lack of hits from the quarterback position from the other teams in the division. Are they going to luck out again and have another divisional rival not take a good quarterback? Now, that can't be determined in preseason game 1 for Cam Ward, but I do want to see him play. He is the number 1 overall pick. Maybe it's time someone pays attention to him because no one has. Even now, Shador gets more pub.
Yeah. I'm more interested in watching Shador.
Yeah. When you have the number 1 overall pick making his first taking his first NFL reps, even if it is just preseason, still no one cares.
Yeah. Normally, like, there's, again, at least some, like there's some for Caleb last year. Like, oh, Caleb Willett, like, let's see him. There's nothing for Cam Ward.
Does it have to do with the fact that no one really talked about Cam Ward until he was strolling at the swamp and putting up 41 points? Because Cam Ward's been a good player throughout his college career, but he played at Washington State, and before that, Incarnate Word. So maybe it was simply that
yeah,
no one had paid that much attention to him until his final year.
His 1 year at
and even then, he went to a school that had struggled in previous years. So he goes there, was in a Heisman conversation throughout the season, but there wasn't a lot of build-up to what happened last year for him, and that has kind of transitioned into
his
NFL
there's, like,
career.
Just a bigger story.
And plus, he plays in Tennessee.
That also
no one's really locked in.
I was going to say the Caleb thing's different because he played for Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also like Cam Ward. Like, I don't know. I just kind of think he's going to be pretty good. I don't have the, like, this could be a disaster feeling. And maybe that's just because I've heard him talk and I like him.
Yeah, he seems like football. That's all he cares about. Yeah.
Seems like he has a good head on his shoulder. Like,
yeah, I do find it funny. Like, they asked him about the Will Levis injury and what he thought about it. He goes, I hadn't thought about it at all.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the next play. I haven't really thought about my teammate not being around. And to be fair, Will Levis ain't long to be his teammate.
Yeah. Also, I don't care that my backup.
a guy who I probably have interacted with maybe twice because Will Levis hasn't been around because he's been hurt. Probably wasn't thrilled that they took a quarterback number 1. But you know what you do? Will Levis play better, and then they wouldn't have done that. Jeremy Branham's thing not aging well.
No.
I mean, Jeremy gets some stuff right, but this one, way wrong.
Yeah. I mean, everyone that draft
told
class,
him
everyone is kind of wrong.
That's true.
Because everyone, I mean, Bryce Young was like, no doubt about it, number 1 pick.
People were questioning CJ.
People were questioning CJ. People were tantalized by Richardson's physical tools. Hand up, myself included, tantalized.
You and Dan Orlovsky both said he wasn't inaccurate in college.
Oh, I didn't say that. I just just said, look at him. I'll take that. It was more, I'll take that guy over the 5'10" guy. Still wrong, but that's my bias there. And then, Will Levis. Also, like, some hype, but not as crazy. I mean, obviously, it was a second-round pick. But none of those guys, the guy who's worked out the most is C.J. Stroud, and he is the guy that people are most like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever.
He had the Georgia game, which
low
was great.
S2 score, but
yeah.
You know.
His one saving grace in the draft process was how good he looked against Georgia.
But even that kind of got weaponized against him of like, why did it take so long?
True.
Why did it take it to your last game?
Depending on how you felt about him, you could flip that in a different way.
God, draft season. What a great time of the year.
We got a guy who's made his name off of it. Actually, he made his name off of being a Houston Radio Hall of Famer, but he pretends like it's because of the draft stuff. You can't fool me, Lance. Where you made your bones.
Did he get
right
sold
here.
to ESPN as part of the deal, or?
I think he is still an NFL Network employee. Okay. I can't be sure though.
If he sounds more censored, just keep an eye out.
Yeah, because he's done a lot of stuff for the .com, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
what.
Okay. So the mouse might not get a hold of him.
Possibly. Who knows?
Starts hyping up the next Marvel release. Just keep your eye out.
If Lance starts comparing quarterbacks to Marvel superheroes, we'll know. All right, we'll go to break with that. Excuse me, Summer. Sorry, I have to yell at my intern a little bit. I don't know if she heard me. Can you email me that info from this morning? Thank you.
Wow,
Sorry, I didn't want her to leave before I got the info. It's about our winner. We gave away a winner.
What a peek behind the curtain of how things are done at ESPN 97.
We just yell at people whenever it comes to mind.
Hey, by the way,
yeah, we gave away 2 spots to the listener appreciation party. Summer, thankfully, as our intern, was able to get the information for one of our listeners. I just needed that information before she walked out for the week. That's all. And
I think she will be here tomorrow.
I did not know that
with me. So
all right, so
didn't have to yell at her on air.
Some interns would say, "Thanks for mentioning me."
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Depends
Sometimes they're like,
depends
"Please
on the
don't say
intern.
my name."
Other
Sometimes
interns
they're
are like,
"Can you say my name?"
Trust. Some interns are chomping at the bit to get on the air. I found that out yesterday, and I was like, you know what? It's not really up to me. It's up to because it wasn't for my show.
Yeah.
I was like, I would say, and he understood. I said, don't ask. If they happen to bring you on, cool. But we don't ask to get on the air. Yeah.
You can't seem like you want.
Yeah. In fact, it's better if you seem like you don't.
Yeah.
That's when they'll start to pick at you and bring you on.
Yes.
That's what happens to a lot of our interns.
Or if John starts talking to you like he's talking to a puppy.
Yeah, thankfully John's been out for most of this intern classes run.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah, so he hasn't been able to look at an intern and talk to her like a puppy. Hey, how are you? That's not how you regularly talk. Just talk like a normal person.
Never talk like that to me.
Yeah, you don't have to act like you're gonna scare them if you talk to them in a normal voice. Yeah, all you did was when I was an intern was yell at me about stuff. I don't remember that puppy voice. It scarred me. Now I am the way I am because of that. We'll go to break with that. And the email is in. Thank you, Summer, for that.
We did it.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll go to break with that. We're close to hour 2. We'll get into why Ohio State may have a problem at quarterback because those quotes from Ryan Day, I follow a lot of coaches when they have quarterback battles. This smells of one quarterback might play a quarter and then the next guy might play because the first guy did not play well. Just be on the lookout for that if you are betting on that Ohio State-Texas game. We'll talk about that when we come back. So we will get to the quotes from Ryan Day that lead me to believe the Buckeyes are in a bit of trouble. Look, they have a supremely talented team. A lot of changes, a lot of guys left for the NFL. But their quarterbacks are a big question, and it doesn't appear that there's a leader, but the quotes are what tell me that it might be a little rough, at least early, for the Buckeyes. But Sean asked me something during the break. And oh, by the way, if you want to join us, certainly you can. 713-780-3776. But he mentioned, or at least asked the question, had I watched War of the Worlds? Not the Tom Cruise one. He was talking about the new Ice Cube one on Amazon.
Starring O'Shea Jackson Sr., yes.
Sure. O'Shea Jackson Sr. is what I will call him. Michael Carroll, you might have heard, told me to watch it. I refuse on principle to watch that movie. Sean,
I'm open to it.
Noticing that there's no Astro game, saying he may. And, you know, his aversion to watching preseason football, it leaves him the opportunity to watch War of the Worlds and also Hard Knocks.
Yes, my annual first episode of Hard. It's a 1-year contract with options afterwards. Like, I have one episode. I'll always watch the first episode, and then it gets less and less likely as it goes on that I'll keep watching.
And if you don't know, this year's Hard Knocks is featuring the Buffalo Bills.
Yes, too good of a team in my estimation
for there to be any fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a bunch of we need to get over the hump.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of,
we have one goal in mind.
What can they do to finally get over the hump? It's going to be a lot of that talk.
The best one ever is the Hugh Jackson Browns one. Like, sorry. That's not the best one ever. The best one of the last 10 years.
Was that the one where you had the O-line coach that when he, barked, his stomach moved?
Yeah. And then you also, I think that was Baker's rookie year, too.
Yeah.
So it was a fun one. Oh, they had a tight end who was on the bubble of making the team. Who was super into crystals, and he would pray to the crystals before practice. That was fun. Again, but I don't think the Bills have anyone as colorful of characters as these guys.
And frankly,
they let Mac Hollins walk, so not even that guy.
We talked about it during the break. Frankly, the only thing that's going to get me interested if I'm alerted to the fact that Josh Allen's wife Haley Steinfeld's on the show. And as you pointed out, they've had enough wives on those shows for those, hey, let's go home with the player and the wife and the kids are there. I've never cared about those, but if you're telling me Josh Allen's new wife, the Hollywood actress, pop star, all of that stuff is going to be in the show, I'll watch. I'll give it a watch. And you pointed out the marketing chances or the marketing opportunities because it's going to be on HBO Max. Her movie Sinners is on HBO Max. You can do some cross promotion. Check out Hard Knocks with Sinners 8 Haley Steinfeld or something. Whatever you want to do.
You may also at the end of the episode, and it's like the 3 different football documentaries and then Sinners.
And then Sinners. While a football won't be thrown at any point in Sinners, or mentioned, you do have the star of this episode and also one of the stars of that movie. So if I'm alerted by Adam Schefter, because he randomly tweets about things you don't think he would tweet about, if he tweets out that Josh Allen's wife, Haley Steinfeld, is in this episode, I may tune in.
You'll probably see a clip first.
Yeah, I may not have to actually go to HBO Max.
See that again, you might implement my preseason football watching strategy for Hard Knocks of if anything interesting happens, it'll be clipped.
Sure.
And here's the full first drive of, Shedeur Sanders. Like, cool. Didn't need to flip it over and watch the backups for the Ravens.
So, as we said, it aired already. We have a Josh Allen mention of Haley Steinfeld, but I do not see her in it. So I'm out on the first episode.
Yeah, it might be episode 2 or 3.
They show clips of her because he's talking about her, him doing the voiceover stuff and pictures,
B-roll of you may know her.
Yeah, but no live. No, she's not actually in the episode. So I'm not. I'm not watching this. I don't want to watch Josh Allen be celebrated.
Okay. I'll let you know though.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if on episode 2 if I watch if she's a part.
Thank you. I appreciate.
I'll be on the front lines of that, and then I'll watch War of the Worlds.
You'll be my cannon fodder for both those things.
Terrible movie.
Cannon fodder for War of the Worlds and cannon fodder for Hard Knocks featuring the Buffalo Bills.
Is there anything else I need to watch or
to take the bullet for me?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay.
I'll take the bullet for you when it comes to preseason football.
I watch the Texans. Like I will
yeah.
because it's my job. Like
you're kind of obligated.
Yeah.
But if
At
you
least
didn't have to, you wouldn't.
At least I'll watch the first half or three quarters.
Trust-
Once we get into like deep, like I know this guy won't make the team zone, might be on my phone.
Look, trust. I'm not gonna ask you a question about what Jawar Jordan was up to in the fourth quarter. I'm
If
not
you-
gonna do that.
The second half of these games.
It's rough for everyone. Football is cool until you realize you want me to watch this version of it. Nah, I'm good. What we will be quite focused on as we get closer and closer is Ohio State, Texas. I talked about it certainly a bit before I got to the quotes, but these quotes from Ryan Day make me believe if you got two quarterbacks, as they always say, maybe you have none. So he said yesterday the competition continues. They both have had good moments and moments where they're growing. I will say I've been pleased with the progress. It's going to go right down to the wire. No coach wants their quarterback battle to go right down to the wire because the buildup is you have a couple scrimmages, whether they be full contact, live or not. You give these guys a chance to go win the job, and by the time you get into the last week of fall camp before you break to start to get ready for your first game, you want that settled. You don't want an or on the depth chart. You don't want what's going on in Indy to be a thing leading into week one. So you'll be rosy about the quotes. You'll talk about how both guys are growing, but that's not ideal. If you're the Buckeyes team, if you're Ryan Day, you want something settled at least a couple weeks before you play Texas because you need to put in a game plan. Because I'm going to assume by what I've seen from both guys, which is not a lot, but at least by what their high school profiles would suggest, they have different skill sets. And the guys in question are Julian Sayin and Lincoln Kienholz. Kienholz is the older player. He played the three sports in high school. He's considered the more athletic prospect. I
Sneaky athletic, though, right?
I didn't say that, you did. Just more athletic than Julian Sayin. He is the one that...
Does he have a headshot? Yes. Okay, he is sneaky athletic.
His
Maybe the name Lincoln.
His name is Lincoln.
Kienholz.
In your whole sneaky athletic bit, the name Lincoln would have been enough of a giveaway that you didn't have to see the headshot. And Sayin is the more highly touted guy, but that job is still to be won. Both guys limited reps in live games, and they're still trying to figure that out. And Ryan Day has spoke to this, why they didn't go after a transfer portal quarterback. He wanted to develop the guys in the program. That's just a guy who won a national title and is now not under the pressure to go win.
Yeah. Both these guys were on the team last year
and didn't
they
play.
They could have developed them last year.
Yeah, but
my ass was on the line.
Yeah, but after losing to Michigan in 2023,
which again I did, by the way,
but he found a way to recover. Credit to him for that. Him winning that title means he doesn't have to get into the game of paying some quarterback $3 million to come play for him.
I really do think that this season, like we said it last year, but there was the out of actually you can just win the national championship. That also works.
Yeah.
This year, it has to be 100%. You have to beat Michigan. You just you got to do it, dude. You have to.
The national title means a Michigan loss would be infuriating, but the guy just did win a national title. So,
but I don't think you're going to go back to back.
No, I'm not saying he's going to win another one.
Yeah.
I'm just saying another Michigan loss will be infuriating and they'll piss everyone off, but you got the thing in your back pocket.
You could not make the CFP, but if you go 9-3, just miss out, but you win against Michigan, I'm not saying people are gonna throw a parade for you, but it cools it off.
So how much
way
leeway do you think a national title gives Ryan Day? It gives him multiple years.
Yes,
he can lose to Michigan 2 years in a row.
Yeah, no, but
after the national title.
If they lose to Michigan and then lose in the first round of the playoff,
what are they gonna do to him?
They'll be pissed off.
Sure. So
that's what this was all about. This is what it's all been about. It's all been about making Ryan Day's life not miserable when he's walking around Columbus, Ohio. And making his kids' life not miserable when they're at school with these monster Buckeye fans. That's what it's about. He's not gonna get fired. He is. What's his record? His record's something stupid, 75-5 or something.
It's nuts.
He's obviously won a lot of games. It's just he's lost the wrong game every year. For the last 4 years.
He is 70-10 as
okay. Not as good as I thought.
Yeah, he's got he's got two
fire his ass.
He's got now 4 straight 2-loss seasons because he will lose to Michigan, then he lose in the playoff or lose a bowl game or something like that.
Yeah.
And, some cases he would win. Like I think he lost to in 21. He might have lost to Oregon and Michigan.
Yes.
Lost to Oregon to start the year, then lost to Michigan to end the year, and it cost him a chance at playing in the playoff. And then more recently, the loss to Michigan, and then losing in a Peach Bowl.
Was it 22 where they – no. Oh, I think it was 2020, and they didn't play Michigan, but they lost in the title game.
2022 is when they lost to Michigan, still made the playoff.
Because that's the thing. They haven't won since 2019, and they didn't play in 2020, and they would have whooped their ass in 2020.
Yeah.
But they haven't won since 2019. It's a bad thing to hold over your head.
Yeah.
It's not going to go well with the base. That's what I'm saying. You gotta win.
You gotta flip it, but he's no John Cooper because John Cooper didn't have the saving grace of a playoff.
Yes.
When he lost to Michigan, his season was pretty much done for.
Yes. But you need a win, especially this Michigan.
Look, I understand.
Especially that's what I said last year.
Well,
too.
last year's Michigan team stunk.
Yeah. You can't list the 2 bad Michigan teams in a row.
Says who?
I mean, you can obviously. Ryan Day, check his Wikipedia.
He's done it quite a bit,
but you should think about not doing it.
Look, to be fair to him, previous Michigan teams were Jim Harbaugh-led teams.
They're
that were
good.
pretty. Yeah,
the first 3 was not terrible.
Yeah, one of them won a national title.
Yeah,
and the other one made the playoff. So losing to Michigan.
Before
last year, it sucked because you were the favorite.
Yeah,
but
they're the favorite every year.
Yeah, it wasn't embarrassing. Last year was embarrassing.
Yeah.
That's why those guys nearly fought Michigan because they were going to plant the flag. They're more.
Oh yeah, they lost at home. To 7-5 Michigan team.
Look, I get Jack Sawyer upset about the flag planting, but look, that's one of those things where you're more pissed off because of how embarrassing it is to lose to that Michigan team. But they recovered, credit to them, and went on to win a title. You are correct. Losing to Michigan in what we think is another down year for Michigan would be bad. Although,
like if Mario Cristobal lost to FSU
last year,
every year of his career, and then also last year, and even if he won a title, but I don't know. Yeah, Larry Coker, you know how it goes.
You're asking. Well, I'll speak to it. If they had not last year's Florida State team, because that was awful. That Michigan has never been that bad. Let's say this year's Florida State team bounces back.
Is also 6-6,
but they're 7-5. Yeah. They bounce back, have a better year. Thomas Castellanos plays better than DJU did last year, and they win 7 games. But Miami loses to them, and then goes on to win a national title. It'll be a way for me to jokingly slander Cristobal, but if you win a national title, it wipes all that away.
But if he had lost to FSU every single year before this one, and then there's a terrible FSU team, and then they lose again.
Well, if not for how bad they were last year, he was on pace to lose to them every single time.
I don't know.
And Michigan has never been that bad.
Yeah,
and they're not going to be that bad this year. No. They're not going to be great, but they're not.
They'll probably be like record wise pretty similar, but like their offense cannot be worse. Like their offense was just like embarrassingly bad.
Yes. That was stinky.
I mean, they won the game like 13-10,
and yet they still beat Alabama and Ohio State in 2 games in the year. The magic of college football, everybody.
Yeah. Lost to Texas though, in the big house.
That's true.
Walk in their trap, take over their trap.
That was a song that got played quite a bit last year. I believe the Texans might have done that at some point. Joe Mixon might have been leading the charge there. I don't forgot which game. It might have been the Colts game.
Yeah, I think. Going back to Ohio State, there is a chance that this is just like coach BS of I don't want to name a starter until the Thursday before the game.
And with the portal not actually being a thing and a guy can transfer at any time at this point, maybe that's another thing he's trying to avoid.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
But if it's real, I don't think it means good things for Ohio State.
No, it doesn't. And either way, it is something. It's Julian Sand and Lincoln Kineholtz. Like it's not like there's one where I'm like, oh my God, I hope it's not this guy. I hope they don't. I hope this guy isn't ready. It's not like Lagway and Mertz where you're like, please let it be Graham Mertz.
Because if Lagway wins the job, then
Yeah, there's
that
like a
talent,
chance.
Yeah,
There's a chance that the legend of DJ Lagway starts with your game.
yeah,
This one, it's like, I mean, there's a chance that I guess Julian Sands, whatever, the best quarterback in the country, but it seems less likely.
sure. Ryan Day's quotes about not going after a transfer portal quarterback wasn't like we got a star waiting for us at home.
We have
It was
five
like
number ones.
It was like the Texans thing. I see that. That was I want to develop a guy. It wasn't like I got a guy waiting in the wings that we're confident in. It was about, hey,
we got our guy.
Let's get back to developing quarterbacks.
Longhorns update. I think the competition is still going for the quarterback job.
The backup quarterback job?
Yes, actually, because they brought in a transfer, which is not a good sign for Trey Owens.
Look,
there's a little QB 2 and 3 talk for Texas Longhorns.
Well, we know this
Matthew Caldwell is probably going to be.
Yeah, we know the succession plan for Texas. Arch for 2 years. Raja Bell's kid.
Yep.
And then Philip Rivers' kid. Yeah.
Yep. And then we'll TBD on.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at the charts for sons of professional athletes.
I don't know who's next up, but I'm sure
might be Phil Rivers again. It might just be Phil Rivers for a while.
You're not out of line saying that. It very well could be. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get more into the Astros. We talked about them early. They have an off day, but we'll talk more about them when we come back. We'll also get into the Texans news because if you missed it, there was a big injury with the Texans. We'll see if D'Amico Ryans has said anything about that as a practice should be wrapping up if it hasn't already. It was a scrimmage day, and unfortunately, it led to a big injury with the Texans. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is a place you should go to whether you are looking for a car for yourself or you're looking for a car for a student in your family. It's back to school season right now, and they've got great deals on pre-owned vehicles. Maybe you don't want to put the student in your life in a new car. You think something pre-owned is more fitting. Monument Chevrolet has great deals for that type of vehicle. They've got that 6 month, 6,000 mile warranty, limited warranty on those vehicles. So if you want something from their pre-owned inventory, they got great cars for you there. Maybe you want a new car for yourself because you're sick and tired of your current car. It's causing you issues. You could even say you have a toxic relationship with your old vehicle. Monument Chevrolet will get you into a non-red flag new vehicle. Check out all the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. They got great vehicles for no matter who you are and what vehicle you're looking for, new, pre-owned, and maybe you're even a business owner and you want something for your fleet. The inventory is there on the website, and then you can head out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and check out that entire inventory. Get the car you want. Deal with great people who aren't going to be pushy. They're friendly. They understand the car buying process can be a little tricky. They're not going to rush you through anything, but they understand you don't want to be on the lot forever. So they'll go at your pace and get you into the great vehicle of your choosing. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This is courtesy of Michael Schwab. He did the research through 115 games. This is the Astros' lowest win total in that 2019 to 2025 range. The lowest before that was last year when they were at 60.
I was gonna say, how's this higher or lower than last year?
Yeah, second lowest win total. Excuse me, I misspoke. Second lowest win total outside of inside that range. So in 2019 they had 75 wins. 2021 69. 2022 74. 2023 66. Last year, where it was a big struggle early, they got to 60. This year 64. 2 games up. It certainly is something they're not unaccustomed to. They were tied last year at this point, and in 23 they were only 2 games. They're 2 games back in 23, and they made that run. And so 2 games up on the Mariners. The Mariners play the White Sox to close out that series, a chance to sweep the White Sox and get to within 1 game and a half of the Astros. The Mariners then will face a Rays team who is 2 games under 500 today, and then we know the Astros have got the Yankees. So is there a chance that the Astros no longer lead their division by the time they come back to town and Carlos Correa makes his home re-debut? Certainly possible with the way the Mariners have played recently, and particularly with the competition that they're up against. Now, the Yankees have been a disaster lately, so you do maybe have a bit of a reprieve, and the Astros tend to do their best work against the best teams in baseball, Red Sox aside. That didn't go our way. But Hunter Brown, Fromber going in that series. So it is a prime chance to kind of get back on track, gain some momentum, despite the loss yesterday with Arrighetti on the mound. You did take 2 out of 3, so it was a nice bounce back from getting swept by the Red Sox. And you got to do something you did not do in that Red Sox series. Win games that Hunter Brown and Fromber pitch. The Hunter Brown game is the hurtful one because you couldn't score runs. You lost 2-1 in extra innings. The Fromber one, look, he had that blowout, but it's not like you were scoring runs.
Yeah.
You lost 6-1, I believe, in that one, so you didn't score runs there either.
That's all the Boston games where it's like the bats just the bats lost you the game every single time.
Yeah.
I think they scored 1, 2, and 3 runs in those games. So yeah, you gotta give them some run support, even if they are your 2 best pitchers. And Hunter Brown's only gonna give up 1 or 2 runs when he's right. That means you got to score 3 for him to win. And in Miami, the bats did come alive. Even yesterday, they didn't go completely silent. I mean, I guess after the first inning, it wasn't super
great.
Yeah, but if they have recaptured some mojo with the bats, and I think a lot of it's just like timing of like they have a lot of guys that are hitting the ball pretty well. It's just they all need to hit them back to back to back, be hitting them well. Hopefully when one of them's in scoring position, that'd be super cool if they could get into doing that.
Yeah, that would help in the 8th yesterday. They had a chance to get themselves right back in it, and Cam Smith had a chance. Bases were loaded. He grounded into a fielder's choice, and then Dubon popped out to end the inning. So they had bases loaded with 1 out and didn't push a run across.
At the very least, like, can we get this is so sad, but I'm like, can we get a productive out? Like even if it's just to get the guy in from third, or just to move a guy from second to third. Like, there's so many unproductive outs with runners in scoring position, makes it even worse.
Yeah. It's frustrating sometimes for this team. You see what they did to string together hits against Alcantara when they got to the 4th inning.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier. That's an inning for him where he's at his worst. When he's gone one time through the lineup, he kind of turns into a pumpkin. They took advantage of that. So we know, certainly, even in recent memory, they've been able to string hits together and put a crooked number up. Outside of the early salvo in the game, they could not do that. They put up 2 in the first, and then because Dubon couldn't turn 2 in the bottom of the first, that early lead kind of went away, and then it just became a game where Spencer Arrighetti was kind of a hard luck case. A lot of soft contact led to guys being on base. He did give up a home run later, but for the most part early. If he could have got a couple breaks, we may be having a different conversation. He wasn't economical, partly because of how often guys were reaching base with soft contact through 86 pitches, through 3 2/3. And that was kind of the plan for him anyway. So no matter when he hit that mark, he was going to leave. But unfortunately, it came a little bit earlier than any of us would have liked.
Have you seen the probable starter for the Yankees?
I have not.
I don't know what his first name is. Hold on. Cam. Okay. Cam Schlittler.
It's a tough one.
There's a L. There's 2 L's in there, but there's an L that keeps it from being a dirty word.
Schlittler.
Yeah.
Good luck to the Apple TV crew, by the way. Apple TV. We talked about it earlier in the week. Apple TV will have game 1 of that series. So
it's his 5th game of his major league career. And they also have Luis Heel, who was the rookie of the year last year, but missed most of this year. So, and then Max Fried, the free agent acquisition, who's been pitching pretty well. So.
Yeah, the guy who Fromber will model his contract after.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And guess who's starting for the Astros that day?
Fromber may have a point to prove to anyone who's watching.
There we go.
Better than this guy.
And oh my God, their numbers are so similar. Like just the zoom out, like the ones that are just on the ESPN box score. Win loss: Fromber 11-5, Max Fried 12-4. ERA 2.83 for Fromber, 2.78 for Fried, and then their WHIP 112 Fromber, 107 Fried, and then innings pitched 140 for Fromber, 139 for Max Fried. They're the same guy. They're the same exact guy.
And this is why, when it comes to free agency,
he's getting Max Fried's contract.
At least he's going to ask for it. There was a debate earlier about Fromber, not today, but maybe a week,
Last
2 weeks
start
ago
or something.
I don't remember exactly, but it was John and Lancer discussing Fromber's reputation around the league as far as what people think of him. Because when you look at Max Fried, left-hander, Fromber's numbers, even beyond this season, kind of similar. If you're Fromber's agent, you're saying, why would you pay me less than this guy? If I'm not exactly this guy, maybe I'm even a little better. There's some fluctuation. One guy's better here, one guy's better there. But either way,
they average out to about the same.
There's not much difference. And John was strongly
ages are similar.
Yes, John was strongly in the camp that Fromber just has I don't want to say worse reputation, but he isn't as highly thought of as Max Fried.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just like locally, that we ride the roller coaster with them every year. And it's not even, as of late, it hasn't really been a roller coaster as much. It's just been like 2 or 3 times a year there's a start that we were like, oh, we recognize what's happening there. But I think for most people around the league, like they are viewing it so much more zoomed out of just numbers on a page and like this guy's a really good starter. I think part of it too is that for most of his career he's been the number 2 guy for the Astros. He hasn't actually been the number 1 starter very often, just because he was kind of sandwiched between Verlander winning Cy Youngs, coming off of a Tommy John surgery, and then pitching well again in 22, and the resurgence, or I guess emergence, of Hunter Brown as of late as kind of the number 1 guy. Like he's kind of been the number 2 starter all but 1 or 2 years for this team. So I think that's part of it too, is that he's not like the guy on the poster starting game 1 when they get to the playoffs.
But when you look around the league and the influx of arm injuries, the fact that he year after year
that has to
work in his favor.
Yes,
that there hasn't a major arm injury, and he's always making us turn in the rotation.
Some of it might be just like, hey, the Yankees last year needed a starting pitcher, so they, the bidding got higher because the Yankees were involved. So that's something else that they need to, or that Fromber needs to go his way to get a lot of money, I think, is he needs one of the 7 teams that spend a lot of money, or that sign guys to $200 million contracts. He needs a couple of them to need a starting pitcher, need a high-end rotation arm, which off the top of my head, like I don't know what the Mets situation is, but they're a good team that will spend a lot of money. The Phillies are pretty good on arms. The Padres just traded a bunch for.
Well, Dylan Cease is a
free agent, but yeah. You can never count out the Padres, but
so
Cubs, I don't know. They have a bunch of former Astros. Maybe they want him too.
It is registering in my mind that neither one of us is considering the Astros retaining him.
No, I'm not.
No,
that's a good assumption.
Yeah. Some of the names that Fromber will, I guess you want to say, competing against as far as free agents are Shane Bieber, Dylan Cease, Zach Gallen, and Max Scherzer. We go by who's
he's had the best year.
Yeah, we're going by who's having the best year. It's Fromber. We'll see if Shane Bieber.
Yeah,
he's coming back.
Yeah, Bieber's recovering from Tommy John. He got traded because he's making
to the Jays.
Yeah, he was making rehab starts. So yeah, we'll see him with the Jays. Dylan Cease, we know because we spent 2 days thinking he was going to be an Astro. Bad year this year. Underlying stuff isn't like terrible, but a bit of a reclamation project. Who else did you say? Oh, Max Scherzer.
Yeah,
getting up there.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Justin Verlander is a free agent as well. See if he still wants to keep pitching.
Also getting up there.
He's already up there.
Up there.
He's up there. He's not getting up there. All right, we'll go to break. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. He spoke about the injury to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. From the coach's words, fearing the worst may be an appropriate response to the news we saw. I'll tell you the reporter's angle on it because they're on site and saw it happen, and then we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on what appears to be the significant loss of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We'll do that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This happened probably now an hour or so ago. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson went down. The Texans were scrimmaging. They had a light practice yesterday. They're in full pads today. And Sean and I talked about a lot of training camp and situational football, even when they are going 11-on-11. This one was a straight scrimmage, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson went down. He was guarding John Mechie, and this is one of those true carted off the field situations. He didn't limp to a cart, and then they drove him in the facility because someone stepped on him or he tweaked something. He was down, and he did not leave the spot he was down. Like, he tried to get up, couldn't put any pressure on, and the cart drove him from where he was hurt into whatever building the Texans are being housed while they're in West Virginia. So,
yeah, and another report on the scene was that this from Pendergrass, that when the cart made its way over to the entrance of the Performance Center, Gardner-Johnson needed help from two staffers to get off the cart and walk inside. So,
Yes.
yeah, this isn't just hitched a ride on the cart to get to the training center.
yes. So while there is no definitive diagnosis, it's way too early for that, we do know he could not get off the field under his own power or even get into the facility under his own power. So there are some real concern. Players took a knee, and he was certainly frustrated. Here is D'Amico Ryans on the injury as he saw it.
Yeah, of course. It's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
So as we kind of discussed earlier, any real definitive word won't come for hours, but I'm sure at some point it'll get to one of the major newsbreakers that there's a fear of something if it is as bad as it seems currently. So maybe by the time the Killer Bees are going, we'll have more information on that in a more definitive way. But, of course, listen here. We'll keep you updated on that. Big news out of Texans camp. Also, Nick Chubb didn't practice today. Aaron Wilson reported that he got banged up because a hard hit to his head in the Tuesday practice led to him not participating yesterday in what was a walkthrough, and he wasn't available today. So no actual definitive news on if it's concussion protocol or not, but a reporter on the scene saw what could be the issue. Nick Chubb wasn't available today. Dameon Pierce also, who just came back from an injury, wasn't available as well. Maybe they wanted to keep him out of a full contact, not tackling, but as full contact as you're going to get type of scrimmage. So maybe that's precautionary, but he wasn't out there at all either. So Christian Harris avoided that fate. Looks like he was seen today at Texans practice. Let's get to Julian here. Julian, the topic of Mayer has come up. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Job Turkeys. The Packers claim Isaiah Mayer off of after the 49ers waived him. I think the 49ers are trying to put him on the practice squad, but the Packers robbed me of one of the best hashtags I would have been using this year. Jalen Monroe would say,
here we go.
Or actually, Game Day modified it, let a naysayer know. I was just going to put let a nayer know. Y'all have a good one.
I believe they did not modify it. I believe Jalen Milrose used let a naysayer know.
That was the yeah.
Yes.
Because I think he had T-shirts of it.
Yes. He didn't modify anything. I mean,
Reese Davis was definitely not going to say.
Yeah, he was. The story wouldn't have come up if Jalen Milroe had actually used the word. They weren't going to tell that story.
Yeah.
It was the reaction of the rest of the Game Day crew because they thought Reese Davis was going to have a major slip up.
Desmond Howard was terrified for 30 seconds.
Pat McAfee was like, "Do it, do it,
please
do it." So Isaiah Nair, the former Nebraska Cornhusker, what a call into the 49ers podcast about that.
Yeah. Isaiah Nayor, also former Longhorn, got hurt in fall practice, never played for him. Got cut off the Niners because they wanted to convert him to a practice squad spot.
And Green Bay was on the lookout.
Green Bay
and made a
claimed
move.
him,
And
that's
this is
why
what he's called us
That's
about.
why we got a call.
Just so you can get that joke off. It's a bit narrow casting. It is strictly a call for you. You didn't call in.
And kind of me because I can follow along.
Yeah, I get it because we're college football people, so we know the name. But for a lot of people, why is this guy calling about transactions on the 49ers practice report?
We tried to get him on the practice squad.
And Green Bay snaked him away from us. All right. Just so you could
Green Bay
say
doesn't need any more receivers, too.
Let me tell you something, Julian. Isaiah Nair wasn't going to play enough for you to even get that hashtag off.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
If he was
because it's the
destined
Niners.
for the practice squad, how was he ever going to get that off?
Just 3 guys need to get hurt, and which happens every year for the Niners.
Okay, sure. And Brandon Ayuk isn't healthy.
Ayuk and Jennings are already there.
Sure.
Ricky Pearsall.
But even with
high
all
ankle
that being
sprain.
said, they were still putting him on the practice squad.
Yeah, I know.
Making a practice squad decision this early? Why are they making that decision? Who are they adding that they need to? They have 90 guys, 90 spots.
If a guy gets cut on August 7th, I don't think you need to worry about having a hashtag for him.
Yeah. Yes. There are guys who are destined to be cut. Everyone knows they're going to be cut, and they remain on the 90-man roster.
Yeah, just to have bodies for a preseason game.
Yeah. Why? Maybe look into why Isaiah Nair couldn't even make it to the first preseason game, Julian, before thinking about your hashtag.
Nair, please.
Are you allowed to do that? I'm not making judgments. I just don't know.
Hey, you said it.
Well, he can't be trusted. And you don't know what he looks like.
That is true.
Yeah. And I'm never going to ask. I want that ambiguity when it comes to him. Mostly because I don't want to dive any deeper into his life than I already have. I know he likes to watch shows with his wife. He has difficult decisions to make on those shows. I know he drives for a living, and he's a giant 49er fan. That's enough. Let's also, we see, you want to talk Texans. We'll do that when we come back. We'll also get into why I think bullying, in this case, should be brought back. Not Julian, who probably should have been bullied a little bit, because he's one of those guys who's like, too confident. There's no filter. Like some of us grew up and knew that some things, not every thought I should say, right? Like you have parents or older brothers or older relatives who are like, shut up. Julie and I would suspect never had that. If he's bringing Isaiah Nair stuff to this show, Lasalsa may fit that as well. We'll talk to him when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get to La Salsa here. He wants to talk Texans if he's to be trusted. But Nick Chubb will be fine, according to D'Amico Ryans. He'll be back in a few days. And if we're going by what Aaron Wilson said, where he took a hard hit to the head, that sounds a lot like concussion protocol. We'll see if that is what happened to Nick Chubb. With the C.J. Gardner-Johnson news, M.J. Stewart has stepped in to be the first-team safety alongside Kalen Bullock. The Texans are down some guys. I mentioned Jalen Reed, the rookie, as a guy who may get an opportunity, but he is also hurt. He's not even in West Virginia. At least hasn't been seen. Maybe he's rehabbing away from the media. So M.J. Stewart first up with the Gardner-Johnson news. So that certainly is still a developing story. Let's talk to La Salsa. It says he wants to talk Texans. We'll see what he actually wants to talk about. What's up? There it is. Told you, can't be trusted. We had that happen yesterday as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because I sensed nonsense coming and he just hung up the phone and he'll be back. But let's also, you're welcome to call. Just no one here trusts you.
We welcome the nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't trust that you're going to talk about what you told the intern you're going to talk about. You set a precedent. That's all. All right. He may be calling back right now. We'll see. We'll see about that. I was going to get into the story, but I guess I'll vamp a little bit and see. So a relatively busy news day when it comes to the Texans. It's unfortunate that it isn't. The Texans offense lights up the defense in the scrimmage. According to people who have seen it, the offensive line has played better. So that's good news. They kind of held up against the Texans defense. We'll see what that all means, if it means anything.
Speaking of nonsense.
You don't believe it at all, huh? I think
No, speaking nonsense, look who.
It's
not La Salsa.
It is another guy, but I can actually trust that he'll talk about what he says he's going to talk about.
There might be other things packaged in there.
Yeah. Let's get to Eric. Welcome, Eric. What's up?
Hey, guys. Great show. You can always depend on me to bring the heat. Yeah.
Nonsense.
Since CJ Stroud is down, do you think the Texans are going to trade for another QB or backup? Also, what happened to Myra Moreno? I haven't seen her lately. Dale, do you have any updates on her?
First of all,
and Dale, I miss you hanging out at tight ends in Webster.
Okay.
I hope I see you there.
He hit all his favorites. I don't go to tight ends. I'm not particularly interested in the restaurants that are set up to be places where, hey, look, we swear it's a regular sports bar. Who cares what our waitresses are wearing?
Restaurants.
That's one way to describe them. That's not my deal. Maybe it's because I have been traumatized by the first time I ever went to a Hooters. I got a pregnant waitress. I don't know if that's floating around in my head. But no, I've never been to tight ends. Probably will never go. I'm sure it's a fine establishment. I can't speak to the quality of food because I've never been. I don't know anything about Myra Moreno. Once again, another thing I don't focus on, the looks of the local news anchors, men or female. What else did he mention? C.J. Stroud is not the one who's hurt. You know that, Eric.
Gardner-Johnson.
It's C.J. Gardner-Johnson, not C.J. Stroud. Because if C.J. Stroud was hurt,
but that's all.
The entire show would be about.
We would not have talked about Ohio State for as long as we
I would not have talked about Ohio State. I would not talk about what we're about to talk about if the quarterback for the Texans was actually writhing in pain and had to be carted off the field. It sucks that it's Gardner-Johnson, but as far as all the CJs are concerned, it's the right one. If
you told me it has to be a CJ.
Yes. I don't want anyone to get hurt, but if a CJ had to get hurt, it's the one that is least impactful on the Texans season.
Yeah. MJ Stewart just dodged it.
I'm not going to devolve into saying I'd rather it have been an MJ to get hurt. That's wrong. No one is looking for anyone to get hurt.
Jackson?
None of them. I don't want any player to get hurt. It just so happens that C.J. Gardner-Johnson gets hurt in a sport where injury probability is always at 100%. Unfortunately.
Yeah. The Texans were always going to deal with something in training camp. Just how NFL teams go. Like a guy gets hurt in preseason all the time. So sucks that it sucks. It looks like it's going to be a pretty serious one. But yeah, like you said, it is a area of strength. It's not a area of weakness, or it doesn't make it an area of weakness. So
correct.
We'll see. We'll see what the severity is.
Yeah, we'll wait on that, and you'll probably get word on that before we come back tomorrow. All right, let's get to this. I mentioned bullying sometimes is not a bad thing. Sean, I don't care about the discourse regarding sex toys being thrown on the floor at WNBA games. Don't care that they're all lime green for whatever reason.
That's interesting to me. But
It is a bit interesting that everyone is deciding. I don't even know. Well, I don't know where I guess I know where you could buy one. I don't know where a lime green one exists, I guess. I would say that. Because I did work on a show that's where the woman owned a store that sold sex toys. It was on this station at night, as you might imagine.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's
Shout out to Beth Liebling.
9 a.m. Sunday show.
No, it was a Saturday night show, I believe. And it was all about sexual health, among other things. And she owned the store that if you wanted one, you could go get one. I don't know that she sold lime green ones. But that's not even the part of the story I'm interested in. The part of the story I'm interested in is how someone in an 18-year-old's life doesn't bully him enough at some point to go, yeah, he's too ashamed to walk around with a sex toy. Like, when I was 18, if you told me anyone in my friend group was walking around with one of those, they would get clowned mercilessly because it would be so out of bounds that it would be so embarrassing. No one's that comfortable with themselves, at least no one in my friend group was, to be so open about walking around with one of those. To throw it out in public at some place, the person in question this time is one 18-year-old Caden Lopez. He has a mugshot now, and the reason he has a mugshot is he tried to throw a lime green sex toy on the floor at a Phoenix Mercury game. It didn't make the floor. Unfortunately, it hit an uncle and his niece before it got to the floor.
All right, well, this kid's going to be on a list now.
Yeah, I don't know how they work all that out. But
I think if he hit a minor with the sex
I don't know
toy,
that he
it's
hit
not
the
great.
minor.
Oh,
I just
okay.
know that someone in that area got hit, and an uncle and a niece were part of the group. So Caden Lopez's name is now out there. Everyone can find his mugshot. This is a case of no one saying, "Hey, dummy, we don't always do the things that other people are doing." My friend group, no one's carrying a sex toy around. It's not happening because you would not live it down. And I get it. He had a purpose, I guess, a dumb one.
Yeah, he is for a cause bigger than him.
Sure, let's put it that way.
That's what it reminds me of. It is. I'm not saying it is like the Joker, but it is like a thing that because they're all lime green.
It is a movement now.
Because
I would
it's all
say
lime
that.
green. It feels like there's something there's something happening.
But what's the end goal?
I have no idea.
Just to show
Do
off.
they put nets up at a WNBA game?
like it's a foul, like it's down the foul line at a baseball game. Or hockey. We got to surround the court with nets now.
Yeah, I don't know. Stop and frisk as you come in.
I just know at some point
Someone's walking with a waddle. Let's stop that guy.
Well, they are
no bags.
They are saying no bags, which led to all the memes about how they're going to sneak those things in, and you leaned into it with your joke there.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like at some point someone needs to get a hold of an 18-year-old and go, look, you can't be friends with us anymore.
He needs a person in his life to
not just a friend. You're not you can't hang out with us anymore if you're carrying that around with you. I don't care that you're part of the lime green sex toy movement. You can't hang out with us. Like that old thing where you can't sit with us. You can't play Call of Duty with us if that's going to be your thing. Simple as that. That's all. I think it would stop some of it. I don't know how the age of all the culprits, but for this culprit in general, his friend group need to. But the problem is they're all laughing and saying, "Do it." If he is in a friend group, they're probably all telling him to do it.
I like how we've gone to if he has friends.
Look, man, I think you just have better things to do. If you did have a friend group, then to do that. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make any judgments on his appearance suggesting that he doesn't have friends. I don't know. But I think his actions may suggest there is no friend group, because mine at that age would have been like, we got football practice. What the hell are you doing? Why are you walking around with that?
18 years old.
Yeah.
18 is the funniest age for him to have been.
To be just enough of an adult
that he can do it.
That can probably have bought one himself.
Yeah.
But also that you'll be charged like an adult.
Yeah. But if it's like a college thing, it's like a little less funny.
Like I need what we do need is instead of kids trying to get older people to buy them alcohol.
Oh God! No! Let's stop right there.
To avoid
these are still sex objects.
It's true, but just to avoid the charge as an adult. Well, alcohol's still illegal if you either way. That's still happens.
But there's a different connotation.
Understood. Unfortunately for Caden Lopez,
it's got a weird case.
Why is he around? Caden Lopez now living in infamy because he got caught. There's a mugshot, and now we know his name. All right, that ends our show. The Killer Bees follow Paul Gallant, who's up next. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Do you want my dead mom's?
Nope.
Lime green.
I definitely don't. But if that's not the voice of a guy who would throw one at a game, I don't know what is. All right, we're done. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, it's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
Some bummer news from West Virginia, where the Houston Texans are practicing before their first preseason game Saturday against the Vikings. You heard D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Texans, talking about it right there. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Super Bowl champion safety with the Philadelphia Eagles, who had 6 interceptions last year, got injured. I was not there in West Virginia, so I'm just going to tell you what was seen. Per DJ Bien-Aimé, he got hurt after a play. He initially was laying on his stomach in pain as he smacked the floor. He eventually rolled over. It's a lower leg injury. There's a card out for him. He can't put much pressure on his injured leg as he hopped onto the cart. He didn't walk to the sidelines or anything. He was carted off from the spot. He was injured. More follow-up, this from Sean Pendergast. Worth noting, when the cart made it over to the entrance of the Performance Center, C.J. Gardner-Johnson needed help from 2 Texan staffers to get off the cart and to walk inside. Practice was dead quiet after this happened. Everyone was on a knee. They paused practice for a moment. All the players dapped him up as he was carted off of the field. This was the big offseason acquisition for the Texans. They didn't give up much to get him. They trade Kenyon Green, who was probably going to get cut, to go and bring in a guy who's always in the right place at the right time and has that unhinged quality that you want in a defender, assuming they don't go full Vontaze Burfict, This is one of those guys that has an edge to him, both from he's going to chirp, he's going to try to get under players' skin, but he's also one of those guys who wants to put people on their ass. I'm a big fan of this guy's play. I was very excited that they brought him in. It is very early, and we do not know the severity of the injury, but this could be a massive loss for the Texans. The safety position is better than in years past. Kalen Bullock, the second-year safety who had 5 interceptions last season, probably could have had 20 interceptions given all the dropped interceptions that he had, I think is poised to make a big leap from year 1 to year 2. I love Derek Stingley Jr. at corner, maybe the best corner in the league. Certainly a conversation to be had about that. I really like Kamari Lassiter as their second cornerback, maybe the best second cornerback in the league. They're looking good defensive back-wise with Jalen Smith, the 4th-round rookie out of USC. He's been having a really good camp. It's been a very competitive room, but this could be a problem. It could. You brought this guy in to take your defense to the next level. Someone with that kind of mentality and the actual pelts on the wall to earn the respect of people in the locker room, this is exactly the kind of guy that you need to take that next step. And I do think that if C.J. Gardner-Johnson is out for a long period of time, this could be the difference between the Texans having the best defense they've ever had, a generational kind of defense, to being a very good one. I think this is a massive loss. I'm pretty upset about it. And I mean, everything that we have heard from C.J. Gardner-Johnson already this offseason had me excited. I mean, he was the living version of a deep steel blue pill. Here he was last week talking about how he believes these Texans are a Super Bowl team after practice.
Let's talk about the contending teams. They all have one thing in common. They're hungry. They're ready to continue to work. And I don't want to lay out bed or say anything to put anything out there, but this is a Super Bowl team right here. Super Bowl caliber team. You guys just go out there and show it week in, week out, and start from practice, start from meetings. Everybody's a Super Bowl contending team because we all high caliber players in the NFL. So we go out there and compete. We got to understand who's next to us, who's across the ball, and we got to understand that this is a job for us. We got to get it done.
He doesn't say that lightly. He obviously did not want it to become a thing, and of course it does. That's how things work this time of year, where there's fluff, fluff, and more fluff every single camp. We will have a segment at some point soon where we go through all of the fluff that we have seen and heard at training camps across the league. Dirk Diggler would be proud. But he looked at this team, and at the very least, I think he saw Super Bowl potential in this defense, given the pass rush it has, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, the defensive tackles up the middle that they have, and, of course, the secondary. As a final piece to this secondary, it did make you feel like this defense could be better than it was last year, and this was a defense that, outside of Lamar Jackson, I think gave quarterbacks a lot of issues. Maybe not so much in that playoff game against the Chiefs where Travis Kelce kept getting open, but take a look at what they were doing against quarterbacks that are considered average, above average, good, great last year. Jared Goff had 5 interceptions against them. This was a really good defense last year. I thought it had the potential to be great. Now I'm not so sure with this injury because I don't know who the next guy up is. What the hell's going on with Jimmy Ward? He's got the legal issues off the field. On top of that, when he's out there, health has been a concern the last couple of seasons. MJ Stewart's fine. He's the guy that was getting the reps after C.J. Gardner-Johnson went down. But this is a big loss. And it does kill the vibes a little bit because this is the kind of guy that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is. He was going to bring that BTA mentality to the Texans.
The belt celebration has traveled from Philly to Houston.
Say it again?
The belt celebration.
BJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that is and what that mentality is?
That's self-explanatory.
What is the belt to us philosophy?
In the PG terms, out-competing, out-hustling, and doing your job better than your opponent.
Texas Swarm! And now that guy might be out for a while. I hope that what we saw is not a reflection of what actually happened. I hope that he will be back soon. This defense does have some killers out there. Not literally. No Ray Lewis's, allegedly. Ray Lewis, my bad. Obstruction of justice for Ray Lewis. He would never do a thing. Of course, he's a man of the Lord. But they've got guys who kill people out there. Azeez Al-Shaair almost killed Trevor Lawrence last season. Punched a guy on the sidelines once. That was funny. Jalen Petrie lights people up. Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter are about as physical a tandem of corners as you're going to see when it comes to tackling people. Daniil Hunter's biceps could probably squash a watermelon. And Will Anderson, who is so nice and so polite in front of a microphone, his nickname is the Terminator. I also think Daniil Hunter has been called the Terminator, so there might be a little Terminator back and forth.
They're also fire and ice, aren't they?
That's right, Sean. They're fire and ice, and the defensive line of this team is the engine, for what it's worth. The brotherhood of muscle, to quote Vin Diesel in that one Ford commercial back in the day. There's reasons to get excited about the defense, but I think no C.J. Gardner-Johnson takes this defense from potentially being the best defense that the Texans will ever have, generational kind of defense, the best defense in the NFL, to back where they were last year, which is very good. But considering some of the questions about the offense coming out of training camp, at least at this moment in time on today, August 7th of 2025, there was some progress from the offense today, supposedly. This was what was going to carry the Texans to where you hope they could go. And this, to me, is certainly the kind of setback that makes you wonder who it is that's going to step up. Because someone has to. They've got a loaded secondary as far as guys that they have brought in. Nick Caserio does. I mean, as far as trees to pick from, this is a pretty good one. But this is a massive bummer. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Sean, carted off the field today at the Greenbrier at Texans training camp practice in West Virginia, their last one before they play the Vikings Saturday.
Yeah, it is a position of strength. It is one of their probably deepest positions, but it's the very top of that position. It's a guy who's going to be a starter, a guy with a winning pedigree, obviously playing on the Eagles last year. And like you said, the attitude that he brought, which we love. We love DJ Swearinger. Is nowhere near as good as CJ Gardner-Johnson. Exactly. And so I think that's the right read, is that it takes this from a potential like all-time defense that we'll talk about for 10 years.
I'm buying the hype.
Yeah. It takes it from that to, again, merely one of the best defenses in the NFL right now, but not a superlative one where you can squint your eyes and say, like, hey, if this is like really a one in a generation type defense, the offense really just needs to be good enough, and you're kind of cooking for maybe a deep playoff run. Now it does feel like it's a little bit more of a small step forward from last year's team.
Correct. If I'm an offense across the league, I'm looking at whoever fills the C.J. Gardner-Johnson void, and I'm looking for ways that I can attack that because Gardner-Johnson hits people, but more importantly than anything, at the safety position. Hey, did you know I played safety in high school? I was pretty good at it in Florida at the lowest level. It's being in the right place at all times. It's knowing where you're supposed to be. Obviously, you're the last line of defense, but there's an extra element too. If you're in the right place at the right time, you can make things happen, and Gardner-Johnson's a takeaway machine. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. It is August 7th, 2025, the most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to weigh in on that, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the Texans' biggest offseason acquisition, left practice, carted off with a knee injury, and it certainly doesn't look or sound good based off of everyone who was at the West Virginia practice earlier today. Up next, Astros lost. They're only 2 games up on the Mariners now. Coming out of this game yesterday, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the Italian? Are you looking at the bats that actually got hits? Or are you looking at the missed opportunities? We'll discuss that next. Paul Gallant Show, stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. Might get myself a lawnmower later today. Long night last night. Had to pick up the lady from the airport at 2:15. Not fun. Thanks, United. But St. Arnold, it's a beer for everyone. You know this already. They've got all sorts of beers, from IPAs to Pilsners and everything in between. They've got a beer garden that's a place for everyone. You know that. We partied there on my birthday. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. That's the new wrinkle when it comes to St. Arnold, our patron saint of fun. You can have a private event at St. Arnold with weddings, family reunions, birthdays, happy hours, trade shows, corporate meetings, and holiday gatherings, celebrations of life. Do it. They've got a space for groups of 20 to 300 people. Small groups, the Investors Pub for less than 100. Larger groups, there's the Beer Hall. Both of these have full audio and visual capabilities, projectors and screens, so you can do whatever you need to do, whether it's do a little karaoke or perhaps have a PowerPoint presentation that people are probably not going to pay too much attention to because they're going to be consuming St. Arnold's. In-house catering menu, by the way, prepared by the St. Arnold chef. The food there's great if you've never been there before. And on top of that, St. Arnold's, the freshest in the world. Book your event, especially a holiday party, whether it's Halloween, Christmas time, to get prime dates, daytime rental, evening event, weekday, weekend. And since you're a listener of this fine station, if you mention ESPN, you'll get their brewery game package free for your event. You can also mention my name, Paul. The game package gets you a combo of all sorts of different games, dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, a photo booth. Get started. StArnold.com. Click at private events. That's StArnold.com. Click on private events. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Let's go out to the phones. The HRNP listener line. Julian has a thought on C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury that he suffered at the Greenbrier today. Does not look good. We will see if the prognosis is not as bad as it apparently looked and as terrible as it reads online. Julian, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? Afternoon. Justin Simmons as a replacement for him. He doesn't need to come in and be some all-world safety. He's a veteran who is another person to help Bollock become a student of the game. I'm not saying he isn't, but like I said, he's just another veteran to add around him. And, I feel like Simmons has been waiting for a contender, which, with all intents and purposes, the Texans are, right? So I think that might be a good little match for y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate the phone call, Julian. It's certainly a nice name, but it is worth mentioning that he played 1 year with the Falcons last season, who did not have a good defense, and played strong safety, which is where C.J. Gardner-Johnson is generally going to be. Can do free safety if you want. But Simmons ranked 113th among 171 qualifying safeties last season per Pro Football Focus. Not the Bible by any means. You're never 100% sure what's happening on a given play for a defense, for an offense. But he is not the Justin Simmons of old. If he was, I think he would be on a team. And this idea that he's waiting for another team,
I think he was waiting for a starting spot. I think that's what he was.
I think Justin Simmons needs to take what he can get, because I'd also say this: the Broncos moved on from him in
2 years
the
ago now.
offseason and before he signed with the Falcons. And I mean, the Broncos had one of the best defenses in the league, and there's the case to be made that the Broncos defense will be the best in the league this coming season. So the Broncos don't miss Simmons at all. He'd be probably a little bit expensive. And I'm a big believer that, like, hey, take what you can get. He does strike me as, to what you said, Sean, perhaps waiting for a starting spot, but also might be one of many veterans who are like, F training camp, especially in Houston.
Yeah.
And the week to show up would have been this week, where they're practicing in West Virginia, and it happens the last practice in West Virginia.
It might have to be a MJ Stewart, Russ East, who
Russ East has looked
I was gonna
great,
say he's gotten a little buzz.
but right now they're going to be throwing guys in there,
Yeah.
and you just hope that they do not become targets.
Who's it? Reed? I forgot if it was Jalen or Jaden.
There is a Jalen Reed. Yes.
Jalen Reed, yeah. I think I mean, I don't. We'll see, obviously, how it goes. We'll see with the severity of this thing. Like,
Exactly,
there's a chance that, not to sell false hope, but it's a chance it's not a season ender. But I do wonder how much the Texans view this injury as, like, needing a replacement, especially with, I mean, we mentioned him last segment a little bit, but, like, what's going on with Jimmy Ward? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I think that honestly might dictate whether they go out and get someone or not.
Right, exactly. I mean, I don't know what the NFL investigation is going to be, but there's a chance Ward gets suspended.
Yeah.
I would almost bet on him being suspended at least 4 games. So I'd say you got to look at someone. From the 409, Paul, he's a safety. Yes, big loss, but you're overreacting. First off, how dare you? That's positionist. Safety, arguably the most important position on the field, not named quarterback, some say. Some say.
You say.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kidding on that front. But I look at it from this perspective. Safety is a position, one of many positions, where from time to time you will have players that are supposed to be covering guys that are a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Gardner-Johnson, I'm not going to act like Gardner-Johnson man-to-man is some great player. I just know Gardner-Johnson's in the right place at the right time and is the kind of player that was getting in Travis Kelce's face in the midst of the Super Bowl and then after the Super Bowl. And I'll tell you this, Travis Kelce, who is not Travis Kelce anymore, killed you in the playoffs. And there are other tight ends out there. Isaiah Likely, maybe not so much with the Ravens, but the Bills guys who supposedly have potential.
Mark Andrews, if he bounces back a little bit.
Right. There's tight ends in this conference that concern you.
Bowers, if you have to play the Raiders.
Exactly. There's it's not the end of the world, but it is in far as like this defense is still going to be good to great. But I think losing a guy like this, you're taking a pretty big step back at that position. And I'm talking about like going into the season, all the hype that's coming out of camp about how good this defense can be. It's true. Like I've been there a little bit. They are kicking everyone's ass. That might be an indictment on the Texans offense, which is slowly making progress. But this guy is a Super Bowl champion who had 6 picks last season and who also has an edge to him that I want more Texans to have, at least defensively. Swarm. Now it looks like he might not be there for a very long time.
Yeah, I think the right way to view this, and I think that's the way we're talking about it, is that it goes from like a 10 out of 10 defense to like a 9 out of 10 defense.
Yeah.
Like it goes like that kind of potential, I should say. It's not like a season ender. It's not a devastating thing, but it is something where it knocks the wind out of your sails a little bit.
Right now, for sure. Yeah. It's a vibe killer, much like losing yesterday to the Marlins, a bit of a vibe killer. Another text. I haven't actually heard the reason. Why are they practicing in West Virginia when they're playing Minnesota this week? Well, a variety of different reasons. First off, the camp away from home is considered, in the eyes of coaches, a bonding experience. Like if you watched the first episode of Hard Knocks, which I did and fell asleep during last night, very boring. Very, very boring.
Awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait to give it a shot.
I'm NFL documentaried out, and I feel obligated to watch other ones. It's my job. I get it. But the Bills, they practice at like some college, and they're in college dorms for at least the first couple of weeks of training camp. So that's part of it. But the other is this. It's hot as balls down here. And you do have to limit to a degree what you can do practice-wise in the heat. To a degree. Not so much, but the weather in West Virginia is perfect. The Texans have done it a couple of years. Like I don't know the actual reasoning for this. All I'm saying is they've done this before, and they're doing it this year. That's really all I've got. One of the other things, too, you move the practice away from the local media to the secretive ways of NFL teams who are so paranoid. Like, people are out to get them, you know? Like, oh, what if they get this intel on me?
Yeah, we got to move like 7 states away so Paul Gallant can't be at practice.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Aaron Wilson's still there. Like, there's so many guys that are still there. Cody and Landry, I think, are there, or at least they were there earlier. No, yeah, they're still there. Like, a lot of the beat DJ's still there. Like a lot of the beat goes with them, but there is a little bit of like seclusion that they view it as, and like you said, the team bonding part of it of like having to bunk up with people.
Yeah. Ooh, some twin beds with bunk beds. Interesting.
Like stepbrothers. Yeah.
From the 409, should we move Petrie to safety and use a rookie as a slot corner? No. Petrie and run support's great. Petrie as a safety, not so much.
I think honestly, MJ Stewart is like the living embodiment of like fine to start, especially on this team where he is probably the worst starter on the field.
Yeah.
Like I think that's fine. Like I don't really think that there needs to be some huge domino effect move. Now, if you tell me he's out for the season, it's like maybe, but it's not like getting a Gardner Johnson replacement. It's more like getting another fine safety back there.
With you there. We'll see if cut time there's a guy who becomes available because of an expensive salary that the Texans can theoretically bring in. From the 409, the same texter who says, like, hey, you're overreacting. Why didn't the Eagles want to keep him? Well, from what CJ Gardner-Johnson says, the Eagles thought that he was a little bit too aggressive. The Eagles thought that he was a little bit too hardo. I'm sure also the Eagles thought to themselves, okay, this contract's expensive. We need to clear some space. And one of the ways we can do that is by moving on from his contract with 1 year left on it. And instead of moving on from it altogether, they traded for a former first-round pick offensive lineman that they probably look at and say, all right, well, screw it. Let's see what we can do with this guy. We've got the best offensive line coaching staff that there is. It is a fair question to raise, like, why did the Eagles move on from him? I do think the Eagles secondary will take a little bit of a step back last year, but there's also this. The Eagles secondary is loaded.
Yeah,
loaded,
they drafted two rookies that are
awesome
studs.
last season. Right, exactly. And I think they believe, and this is kind of racist, but I think they believe Cooper DeJean can play safety.
Yeah, they probably look at him.
Always putting the white
guy.
He's
like a Paul Gallant. He's like a Paul Gallant style. I think that's what Howie Roseman's saying.
He's like a less accomplished Paul Gallant, like Super Bowl pick six against Indian Rocks Christian. Just kidding. I slid because one of my teammates told me to slide. I still regret that play. It was my best game ever, and it was like it would have been the closing act. I had plenty of room. And one of my teammates said, "Slide,
get down."
I was because we thought we won, and I was like, and then I like looked up and was like, "What the hell, Danny? What the hell?"
Hater.
Danny Wood.
Yeah.
I love Danny. I miss him. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We'll talk about the Astros at 12:45. Up next, put on your tinfoil hats, everybody. It's a tinfoil hat Thursday. What are your biggest conspiracies in the world of sports? I've got a real question about the future of our government and how they care about the, Maha movement based off of who they are employing to, I don't know, encourage people to be healthy. You'll find out this on the other side. Stay put. Remember a week ago when a week ago when there was that press conference that I think President Trump had, and there were a couple of interesting folks there. It was Lawrence Taylor. It was Bryson DeChambeau. It was Triple H. And it was Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker. and they were all there as Trump was announcing the President's Council on Sports, Nutrition, and Fitness. I have questions. First off, why is Bryson on this? When I think about Bryson, I think about how a man gained an alarming amount of mass in a sport that doesn't seem to care about gaining an alarming amount of mass.
That's helpful.
Unless we're talking about gains, and hey, gains are good.
He got strong.
You got a wrestler. Wrestlers, we all know.
From the 90s who
the healthiest, the healthiest of all wrestlers.
Yeah, all natural.
The 90s ones in particular.
All natural. Don't worry about how Triple H got that big.
Lawrence Taylor, who was doing coke before games, if not showing up drunk in the second quarter.
Greatest defensive player of all time.
And Tua Tagovailoa is also on this list. What?
And a kicker.
A kicker, too, yeah. The kicker I get because he does lean right. He's a conservative guy. But Tua being on this list is very surprising because Tua seems to be in denial that concussions are an issue. He refuses to wear a Guardian cap. Here's, by the way, this was just funny. President Trump, who is at the very least seems to know what Tua, his resume is, does not know how to pronounce his name.
He was on the council, and Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback, who is really he's been fantastic. He's been when he's not injured, he's great. He's got to stay healthy, but he's a great guy.
In his defense, I mean, that is a tough name to pronounce. I had to practice it.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of gotten comfortable with it because it's, in our job, like we've talked about him for whatever.
Right. But reading the pronunciation of it.
Yes. He probably doesn't say it every
definitely
day.
not. Yeah. Definitely not. So anyway, Tua's on this. Why is my real question. Like, he's always hurt. Trump even said it there. He's always hurt. Why?
Embiid said no.
So, yeah, hang on. I didn't put my tinfoil hat on.
Oh, yeah. Right now we're just sticking to the facts. Now here comes the tinfoil
But like,
hat.
why? The guy's a concussion machine. Like, yeah. I don't know. Like going back in there when you've banged your head a bunch of times, is that the smartest thing? By the way, Tua also has no idea why he's on this and impersonates Donald Trump here. Fantastic.
I think it's pretty cool. It's an honor. I would say I don't know too much about it. But again, I think that's an honor.
What did you make of the way the president pronounced your name?
I mean, that's... I don't think he's had the worst. I've heard a couple worse in Alabama. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't take that to heart. It is what it is. He's a great guy. Phenomenal guy. Just got to stay healthy. Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
How did that all develop?
I mean, I should ask you that question too, bro. How did that all develop?
I love
I'm not
that.
too sure.
I think it's because he has been publicly conservative, and that's probably why he got put on. There you go.
He's probably played at Mar-a-Lago. It's not too far from Miami.
Perhaps. He's like, I don't know why I'm on this list, though. He impersonated Trump there. Wasn't bad.
No, pretty good.
Gotta stay healthy. So I have no idea why Tua is on this, but something's up. Tinfoil's hat's on.
Something's up. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, there must be some sort of alternative concussion science that he's weighing in on.
Yeah, for sure.
How is Russell Wilson not on this? Russell Wilson is too far ahead of the curve on that. For concussion water?
He got concussion water. He's got the
bread.
The bread, be the ball bread, where it's bread loaves shaped like footballs. That's a real thing that happened.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, real huckster, that one. More on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Ex-Texans linebacker Denzel Perryman, who played here a couple of years ago, got completely screwed over recently. I don't know how many people are aware of this story, but Denzel Perryman was pulled over in California. Why was he pulled over in California? Because he was in possession of California non-compliant rifles. So here's what happened. He got arrested. He was compliant, but he was held without bail from Friday through Monday. He was released Monday, and the Los Angeles Police Department did not file any criminal charges against him. So they held this guy without bail over the weekend but didn't file any charges against him after the fact. And, I mean, it's wild, man. This guy was on his way to a gun range, was pulled over on a traffic stop. Somehow those guys got permission to search his car. Perhaps it was probable cause. They found 3 handguns, 2 rifles. The rifles weren't compliant. He moved to California from Texas last year. So they hauled him off to jail on felony gun charges and denied him bail even though he was cooperative in the arrest. I wonder if he's going to sue. He should.
Yeah. Sounds like LAPD gonna LAPD.
Yeah. Yeah, that's wild, man. You're just going to the gun range and the LAPD. I mean, I wonder what it was because, I mean, we all know the LAPD.
Yeah.
Real, like.
I think a Furman type was out there.
Seriously. You know what? It could very well have been that. He's driving a nice car.
Especially, like, keeping him over the weekend. Like, that's very much a, like, hey, we're just, the slow paperwork, whatever. Like, they can just stall it. And then Jim Harbaugh probably walks in. He's like, get this guy out of here.
Jim Harbaugh went to jail to basically
visit him.
vouch for him and to visit him. It's insane that this happened. So I hope he sues the hell out of them. And as always, F California. More tinfoil hats, conspiracies on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Did anyone see who the new NFL Players Association executive director is? So, essentially, the NFLPA is super crooked. Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast. Check it out if you want it in great detail. I don't want to bore you with the very nitty-gritty.
These are like hour-long podcasts. Like, listen to those for the full rundown.
Their last head was super corrupt. They had a voting session for these two, and essentially they got down to 2 finalists at one point, with Lloyd Howell, who's the disgraced one that just got ousted, basically suggested that the actually qualified candidate, Kelvin Beachum, had skeletons in his closet, and enough players believe this. The way the vote was done was terrible. But Lloyd Howell's out, and his replacement essentially could be either Lloyd Howell, because they had a vote, or this guy named David White, who is a Screen Actors Guild executive in 2015. As the national executive director of SAG-AFTRA, he faced criticism for allegedly misleading the board about the union's response to a documentary on child actor sex abuse. He was accused of downplaying the issue. Well, I mean, if we've seen how many documentaries over the last decade suggesting that happens a lot in Hollywood, like the Nickelodeon one in particular, this guy's now the head of the NFL Players Association. And the old head of the NFL Players Association, DeMaurice Smith, is writing a book and basically talked about how he feels disgusted that he had to defend Deshaun Watson. I didn't know Watson at all, said Smith in the book, but I was appalled by the things I was reading. As loathsome as I found the allegations surrounding Watson, I knew the public's desire for frontier justice meant that I had to fight Roger Goodell against the penalty that he gave him. So with gritted teeth, I fought Roger. He also thought the Texans were idiots. He thought that they shepherded it in an era of considerable dysfunction, firing Bill O'Brien and elevating Jack Easterby to executive VP.
Not wrong there, DeMaurice.
Definitely not wrong
there. But yeah, that is. I mean, we hear about that all the time, where we see that the union is defending someone who just should not get defended.
No, this guy's shady as bleed.
Yeah, and it's like we can't let a guy hang out there to drive. Like, we have to performatively defend him. We can't pick and choose who we defend.
Exactly. Like they also, and the Players Association can't pick and choose who they vote for, because the process is such where they ended up with the guy who was corrupt already and this guy who is shady and also seems to have some interests that align with the league and not the players. So great job, NFL Players Association, continuing to be the weakest in all of professional sports. More on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Shannon Sharp says Tony Busby targets black men. Houston's own. Interesting.
I mean,
very
Watson, Sharp.
Oh, wait, they're black? I didn't know that. I don't see color.
Yeah, actually, I noticed when Sterling Sharp I was like, they're brothers?
Whoa. What? Just learned that. Holy crap.
Yeah, okay. All right, Shannon.
And Arch Chi Manning says that Arch Manning is not going to declare for the NFL draft in 2025. And you know why? I know
Leverage
why.
play with the Browns.
Well, you could say it's that, but I'm of the belief that the NFL. I have my tinfoil hat on.
It's like balancing on your head.
It's not really on. Well, my hair looks good. I don't want to mess it up.
Oh, okay.
But, guys, you might not know this, but the Manning Mafia has a lot of control over the National Football League. Whether it's with Omaha Productions, which now the National Football League has a stake in. So, I mean, it's probably going to be a little biased going forward. But also, I think that Archie Manning will keep Arch Manning from declaring for the NFL draft after this season because this guy has private investigators, he said in quotation marks. This is the Manning family. This is what they do.
Yeah.
So back before Super Bowl 50, Peyton Manning was the subject of a report from the Washington Post. Why? Because there was an Al Jazeera report that alleged Manning was prescribed human growth hormone and had it addressed to his wife. So the Manning family, the Manning Mafia, had a couple of private investigators visit the home of the person who put together this report, Charlie Sly. I believe this report has been discredited since. Interesting. Because that sounds a little Roger Clemensy. Not that I have any problem with Roger Clemens having done that. The exact same thing. Allegedly. So that's one thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, they just don't want any distractions before and so they made sure to quietly, you know, that this report is not credible.
This is what
they didn't want to Streisand affect it, you know?
This is what the Manning Mafia does. And by the way, think about all the NFL industry plants that like were considered to be these gods because the Mannings talked to them once. Adam Gase.
Yep.
David Cutcliffe.
Yeah, Cutcliffe was at least a good college coach.
Sure he was.
He made Duke good.
Yeah, because Duke has money and they could pay people under the table and pay people off to look the other way. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. We had too much David. Every single time I heard it, like, well, David Cutcliffe really looks this guy. Like, kiss my ass.
Well,
Shut up, Manning Mafia, and try to intimidate me. Try. You can't. You can't. I'm strapped.
All right, watch out.
Well,
I would not call it that, man. I'm more comfortable calling out the whatever is going on with the NFLPA.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying the Manning Mafia every now and then like knocks on your door if you say the wrong thing about the guy whose forehead got a lot bigger over the course of his career. We're talking about Barry Bonds' head size. Why don't we talk about Peyton Manning's head size? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
I'm a supporter.
Thursday.
Manning family. Just know. Well, unless Arch those 2 interceptions first game of the season, then I'm out.
Big Boss Marshall points out he's not hurting for money exactly being Arch. Well, neither is Archie. And you know what you got when you got money? You got power. And private investigators, he said in quotation marks. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Stay put on the Tinfoil Hat Thursday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered a serious injury. Also, how are you feeling about the Houston Astros after yesterday's loss? Disappointed in Spencer Arrighetti? Feeling a little positive about the offense, getting all the hits that they were? Maybe not so much runs. Do you see some signs of life, or are these missed opportunities a sign of things that we've seen earlier this year? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The son with them, got to meet both of them.
That ball drilled deep to left field. Hernandez bidding for his 6th home run of the year, and he's got it. Took a 1-1 pitch out to left. Marlins now increase their lead to 5-2 on Heriberto's 6th home run and 20th RBI of the year.
This is not the comeback we were hoping for Spencer Arrighetti.
Great point, Jeff Blum, because Spencer Arrighetti, his first outing back after being out since, April 4th, April 6th, the broken thumb, only lasted 3 2/3 innings. He gave up 11 hits, including that home run you heard right there. He did get 5 strikeouts and 1 walk, but 5 earned runs in less than 4 innings of work. Not the best. To be expected. It's his first start back from a broken thumb. I didn't have high expectations when Lance McCullers, who has been established as a major league pitcher, came back from injury. So I'm not freaking out, but I do see some people like saying, hey, oh no, the rotation depth. They should have gotten someone at the deadline. Dana Brown gambled and said, hey, I got guys coming back from the injured list. They're going to be okay. Well, what is this? What is happening? What is going on? So I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to teach you a secret, okay? And when it comes to Spencer Arrighetti, an Italian-American, a Paisan, there's something you got to understand. Can I get a little Italian ambiance here? Thank you. And when you make a spaghetti, is it instant? No. It takes some time. Okay? First off, we're going to do the pasta the right way. I mean, you hand make the pasta. You know, you got wet then dry, then wet then dry, then wet then dry. You know what I'm talking about? And we got the sauce there, too. You know, with the sauce. It's very key. You want to peel the tomatoes, right? You want to peel the tomatoes, you put them in a blender. You peel the tomatoes. How do you peel the tomatoes, Paulie? What are you talking about here? Well, what you do is you put the tomatoes in cold water, you put a little X at the bottom of them, and you put it in hot water, and then the tomato peels, then you put it in the blender, and then you got your sauce, okay? Here's the key with the sauce. It takes time as well. You're gonna let the sauce cook for a little bit. You're going to put a little beef in there. You're going to put a little veal in there, some carrots, some onions, some garlic. And you know it takes time, the garlic. You got to shave it with the razor so it's absolutely as thin as possible. Paulie, why are you talking about a spaghetti sauce here? Are you being racist against Italian Americans because Spencer Arrighetti's last name is Arrighetti? No. What I'm trying to tell you is spaghetti takes time. And Spencer Arrighetti coming back from a broken thumb, that's going to take time. Okay? Spencer Arrighetti, hey, things happen. Sometimes your thumb gets broken, right? Sometimes you don't pay the rent on time and your thumb gets broken. Sometimes you're out in an outfield and all of a sudden the ball hits you in the thumb and your thumb gets broken. These things happen. It's not personal. It's strictly business, okay? But Spencer Arrighetti's going to take some time, and you need to relax when it comes to my guy. And just think about with Spencer Arrighetti, you think about spaghetti, and you think about all that goes into that beautiful spaghetti with the gravy that your mama loves, that your mama makes for you. Prego. So I'm not freaking out about Arrighetti. I'm not.
Okay. Long story short,
it's going to take some time.
And if you say something bad about him,
it's anti-Italian discrimination.
Be a real shame if someone had to come talk to you about it.
Yeah,
it'd be a real shame if one of my friends from the sanitation union had to come by.
Right, or if I don't know, the Manning family's private investigators had to stop by, knock on the door.
Take it easy.
I'm just saying.
Again, Arch gets the support until he throws some interceptions. Then I'm back out. But now I'm Team Manning. At what point does the Arrighetti thing? I don't think. Well, no, you probably did cross the line. But at what point is it like actually just like we can only make these jokes about Italian people, basically?
Basically,
maybe Irish,
but listen,
people have less fun with it.
This is why Italian people are the best, because Italian people have a great sense of humor and actually can take this. Where
But like
some people can't.
The team account is just like this guy's nickname Spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's Italian. Oh, okay, Spaghetti boy. Yeah, get out there and pitch. Trying to get the marinara on the ball.
It would be funny if, like, someday he comes out and he says, "I'm not Italian."
I need one Italian just for the like week-long news cycle of one Italian person coming out and being like, "I'm actually very uncomfortable with how it gets discussed."
His first name is Spencer. His middle name is Zane, and he's from Albuquerque, New Mexico. If he had any other last name, we would not think once that he's Italian.
Wow, so he knows about green sauce and red sauce.
Ooh, he's a fusion.
Yeah.
How about that?
Tex-Mex Italian. There's something there.
I think Arrighetti's going to be solid by the end of the year. Come playoff time, ideally he is your fourth guy. Like you have to use in breaking place in case of
longer series.
In case Fromber has a meltdown. Like that. That's kind of what you're looking at, because optimally Javier is going to be the third guy. But you got to give it time, and thankfully Arrighetti has a ramp-up period at the major league level to get there. I think more than anything, yesterday I'm both feeling good that the Astros were able to put together 12 hits and feeling concerned that once again they are dealing with the lack of being able to do anything with runners in scoring position. And I get the umpires weren't great yesterday, but they were 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position, and they left 9 on base in a game where they had 12 hits. The hits that they're coming all of a sudden, that makes me feel very good. And it was a Miami Marlins team that is playing its best baseball in franchise history. To expect a sweep going in, like I think that's definitely asking a lot. But yesterday, as much as Arrighetti struggled, I think it was more about the missed opportunities by the offense that kept fighting, but was not able to capitalize on some of those late inning chances that they had. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 409, your Italian is not it. Oh, we'll work on it. It's basically just me impersonating Marlon Brando. Maybe a little bit the guy that's he's snitching on Michael in Godfather Part 2. Yeah. Someone texted in also, it was an regrettable start. Good job. I like that. Nice pun.
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah, I was thinking Italian. I was like, that doesn't have anything to do with him being Italian. But yeah, no, that's good. Doesn't bring his nationality into, or his, I don't know, ancestry into it.
He is Sean. I am Paul. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, C.J. Gardner-Johnson might be out for a while after a pretty ugly-looking injury earlier today. And speaking of ugly, I think we got to talk about the most important Houston Texans, BBL. Stick around.
it's because of the perception of you being a wild card or crazy or uncontrollable, whatever it is. But your play says Pro Bowl caliber, all pro caliber play. Why aren't you, after winning a championship, 2 times in Philadelphia, bro, 6 picks each of those years, why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there.
Pour one out for a fallen dog. That was Ryan Clark of the pivot with Texans safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson this offseason. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the biggest acquisition for the Houston Texans this offseason, in my opinion. His 2025 season is in doubt. The Super Bowl champion safety who had 6 interceptions for the Eagles last year suffered some sort of injury in practice today in the Greenbrier in West Virginia that required him to be carted off. He was not able to get off the cart on his own. So we'll see what happens. My gut reaction when it comes to stuff like this is always expect the worst. You'll never be disappointed. But I am disappointed because this defense with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think, has the potential to be the best we have and will ever see from the Texans. Without C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think they have the potential to be great for sure, but I just don't think it's going to be at the same level because that other safety position with Jimmy Ward's status up in the air, thanks to legal issues and injury issues as well, and DeMeco Ryans seemingly liking him a little bit perhaps more than he should. That's your next man up, optimally. But since he's not able to go, MJ Stewart's the guy that's getting in there. And nothing against MJ Stewart. He's fine. But he's not C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
He's a, fine NFL player. Like that's his level where you like him more as a backup, but he can play. I do wonder about where this Texans defense now, because I think before today, we would have thought that this could have been like the best Texans defense in Texans history, which isn't exactly like a loaded list, but there's some really good defenses on there with a lot of their best teams, really. And I think that my expectation was that they're going to be better than the 2011, 2012 teams, like on defense specifically. Yeah. And now I think it's like maybe they're a little bit better than last year. And to me, that is like kind of the top 3 is the last year's and then the 2 Kubiak playoff teams. But I think that it is just the upside of this being like a oh my god kind of unit.
Right.
Does go down a little bit with C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting hurt.
For sure. Still has a great 2 edge rushers in Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter.
2 corners. We love Bullock.
Bullock at safety, Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter at corner. And I actually do feel good about the defensive tackle position with Mario Edwards and Sheldon Rankins now back. The linebackers are probably the biggest question mark. Christian Harris, we'll see if he's actually out there in the near future, but things seem to be trending that way. And Christian Harris basically didn't play at all last year. But Gardner-Johnson was the impact signing of all impact signings this offseason.
Cherry on top of your strength to turn into like a super strength.
Right. And now you look at him, and, I mean, there's a chance he's never plays a snap for the Texans. There's a chance.
Yeah, that's definitely a chance because I think he was on the last year of his deal.
Yes. So things to keep in mind. I talked about another CJ Stroud, to tease into this segment. CJ Stroud's BBL could be a problem. I know what you're thinking, Paul. BBL in 2025.
Yeah.
That term refers to Brazilian butt lift. Are you about to go off on some tangent about the rumors surrounding Stephon Diggs and Cardi B's relationship, where Stephon supposedly could smell the BBL that BBL stank and was thinking about moving on from her, but that turned out to be, I guess, just some juicy gossip. No, I'm not talking about Brazilian butt lifts. I'm talking about CJ Stroud's bad body language. So he has talked about this earlier this camp, about how he's got to work on that. But when I was out there, and others have noticed this too, perhaps due to the offensive line trying to figure itself out in front of him. Supposedly they had a better day today. Or figuring out what receivers he's going to work with. CJ Stroud's body language, it's not been great this offseason. He was asked about that yesterday after practice.
I don't know. It's hard. I'm very competitive. I don't like losing. I don't like making mistakes. But I would say I just, in those moments, I just breathe, relax, try to just calm my mind, and, just trying to just find something positive. Like, I always try to remind myself, like, this is cool. Like, I'm in the NFL, I don't, like, God didn't have to bless me with this, but he chose to, and I got to steward it the right way.
Flex.
And I don't think, like, complaining about – I can complain every day if I really wanted to, but, like, there's no positive in that. So I try to just try that and just be grateful for the little things. And even though they're not little, they're huge, they're big. Like, I woke up this morning, and I'm able-minded, able-bodied, and I'm just blessed to have that. So I would say that helps me be more positive and have better body language.
I will say, though, when your offensive line is not protecting you and you got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter sniffing you essentially every single play, and when the defensive backs are making it hard for those young receivers to get open, that the bad body language can return. It is very hard for anyone to go out there on a daily basis and say what we try to make you believe on this show, that today is the greatest day of your life, if you try to make it that. And listen, I'm a paid complainer. So like CJ, I do complain every single day. But I think Stroud's a little frustrated. He had a lot of reason to be frustrated last season. And I bet he thought that things were going to come together a little more quickly this training camp. But newsflash, it's not. It's been moving slowly. And today, August 7th, I believe this is either practice 12 or 13, there were some signs of progress, but the signs of progress have been minimal. And I mean, today, the bigger takeaway from Texans training camp should be they might be without C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the safety that was the crown jewel offseason acquisition for a prolonged period of time. That's not good. This is something Stroud's going to have to get better at. He's not the only quarterback that does it. The worst body language quarterback in the league is Caleb Williams, and you've seen more of that from Caleb Williams just this offseason. I know it's one isolated moment that went viral. Caleb Williams is trying to throw footballs into a net, and he just keeps on missing, and he loses his mind. But the Bears have publicly talked about how they all have to have better body language. Caleb Williams needs to, and so does DJ Moore, who probably had worse body language than Caleb Williams last season, whether that's due to the former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus or their former offensive coordinator Shane Waldron, or due to Caleb Williams holding onto the ball too long and sucking whenever he does that. That's besides the point. But there are other quarterbacks who do this, who pout. I used to think that Geno Smith would be a bust at West Virginia because he had the worst body language at West Virginia when things didn't go so well. But he is now at a point in his career where he seems to have shaken that off and actually evolved into a guy that players in that locker room respect and don't punch in the face from time to time. So, which happened, IK and Pally, look it up.
Happened once.
It did happen once, but imagine you're the starting quarterback of your team, you get punched in the jaw.
That's pretty tough.
I would have bad body language after that, to be perfectly honest, if we're telling the truth here. But bad body language, you can't have it as a quarterback. You always have to seem calm, cool, and collected. And I get it. Like Tom Brady, he had his freakouts on the sideline. Joe Burrow, if you've watched that quarterback series on Netflix, he's had his freakout moments on the sideline. There's a lot of that, but you got to keep it minimal. And honestly, those little occasional explosions are natural when they happen on a football field. When you're sulking around, the other guys in the locker room, the other guys on the field sense it. So whether it's guys on the sidelines who are on the defensive side of things and they see the quarterback's like looking glum, they're probably not going to feel so great about making a stop if the team's down will result in the offense driving the ball down the field. An offensive lineman can read that. Receivers can read that. The quarterback position, unfairly, is the one where you have to act like everything's fine. Everything's good. Everything's fine and good and fine. Nothing is wrong. I'm feeling great. Everything's good and cool and nice.
Yeah, I think especially like the bad body language when it's like sadness is worse than anger. Like the Tom Brady example. Gotta have a couple pelts on the wall like Tom did.
Correct.
And I'm not sure if Stroud is quite at that level yet. I mean, obviously he's not at Tom Brady won a Super Bowl his first year starting, but there does take a certain level of gravitas you have to like be the guy that Peyton Manning did the same thing, rightfully so in my mind, not in Paul's. But you do have to have a little bit of like, well, he is Joe Burrow, he is Tom Brady, he is Peyton Manning. He can get in my face and tell me I need to get better or whatever, that I screwed something up. And I think that like mad is almost better as bad body language or negative body language than sad, than like hanging your head, because that is the kind of thing that like infects the team. Like you said, that it is the Caleb Williams and DJ Moore thing in Chicago, where it's like it actually would be better if one of them was pissed off. Like that would actually be more preferable than them both just like slumping their shoulders and hanging their head.
Yeah,
and I think CJ
Your Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh out there.
Yeah,
the depressed suicidal donkey.
Yeah, I think CJ has a little bit of that.
Father.
Yeah, and I do wonder. This is something that while you were out, that Will Kunkel and I talked about, where like with Laramie Tunsil off the offense and out of the locker room, that there is more room, like a leadership vacuum a little bit for CJ Stroud to step up into.
He's going to take more of it.
Yeah, and so
I mean, not that Tunsil took it as it was, and I think that was a big problem for Tunsil. But yeah, to what you're saying, I totally agree.
But it is like one guy ahead of him in the pecking order, because when CJ Stroud got drafted here, Tunsil was
Tunsil's team.
The dude, he was
Tunsil's
an All-Pro. He was a like 5-7 year veteran at that point.
Exactly.
And I think now there's a little bit more room for CJ Stroud to step into that. And I think there'll be some growing pains. I mean, he's still a young guy. Like some of this is just like maturing as like a 24-year-old. But I think that given everything, I think CJ Stroud, we talked yesterday about Cam Ward having a good head on his shoulders. I think CJ Stroud's the same way. Like I don't worry about this going terribly wrong, but it does need to improve, I would say.
Bad body language. CJ Stroud has acknowledged that he has it, and we've seen it enough at training camp where it's something I hope he works on in addition to a lot of other things.
It's a little understandable too at training camp.
For sure.
Every day is just like you're getting your ass kicked.
And it's been very one-sided, and you've still got a ways to go until the first regular season game. I doubt we see CJ Stroud Saturday against the Vikings.
It'll be good to hit someone else, though.
Oh, the biggest cliche out of training camp, for sure. For sure. I'm sure that was said at today's practice by D'Amico Ryans, too. I haven't gone through that entire presser. From the 512, talking about bad body language, anger makes you look like you think you're better, like you're not living up to your own expectations. Being sad makes you look defeated, like you don't think you can do it. Totally agree on that.
Yeah, that's a good, succinct way of putting that.
Another texter, this is Key from L.A. Key asks this question because C.J. Stroud said, I could complain every day. And I do complain every day. Key from L.A. says, Paul, what do you have to complain about every day? Well, first off, I'm an artist. I always find something.
Yeah.
But here's something I complain about inwardly every single day. I wish this town cared more about football the way that it claims it does. I really do. I would prefer to be talking all football all the time this time of year, but I do what the people want. The people want me to talk about the Houston Astros, and they want me to talk about baseball. And I try my best, but generally I'm going to make it fun because when it comes to baseball, I find most conversations about the sport over an 162-game season to be boring.
Yeah. You're also pet sitting?
Correct. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah. There's always something to complain about.
So listen, my girlfriend's awesome. Awesome. And I'm not complaining about her. I'm just saying the last couple of days have been interesting because I've been pet sitting. So first up, she's got 5 animals, 3 cats, big cat guy. The cats are great. 2 dogs. One of the dogs is the sweetest dog ever. The other dog is amusing, and he's got a little husky in him, so he's a little bit of a diva.
Mm-hmm.
But also every now and then, he's a wild man, and there's something going on where every now and then when I feed the dogs, and when this has happened a couple of times in the last month, where they get like super worked up and start fighting each other afterwards. And one of the dogs is a little more submissive than the possibly husky dog, you know? So like there was a moment where I thought I'm just going to feed the dogs. I'm going to go home afterwards and then come back and hang out with them and watch some TV and stuff. Instead, like one of the dogs like just attacks the other dog. Milo attacks Chip, and I had to like pick up Milo, and I left him in a room for like a couple of hours, and then I came in and I was like sternly talking to him, and I'm like, how am I supposed to talk to animals that aren't mine? Yeah. How? You know,
step dog dad.
Right. I'm not gonna beat my stepkids, essentially. You know, like I'm like, but I was like, but what am I supposed to do? It's a dog.
Step fur babies.
So exactly. So luckily, the dog, like after I put him in timeout, he was like, I could tell he was actually sad and was perhaps hamming it up a little bit to show how sad he was. But doing that, and also United had all of its bleep shut down yesterday, so I was supposed to pick up the girlfriend from the airport last night at I think like 9:15. I picked her up at 2 in the morning. We got home at 2:15. So those are things I have to complain about.
Yeah.
But again, today's the greatest day of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's the greatest day of everyone's life, and it's great to have her back.
I don't think you have BBL.
Bad body language?
Yes, bad body language.
But I do have RBF. Sometimes I look angry when I'm not actually angry. And I notice people sense that. And you can't really tell you have it unless someone highlights that you have it. Like someone will say, "Whoa, what's wrong?" And I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I guess I look like a grouch right now." And I don't even notice it from time to time. Because for the most part, if I'm out and about, like I'm generally smiling and happy, even if I'm depressed inside. But yeah, I do get that from time to time. They're like, "Hey,
you all right, buddy?
You got some RBF going on there, bro." I will say this too. Sometimes when I first join a social situation, and if I haven't had a little like a drink, I get super anxious, and you can tell. I'm like, what's going on? And like you can tell my brain's moving a million miles per hour. So there you go, guys. Body language talk. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text from the 832. I'm sure today isn't the best day of CJ Gardner-Johnson's life. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, that's
What
more of a
approach
when
do
you
you
wake
take when
up
you get hurt?
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the potential to do it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I think CJ probably, I mean, he won a Super Bowl like, whatever, 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I think
he's still feeling pretty good. He's got his Super Bowl, but at the same time, yeah.
Today's worse. Today's worse than
certainly
winning
sucks.
the Super Bowl. I'll say
Hopefully
that.
tomorrow he feels like today's the greatest day of my life, and I'm going to turn things around. I'm going to be back here by December to help the Texans in a title run. Good thing is with this football season, as long as it is, the extra week.
If
the
it's
fact
not
that
an ACL, he has a chance.
There's still a month until the start of the season.
Yeah.
And it's a 4 to 5 month season.
And then what day's the Super Bowl? Huh?
Early February. Generally, it's like February greater than 7.
It's like six months.
Mm-hmm. From the 713, I have no clue why after one terrible minor league start, we rush Eric Getty to the big leagues when there are other pitchers that have been doing way better. All caps, keep him down until he is sharp, and certainly didn't look sharp before they brought him up to blow a game. ... Pathetic! Today's not the greatest day of his life.
Wow.
Complaining. I would imagine the bad body language, not.
And the general text on it.
It does sound like McClain.
Pathetic.
It's fun. It's just a side note. McClain always says pathetic. It's really funny to see Mark Berman respond to random team accounts saying no one gives a rat's ass.
Oh yeah,
Mark
rat's
Berman
ass.
just says rat's ass now all the time. It's very
that's
funny.
That's a good one. That's
like
a good old timer one.
I like it. Mark Berman's getting a little salty, a little blue.
Yeah, I like post-retirement Berman.
Post-retirement Berman. He's no longer the professional. Now he's just like the
voice of the fan.
He's a roaster. The voice of the fan, exactly. As far as this texter goes, Eric Getty's body language wasn't terrible yesterday, if we're just going to try to stay on topic a little bit. I didn't think it was awful, all things considered, but like some people thought the moment looked a little bit too big for him. And yeah, that's what's going to happen. He hasn't pitched in the major leagues in 4 months. Isn't that crazy? I mean, we're talking about 4 months, April 5th, for the broken thumb. It's going to take him some time. I will push back on that texter's theory, like, hey, there's better options. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about right now? You know, I mean,
yeah, it's Colton Gordon, basically.
Right.
I mean, he got sent down for Blue Ball because Blue Ball kind of used his arm for one start or for one appearance and then sent him back down. So yeah, there is a little bit of, it is tightening up there with them shipping out Gusto with the injury to Brandon Walter. So it isn't as much of a conveyor belt of just like, sure, Jason
For sure.
Alexander, let's do it. It really is Alexander and Gordon at this point. So
listen, you'd
it's
rather
not the
have
end of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, guys never do the like wait until he has a good game in AAA and then call him up.
No,
thing.
because we never know if they're having a good game. They just tell us they're having a good game, and whether they are or they aren't, we don't actually know.
Yeah, but when like Jordan comes back, they're not going to wait for him to go like 3 for 5 in a game and then be like, all right, he's ready.
No, exactly. It's going to take Jordan a little bit of time. It's going to take Eric Getty a little bit of time. You'd rather have Eric Getty or McCullers out there than the other guys that are coming up from the minor leagues. You would. I know some people are going to say, no, with McCullers. No, you're wrong. You would rather have those two than the rando minor leaguers, okay? No offense to the rando minor leaguers. They've all done a great job this year. Hashtag God wills it. Some people are responding to me complaining about going to the airport last night. Do you know what I hate the most at the airport when you're trying to pick somebody up? There are people who are not police officers who are in charge of directing traffic. And all they do is create more of a mess because they just yell and they get in the way. Like they'll stand in the way of you driving up to a spot where you can pick the person up, and then they just yell at you, and you don't understand why they're yelling at you, and you're wondering, like, am I about to hit somebody? Is there somebody that's trying to pass me? Like, it's always unintelligible yells. It's at especially at Bush, which is I hate George Bush Airport. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. It is a terrible, terrible way to honor the former president of the United States. It really is. It's just a godforsaken hellhole. All of it's bad. It's always under construction. There's always too much traffic. It's impossible to navigate around. There's random lanes that turn into 2 lanes, that turn into 1 lane, that turn into 2 again. Ugh, I hate it. Sometimes it takes you an hour and a half to get out if you get in on a Sunday night. Like, ugh, I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. Especially Terminal A, which has like the most unfriendly security, who will randomly take your shoes out of a conveyor belt and just like throw them on the floor. They're $200. I don't care. You're a terrorist for arguing with me. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, stay put. the conversations we have off the air. We are 28 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who is the best number 28 in NFL history? You could say Darrell Green, who was the fastest guy in the NFL for the longest time. He was a Redskins cornerback. You could say Curtis Martin, who was a running back first with the New England Patriots. I remember I got his jersey for Christmas once, and then the next offseason, he was on the Jets.
That sucks.
That's
terrible.
It was like weeks later. It was weeks later. I was so mad. I have an autographed picture of Curtis Martin in a Patriots jersey in my home. He was really good with the New York Jets.
He was awesome.
And some say Marshall Faulk.
Marshall Faulk's good.
Colts, Rams, canceled at the NFL Network for being inappropriate. I don't put Marshall Faulk there entirely because he still bitches about what happened in Super Bowl 36 against the New England Patriots. He believes he was cheated out of it because of an erroneous report about how the Patriots were filming walkthroughs that ESPN had to do a retraction on at 2 a.m, of course, as they always did. Hashtag ESPN lies. Not us, though. We're the good ESPN. Anyway, Marshall Faulk, hey, bub, and I bring this up every single time I think about Marshall Faulk, maybe, just maybe, Kurt Warner shouldn't have thrown the easiest pick six in the world in Super Bowl 36 to Ty Law. Maybe Ricky Proehl shouldn't have fumbled at the end of the second quarter to set the Patriots up for their second touchdown because their offense couldn't move the football all game. Maybe Kurt Warner shouldn't have thrown that interception to Otis Smith later on in the game that gave the Patriots another 3 points. And on top of that, the Patriots should have been up 24-3 in that game because the whole game the Patriots just beat the hell out of Marshall Faulk. Their idea was, hey, when Marshall Faulk, the snap happens, we're just going to hit Marshall Faulk as hard as we can so that he could never catch passes out of the backfield. There was a play where they did that on the backside. Kurt Warner scrambling, and he fumbles. He got returned 99 yards by Syracuse legend Tabucky Jones for a touchdown. They should have been up 24-3 in the fourth quarter. But they got called back because of some backside holding where, Kurt Warner never saw the guy. Never saw Marshall Faulk was being held by William McGinnis. BS. So I hate it whenever the Rams bitch and moan about getting cheated in Super Bowl 36. How about don't crap yourself for an entire game? Pertinent to the off-the-air conversation that Sean and I were just having.
Yes. Adrian Peterson, also a very good 28.
Great one to come up with. Thank you very much. Houston legend.
Probably a little bit better than Marshall Faulk.
Might be in a fight in the near future. Chris Johnson, Fred Taylor.
Chris Johnson.
Corey Dillon. 28 is where we're getting some good numbers here.
Yeah, we're getting to the good numbers.
Want to hear the Houston Texans who wore number 28?
Yeah, let's hear him.
Joe Mixon currently wears it.
Good one.
Hopefully he is ready to go by the start of the season because the running back situation is looking sus right now. I think
Chubb was out today.
Chubb's out, and we thought that Dameon Pierce was going to be back, and he wasn't.
Yeah.
Rex Burkhead.
Okay.
During the really dark times.
Yeah.
Justin Forsett. Remember when Justin Forsett scored that long touchdown against the Lions on Thanksgiving? Yes. And
it was going to get automatically reviewed, but
Jim Schwartz had a temper tantrum, and they couldn't challenge the play because he had a temper tantrum, and they got a 15-yard penalty on top of that. Other number 28s for the Houston Texans, Alfred Blue. Now, listen up. Here's the story about a 6th-round running back from LSU. And all day and all night, all he does is be Arian Foster's backup, like himself and everybody around. Blew his house with the blue. Oh, stop.
Yeah. Brian Cushing bullied him that one time.
He did, but that's honestly what you remember him the most for. He had a big run that set the Texans up in that playoff game against the Chiefs for the Wattcat. And, you know,
how'd that go?
Didn't go very well. So there you go. Number 28, everybody.
That got me jazzed up. That's a
good
number.
That was all on top of my head, too.
A lot of DBs, a lot of running backs. The next 27 are all going to be good.
I think so.
Maybe 19's kind of tough. But.
You know what wasn't good? Hard Knocks episode 1. Okay, highlights. They went to an ice cream place. They spent way too much time focusing on the ice cream place and showing B-roll of people making ice cream.
Mm.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I've seen an ice cream swirl machine before.
Me too. But guess what? They were doing it by hand because they were crushing cookies.
Oh, the old-fashioned one.
Yeah. The ice cream was called Dirt. Shout out to that ice cream company. It
Yeah.
didn't make me want ice cream.
I do think that the Bills are a little too good of a team. I think you don't want a really good team because it's just not as it's not as entertaining. There's not enough unintentional comedy as I mean, my favorite's always going to be the Hugh Jackson Browns one, where it's just like everyone on that was like such a clown.
Jarvis Landry, bless him, trying to make like he's trying to be the new Chad Johnson.
The offensive coordinator or the offensive line coach whose belly would move when he'd
the
set
back
hike.
guy. Yeah, I remember that.
You had Baker there too, so it was a very fun season. I think the Bills, they're too serious of a team to have like, I guess, non-manufactured goofiness.
But even like this episode, just nothing happened.
Yeah.
Oh, a guy is test driving race car. Wow.
Yeah, we need Haley Steinfeld. I think that's what we need.
I
an episode
agree.
of Steinfeld.
A strong, powerful, independent woman. A little more of her. There was a little bit of her in the episode, but it was a very little bit, and it wasn't any footage of theirs. It was footage like
Archival,
from
yeah.
TMZ and stuff like that. What else happened? Tre'Davious White. This was clearly staged. Tre'Davious White, after practice, wearing shoulder pads and a helmet, was running up hills in front of his wife.
Okay.
It looked so staged. It really did. I was kind of that's where I was really like, really? This is the most that's going to happen in this episode. Also, some guy suffered an injury, and then they zoomed in on somebody else who was mic'd up, who was going over the top, praying for the injury. It turns out the injury wasn't that bad. Like, the only cool thing that happened on Hard Knocks is that Josh Allen, during a practice, wore the Bills' red helmets from the 90s, which are the way that they should be, because they have this hybrid between their 90s helmets and their 60s helmets. It's white like the 60s helmets, but it has the 90s helmet logo. The red helmets are, I think, fantastic from the Jim Kelly era.
Yeah, I think though. I mean, they're two good looks, but I like the red ones a little bit more. I think it's just because they don't wear them as often.
Yeah,
anymore.
for sure. They haven't worn them in a couple of years. They will wear them at some point this year. Smelling salt's not gone from the NFL forever. A lot of people were concerned about that, but the NFL Players Association, after George Kittle went on the NFL Network and just interrupted a segment to say, "Hey, I've got a grievance. I got a problem with you people."
He filed a grievance like Michael Scott declared bankruptcy.
Yes,
where he just
did.
yelled it.
He just yelled it. It was pretty funny.
It was a funny moment.
Interrupted an interview and then he just walks off on his way. But the NFL has not prohibited player use of smelling salts and ammonia capsules. Well, how else are they going to get concussed players back on the field without alerting anybody? Like, remember when Josh Allen got concussed against the Texans and definitely he got concussed? They gave him some smelling salts and he was fine.
Yeah, I missed like 2 plays. I think the I guess misunderstanding is that the teams can't provide them anymore, but players can still bring smelling salts and provide their own smelling salts.
Yes,
so
correct.
It's a minor thing.
Continuing the 10-minute drill. By the way, and a lore from, I believe, my rodeo committee from back in the day. There were smelling salts on a table once. People were jokingly like taking a little sniff of it, and someone took a massive sniff of it, like a complete moron, and ruined the night for, I guess, everyone in the tent. This happened like a couple of years ago or something. The way that story was told was so funny to me. Smelling salts are not something to do lightly. Check that. They are to be done lightly. Take them seriously.
Yeah,
My
take
bad.
them seriously.
Screw that up there. The Patriots are back. Iconic images of the last 2 years. President Trump getting up from being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Mike Vrabel bleeding after breaking up a fight at Patriots training camp practice against the Commanders. By the way, and this might be coming from Boston-based reporters, but some are saying Drake May looked better than Jaden Daniels. Some.
I saw both of these things, and I was just like, God, this is 100%
so back.
I knew you were going to love the
We
Vrabel
are
thing.
so back, dude. We're so back, kid.
I don't know
All
what would
these
be funnier.
losers in the AFC East, they wish they had won a title. Daddy's home. It's going to be wicked pissing this year.
I don't think I've never worked with you while the Patriots were like really good.
Oh, watch out.
I can't imagine.
Especially because it's been a few years. Because after a while, I was like, all right, I'm a little insufferable. But now I'm starving for it. Because it was like a big part of my identity when it comes to talking about football was always being like, well, I grew up rooting for the Patriots. And everything I say is right. because I root for the greatest team ever because my parents had sex there and birthed me. And because I was born there, I understand football more than you because I watch them play football, which is good football, and you watch bad football, which makes you bad and dumb and stupid. That was legitimately my logic for a long time. And since they won for such a long period of time, that legitimately could be justifiable to back up my football knowledge, he said in quotation
Yeah, you
marks.
basically could just say rings to people.
Essentially. So now I can't. Now I can't anymore. Cowboys fans, we understand each other.
that should piss them off a lot because
Well, yeah, it's been 30 years since they did anything. But like,
Pats have
I
been bad for
understand what you
5.
used to be. I understand what you used to be when you were handsome like us, you know, and on the rise.
Again, and my team's never made it past the divisional round.
Yeah. It will be very insufferable.
I don't know. I literally don't know football outside the division.
I'm telling all of you, root against them. Please root against them.
I will. Don't worry.
I think Grounded Me is way better than Insufferable Patriots, Paulie. I'm just saying that. I at least admit it. And we do have some fun with it. But I mean, like, listen.
I need Drake May to be a bum.
We're talking about the greatest 28s in NFL history, and I just went on a rant about Marshall Faulk. Like, hey, try not to lose as much as you did that game, bro. Aaron Rodgers, he says he's fully on board to play in the first preseason game if asked. Thanks. What a great teammate. Also great teammates. Tyreek Hill, who was out of practice for undisclosed reasons yesterday, will be on the team charter to Chicago for preseason game number 1. Great teammates right there, both of them.
Yeah, he'll be on the team charter.
Love it.
But it's never good when there's news that you will be on the team
I know,
charter.
right? Like, well, they weren't expecting him to be there.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, it doesn't mean things are going super well.
That is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. We are 28 days away from the start of the NFL season. By the way, an interesting NFL game tonight that involves somebody who could be a pain in the ass for your Houston Texans in a perfect world for that city, which is a god-awful place. Paul Gallant Show. Find out about all of that next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. No update yet on what C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Texans safety, suffered earlier today at Texans training camp practice in West Virginia. But he was carted off, and you got to assume that he's going to be out for a prolonged period of time. The hope is that it's not going to cost him the rest of the season. He had to be helped onto the cart. He had to be helped off of the cart, and the entire practice got very, very quiet, kneeling around Gardner-Johnson after he went down trying to tackle John Mechie. It does seem that a lot of bad things happen around Texans not so wanted receivers. I do wonder if Mechie makes the team. I'd also point to the since released Jared Wayne, who was the one that collided with Tank Dell. Just saying.
It's not you're saying it's not great for the like 5th and 6th receivers
right.
of the Texans.
If you're
not a great track record.
If you're an a-hole, you'd blame them. And I'm sure there's some of the Texas fan base that actually will do something like that. But that's the latest. They wrapped up their last practice in West Virginia Saturday. They're going to take on the Minnesota Vikings to open up the preseason. Speaking of the preseason, there's actually a pretty important preseason game tonight because it's going to help determine something that takes place in the AFC South. Let's go around the South Side. Oh, Bill O'Brien. So the Colts are in the AFC South, even though they play in Indianapolis, which, no offense, Vanessa Richardson, is a godforsaken hellhole. I base this off of the one time my dad told me about a time that he was stuck in an airport, and he told that to an airport bartender who agreed with him. Is that enough evidence to prove that Indianapolis is the worst of all cities? Probably not. Honestly, Gary, Indiana is probably worse. The coastal capital of Indiana is probably where they get all the shrimp for St. Elmo's, that overhyped steakhouse that's in Indianapolis. But Anthony Richardson's going to start at quarterback for the Colts tonight against the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, Colts playing the old city that they're from.
Yeah.
A little drama. Perhaps some high stakes on the line, you know? Baltimore Ravens practice squad players want to show Indianapolis Colts practice squad players, hey, man, you shouldn't have left.
Yeah, it's messed up what y'all did in 19...
Mayflower fans in the middle of the night. Did you know the Baltimore Colts used to have a band? Yeah, there's like a Netflix documentary about that.
Do the Ravens third stringers and special teamers, do they still have the like 20-game win streak of preseason games? Or did they lose relatively recently? I remember that was a thing for a while, that like the Ravens were undefeated in preseason for the last like 3 years. I think they've lost, right?
They did lose last year, I think.
Okay.
That's when the streak got snapped.
Yeah.
But Richardson's going to start. Daniel Jones is going to play a lot. Richardson has been up and down at practice. There were concerns about his shoulder at the very beginning of training camp. Big news from Richardson, by the way. Richardson's cutting Skittles out of his diet, saying, I need to be more of a pro with my eating. How many Skittles is he eating?
Yeah.
How many Skittles is he eating?
I think if you're a professional athlete, like you can have
all the Skittles.
Yeah.
Chad,
you can have like, what, 2 bags a day?
Chad Johnson was eating McDonald's every single day. Like, usually you have good enough genetics. Sorry to sound eugenicist here, like Sidney Sweeney, old Hitler. But I'm just saying, okay, guys, like certain people, athletes, they could eat like crap and be fine.
Yeah. They also are burning so many calories.
Yeah. So like a couple of like how many is he eating?
Remember, was it I know it was a Dwight Howard thing. I think it was also a Lamar Odom thing where like their entire like backseat of their car or something was just like full of candy. Like they did like one of those like, day in the life like interviews with them, and like he had like a room in his house. He had candy in his car. Like there's just candy everywhere. Like they're constantly eating candy.
Mm-hmm.
Now neither of those guys really aged very well. So
No, they definitely did not.
But
the fact that this is being flexed by Richardson, who is now Anthony Richardson Sr., by the way, like there's just so many red flags with him. And then just read all of the stories this offseason where people are making excuses for him. Colts ownership, Chris Ballard, Colts coaches as well. I mean, we saw not too long ago Daniel Jones in a preseason game against the Texans. It's one of the worst quarterback performances I think I've ever seen in my life. When was that? Daniel Jones preseason. Was that last year? Yeah, it was. Daniel Jones, his first game since an ACL injury. He was so bad in that game. That was at NRG Stadium. He was just god-awful.
I remember that.
Yeah. It was like, oh, hey, he's back. Woohoo! The giant quarterback that got overpaid. It was so bad. He was brutal. And that's who Anthony Richardson's actually in a battle with.
Yeah.
He's supposedly winning it, but that's because the Colts want him to win it so that they weren't wrong about drafting him, which, P.S., they were. They should just get it over with.
Yeah, the Anthony Richardson problem is like the accuracy. It's the fact that at points of last year, he was the least accurate quarterback in like the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Like he was in those kind of talks with the completion percentage. Like the Skittles thing is like, it feels very performative. Like
all of it's performative.
It's like, no, dude, the problem is, and him being up and down in practice. No bleep. He's a 50% passer for his career. Like, yeah, it's going to be up and down.
I think he was like 43rd in the NFL last year
Yeah.
as far as that goes.
It was like him and Kyle Bowler were like the two worst completion percentage,
That's
like
rough.
with as many pass attempts as he was getting.
This Bowler was a late first-round pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Richardson was 5 overall. A text from the 832. By the way, what if the Texans drafted Anthony Richardson?
It was on the table.
It was on the table.
I was like,
some people wanted it.
Thinking back, like, obviously there's more doubts about Anthony Richardson. That's why he went after C.J. Stroud. But, like, he was viewed as, like, a very high upside, like, a higher upside than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, for sure. And he's
crazy.
Nowhere close to that.
No.
Also, people said the same thing about Will Levis, Jeremy. From the 832, Marshawn Lynch ate Skittles every day. Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Anthony Richardson moving away from Skittles, he might be passing on unlocking his inner beast mode.
Yeah. I would, beast mode never asked out of a game. I don't know if that's true. But
actually,
that's probably true.
He definitely might have asked out of a game.
But
He's
still.
one of the few players of the NFL that would probably ask out of a game if he didn't want to play.
Yeah, but I also think Skittles, as far as like a vice goes, they're not that bad for you. Like if you're an NFL player, like there's probably worse food that you could be having that's like actually impacts your performance more than Skittles.
Which, I mean, McDonald's.
Yeah. Or Vince Young and Lindale White going to Cheesecake Factory after every practice.
Gotta say, something I used to do before every single game when I played in high school was I would have a pizza from Domino's without any cheese on it. Like, I'd have half a pizza.
That's such a like, Paul psycho move.
Well, also, just like eating that, like I think about that, like, what was I doing?
It's not good fuel.
No,
like, it's not good
Should have been having spaghetti every single time. I don't know why, but it never affected my play somehow. Never crap my pants
that
out
also
there.
is the most.
It's like wild.
The most inefficient way to get tomato sauce and bread in your system.
Yeah. It's like, hey, here's this like giant loaf that's gonna hang in your stomach. You'll probably belch out in the middle of the game.
Some teenager in St. Pete was like, "Oh, we have another Friday order for a cheese pizza."
Yeah, without cheese.
Without cheese.
Yeah. Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant, South Side. Anthony Richardson starting tonight against the Colts, so he might be speeding up his benching. C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered a serious injury for the Texans today at practice. C.J. Stroud talked about bad body language. And as far as the Astros go, are you being a vibe-pier after they lost to the Marlins and Spencer Arrighetti struggled? All of that's on the table. Stick around.
Yeah, of course, it's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach. Anytime I see anybody hit the ground, it's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. D'Amico Ryan's talking about the injury to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Texan safety, earlier today at practice that required him to be carted off of the field. Before we get back into that, a special shout-out to our friends at Craft Pita. So Craft Pita is participating in Houston Restaurant Week. They landed a spot in NRG Stadium for this coming season. I've had a couple of their pita chips and their hummus. Good God.
Yeah.
I also have a falafel pita in front of me right now. I was thinking about the gyro, but I was like, gyros are good. Someone who used to work at a Greek restaurant.
Yeah, I got the gyro
poop
pita.
my pants? I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm risking it, but I only have to make another 50-something minutes. But yeah, I got the gyro pita. Incredible.
The falafel pita is really good.
I'm probably going to let's hurry up with the segment so I can go back outside.
All right.
Hopefully there's some left.
I also have a Lebanese snickerdoodle cookie in front of me.
What? I didn't even see that.
It's always funny. I love when we have some of the awesome restaurants around Houston stop by. But I also am like, when they stop by, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to be distracted for the rest of the show because I'm a piggy. I'm a fatty. Boom, batsy. So shout out to Craft Pita and also don't forget, Houston Restaurant Weeks are now until Labor Day.
Yeah.
Diners across the greater Houston area. If you want to eat food and pay a little bit less, you can enjoy specially priced multi-course brunch, lunch, dinner at nearly 350 participating restaurants. Meal prices and donations, we're talking like under $60. And you can go to their website, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, where they divvy the restaurants up by neighborhood, and they divvy them up also by genre, by cuisine. So, fantastic website. Shout out to Katie Stone, who we had on the show earlier this week when we were at the Federal American Grills. So many awesome places. So, shout out to Craft Pita for hooking us up. I love it when people bring us food.
Yeah, I love a pita place, too.
It's been a while, honestly, since I've had a good pita. There was a really good one that we had in college that we would go to.
So did we.
regularly.
Yeah, I
Syracuse,
think that's what
New
got
York.
me hooked on them.
But I'd never done it before that. And I was like, ooh, look at me. I'm cultural.
Yeah, right? And they probably do that on purpose.
For sure. But, I mean, this is good. Oh, man, now I feel fat. Anyway, hey! The Texans were feeling fat in the secondary. A little less fat right now.
Fat with a PH.
Fat with a PH because it was cool, and there's had a lot of good players. A lot of good players in the secondary. But the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury does feel like it's going to be one that keeps him out for the rest of the season. Just first take, gut reaction, shooting from the hip. I hope it's only going to be a couple of months. We all do. And I think that it takes the Texans defense from the potential to be definitively the best in team history to be, best case scenario, debatably one of the best in team history. It's definitely a step back. Your defense has great pass rushers, has a pretty solid interior. Your linebackers, when healthy, are definitely plus. Your secondary might be the best in the league, but without C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it's a little bit more up for debate. So we will see going forward what happens with the Texans if they add somebody and if somebody steps up in training camp. But this is definitely a bummer when it comes to news for this team. As far as the Astros are concerned, after last night's loss, Spencer Arrighetti was going to have probably a rough start when he went out there. I'm torn between thinking, you know what? The Astros offense seems to be waking up. A lot of guys are trending up. They had 10-plus hits last night. I mean, how many times did that happen when they were just throwing Zach Short and Cooper Hummel out there? It wasn't happening a lot. But they still struggled to score runs despite all of the hits that they had. And that was a problem earlier in the year where they would get hits and you'd be like, wait, what's going on with runners in scoring position? Why are they weirdly not very good? And I think just like everyone thinks their bullpen is bad, I think everyone thinks their team is bad hitting with runners in scoring position. It turns out that generally baseball averages in all sorts of circumstances are not great. You know, like teams aren't hitting 300 in those situations.
It just hurts more when your team bats 250 with runners in scoring position because you remember all 3 times where it didn't come through. Yeah, that last night
4 for 13.
Yeah, 12 hits, 4 of them come with runners in scoring position. That's how you only score 4 runs on 12 hits.
Exactly.
So, yeah, tough one, but it is a step in the right direction. Like they would have won games in the previous series if they scored 4 runs, but yeah, they definitely stepped down.
I'm not going to be a vibe pyre here. Trademark. I'm not going to be a vibe pyre. I'm choosing to look at the good as opposed to getting mad about the bad.
Is that like vampire?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's for vibes.
Like an energy vampire.
Exactly.
But for vibe.
But it's cooler to say
vibe pyre.
A vibe.
That's what the kids
pyre.
are saying, I think. Yeah.
Well, now
huge
they are.
on TikTok.
Because I am. I'm in sports radio in Houston, Texas. I am the biggest TikToker. I am. I think Jeremy's actually pretty close.
I was gonna say Branham's your only competition. I think.
Yeah, for at least as far as things stand right now. But
Houston TikTok radio.
Listen, don't be a vibe pyre. Okay.
Sorry.
Do not be a vibe pyre. I'm not talking to you, Sean. I'm talking to everybody.
Okay.
Okay. They lost, sure, but they took 2 or 3 out of a team playing its best ball in franchise history. They took 2 out of 3. That's good. I get that the American League West is now a 2-game lead over the Mariners. It's still a 4.5-game lead over the Rangers. Thank goodness the Yankees won. Astros play the Yankees this weekend. I get the urge to be like, well, you got to sweep the Marlins now because you got swept by the Red Sox. I'm looking at it from this perspective. They're starting to get hits. They're getting timely hits. Correa seems to be hot. Jesus Sanchez, since joining, has been good. Christian Walker's heating up. There's a lot of good happening with the bats that do not have Yordan Alvarez back, that do not have Jake Myers back. Like it does feel like things are better from an offensive perspective, even if since the trade deadline, the Astros are 2-4. You add that up over a month as well and how they've been playing. Yeah, that's how the American League West goes from being something that I had called already to being one that I am now uncalling. Yeah, I'm uncalling the AL West. It's uncalled. It's being uncalled, but it's being uncalled because I'm being a little minx. I'm being a little sloot. I might threaten to jump on the Mariners bandwagon. Paul, we were just talking about not being a vibe pyre, and then this comes out of nowhere. Well, sometimes you got to motivate your other. If you want to be a really toxic person in a relationship, which I have yet to do with my lady, and I hope I never will do with my lady, do some self-sabotaging stuff. Sometimes you got to let people know you're wanted. Say the people that have never been in relationships longer than 4 months. Sometimes you got to seem like you're more wanted than you actually are. And I'm debating putting on a Mariners t-shirt tomorrow. I'm debating it. Sean's shaking his head. I'm just debating it. I don't want to be a vibe pyre like all you people out there.
You're like the someone on the Titanic being like, I don't want to cause a panic, but also I'm Billy Zane pushing people out of the way to get on a lifeboat.
But he was smart because he survived until he shot himself in the head during the Depression. So a little addendum.
Did that happen?
Oh yeah, it happens at the end.
In the movie?
Oh yeah, she said she gives like a little no, not in the movie. You don't see it, okay. But she gives like a little narration when he's looking for her after they get picked up by the other boats. And she says like, he went on and he married some harlot, and then he put a pistol in his mouth during the Great Depression hit, and that's how his story ends. But he lasted a little longer.
Yeah, made it longer than Jack.
He got shoved off.
But that's
of a
what
door.
you're doing. Anyway,
I'm shoving Jack off the door. I don't want to be a vibe pyre, but I'm calling the AL West.
Yeah,
but I called the AL West a little early. It's a 2-game lead now. I can't call it.
You're trying to make the Astros jealous.
Yeah.
Gonna start liking some Instagram posts.
Ooh, yeah.
This is toxic.
I did. Doing. I mean, listen. Did you see what I did last night? I retweeted a post from a Mariners account.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I retweeted a post.
What was it? Just this team's hot. Love what I've seen out of these guys.
No. I just reposted it. And retweets are not necessarily endorsements.
Is
by
that
the
in your
way.
bio?
No, it doesn't say that.
Then
in my bio.
then I assume it's an endorsement.
Quote, the Astros have zero juice. They are cooked. Mariners just need to avoid an active 2 months pants pooping, and they'll win the division. Please do not poop your own pants for 2 months, Mariners. Okay. I reposted that. Reposts are not necessarily endorsements.
Although.
But I'm not so much of an insufferable douche to put that in my profile. And by the way, everyone who has that in local media, and I know some people in local media listen to the show, come on. Just delete it. It's wasted space.
Yeah, it speaks to a self-importance. So retweets are not endorsements. But Paul, do you endorse that tweet?
I don't know. Depends. Take care of business.
God, what a minx.
I know. I'm a harlot. I'm a little hoe. Should have worn a V-neck.
I mean, we still have the Two-Face poster outside.
That's true. Well, listen, Harvey Dent.
What about Harvey Dent? He made some good points.
No. I mean, there's I believe part of the comics. There's a part where Harvey Dent actually wins back his entire body, at least for a temporary amount of time. I think there might even be a subplot in the Batman animated series, but then eventually Two-Face comes back. So, Two-Face could come back, but Two-Face is gone for now.
Okay, but we'll let a coin decide.
We could. We could.
Leave things up to chance.
He does sound like that. It's funny. From the 832, Paulie loves the Mariners. Lame. No, I just like teams that win.
It really is that simple.
If both these teams sucked, we wouldn't talk about it.
It really boils down to who has
good?
made up ground over the last 10 days.
And they've made up a lot of ground over the last month or so. And I'm just putting it out there because I want to remind the Astros, hey, you didn't put a ring on it, except for in 2022 and in 2017.
Do they have El Tiempo in Seattle?
No, they don't. No.
Okay.
No, their ballpark has some good food, though.
Do they let you buy more than one margarita?
I don't think they know how to make a margarita in the Pacific Northwest.
I forgot about the cultural differences.
No, I don't think they understand it. My the girlfriend was in San Diego for the last couple of days for a business trip, and she asked for a ranch water, and they had no idea what to do. It's tequila soda with a little extra something.
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
not that.
It's not that hard to make.
Right?
But no, they didn't understand it. So a margarita, the Pacific Northwest. I'm not sure they know it. So here's what I'm trying to say here. Okay, I'm calling the AL West, but I'm not going to be a vibe pyre. I think the Astros have been doing some good of late. I'm just saying, objects in the rearview mirror, as Mark Berman loves to post, are closer than they appear, and you should give a rat's ass about the Mariners now that they have Eugenio Suarez. You should. And this Josh Naylor guy, I guess, is really good. The Mariners are all slurping that up as well. Ooh, give him an extension right away. It's well, aren't you playing on the road right now? You're in Chicago. You're not playing in the Marine Layer Park. But anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
That ball hit hard to left field. Back on it goes Hernandez looking up. That ball's gone. Laser beam over the wall left. Third home run of this road trip for Christian Walker. And for the second straight day, the Astros in front 2-0 on a first inning home run.
Ted, this is, I believe it's his third first at-bat home run on this road trip. A couple in Boston. This was an absolute scud.
Hell yeah, dude. The Astros bats are trending up, even if they weren't great with runners in scoring position yesterday and honestly all season long when they've been healthy. And Spencer Arrighetti had his struggles. But don't be a vibe pyre. Look at the series win over the Marlins as a step in the right direction. Some comments on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Starting to get hits, says Rocky. Don't mean bleep from Shinola. I've never heard that saying before.
Shinola.
Shinola? Okay.
Yeah, can't tell bleep from Shinola.
Okay. Why?
Another SH word.
Is that like a place?
Shinola. It's a very old-timey thing.
Okay. I like
it's
it, though.
The only person I know in my life that said that is my grandfather.
Well, now Rocky said it as well. So I like that. Don't be a vibe pyre. The bats are waking up, but I am uncalling the American League West because it's 2 games. It's 2 games. You let them get back in. And they've added a little bit of vibes themselves, the Seattle Mariners. And look, the next couple of series for the Astros, no game tonight, in the Bronx this weekend, are against decent teams. First off, the Yankees on Apple TV Plus. Ew. God, I'm so sick of these Apple TV Plus. I already got to pay $500 to watch every single national TV game in the NFL. Now I got to watch. I've been subscribing to Apple TV Plus for this entire season, and I can't even watch it when you're on the go, unless you have Verizon or something like that. They play the Red Sox Monday at Dyken Park. Ooh, exciting. Should I go? For Correa's return? For Bregman's return? Maybe I should.
Christian Javier's return.
That's true. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if that's also going to be the first day, but
probably not.
Yeah.
It's Jason Alexander, Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown listed for that series. In fact, we have yet to see Christian Javier listed, but it could be that. It also could be weekend series against the Orioles, and it could be, I guess, when Tigers, they go to Detroit to play them. But the Orioles have talent. That's a tough stretch. The next 12 games.
I only say that because I think Dana Brown, I forgot which day it was, but he said that he expects Javier back for the homestand. He said he could come back for the homestand. So one of those 2 series.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's tough the rest of the way. They have a series against Colorado and the Angels, which is nice, but they have another series after this coming one against New York. They have Texas. They have the Blue Jays, who are the best team in baseball. Did you see what the Blue Jays did last night? The Blue Jays won 20-1. And it's against the Rockies, and it's in Colorado. But I think they outscored the Rockies. They scored 45 runs, I think, in 3 games against the Rockies, who are god-awful, but still. The Braves are playing well all of a sudden. Remember when the Astros had the easiest schedule the rest of the way? That is no longer the case. You have several playoff teams before your last week of the year against the A's, who weirdly have been competitive against you this year, and the Angels. The Braves at least are playing like ass. I look at the Braves and I'm like, oh, the Braves. Oh.
Yeah.
Forgot. I was like, oh, yeah, they're way under 500.
The Braves and Orioles are the 2 teams where I'm just
massive disappointments. They have talent, and I assume they're good.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
When you see the logo on this schedule, you're like, oh, man, these guys? And then, oh, wait, they're below 500.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Ryan Lost in Texas just put this out there. 9 El Tiempo margaritas, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings. All right. I mean, you're dying.
Yeah.
You're dying. I actually would be curious. I've never had more than 2 El Tiempo margaritas at the park And I felt it. Like, I was definitely drunk. 3, I'm pretty sure I would turn into mostly a vegetable. And I'm not encouraging this, especially now that El Tiempo is basically trying to shame people into moderation because of all the videos that are going viral on TikTok of people passing out at stadiums or leaving stadiums and having had a few. But how many El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park could you have and still walk? Where you wouldn't need a wheelchair.
I think it's less than 9. I think
Definitely less than 9. I'm with you.
I think you can do 9 for 9.
The 9 glizzies are not enough absorbents to keep you going.
No.
Like, you could do, and I saw Will Kunkel and Michael Schwab talking about this on Will Kunkel's podcast, Kick It with Kunkel. Like, they want to do the 999 challenge at some point. That's a lot. And by the way, your burps are going to smell toxic.
Yeah.
Just noxious fumes are going to, ruin everybody's day. I think 999 for me at age 36, that's a team effort. I would like to try it, but not really.
9 hot dogs is just where it's like, I don't think I could do 9 hot dogs.
It's also going to cost you $400.
That too.
Because the beers, they don't have 12 ounces at Dyken Park. The beer cans are generally 18 to 24 ounces. So
yeah.
Does one count as 2? Like,
or 1.5? Yeah. I don't know.
It's a lot of money.
It is. It's a lot of money. It's also. Do you see J.J. Watt did it before like the 5th inning of a game?
That's not surprising though, because he is
6'5" and
a freak,
250.
Not meant in a bad way. He's a freak. He's a huge guy. So beers are not going to hit him as hard.
From Wisconsin, too.
But he also can eat. He can eat the hot dogs as well. I mean, because after, like, I could probably do 5 hot dogs before I'm like, oh, I don't want this anymore.
Yeah, it's just like over the what I have a problem with is that I don't think I could have like 4 hot dogs and then wait an hour and then have 5 more.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like after, like, you kind of have to just have a constant churn where like your body's not thinking about it of like, oh my God, I just had a half dozen hot dogs and I have 3 more to go. Like, that is so many hot dogs.
That's awful to think about. What's the most hot dogs you've ever had, John?
I don't know. It might honestly be like 5.
5, yeah, that seems like a lot. Like, as a kid, I've had an entire pizza before as a kid.
It was also as a child. Like, this was me at like 13 years old.
Yeah.
Trying to have as many as I could.
That was probably the peak of my eating. I would say,
prowess. Yeah,
probably like from age 15 to age like 23 was where I could shovel it down. But 999
9 hot dogs
is insane.
And
9 El Tiempo margaritas, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
to answer Ryan Lawson, Texas.
You'll need an IV afterwards. Like,
no, you'll be lucky to wake up. You will be like you will have alcohol poisoning for sure. You'll probably never drink a margarita again if you survive it either. Which, do you want that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
It's gonna cost you $1,000 at the park. It's gonna be another $5,000 for the emergency room visit.
How much is that? Like, what are they? $23?
They're $23, so it's nearly $200, if not over $200 plus tax. Oh my God!
Plus tax
for 9 margaritas, and then the hot dogs. I mean, unless it's Tuesday, then it's only $216.
It's a deal and a half.
If you could.
No, I don't think I could. I mean, I could try it, but I don't think I would ever like think I could do it.
I don't know why this became such a thing on Astros online, amongst Astros online fans, as it has the 999 challenge of late, because that has been discussed a lot.
I think it's because Watt did it recently.
Gotcha.
And so this is me just guessing that they're mostly also Texans fans, and so they follow Watt. So it's just kind of in the news or in the ethos right now. But yeah, I think Will might be able to do it. I've never talked to Will not on the air.
Will
for more than 2 minutes.
Will's in good shape. Will's got a little more mass than me,
yeah.
But not big mass. No, Will definitely works out. Man, 999's a lot. I don't know. Because I think Will's my age. I don't 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
He has a little bit of the TV person of like, I have no idea how old he is.
Yeah, I know. He's an ageless
Yeah,
wonder.
he looks great, but I have no idea how old he is.
We'll see more of him during this coming football season, we believe. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the E32, all the sugar from the margaritas are going to give you digestive issues. I'd rather have those digestive issues than being dead.
Yeah, also the hot dog is going to give you, it's not great. Your body's not going to be like,
Your
thanks.
body is going to be like, I'm going to expel all these gases and this disgusting concoction that you have created.
And I'm going to do
this
it right.
potion in my stomach, in your stomach. It's a potion. It's essentially a potion, like a cauldron that witches are like boiling and making ritualistic sacrifices, dropping a cat in or something like that.
Science fair project.
Yeah, exactly. From the 859, I just did a 999 at a Reds game. 3 hot dogs, 3 Cincinnati chili conies. Ooh, a little extra.
Okay.
Those sound good. Although, Cincinnati chili is basically like bad pasta sauce. And then 9 Tall Boy Bush, since they were $4 Tall Boys for Ellie de la Cruz All-Star appearance. Damn, dog, that's impressive. That's more than 9. That's more than a 999. That's like a 99.
Yeah, because the chili dog,
12,
like,
13.
That's killer.
Yeah. Blaine says, I'm going to try the 999 this weekend at home. Way cheaper. Yeah, but then if you're not doing it at the ballpark, does it count? I don't know.
You're saying it's a little bit like the bubble title, where it's just like, yeah, okay. Like,
Yeah. Asterisk.
Asterisk.
From the 832, I'd be worried about the indigestion from the citric acid causing puking. Seen it before. Young dude puked in the aisle, fell over 2 rows of seats, then escorted out by the Houston Police Department. That's from Huey and Spring. As one does. So there you go, guys. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5. 92.5. How far is too far? 999. Is that too far? Is the 999 challenge too far at the ballpark? Plus some more. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Man, these Kraft pita chips, the best pita chips I've ever had. Truly. And I'm a big pita chip guy. You know, like those Stacy's pita chips you can get at the grocery store and other places. Like, I love those, but these are so much better. Homemade. A little extra seasoning on top of them. Really, really
Kraft
good stuff.
pita.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. By the way, tomorrow we're going to be at BB's in Katy. Not going to lie, this is a major, Paul's stupid moment. So when I saw BB Tex Orleans, I was like, what the hell is that? Not realizing, no, it's just BB's. So we're going to be at the BB's in Katy tomorrow. So we'll be there until 6. You have a chance to register. Check that. You can register for a chance. I always screw this up, too.
Yeah, you'll definitely register. You will be registered.
Mm-hmm.
You have a chance to win the e-bikes.
You can register for a chance to win our grand prize of the summer, 2 brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, just stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Ryan lost in Texas. We were talking about the 999 challenge on the other side. A 999 sounds like a pissed off German. No, that sounds like this. 999! Like that. You have to add like a cartoonish anger.
Like the Nathan For You Paramount guy.
Exactly, that guy. Anyway, you want to jump in, you know how to do it. The big news for the Houston Texans today at training camp practice in West Virginia, C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered some sort of leg injury. He was carted off. It doesn't look good. No update to this point. It's 2:37. It happened about 5 hours ago or so. We heard yesterday from C.J. Stroud talking about how he's got to be a little bit better at the body language. Talked about that earlier in the show. At least he's aware of it, but it's one thing to be aware of it. It's another thing to actually enact on it. I say this as someone who suffers from RBF, which is resting bitch face. Not that dissimilar from BBL, bad body language.
But different from
Brazilian, the butt lift.
Yeah, the BBL smell.
And the BBL smell.
That allegedly Stephon Diggs isn't into.
But bad body language is a smell in of itself.
It is.
Because it
stinks up the
room. Joint, and it can get a little contagious if you're not careful. Astros off tonight, 3 against the Yankees in the Bronx. Yankees beat the Rangers last night, so the Astros still lead the AL West after a loss to the Marlins 6-4 yesterday by 4.5 games over Texas. But the Seattle Mariners, after another win over the Chicago White Sox, are now just 2 games back. And even though I do not want to be a vibe pyre, I like what the Astros bats have been doing of late, even if they're not scoring. I am uncalling officially the American League West. If the Astros maintain their lead in the American League West and are never overtaken by the Mariners, I will pretend that this never happened, just like when I predicted, saying like, hey, I'm going to do it right now, but we'll ignore this if it doesn't happen. I'm just going to do exactly what I did earlier in the year, just maintain that I picked up to win the American League West. This is how you do predictions, folks.
So we're perfectly protected on all sides.
We're protected on all sides, and we will be dishonest because everyone else,
right, no matter what.
People flex about predictions that they have no control over all the time, and it is really funny to me. I mean, people wanted me to be super pumped about 2 years ago picking the Texans to go 10-7 into the divisional round of the playoffs. They're like, and then I ended up being right. They're like, wow, well, that was ballsy. Man, you know ball. I was like, no, not really. I literally just pulled that out of my ass, and I knew it would be different than everybody else at the station.
Yeah.
Where last year, I think we all had the same thing. We were all like 11-6.
10-7,
Championship round?
12-5.
Exactly. So there you go. Anyway, guys, there are a lot of people offering their own 999 challenges. Someone from the 281 says, I've done 8 dogs in 20 minutes. Dipping the buns makes a huge difference getting them down. A beer-soaked bun doesn't sound terrible. A margarita-soaked bun does sound terrible. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
What if Joey Chestnut
correct.
was doing that? He just absolutely tanked at
How
the end.
fast do you think Joey Chestnut could do the 999 challenge? I'm assuming he can drink.
He did it recently, and I think he called out the Barstool guys for being pretty embarrassing with it. He said it was the representation of the wussification of America. Yeah, I do too.
Imagine there's some basketball challenge you had with Steph Curry, and he's like, I'm really embarrassed by how you guys are shooting these threes. I can imagine when he's around normal people that are struggling to eat 9 hot dogs. He's like, man, soft.
How far is too far? It is Thursday at 2:30. Is the 999 challenge too far? Is the 999 challenge too far? Is this a sign of American excellence, or is this a sign that we are a culture, a society, a civilization ripe for decay?
Empire in decline?
Right.
The Romans actually had the 999 challenge at the Colosseum. No. I actually think 999 is kind of the perfect challenge because it's not too easy. But it's also not impossible. A regular person can do this. I think specifically me, it would be tough. I don't think I could do it. But I think it's that's the beauty of it. It's the perfect amount of hard.
Yes.
To where it's an accomplishment, but it's not so hard that you have to be a professional for it. Or be super fat.
Yeah, that would help.
It helps.
This is
sure.
if you're a Biggleby, if you're a Fatih Boombati,
Yeah.
this is your game. And listen, we admire it.
Yeah, we're visitors here.
We don't want to do it because I know my limits. From the 747, replace the margaritas with 9 shots. Ooh, again, you might be able to stand at the end of that.
It's
if you're a big guy.
Easier.
But that sounds also painful.
God, imagine doing a shot at the start of every inning of a baseball game.
Oh,
just that by itself.
God.
It's
well, the end of the game would be pretty entertaining. You have to do it quickly, too, because the games move quicker now.
I was going to say the pitch clock is...
Remember when people were getting mad about the pitch clock because they're like, I won't have enough time to eat or drink? Well, in this situation, yeah it's actually true. That's correct.
Yeah, it makes it harder.
How far is too far? A Astros fan caught a home run ball at Lone Depot Park, which is where the Marlins play, on Tuesday night in an article written by Michael Shapiro in Cron.com, not to be confused with the Houston Chronicle. An Astros fan caught the ball. I guess it was someone's first home run, and they, I guess, exchanged the ball for something. A signed ball and bat in exchange for the first career home run by Jacob Marcy. That's not far enough. Get more.
Yeah, unless this kid's going to be incredible. If this guy's the number 1 prospect, a huge, whatever, first to mini. But if this is just a run-of-the-mill MLB player, first home run, you have to get more.
No, I disagree. He makes a major league salary, and this is your chance to cash in big.
Yeah, that's what I said. You have to get more.
Oh, okay, my bad. I guess I'm struggling to hear because I'm looking at these pitas to my left.
The pitas are talking over.
The pitas are talking.
Yeah, no, you have to shake this guy down.
Yeah, he's got the money.
I assume you're in Miami, you're a local Astros fan, so you I don't know. Could you get suite tickets?
That's actually
to another game.
That's a pretty good trade, I think, if we're talking about being fair. Really good tickets for you and 3 people.
It's also the Marlins. I assume they have suites available.
It's not like they're paying a whole lot on their roster. Let's see. Jacob Marcy, Spotrac. He is.
Yeah, he has to be a rookie.
He's a rookie. 1 year, $760,000 contract.
Okay. Well,
he's got the money.
Where's drafted? Did he get a big signing bonus?
I do not know.
Okay, that's all right. I assume this guy's not
making a ton, but he's making enough. Trey Wingo said that Jaden Daniels' mom needs to find a hobby. Is that too far? Because she showed up on another training camp video.
Yeah.
Interrupting a conversation. Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, said that she needs to get a hobby. Said Daniels of his mother as she was standing beside him. She's a mom first. She's always going to be there to uplift me, but if I'm doing wrong, she's going to let me know. Even though I'm 24 years old, I'm still a grown man, but I still got to listen to my mom at some point. When asked if she comes to training camp every day, Jackson said she didn't. Trust me, they'll tell you when I'm here. End quote. Some found the conversation wholesome and heartwarming. Trey Wingo says she needs a hobby.
Listen,
I think when it comes to dating, she does need a hobby. I think she's got to let.
Yeah.
She's got to let Jaden cook.
Yeah. I think for this stuff, like, if they both don't have a problem with it, like, not my issue. The dating thing's a little bit weirder.
Yes.
Just because, like, Jaden Daniels is, like, 26. Like, he was like a 5-year college guy. This isn't like a super young.
24.
24. Okay.
Still.
He's not like a super young guy.
No, he's
like,
not. No, he's not like Jalen
20.
Green at 22 as a father with someone who has, I believe, children.
And you know what? I bet Jaden Daniels' mom is like, see?
Yeah.
see, that's why I do what I do. But I don't know.
Jalen Green does have hundreds of millions of dollars for what it's worth. Somehow.
Counterpoint that. It's better to be the number 2 pick in the NBA draft than the NFL draft.
So there you go. How far is too far? Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Some garbage time before we get out of here. If you have any final thoughts on C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury, C.J. Stroud's body language, and the Houston Astros, don't be a vibe-pyre as they get closer and closer to this weekend series against the Yankees. All that's on the table before we get out of here. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. Yes, that's right. Walmart is changing things up. Okay, guys? I think a lot of you might be thinking about Walmart and you're thinking, hey, like, that's back in the day. I'm going to order everything online. Well, guess what? You can order everything online with Walmart. And we're talking groceries as well. They will deliver the groceries to you for free if you get your groceries from Walmart. But there's so many other amazing things that you can get at Walmart. We're talking home goods. We're talking prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart.com to make all those orders.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. Texans wrapped up their training camp practices at the Greenbrier in West Virginia before their preseason opener against the Vikings on Saturday. Not a lot of starters expected to play in that game. Will be intriguing to see what happens on the offensive line. C.J. Gardner-Johnson suffered what appears to be a very serious leg injury at practice today. He was carted off. He needed help off of the cart. Hopefully things work out for him. I do think it takes the Texans defense down from potentially the best in franchise history and the league's best to being one of the best defenses in the league, but not one that's going to be remembered for all time. This, on paper, going into the year with the pass rush tandem of Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, with the corner duo of Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, with Kalen Bullock going into his second year, and then C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who had 6 picks last year and is a Super Bowl champion, and also all the attitude this Texans defense has and the hitters that they have in Azeez Al-Shaair and Jalen Petrie, amongst others. Pretty good defensive tackles. Christian Harris may be back. This defense looks awesome on paper. Taking C.J. Gardner-Johnson out does not make this defense bad, but it definitely takes the defense a step back or so. And I think that matters given that that's what's going to carry this team this year. The defense over everything else.
Yeah, it makes it harder for, losing that one notch is on the defensive side of the ball. It's going to make it hard for the offense because that just means they have to be a little bit better if this team wants to go where no Houston Texans team has ever gone before, and that's win the AFC South or make the AFC title game. I doesn't really change how I feel about them in the division, winning the division.
I still feel pretty good about it.
But it's that upper level.
Right.
That's where you really feel this.
Time for a little garbage time before we GTF out of here. Wild series of events in the Little League World Series. Last year's champions, Lake Mary, Florida, had a 4-0 lead entering the 6th inning. A pitcher reached his pitch limit. The bases were loaded, and Lake Mary had a 4-1 lead over Irmo, South Carolina. I guess Florida, up 4-1 with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and South Carolina's best hitter decides to intentionally walk with the bases loaded their best hitter. What happened right after that? After walking in a run with the bases loaded, South Carolina hit a grand slam. That's it. Boom. Ooh, that's rough. So the guy after the best hitter hit the grand slam and ends the whole thing.
I mean,
and by the way, Florida beat this same South Carolina team 14-0 Sunday.
Oh,
that's rough.
Yeah, it's not great. I in general, I mean,
feel for the kids.
We talked about this a while ago. I forgot who. Oh, it was Joe Madden. Intentionally walk someone with the bases loaded. Chances are you're outthinking yourself when you're doing this. Chances are, it's better just to try to face that. I don't care that he's the best hitter on the team. Just try to get him out.
I feel bad for the kids who weren't on the team that won last year, that were on the team this year, because they're always going to think about this for the rest of time. And the kids who were on the team last year who won are going to be like, well, at least I got my one Little League World Series title.
We didn't go back-to-back.
How many people win it? But if you're one of those kids, you're like, damn it, I missed out, and my coach is the reason.
That's tough.
Someone will definitely blame this kid for psychological issues 10 years from now.
Definitely the dad on the drive home.
Oh. That's one of my biggest fears from if I ever become a parent and my kid plays sports, is all the second guessing that I'm just wired to do, that I'm going to do of all their coaches. So I might have to coach, honestly.
Just so you don't second guess yourself.
Yeah, just so I understand. Okay, listen,
it's on me.
More just to get a little perspective and realize these are not professional coaches. They're doing this on their own time because they love it. They love helping kids. A woman from Vegas was arrested at Dulles. She was trying to bring 59 pounds of weed to Germany. My God, is that where we're at now, where we think that you could get away with that? She didn't even hide it. Just out in the open
Where
in a
would
bag.
you hide 59 pounds of weed? That's so much weed.
The whole suitcase was weed. The whole suitcase. Insane. It is. It barely fit in.
Like 2 pounds of weed is a lot of weed.
Yeah, it was I think it was in 2 suitcases. Yeah, didn't work out so well. And a fake doctor in Cincinnati has been convicted. Why? Because he's been luring men to his apartment for genital exams. Damn, I wish I had known about that before I went to that random guy's house in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I just got my physical in Cincinnati.
He was practicing medicine without a license. So they find this guy on Craigslist, like, hey, your genitals not working?
Is this the opposite of the Deshaun Watson getting massage therapist off Instagram?
I think so. Dr. Rudell Saunders performed ultrasounds outside the scope of the practice. He did not have clinical privileges to practice on his own and apparently was secretly videotaping most of the encounters. Damn.
Not good.
Not good. Get a real doctor, folks. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our friends at Craft Pita for bringing by the goodies earlier today. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, our callers, our texters, our YouTubers, and Twitchers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian Behind the Glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. I'm going to give away some tickets to our listener party a little bit later at St. Arnold's. Get into some Astros. No game today for the Astros, but they did play yesterday, Game 3. Leave Miami feeling sad. Terrible tweets coming up a little bit later as well. Also, it is the annual Killer Bees Top NFL Quarterbacks Day. Our top 10. This will be the third annual Killer Bees Top NFL QBs, and it's always a great list. Always one that people subscribe to. Always one that people take very seriously. It's always one that people always agree with. They never disagree. They look at the list, they're like, yep, that's a really good list.
I think people set their calendar to it.
They set their last year we did it in July. So last 2 years
we didn't set our calendars to it.
No, they're like, yeah, we need that. We need that in our lives. There is no list like a Killer Bee quarterback list.
You just made the list.
And the quarterback list is coming your way today. You can power rank your fantasy quarterbacks. You can bet your over and unders, your totals. You can these teams are going to win the Super Bowl if they quarterback. You just know that our list is going to be better than anybody else's list.
Maybe.
What's wrong with our list?
It should be. Oh, we're going to find out. We're definitely going to find out what's wrong.
No one ever disagrees with it. No one ever has an issue with it. They're like, yeah, that's right. That's a good list, guys. People even change their list based on our list. Like, yeah, you guys know more than we do. Like
Facts.
Israel yesterday. Israel's like, yeah, you know what? You guys know more than me. That was Israel saying that yesterday. He was saying, yeah, I look up to you guys.
It's because you told him that we all had Shadur in our
sophistication.
top 10.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't tell him that.
Well, otherwise, he's going to tell us that we don't know any ball, we don't know anything, and that our lists are junk.
That is probably true. Yeah. That probably will happen. We'll get to that later. The big news of the day, it's the last day at Greenbrier. They scrimmaged today before they head up to Minnesota to skull the Vikings a little bit later this week. All the rookies and the young players are going to dominate the purple people-eating machine. That's what they're calling them these days. But the news coming out today, C.J. Gardner-Johnson destroyed his knee, took a hit. Cart came out to pick him up. I was looking at Pendergast tweets about this too. He said not only did the cart pick him up, but when they took him to the facility and he had to go from the cart to the door, because that's what happens, that people had to help him to the door. Couldn't put any weight on his knee. So we don't have any update on it, but all the reports we saw is that this is not good.
Not at all. Not if you're a Texans fan or anybody for that matter. To hear a
Eagle
player
fans are happy.
Go down. Maybe that's the sickness of an Eagles fan, right?
Facts.
That they are a little different and not in a good way, because otherwise the excitement if you're a Texans fan is because of so many different things we talked about. Yeah, he's still a good player, but he also brought intangibles. You could tell that the defense had it turned up a little bit more than they normally did. They were talking to a lot of people during camp, but they were, from everybody that you heard nationally and locally, this defense was primed to be one of the best defenses in the NFL, and he was going to be one of the vocal leaders. And then you get this news, and of course, because it was a non-contact play, it makes it even worse. And then everybody speculates. But when you talk about the cart that you talked about, when you talk about all the guys going down to a knee, and just the way it all unfolded, before we even hear the results of the MRI and what the final diagnosis is, it kind of just put a black cloud over everybody in terms of the thought that, oh no, before we even get started, here comes an injury that we really didn't want to have to deal with.
Obviously, it's bad news. Now, it is the nature of the business. Like, this stuff happens. Rashawn Slater, the left tackle for the Chargers, he got carted off today. No word on the severity there. But it does bring some questions into play, doesn't it, with this Texans team?
Absolutely. Because you already knew that Jimmy Ward's status was completely up in the air because of the fact that it's not only that he's been injured a lot, but now he's got the off-the-field stuff too. And so there was a guy that was in flux no matter what. And you've got some young talent there. You've got other guys that have been here previously that could but fill in. But the back end of the defense with Bullock and then with C.J. Gardner-Johnson seemed to be like you've got a hell of a tandem on the back end of the defense, not to mention what you have everywhere else, to where this we talked about the fact that I kept saying, I don't know that there's many holes in this defense. You got EJ Speed, who comes in because you didn't know what was going to happen with Christian Harris, and To'o looked good at the end of the year, but you didn't know how good he could be. it seems like all the bases were covered until this injury today.
So what does it mean for this defense if he's out for a length of time?
I think that the question becomes right off the top, can you go and replace him internally? And I'm sure that's where they're going to start. But do you have to go externally? Is the Jimmy Ward situation one where you move on from him, or you just figure out how much money you've got and who you can possibly go after if you've got to bring someone in? Is it a safety you're truly looking for? Is it someone with versatility so that they can play in a corner position and or can play in the back end of the defense? Is Jalen Petrie an option? You wrapped him up, you got him to a big contract, but Jalen Petrie's played safety before. Is that a guy internally that you would think about adjusting and moving if you had to, based on what else you have? They've said that Smith has looked really good, a kid that they drafted, that possibly by the season getting started, that he could have been a guy that could play some corner for you. Do they start doing what they did with the offensive line, moving some people around, juggling some positions to try and find the best fit for this squad going forward? Because there are names that are out there, and yeah, some of them carry a name only because they're older and you don't know Justin Simmons. Okay, Justin Simmons a couple years ago would have been a great solution, but he also wanted a lot of money at the time. Justin Simmons right now is still not signed, and you don't know what he's got left in the tank. So if that's someone that you're considering, how much is that going to help you?
Simmons would be the only one that I have any interest in. All the other names don't do anything for me. Marcus Williams, Jordan Poyer, Rodney McLeod, Von Bell, Marcus May. Those guys don't do anything for me. Simmons, I might kick the tires on if he has anything left whatsoever, but he's much, much older. As far as Jalen Smith, I don't know if he's gotten any work at safety. I think he's been used mostly as corner, and the question on him would be more outside nickel guy.
Yeah, I was talking about him moving in to one of the corner positions or the third corner and then moving someone somewhere else if you have to move Petrie.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Smith would be your nickel guy and then Petrie back at safety.
Right.
I don't think they would go that route. That may be on the table. You're right about that. But I don't think that they want to move Petrie. Like, they paid Petrie at the time top nickel money. They believe in him, culture guy. He kind of wasn't great at safety the first year of DeMeco Ryans. I think that was a large part of why they moved him to nickel. I don't think that that's on the table. Look, they'll probably sign a warm body because, they need a warm body there. I don't think anybody they'll sign is going to uproot any of these safeties. What I think happens is that you just see MJ Stewart slide in as the starting safety. You see Russ Yeast kind of be the backup safety. Jalen Reed was a 6-rounder who's been hurt, who hasn't really been practicing. Plus, he's a 6-rounder, so I don't know how much stock you could put there. The big one to me is what's the latest with Jimmy Ward? Do you want Jimmy Ward around? I think they're going to let the legal process play out. I think it's pretty obvious because they haven't cut him yet. So I think that that's in play.
Yeah, and I think, again, he knows the system. He knows DeMeco. I already had questions about him being on the roster and just how much you can rely on a guy that's been injured as much as he has. But in terms of in a pinch, in short notice situation with this going on, he's logically a guy that can jump right in literally as long as he's healthy, and he can try and help you. So everything's going to be on the table with this. It's just because it's so unexpected, because it kind of blindsided everybody. It's like, now how quickly do you shuffle the deck and what angles do you take before you start looking outside?
Yeah, I think they'll bring in a warm body to fill out the position, but I don't think that warm body is going to jump anybody on the depth chart. I think everybody just goes up a rung. I think MJ Stewart's your starter opposite of Kalen Bullock. I think Russ Yeast is going to be in the mix there. Jimmy Ward, if they figure out the legal issues, plus he's got the foot injury. If they figure that out, would he be a factor? Because naturally, if he didn't have the legal stuff, he gets healthy, he's your starting safety. And the room still looks decent with Bullock, Ward, MJ Stewart, Russ Yeast. But if both Gardner Johnson and Ward are donezo, I mean, opposite of Bullock, who's only a second-year player, by the way. Yes, we like him a lot, but a second-year player, you're looking at MJ Stewart back there. That's not a great option. Russ Yeast, not a great option. None of these free agents a great option. So this is what we're talking about yesterday. Like, this is a secondary that on paper looks very good. Don't take any injuries. Boom, injury happens, and it's like, uh-oh. Got some issues on our hands.
Yeah, and the bigger thing, too, is that for all the people that, they want to see your best players, and everybody's wondering, who's going to play and when and why, why do they sit out as much as they do? It's because even in the best case scenario of trying to do everything you can to keep your players healthy, these things happen. It's an extremely physical sport. You have to practice football, and you're going to have to get physical as part of the game as well. And it sucks because in a moment's notice, whether there's contact or not, you can lose one of your better players, no matter the position. And now they're kind of left with that, trying to dodge a bullet. I guess the good news is it's happened before the season started, so maybe there's other options, easier options for them to try and figure out because they still got a couple weeks of camp. But no matter when it happens, it's never fun.
Here was D'Amico Ryan's Cap talking about the injury, and I think that you can hear the sincerity in his voice a little bit as to take on like the severity of it.
I would say, the ownership of, running the show.
He stuttered.
Yeah, of course. It's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
Heartbreaking is pretty telling, I think.
Oh, no doubt about it. Again, until it's official, but everybody that is speculating and everybody that was there on the premises watching what happened to a man looked like they were saying this one's pretty much done so.
I think I do have an optimistic viewpoint of this because I am the voice of reason in Houston sports. We all know that. I have some optimism to this. We'll talk about that on the other side. Also, what crazy training camp overreactions do you remember? Because I have a love-hate with training camp overreactions. They're a lot of fun, but they're also crazy at times. And then, of course, later, everybody's favorite Killer Bees top quarterback list. That's coming up later as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRMP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham. On Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by B-Mac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Houston Restaurant Weeks going on now. Restaurants across the greater Houston area can enjoy diners can enjoy specially priced multi-course fixed menu items for brunch, lunch, and dinner. Nearly 350 participating restaurants, by the way. All of this supports the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Houston Food Bank, for every dollar that is donated, will provide 3 meals. It's fantastic, the work that they're doing, and you're helping out the work that they're doing. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find out all the participating locations. One of those locations stopped by, delivered us a little bit of lunch, craft pita, true Mediterranean food. It was fantastic. I had the gyro. I think it was lamb. They stick the French fries in there, traditional fare. They have some hummus out there. Fantastic tea as well. Very, very good.
Chicken salad wrap was extremely good.
There you go.
The baked pita chips were fantastic.
I think my gyro is better than your chicken sandwich
That's what
wrap.
you think based on your choices, and that's the way you can continue to think, and I think you were wrong.
And I think I was right. Brian, what do you think about this thinking that's going on in here?
I had the Euro as well. Yeah, I go with the traditional Euro.
I mean, if you're going true Mediterranean food, I mean, both very, very good, don't get me wrong, but if you're going true Mediterranean food, you're a casual if you're not having the Euro.
Really? With the falafel in the middle, too?
Falafel's fine.
Okay. True Mediterranean food, probably go falafel, too.
Agreed. Definitely not chicken salad wrap.
Okay, cool.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. How's your math? Dicey at best. Key from L.A. was C.J. Stroud crying. That would tell the big picture. I didn't see any video of this. It was probably during a cameras down period. But who cares if C.J. Stroud was crying? True men show their feelings and put their emotions on their sleeves. We've all cried.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's different, right? I mean, CJ loves football. I mean, I don't know in short order how good a friend CJ is with CJ Gardner-Johnson, but we know that he's super tight with Tank, and it hurt him when Tank went down.
Play with what you got. See what's on the waiver wire at the end of the preseason. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think they will bring in a camp body just because they have to bring in a camp body, right? Like, don't you need to fill out that position?
For sure.
But in terms of anybody rocking the roster, I don't think that's in play. I think it's a good idea, Texter. Can we pull the Honey Badger out of retirement? That'd be fun. I don't think it's practical, but it'd be fun at least.
I don't know what he's still got left in the tank either, but yeah, the name and the hitting ability would be fun to watch.
It'd be cool. All right, here's my silver lining on the CJ Gardner-Johnson injury. You only gave up Kenyon Green for him. That's actually not the silver lining, but that kind of plays out a little bit too. This happens in football. Season-long injuries, and we don't know if it's season-long, but it feels like it's season-long. Season-long injuries happen in football. We all know that season-long injuries happen in football. CJ Gardner-Johnson is probably closer to 10 than he is 1 on the players you wouldn't see lost for the year. So I hate to pull I'm glad it was CJ Gardner-Johnson and not the CJ Stroud, but it is the reality of the situation. Like, I'd rather have Stroud. I'd rather have Nico Collins. I'd rather have Will Anderson. I'd rather have Daniil Hunter. I'd rather have Derek Stingley. I'd rather have Kamari Lassiter. So CJ Gardner-Johnson, of guys that could be out for the entire season, isn't in my top 6, and there might even be more than that. So I guess my point here is, as the voice of reason in Houston sports, it could have been worse. It could have been worse than CJ Gardner-Johnson. There are names on this roster that would have stung more than CJ GJ.
I could not agree more, simply because when I got the news, I got out of the gym and I'm flipping channels and I'm looking at my phone, and I work out. I heard one of the stations mention an MRI necessary for a Texans player at camp, and I'm like, who? Well, they immediately then start talking about how the offensive line looked that day, and they didn't talk about Cam Robinson. I'm like, what the hell? So now I'm scanning my phone, and as I'm scanning my phone, I'm thinking, don't let it be CJ. Don't let it be Will Anderson. Don't let it be even Joe Mixon or Nico or Stingley. And going down the list, when I find it it's CJ Gardner-Johnson, I'm like, that sucks, but you're right. There's a strong list of people before him that I'd be like way more upset about if it was them.
Let's workshop how many you would take before. Okay. I hate that we're playing that, but it's the nature of the business. It's a cruel game. It's a violent sport, and it's the game that we play. What do we comment on? So obviously CJ Stroud.
Yep.
Any of the running backs? Would you rather have Mixon the entire year, or if you could pick one that's out for the entire season? Is it Joe Mixon or is it CeeDee?
I
think your mic's hot, Brian.
I think, to me, just because it's such a step down in terms of everybody else. I don't think that they want to. You can afford to lose Joe Mixon.
I think the running back position is more important.
I agree. No, yeah, I would rather keep Mixon healthy because of the drop off, like Joel said. There's no one behind Mixon I feel good about.
No, so two there.
Yep.
Obviously, Nico, that's 3. How about any of the other receivers? Jaden Higgins or C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the entirety of the year?
Because you have Kirk, I think that you've got enough talent in that wide receiver room that if you lose anybody other than Nico, I think that you can make good. You can make okay with it.
Counterpoint, do you have enough talent in your secondary, the other starters, Bullock, Stingley, Lassiter, that you can get by with an average opposite safety to Bullock? I would take 3 receivers over C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I would take the obvious one in Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
I would take Jaden Higgins because I think he's going to be phenomenal. So that's my 4th player. And give me the slot demon Christian Kirk as well. I think he's vital to this offense. I think Christian Kirk is more valuable to this team than C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So I'm taking those 3 receivers because I think this offense needs all the help they can get. I think that the defense can get by with an average play at safety.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's 5 for me.
I've heard high expectations on Higgins. I'm hopeful he's going to be really good. He seems like he's going to be really good. I think Kirk and Nico are both very important to me, but I would just go with the fact that I would say Nico, and then everybody else. I think anybody else, I think they can replace.
All right, so keep your running total. You're at 3.
3.
Any other receivers other than Nico for you? I got 3, baby.
I would rather have either Kirk or Higgins over CJ Gardner-Johnson, but I don't think I need both over him.
Both.
Yeah, so I'm at 1 less than you.
Okay, I think that's fair. Any of the offensive linemen? Cam Robinson, who's
Titus Howard.
Now. Okay.
I think I would rather have Titus.
I'll go with Titus.
He's the only one I feel comfortable with.
I got 3. I got
3.
Give me Titus Howard, so I'm up to 6. Give me Cam Robinson. Like, he's your left tackle, man. That was your big free agent acquisition for the offensive line. I'd rather have Cam Robinson on this team than C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm up to 7. I'll give you one more. Tay Ursary.
Yeah.
Tay Ursary, I think, has the highest upside of any of these offensive linemen. So which one of those 2 would I rather have for the year? Give me the position of weakness. I'm up to 8 guys, and we haven't even talked about the defensive side of the ball yet.
And we're gonna skip the tight ends.
Yeah, I don't need any of those tight ends more than C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I will see the 3 that you rattled off from the offensive line simply because of the fact that I think if Cam Robinson, if this injury is more serious than he's already experienced, like replacing the left tackle and how important that is to your quarterback, I think, and because it I guess first in line would be Ursary, that you've got to protect Ursary, Cam, because you don't want to lose him, and then because the most stable guy on your offensive line is Howard. I'll say all 3 as well.
Your offensive line was the worst unit in football last year, and if you have equal offensive line this year to what it was last year, you have 0 chance. So yes, the offensive linemen are more important than C.J. Gardner-Johnson here. I hate to be callous, but it is the world we live in. None of the tight ends. None of the tight ends. Okay.
No, they're all expendable.
I'm okay with that too. Obviously, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yep.
I'm up to 10.
I'm at 8.
Any of the backup defensive ends?
Autry's the one that crossed my mind.
I think you can get by without Autry.
But I think you can too.
I would go CJ over Autry because Autry's more like rotational, like more second team. CJ's a starter. I'm not sure that CJ's a better football player than Autry, but with the way that this team is built, I think CJ's more valuable than Autry.
Especially since they added Taylor. They've got some depth there.
I think it's just Barnett.
I think it's just Will and Hunter.
I would agree.
They brought back who got suspended last year, but he was really good. Edwards.
Yeah, he's defensive tackle. He's more on the inside. So how about any defensive tackles? Edwards, Rankins in the mix. They signed in free agency. Foley still around, been hurt. John Harris is loving this Tommy Tagai guy. He loves that guy. He writes about him every single day. Tommy Tagai. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Who the f*** is that guy?
You'll learn the name.
I'm sure I will, but
and
until
you'll
then,
never forget the name of Tommy Tagai. Any of those?
Rankins crossed my mind, but I think that they have enough to replace him to where I'm not going to say any of those guys.
See, I'm borderline on Rankins. Like, I think Rankins can be kind of critical. Like, he might have been the missing piece for this defense to go even a step further last year. But there are some guys there. The drop-off between Rankins and, like, Foley, Fatakusi, okay. The drop-off between C.J. Gardner-Johnson and M.J. Stewart's probably greater than that.
I would agree.
So I would go Gardner-Johnson with the way that this team is constructed.
Yeah, it feels like the interior defense line, while all of them pretty good, there's no one that stands out as like that much above the other one. It all kind of feels like, sum is greater than the total of its parts sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think you could lose one and still be fine.
Any of the linebackers, Azeez, Christian Harris, EJ Speed, Henry
Azeez for sure.
Azeez because he's headhunter, right?
Yeah, well, part of it, sure.
He's the leader.
I think he might have concussed Nick Chubb. They said that Nick Chubb's been out a couple of days, and Aaron Wilson said they got a hit to the head. D'Amico says he's going to be back, so it looks like he might be in the concussion protocol, putting 2 and 2 together. Who's the most likely
You're profiling?
Texans? Yeah, absolutely I am. Who's the most likely Texans defensive player to hit Nick Chubb in the head? I think it's Azeez Al-Shire.
Azeez, yeah.
He hits everybody.
It's a running back that he hit, so he's probably in the box. He probably was running between the tackles because of Nick Chubb. Azeez Al-Shire murders people, almost murdered Trevor Lawrence. I think it was Azeez Al-Shire that concussed Nick Chubb. I mean, I'm totally guessing, but I think it's a fair guess.
No, it's profiling, but I think it's accurate profiling.
I think it's a pretty good hypothesis.
Yeah.
So you rather have Azeez than CJ?
I would.
How about Harris or EJ Speed?
Harris, no, just because we don't know anything about him. I mean,
he was in street clothes today.
That's awesome.
He got worn out in walkthrough yesterday.
Yeah.
But was he first team street clothes?
He was first street. Yes, he was.
That's good.
Who was the NBA player that was that? That was Kawhi Leonard. Who they call street clothes?
Oh, I thought that was Anthony Davis.
It was Anthony Davis.
Okay.
It was Anthony Davis.
Barkley called Anthony Davis street clothes, but you're right. Kawhi Leonard probably should be ahead of Anthony Davis.
First team all street clothes. Kawhi, Anthony Davis lead the world. Okay, Stingley and Lassiter both for me. Any debate there?
No debate at all.
No. What about the backup nickels or corners at all? Probably not, right?
No,
not yet.
No.
The guy that does meth and all that, he probably wouldn't be up here.
What was that guy's name? I know. I made a big
Damon
deal about
Arnett.
I made a big deal about it. How I didn't want
So
a
you
meth
wouldn't
head on
take
the
the
team.
meth head over C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
No, I wouldn't take
And
anybody.
you talked about me profiling. You're profiling now.
I would take everybody over the meth head.
All right. So Lassiter and Stingley we agree with. How about Kalen Bullock or C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
Bullock.
Yeah, Bullock for sure.
Yeah, none of the backups, obviously, because they're backups. Any other players here?
Kaimi?
Oh, see, you stole my joke. Tommy Townsend, Kaimi Fairbairn. If John Weeks was still on this team, I'd be tempted.
I'd be tempted. He'll be in the Ring of Honor.
I had Stroud, I had Mixon, I had 3 receivers, I had 3 offensive linemen, I had the 2 defensive ends. That gives me 10. I had Azeez 11, corners 12, 13, Bullock 14. I have 14 players ahead of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So again, we're very sad that C.J. Gardner-Johnson probably is out for the year. Who knows? That has not been announced, but it seems that way. It could have been far worse today, guys. Again, voice of reason. How many did you have?
12.
All right.
I had 13. I had
so
one less.
None of us had them amongst the 10 most important Houston Texans. That's not bad. Like, obviously, you don't want any more injuries, but if you get to the regular season and that's your only loss for the year, that's a win.
Yeah, I think when you see, and you mentioned some of the more recent guys, but across the league already, the fact that before you even get to game 1, teams lose significant players, and injuries happen all the time in the league, and you don't even bat an eye, and you move on no matter when it happens in the season. I think right now, if you could escape with just this injury and the kid they put on IR last week that had the unfortunate injury, you're like, okay, I can live with that as opposed to losing some of the guys we rattled off.
I think that, not that it was like a good thing today, it just could have been worse. Could have been worse. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right for the Houston Texans. Texter Zion Williamson, all team street clothes too. It's a good call. You are playing the Godfather quotes game yesterday. I don't know if we were playing the game. But anyways, he said, this is the business that we've chosen. I think it's a good way to describe what happened today. Texter, give me Kaimi over C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I don't understand Houston with Kaimi. Like, half of Houston loves Kaimi, and then the other half of Houston thinks he's the biggest bum kicker that's ever existed. Like, and the people that like him, the moment that he misses a 53-yarder, this guy's a bum. Let me introduce you to Matt Amendola, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's the nature of sports, but it just seems like it's a little bit more elevated here.
We could probably take an injury or two better on the defensive side than the offensive side. The offensive side, we got to say, because we have minimum players to really talk about, bragging about on the offense. Good point. I think the offense needs more of those bodies. The defense can take a blow. Texture, y'all's whole O-line is more important than him. I don't know if I would go Jake Andrews, more important than C.J. Gardner-Johnson, especially because he's in the camp battle with Patterson. Like, those guys are probably interchangeable.
Laken Tomlinson.
I mean, the Texans might, true serum, they might tell you Laken Tomlinson. They love what he means for the culture of that offensive line swarm.
That makes me worried a little bit, to be honest.
I mean, his name's Laken. Like, he's a beast.
Yeah, I guess.
Either that or he's a golfer.
Yeah, it's not really a beastly
No,
name. It's actually kind of a soft name, Laken.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Gen Z accountant.
Yeah. I mean, he must have had big parents.
Either that or but the
He
other
called
thing
his
is
parents fat?
No, I didn't say
here's
fat.
the thing.
I said big.
To your toughness thing though,
Yeah.
if you got a name like Lakin, you better be able to defend yourself.
Like a boy named Sue.
Yeah, so you can whoop somebody's ass if they make fun of your name, or you probably can command a sailing boat by yourself.
I low key love that song. A Boy Named Sue, where he gets in a fight with his dad. I'm the son of a
In the mud,
named
yeah,
you
the
Sue.
mud and the blood and the beer.
Johnny Cash.
Oh.
Boy Named Sue, Johnny Cash.
I've heard of the song.
You're the musical guy.
Yeah,
of
I've
the two
heard
of us.
of the song, but I can't. That one.
We have to play it from
Fight
the
in
bump
the
back. Yeah.
gouged in the mud and the blood and
you
the
have to-
beer.
might be tough to find the clean version of that song, but I love that song, man. They get in a fight at the bar. They get into a scrap. He's like, "Who are you? I'm the son of a gun who named you Sue." Love that song, man. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also, what are crazy training camp overreactions that you remember in recent memory? I have a love-hate relationship with training camp overreact. I love them. I love to mock them. I hate them all at the same time. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
This banger right here. You know, there's certain songs that make me like want to drink things.
Is it a cold beer song?
No.
Oh, really?
There you go. A boy named Sue. Like country music makes me want to drink cold beer. Like you out by a fire, maybe drink some cold beer. This song makes me want to have whiskey over a big rock. Like I got to get down like, deep into my feels, like, things I would not share with anybody.
About how your middle name's Sue?
Your deepest and darkest secrets. Like this is a whiskey song, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just honest as I can be. I'm familiar with some Johnny Cash, but I'm not familiar with.
What's your favorite Johnny Cash song?
I Walk the Line.
A good song. I love Johnny Cash. He's one of my favorite artists ever. Folsom Prison Blues, unbelievable. God's Gonna Cut Me Down, which is Ryan Presley's walkout song.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Joaquin Phoenix in the movie Johnny Cash was
great.
Unbelievable.
He was great.
That guy can act his tail off.
They talk about
Joaquin
him though,
Phoenix.
like when he talks about like a role that he takes on.
Oh, he's nuts.
Like he lives it, but for like 6 months or whatever before they start filming, he goes all in.
My name's Sue. How do you do? No, he's that guy's a legit. Like, didn't his brother die too when he was young? I think so.
Oh, yeah,
Phoenix's
River.
brother died.
Yeah, River Phoenix.
Oh, River Phoenix.
Yeah,
That's
River
right.
Phoenix.
Yeah, wasn't he in like Stand by Me?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah, Joaquin's one of my favorite actors. He's really, really good. All right, 713-780.
He's like, who's the guy that played the other Edward Norton? They said Edward Norton's the same way.
Really? I would have never thought that about Edward Norton.
Oh, Edward Norton, they said the same way. Like he and Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger's the one I've always heard.
Yeah, those two guys too were like those guys that lived the part before they did it.
What's your favorite Edward Norton movie? I know Brian. Shut up.
You know what I'm going to say? Oh,
Probably.
of course you do.
I think I do.
Well, he was fantastic with Gene Hackman in. But there was another one where he was the. Why can't I think of the? You guys, it might strike.
Fight Club.
I didn't see Fight Club.
I forgot he was in Fight Club.
Yeah,
That's
him and
right.
Pitt.
That
That's
was a
not my
great
favorite,
movie.
but it's up there.
Rounders, your favorite.
Rounders is
Yeah,
obviously.
I knew
yeah.
you were gonna say
Worm.
Rounders.
His character Worm is amazing.
Yeah, he was really good on Rounders. I haven't. What's Edward Norton been up to? I haven't heard about that guy. In
I
a
don't
minute.
know. I haven't seen him in a lot of things recently.
Me either. We need a conversation about how, despite how great the top end of the roster is, how thin the rest of the team is. Do we think the Texans are thin? Are they top
I thought
heavy?
they were thin in the secondary.
Are they stars and scrubs?
I thought they're thin in the secondary. Linebacker, I think I'd make that argument. Defensive line, no.
Linebacker? They played 2. They got 3 starters, maybe 4.
Okay, I mean, if you say 3 though, they're 1 injury away from having no one to sub in.
I mean, Henry To'oTo'o started 15 games last year. He's your number 4. I don't think the linebackers are weak depth because they only played 2.
They're only playing 2.
If they played a 4-3, maybe a different story. I don't think the defensive ends are.
If To'oTo'o was like he was after his rookie year, where he looked serviceable and smart but not athletic, then there might be a different conversation as well.
Defensive tackle, are they thin there?
No, defensive line's fine. My
See, I think
concern was
tackle-
linebacker and secondary.
Like defensive tackle, I think that they're like deep with mediocre players.
Yeah, no one
Solid
stands
players.
out, but I think they have depth
I wouldn't
there.
go linebacker. Corner, I'll give you. Corner outside of Stingley Lassiter, you got a meth head and a rookie.
Oh, meth head.
Why is
but
that
we're
insulting?
going easy right now.
Why is that? I mean,
No,
they
I'm
signed
in
a meth
agreement.
head. They
I'm in
deserve
agreement.
it.
I'm in agreement.
And I'm okay with second chances, but he is a meth head. It's a fact, not an
Until he
opinion.
does something positive, he's a meth head.
No, if he does something positive, I think we embrace the meth head. Look at the meth head, pick 6.
We should
That should
get
be
more guys
Vandermeer's
to do
call.
meth.
If Damon Arnett has his pick 6 during the preseason, because hopefully it doesn't happen in the regular season, he should go rock and roll meth head.
Rock and roll touchdown meth head.
Well, who says no? Mark, probably.
Yeah, I don't think Vandy's going to go for that.
Safeties are thin for sure. Offensive line. Is offensive line thin or just bad?
Probably more
I think
bad.
it's both.
Yeah.
I was listening to something yesterday. It was like Jordan Schultz and somebody as I was walking around the neighborhood because, I like to work out. They were talking about how the offensive line is this collection of experienced players who have never been good. It's like
accurate. Other than Titus. I think Titus has been
Robinson's had some decent years.
Yeah.
Lakin's had some decent years. They've just been far removed. But other than that,
good. Trent Brown was good, but he's old.
They said about Titus, they're like, yeah, but he's had solid years at a position he's not going to play.
Fair.
Fair point.
Fair.
Quarterback, I think they're deep. They got, they have a neck on the competition, I think, at quarterback, depth-wise. Receiver, they're deep. I would say they're deep at tight end. Not at running back, though.
Not running back.
What do you
Are
mean
they
they're not
deep
deep
at
at
tight
tight
end?
end? I think so. I think they have 3 guys that are capable to start.
Or is it more like the offensive line where it's?
I think it's same vein but better.
Okay, that's fair.
Same vein but better. Like I think Schultz is a capable starter. I don't think he's good, but I think he's a capable starter. I think Kate Stover is capable as a backup. I think Brevin Jordan has capable upside.
But I think that when you look at some of the other teams, when you say that the depth, if you lose Schultz, I think they're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, but Schultz is part of the conversation.
But at the same time, when you look at some of these other teams that have backups, look at Baltimore. Look at.
I mean, you just named the best tight end duo in the NFL.
Green Bay, even they've got two former first and a second.
They got a solid guy in Kraft and a bust.
They've got three guys. They got a couple guys on their roster. I'm just saying that I don't really care for the depth on the Texans right now. Each guy has a role that he can play really well. But if you lose Schultz, I think that you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, but he's part of the depth currently.
Okay, I would be concerned about the depth at tight end.
But isn't the conversation about depth who's after the starter? I'm on Joel's side here.
I think Kate Stover and Brevin Jordan are both pretty solid backup tight ends.
Well, Brevin Jordan's coming off an ACL. And
yeah, but he's still fast.
And Stover, we don't know much about because
it's country Gronk.
We don't know anything about him yet.
What do you mean we don't know? We saw him play the entire year last year.
And not really do anything.
And we saw him lift logs on his farm.
Okay, well, is this a log lifting competition
or
football?
I don't know why you are hating on Stover right now.
No one's hating on anybody. I'm just being honest about the
We don't
depth.
know what they have behind Schultz.
You're kind of hating on Stover. You said that he's a bum.
No, I actually think I had a cash or trash. He was going to be the starter by mid-year, but that was more of an indictment on Schultz than anything else.
I think the tight end depth's okay. I think it's not spectacular players there, but I think they have three guys I have no problem playing. I have no problem playing Schultz 40 snaps a game. I have no problem playing Stover 40 snaps a game. Brevin Jordan probably a little bit more limited than 40, but I have no problem playing any of those guys.
Okay. I think depth's an issue, and I also think that they're going to be very predictable depending on what you see with them on the field. I think Schultz is there for just pass catching. I think the fact that Brevin Jordan can catch the ball, but like Brian said, he's coming off an injury, and how good of a blocker is he? And Stover's going to be in there just to hit people.
I think you're sleeping on his hands a little bit. He's only in there to hit people? You're
For
saying
now,
he can't catch it all?
He's a work in progress. I mean, he converted from what, defensive line?
I mean, he's a tight end for quite a while now.
Okay, but they're still. I mean, they're not throwing him the same routes they're throwing Schultz.
Probably not.
That's why I think that they're a little bit. To me, they're a little predictable, and the depth is a little bit worrisome.
I think y'all sleep on Texan tight end a little bit. A little bit.
We'll see.
I think y'all sleep a little bit on it. I think they're all decent guys.
Great.
You're talking about who they are as people now?
No, I really think they're decent football players. Like Dalton Schultz is okay.
I agree with Dalton.
And I'm not a
okay.
Schultz stan. Like I think he has weak hands. I think he bobbles everything
and
he
he
catches.
doesn't want to go over the middle,
Yeah,
and he's
I
an
think
unwilling
he makes
blocker.
a lot of business decisions.
And he's slow.
All of those things. But
Yeah.
he's still one of the top 32 tight ends in the NFL.
But does that mean you're deep?
That's a good start.
But it doesn't mean you're deep.
Kate Stover, I think, is one of the top 60 tight ends in the NFL. So they're equivalent, rather, to where they should be. And I think Brevin Jordan's a top 75 tight end in the world.
So if you
They
have
three top 75 tight ends in the world, that's not terrible depth.
So two of the three, if they're between 30 and 32, in their
2 of the 3 between 30 and 32.
I mean, like what I'm saying.
Yeah, depends
is
on where they
of
fall
their
at
32,
top
right?
60,
1 through
top
32, or
75.
33 through and whatever. So if you got the back end of all of 2 of the 3 rounds for sure, and then depending on where you put Schultz, that ain't
I
great.
see what you're saying. No, I didn't say great. I said 3 guys that are capable.
I would say
like, what
that
is
I'm not
depth?
fond of the
though?
depth.
What is depth?
Depth is the starter goes out, and you're not worried about the production taking a massive
You
hit.
don't have to go outside to go get somebody.
Are they? You, Brian, claimed that Stover was going to jump Schultz, so you don't think there's a great drop off there. Do you think there's a great drop off between Schultz and then Stover and Brevin?
I do.
Great drop off between those guys.
I do.
Interesting. Okay. I think it depends on what aspect of the game we're talking about. I think that it's a decent drop off from like a receiving ability. I don't think they drop off at all from a blocking ability.
No, blocking's different because Schultz doesn't block anybody.
No, he doesn't block anybody. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Texture, did you say they have a neck on the competition at quarterback because Davis Mills is the backup, Branham? No, that's not what I was doing at all. Israel, y'all trying to drive y'all's audience away with that Boy Named Sue. Are we driving you away by playing Johnny Cash's Boy Named Sue?
You're still here, Israel.
We play one song.
780-ESPN.
Jeez.
Do you like Johnny Cash's Boy Named Sue? Whenever you heard that song, did you go away? 713-780-3776. Camp overreactions. Like, we're talking the history of the sport. What are the craziest, greatest, grandest, crazy, all of that training camp overreactions that you remember? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
We're back. Time to go inside the Veritex Community Bank Studio and join the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Joe George's Inside the Icebox sidekick, Jeremy Branham.
Blankers laughed at that. I'm going to laugh at jokes at your expense next time.
You do it all the time. You try to make me the joke.
I never do that. That's insensitive. That's being, what was the word I'm looking for? Insecure of you.
Okay. Thank you.
I rarely make fun of you.
You're like my shrink on air, the way you talk, the way you think you know me.
I think I know you well.
I don't.
We should play a game, like the newlywed game or whatever,
Ooh,
and see who knows more about the other person. Because I think I know more about you than you do about me.
Cool.
What do you think?
I'll make that happen. We'll do that next week.
I think it'd be good.
Yeah.
Do you think you know more about me or me about you? What do you think?
Don't care. I mean, I don't think I know that much about you. So
I think I'm gonna win this game. What was Charles? Remember Charles? He came in
Big
here the other
Charles.
day. Big
Yeah,
Charles.
yeah.
He said he's a therapist now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said he's doing like therapy and stuff. Maybe he could help the Killer Bees too. Maybe we could have a therapy Thursday. Therapeutic
You
Thursday.
guys want to go?
Like Kane and Brian Danielson, like back in the day. We can have Charles call in like once a month every Thursday and be our therapist, where we work through our problems in our work relationship. I think it'd be pretty good.
You guys have a talking pillow? Only person with the pillow can talk at one time.
Only person with a football
with the
can
football
talk.
can talk.
I think it'd be good. We might need to workshop it, but I think it'd be good.
Just don't give me the mini bat.
Yeah, please don't give him the mini bat. Please don't give him that. I like the song because Israel hates it. Israel says, of course, it's a bunch of hillbillies that like that track.
So then Brian bumps back with the Beastie Boys just so that Israel can get more songs he probably loves.
Cheesehead, you're not tough. You're goofy.
That's Israel? Yeah, okay. Windy City Blowhard talking all that noise.
I don't care how much bass you got in your voice on radio. Says Israel.
Yeah, sweet. By the way, American History X was my favorite.
Great movie.
Edward Norton movie. The curb
Good
scene.
call.
That scene was brutal.
Edward Norton's been in some really good
That was
movies.
early in the
he's
movie.
been in some bangers.
Talk about setting the tone. That was early in that movie, and you're like, oh my God.
The only problem about listening on the web is that you don't hear the music. I know why you can't do it. I Love a Boy Named Sue. You can't listen to the song.
No, YouTube royalties.
Copyrights?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
we get dinged for that.
Oh, okay. Yes, Like a Boy Named Sue. Texter says, shut it, Israel. More Johnny Cash, says a texter. I like the song. As a matter of fact, the first album I ever bought as a kid was Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison Blues. Play A Boy Named Sue all the time if it's pushing Israel away. And love Cash, baby. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie has an opinion about A Boy Named Sue. What's up, Robbie? Good to hear from you.
Man, how are y'all doing today? I used to listen to A Boy Named Sue when I was 10 years old. That dates me, but hey, I'm old, so how do you do? My name is Sue.
There we go. Love it, Robbie. Appreciate it. You sound just like Johnny Cash, too. I'm not sure there's a polar opposite of people than Israel and Robbie. Like when you're talking, they might be the most opposite people that I've never met Israel. I have met Robbie. I think they're the most opposite that could literally exist.
Yeah, I want to say if you want polar, the absolute opposite, we'd have to know a little bit more about Robbie. But, yeah, it's close.
What does that mean?
It means exactly what I said.
I'm not really sure if I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
You don't want to explain?
Not on air.
Fair enough. I forgot what I was going to say. But that's the greatness of the beast. We can attract an Israel. We can attract a Robbie and the 10 people in between. 713-780-ESPN. Pete says Schultz is a solid receiving tight end, not a good blocker. Couldn't block worth a dang in Dallas. Agreed. There's no argument there. I do think his hands are a bit overrated, too. People are like, oh, he's got great hands. No, he bobbles a bunch of stuff.
Oh, my God.
He's a fine receiving tight end, above average. He doesn't have elite hands.
What was
That's
the big
ridiculous.
catch in the Tennessee game? It wasn't clean, but he made that catch when they needed it.
Yeah, it was contested.
A little bobbly.
Yeah, year one.
Ed Norton in The Italian Job. That's a good movie, too.
I like that movie.
It's a really good movie as
Yep.
well. Top.
Go ahead. Charlize Theron in the opening scene of that movie early on.
Does your wife know how much you like her?
Don't care.
Do
not
You
care.
gonna risk it all?
Don't have to risk it all. Doesn't mean I'm sleeping with her, but I can tell you it's a good-looking woman.
I mean, no argument. No
That
argument. I'm
scene?
just saying.
Don't care.
You care.
I think we found somebody on Joel's. What was that movie called about Hall Pass? I think we found a member of Joel's
No,
Hall
I don't know
Pass
that
list.
that would be a hall pass. I just appreciate the beauty, and it was there.
You're a big fan of her acting.
She's a good actress.
Her personality's
Top
upper
notch.
echelon. NFL Top 100 list. Mike Evans, number 44. Jalen Carter, number 43. As we continue to look at these, do we think that Nico's going to be ahead of Mike Evans? If they left Nico out of this top 100, I might riot.
I think Nico's off the top 100.
He might be.
If
he might be. Like, we better see Nico soon, because if Mike Evans is 44, Nico can't be like top 35.
Especially if these guys are voting back of the football card. Like,
That's what
Mike
I was
Evans
gonna
is
say.
going to win that.
We don't know the criteria, but if we're going like career versus what kind of year they're going to
know.
have, even a year ago, I would say that then Nico might not be on this list.
I'm starting to get a little nervous about Nico. Not that this matters at all, but I'm getting a little nervous about Nico. What are the craziest training camp overreactions you remember? Because I really love these training camp overreactions we see. Like Shedeur Sanders is starting in preseason game number 1. He's going to be the starter. Or somebody beat somebody in a route. Like I saw, who's the kid from the Titans that went to Stanford? Eric Allen-Manier or something like that. How do you pronounce his name?
I don't know.
He had a good catch today in joint practices. And remember he went off for Travis Hunter when he was at Stanford. Look out for him. Like all of these training camp overreactions are hilarious to me. This guy's shining. Make sure you draft him. This guy's not. Avoid him. The one that I remember that is my all-time favorite, and I'm not sure it's ever going to change. Remember when Jamar Chase, as a rookie in training camp, had some problems with the dropsies.
Oh, yeah.
And they tried to say it was the stripe on the football, that he couldn't pick up the ball because the NFL ball doesn't have the stripe on the point.
Yep.
That is my all-time favorite training camp overreaction. It will never be topped.
Yeah, I do remember that one. And then they had to go through, and he was talking about, like, going to Nike headquarters where they have this, like, hand-eye coordination. You go into a dark room and the lights that blink and it can retrain your eyes, and everybody was focused on him needing to retrain his eyes to catch the football. I'm thinking he's pretty good.
Steph Stradley told me that they found out with that, like, which side of the field he sees the ball better, and they try to line him up on that side of the field more.
Huh.
I never knew that until she told me that, and
that test
I don't
thing?
really know if I believe it. Like, I would have to go see how much, like, he's lined up on the left side, how much he's lined up on the right side. They said when he ran that test that Cincinnati learned, like, which side of the field he can see the ball better from, and that they try to line him up more on that side of the field. Like, I would need to go see where he's lining up most times, but pretty interesting.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
That one's crazy. Y'all remember any other crazy ones?
I mean, I was just thinking more local, but the
Darius Henderson, remember that one?
Yeah, and
Minicamp?
the one to me that, I do remember that one because you had to hear both those guys, Nick and D'Amico, overselling.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Tom Savage conversation.
Good call.
Yeah, the whole Tom Savage thing, especially that year with Deshaun. And then Bill O'Brien for a half decided to try and prove everybody wrong and start him.
Yeah, that was not great. I remember that one too. Texture says, I remember the Lestar Gene hype. I remember that too.
Oh, yeah.
I had forgotten all about that.
I forgot about
name.
Lestar
That's
Gene.
a great pool, Stal.
There was some Braxton Miller hype back in the day, too.
I that triggers me. I have PTHD or whatever
Was Braxton
that is.
Miller,
PTSD.
you could have had somebody else instead of him?
I don't
He was
remember
a
that.
third-round pick, I think. It wasn't
remember,
super high, but
I remember arguing with people about his athleticism. I was like, Braxton Miller, relative to an NFL receiver, has average athleticism, right?
Yeah.
Like as a human being, he has elite athleticism. But comparing him to other receivers in the NFL, it's pretty average.
Uh-huh.
And people thought I was nuts. Like, oh, no. And I was like, he should have. And I also like hated project picks in the third round. I hated that pick so much.
And it wasn't Braxton Miller that I'm thinking of. It was where the draft. You could have had the first pick or second pick of the second round. You could have had who's the stud running back that the Washington had from Miami, University of Miami?
Portis?
Yeah, you could have had Clinton Portis. Instead, you took a receiver that was
it Gaffney?
It was Jabbar Gaffney. You took
he was a
Jabbar
second-round
Gaffney,
pick, yeah.
and you could have had Clinton Portis.
Bad pick. That was Portis coming off that nasty
the injury in the
though.
bowl game.
So like that one gives me like that. I give them a little bit of pass for that because that was a nasty leg injury.
Wait, no, it was Willis McGahee that had the nasty
you're
injury,
right. You're
not
right.
Portis.
But I want to say Portis had one at Miami too.
I don't think it was like that though.
Not the one, like the
I was
the
thinking of
famous
McGahee.
one where the knee bends like in a
inside-
backwards
yeah,
V. That was
over
Willis
hyper
McGahee.
extends.
National championship game. Yeah, I confused him. That's my bad. I'm sure Braxton Miller went over some guys too, though, that probably you don't love because they used a stupid third round pick on a quarterback that they were going to make a receiver.
I don't know if you remember that there was a part of it. The hype that I remember specifically with Braxton Miller was the Texans posted a video of some Euro step move he was using to get off the line, and people were like, "Oh, it's going to revolutionize slot play in the NFL. He's going to be uncoverable." Didn't really happen.
Remember the Charles James hype the year of Hard Knocks? With the
Oh,
socks
yeah,
and
the
everything.
socks.
And they cut him.
Yeah, and they eventually cut him. He did make the opening day roster, and then they cut him. But everybody's like, "Oh, we love him and the personality." And they just got behind him so much that, "Oh, he's got to make the team, and then he's got to play," and then he got cut.
Texture Lance made a great point about Shedeur Sanders. It's not necessarily a good thing that he started him because the Browns would rather protect the other three quarterbacks. We made that point yesterday.
Yes, we
Lance
did.
is still in our takes.
Yes, we
What
did.
do you mean Lance made that? We made that point when we were arguing with Israel yesterday. Said it wasn't a good thing that Shedeur Sanders. You meant us, I think. Lance should cite us. Blankers was citing dictionary.com yesterday. Lance should be citing the Killer Bees.
Did you guys say Pickett would start opening day?
Kenny Pickett? I
Yeah.
can't remember what I guessed.
I guessed Flacco.
Are you dunking on us?
No. I'm wondering who we picked because none of us took Shador, and I'm just thinking if the Windy City Blowhard wanted to bet on that.
I think I said Pickett. I think I did say Pickett.
Yeah, I think you said Pickett, and Joel and I said Flacco.
I think I did say Pickett. Flacco,
whatever.
Flacco and Pena are going to get together in the offseason and have some fun. Bowling or something.
I'm the last person to be talking about pronunciations, but it was right there. It was on the T. All right, let's get to everybody's favorite list. The Killer Bee top 10 NFL quarterbacks. Some call this the Killer QBs. Some call this the greatest list of the year. Some call this the list that no one can argue with. Killer Bees top NFL QBs next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Something else you can't argue with is the greatness of Monument Chevrolet. They've been in the market for 50 years. Did you know that? Over 50 years they've been serving the Houston area. And generations of families just keep coming back because they love the people at Monument Chevrolet. Why do they love them? Because it's a family feel there. They hire friendly people. The atmosphere is good. People are great. The culture is good. Vibes are great there at Monument Chevrolet. So if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, you got to get out to Monument Chevrolet to pick up your new vehicle today. It's the dealership that you can trust, transparent, no hassle pricing, which is always the fear of buying a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle. Are they taking advantage of me? Are they pricing me too high? Are they gouging me? Are they upcharging their warranties? We know the fear. We're not knowledgeable about car buying. Monument Chevrolet is, and they're not taking advantage of their customers. It's why they've been in business for so long, and it's why they get repeat customers all the time. Get a great deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. Head out to Monument Chevrolet at 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. They have street names. Their lot is so big. Their inventory is so big. Maybe you like to shop online. That's cool. You can do that too. Head to monumentchevrolet.com to check out that inventory. Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter, where will your next remote be? Well, the summer circuit continues tomorrow at BB's, Tex Orleans, and Katy. Come hang out with us, noon until 6. Summer circuit rolls on. Each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer. Pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Again, noon to 6, BB's, Tex Orleans, and Katy. Check out the full summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. I'm going to start answering questions that way, just like in everyday life. How was your day? And then just go into this elaborate read.
Good luck with that. Sounds fun.
Yeah. I think it's a good way for people not to talk to me, which I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. I have no issue with that. Texter says, how about we do who are the worst 10 quarterbacks in the NFL? That sounds like a good idea. We can do that tomorrow, but let's get some qualifiers on that. Are we talking about every quarterback who's currently employed in the NFL, or are we talking about the 10 worst projected starters? I think I prefer the projected starter conversation.
The only problem is we're going to guess on a few teams like the Saints.
Yeah, maybe we should lock in the projected starters on all these teams.
Yeah, we got to identify who wins the camp battles.
Okay, let's just do that real quick.
Okay, well, other than the Saints, who's got a camp battle? Green Bay?
Let's go division by division. Bills, we know, is Allen. Miami's Tua. New England's May. New York is not Tyrod. Fields. Cincy's Burrow. Cleveland. Y'all said Flacco.
Yep.
I said Pickett. Flacco's like number one on the depth chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go Flacco.
Okay.
Pittsburgh is Rodgers.
Yep.
Baltimore, Lamar. Tennessee's Will Levis. Cam Ward. Colts.
Ooh.
They're listing both of them as starters. Anthony Richardson
and they're playing
Sr.
equal amounts.
or Daniel Jones are their starters. He came out with a new one today.
Oh, I know. It's glorious.
Is it in there?
I can. Yeah, I'll get it in a sec.
Yeah, let's play that one here in a little bit. I think I would go Richardson at the moment.
Well, now that he supposedly has found his throwing.
He found his smile.
Yeah.
So Richardson or Jones? I'm going Richardson.
I think it's going to be Daniel Jones, but if you guys want to say Richardson,
I would vote Richardson.
All right, Richardson is. Do we have the guy
Yeah,
that
we got it.
drops
You ready?
bars? Here's the little dude that does stuff about the Colts.
All right, guys, I'm back
This
in
is
this
new. They play
preseason.
today.
Let's do it! Woo! This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Ravens. Let's give them Edgar Allan Woes. This is our team. Go Colts!
Edgar Allan Woes.
This is by far the greatest one he's ever done.
Absolutely.
Edgar Allan Woes is bars, man.
Wow.
That was I think it was very good. I give it a
agree.
9.7. This is easily the
How do
best
Colts
one this
fans feel
nerd has
about
ever
that?
done. He was the fan of the year.
That doesn't mean anything.
He was the fan of the year over McAfee.
As much as it is so annoying to hear it's football time in Texas, people at tailgate parties will play that song. Ain't no Colts fan at a tailgate party otherwise playing that guy.
I don't know, man. I think they do. I think they embrace the guy. Do you know his Twitter handle? His name is Seth Erskines. His nickname is DeFlo. Seth DeFlo Erskines.
I didn't hear any flow.
I don't know, man. The Edgar Allan Woes
That's
was
a pretty good line.
elite.
Yeah, that's a pretty good line.
Like, Travis Scott wishes he thought about that. Kendrick Lamar wishes he thought about that. And then you have Seth DeFlo Erskines that has the innovation to go there. Travis Scott and
Kendrick
Lamar are rolling over right now in their graves. The
They ain't
proverbial graves.
They ain't dead.
That's why I said proverbial. This was elite. This was the best one by far.
He's
winning me over.
He's
He
the
really is.
NFL version of the Jazz had that guy Z-Dog that used to do this exact same thing.
Yeah, he's still around.
Yeah, Z-Dog
his
used to do the
raps.
same thing,
Yeah.
yes.
We're going to play this guy every single game. It's DeFlo.
I'm fine with that.
You're playing him every single
Don't
week.
threaten me
Edgar
with a good
Allan
time.
Woes.
He's doing one
that
of
was
these
elite.
for every game.
Yeah,
Including
he's done it
preseason,
for like the
apparently.
last 3 years. Well, I know of the last 2 years. Which,
So
by the way,
Baltimore's not their opener. It's their
No, it's
preseason.
tonight.
They play
Yeah,
tonight.
Preseason tonight.
They play tonight. They're gonna have Edgar Allan Woes. Branham hopes they don't have Edgar Allan Woes because I'm on Baltimore in the money line.
Are you still doing that?
I've only had one. There's 3 games tonight. I'm on the Ravens. I'm on the Ravens, 1 unit to win, 2.5 units nearly. I'm on the Eagles tonight. They're 6-point dogs. I'm on the Seahawks tonight. They're 4.5-point dogs. But I have them money line. I forgot to write down the odds here.
Who they playing matters.
See, does it? Yeah. It's the preseason.
Yeah, but
does
I mean,
it matter?
If you're getting 6 points. It matters who you're getting 6 points against.
Well, I'm playing the money line. I'm taking the plus money.
Oh.
But does it matter? I think they're all coin flip games. That's the point of my philosophy here. The philosophy I'm having is that all preseason games are coin flips. Like they're benching guys, no one's playing, no one really cares. I think that there is huge expected value on the underdogs to win outright. We're going to see. I'm doing this for every preseason game.
Okay.
Every preseason game, I'm betting 1 unit on the underdog to win outright. See how it goes.
I think you got a good shot.
You can fade Branham or you can tell Branham. It's up to you. It's up to you.
I think you got a good shot.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, finishing up the worst quarterbacks thing here. Oh, yeah. So Jags, Trevor Lawrence, Texans, Davis Mills, Chargers, Herbert, Broncos, Knicks, Chiefs, Mahomes, Raiders, Geno, Cowboys, Dak, Giants, Russ. I think it's going to be Russ for a while. Eagles, obviously Hurts, Commanders, Daniels, Bears, Caleb, Love for the Packers, J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings, Goff, Lions, Penix, Falcons.
Yes.
I think that Shuck – who's going to start with New Orleans, Shuck or
it's Shuck.
Rattler?
I think Shuck.
They're saying they're both getting first-team reps.
The news on Shuck has not been good.
No.
He's getting outplayed by
I saw
Rattler.
people putting video out there of him just throwing ducks that were getting picked.
So Shuck – can we just go Shuck or Rattler? Because it might not change where they're ranked here. Let's do either one.
Yeah, it doesn't
Tampa,
really matter to the ranking.
I don't think it does. Baker, Carolina's Bryce, Stafford with the Rams, Kyler, Brock, and then Sam Darnold in Seattle, which I don't know how that's going to work. I don't love Sam Darnold
Who's
in
their
Seattle.
backup?
I have no idea. Oh, Jalen Milroe. They drafted Milroe.
They drafted Milroe, but didn't they also bring back Locke? Drew Locke?
I'm not sure that they did.
I thought that
he's their backup.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, that's probably a camp battle between Locke and Milroe. Milroe might be used on some packages. So I think we just define. So tomorrow we'll come up with our bottom 10 quarterbacks. But coming up next, and we had to let this build. We had to let the suspense build.
Marinate.
The Killer Bees top 10 NFL QBs. It's a list that people say cannot be topped. The 2025 edition of the Killer QBs is next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's the Killer QBs, top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL as ranked consensusly, which I hate that we do it consensusly because these guys bring me down. They bring down my list. But we've done this. This is the third annual Killer QB list. Do you care about the last two? You want to hear the top 10 Killer QBs?
I know where Stroud ranks changed dramatically, probably.
So you want to go 2023 or 2024 first? I think we should go 23 first.
Yeah, and that would be Joe with you guys, right?
This might have even been Brendan.
Could have been, I guess.
I think it was Joe.
Yeah, Brendan left it January 23.
We did one with Brendan though, but I couldn't find that one, I guess. So maybe this is the fourth annual Killer QB list.
I think that's right.
I couldn't find the 22 edition somewhere on the Ethernet, I guess. Anyways, top 10 2023 Killer QB list. It was Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Allen and Hurts tied for third. Look at the Killer Bees being ahead of our time. Tied for fifth was Herbert and Rodgers. Maybe that one doesn't look great in hindsight. Number 7, Lamar Jackson. That one doesn't look good.
Yeah, too low.
Number 8 was Trevor Lawrence. He's coming off a good year the year prior. Number 9, Deshaun Watson.
Whoops. Whoops.
And then number 10 was Dak Prescott. That was back in 2023. I feel okay with that list.
Yeah,
It's
Lawrence
all right.
and Watson don't feel great, or Lamar, but
Last year's
overall.
top 10, 2024. Pat Mahomes, number 1. Joe Burrow, number 2, which he would have been the MVP if they made the playoffs. Lamar Jackson, 3. Okay. CJ Stroud, 4.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, 5.
That's the one that hurts
Probably
the
too
most. He
low.
won MVP.
We dinged Jalen Hurts. He went down in 24. He was down to 6. Dak Prescott, 7. Jared Goff, 8. And then Aaron Rodgers tied for 9th with Matt Stafford last year.
I don't remember voting for Rodgers.
I don't think I did either. I think
You know,
it's
I didn't
Lakers'
want to.
love for
No.
Rodgers.
I think that was a one-man ranking.
Nice try. Nice try.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, his BFFs.
I think you just said you didn't like that you had to vote him. You voted
I did
him.
not. I don't remember if I voted for him or not.
I don't remember if I did either. All right, so 2025 Killer QBs, a list that's unlike any other, that no one can argue because they're like, yeah, that is great. That's a great list. I see you guys workshop that. It's perfect. There's no argument about it. So Brian has put together our list. No one knows this except for Brian. The top 10 unveiling. We all know our personal list. We don't know the collective group, the consensus. So Brian, if you will, 10-1, please.
All right, number 10, starting local. CJ Stroud just makes it on the list at number 10. Now, he wasn't on each of our lists. Somebody left him off, but he did it. He got enough votes. He got enough to make the list. He comes in at number 10.
Wow, okay.
So then we have, let's see, at number 9, Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
A tie at 7 between Jared. I'm sorry, a tie. Sorry, let me back.
You're
let me
no Vanna
backtrack.
White.
No, I'm not. Well, yeah, in many ways. The tie is with Stafford. Stafford is not, well, I guess 8 technically, tied with Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
Now moving to 7, no more ties. Jared Goff, followed by Jaden Daniels at 6.
6?
6th. Jalen Hurts, number 5. Now, I think we know who the top 4 are, and we know probably who number 1 is, but the order of the rest might be a surprise. But number 4, Lamar Jackson. Number 3, Joe Burrow. Number 2, Josh Allen. And number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's 3 years in a row from Mahomes. Probably 4 years in a row because we did it 4 years ago. What are your immediate thoughts? Stroud at 10, Stafford and Mayfield tied for 8, Goff 7, Daniel 6, Hurts 5, Jackson 4, Burrow 3, Allen 2, Mahomes 1. What sticks out to you, Blankers, in our consensus, knowing your top 10?
That CJ made it.
So you're the one who left
I am.
CJ Stroud out.
I am. I think he's got a lot to prove.
Wow.
Yep.
I would push back on that greatly. I think CJ Stroud is easily a top 10 quarterback.
Okay.
Easily. I don't look at last year. I think last year we look at his season. I think he had a really good season with the injuries that he had and the offensive line that he had.
But that's the thing. So the way I looked at this was my list was who's going to have the best year this year. That who's going to be the 10 best quarterbacks this year. That offensive line scares me still. It worries me more than it should after an entire offseason. And so for that reason alone, I didn't have him in the top 10.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are fair reasons. And, like, everybody's list is their list. Different strokes for different folks. I had C.J. Stroud 6th on my list. I'm still a believer in C.J. Stroud. I think he played well last season despite injuries to his wide receiver room and then the worst offensive line in the NFL. I also saw a graphic the other day that it showed, like, the quarterback's fault of the entirety of the team sacks. And Stroud's blame for a lot of the sacks were very, very low, which makes me optimistic if they ever put a decent line around and they have a shot. Where'd you have Stroud, Brian?
I had him at 10th.
Okay, so you had him in the top. I was the most bullish on Stroud.
Just one more note on our top 10.
I don't hate
there was
Houston like these other guys.
There were 2 guys who got votes but didn't make it. Those were Justin Herbert and Dak Prescott.
Honorable mention.
Honorable mentions, yeah.
Honorable mention. I had Herbert in my top 10. I think Herbert's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. So which one of y'all voted for Dak? Because I did not.
I had Dak at 10.
At 10? I think it's
simply
fine.
because
He's on
of
the
fact
cusp
that you
in my
added
mind.
Pickens to CeeDee Lamb. Okay. And I think that he likes to sling it all over the yard.
All right, so what other ones hearing our consensus caught your attention?
Where did y'all have Daniels?
I had Daniels 7th.
Yeah, because I had him at 9th.
Yeah, I had him 6th.
Because to me, he's kind of like the same way CJ was after his first year, but I believe that Washington's going to take a half step back, if not more. So that's why I wasn't buying the hype that he's a top 5-ish, top 6-ish quarterback in the league.
So you're putting your GM cap on with these. What was your top 10, 1 through 10?
Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Stafford, Hurts, Goff, Baker Mayfield, Daniels, Dak.
Okay. The only one that I have a real issue with, I mean, would be Hurts. Why do you hate Jalen Hurts?
I don't hate him. I just think that the 4 guys in front of him or 5 guys in front of him, I think, are better overall passers.
How many of the guys in front of him have won Super Bowls?
1.
I rest my case.
Okay.
My top 10 were Mahomes. I had Jalen too. I believe in winning. I like guys who win it all. I don't like these regular season fantasy football quarterbacks like Josh Allen at 3, Lamar Jackson at 4, even Joe Burrow at 5. I had Stroud 6. I'm still bullish on Stroud. I think he's a very good quarterback. I think we're going to see that play out. I think he was in one of the worst situations for a quarterback last year. He had an incompetent offensive coordinator. He had the worst offensive line in the NFL. Good luck having success with that surrounding. Now, hopefully it got better because maybe not. Jaden Daniels I had behind Stroud. I had Herbert 8. I had Goff 9, and I had Baker 10. So that's my 10. What do you have here, Brian?
Yeah, I had Mahomes 1, Burrow 2. I'm going to die on that hill. I think if he gets the same offensive line, specifically the defense that doesn't give up the lead, he's right there in the conversation with Mahomes as the best quarterback in the game. Then after Burrow, Lamar at 3, Josh Allen, 2 MVPs to 1. That was kind of the tiebreaker there. Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Matt Stafford, who I consider dropping below Stroud just because he might not even be ready to start the season.
He's gonna practice Monday.
Yeah,
but if he is, he's got more receivers to throw to too.
No, that's why he's in my top 10. But he was 9, and then Stroud was 10.
Okay. He had an epidural. Stafford did.
Ooh, you ever seen one of those?
I think so.
They're big.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweet out and goes, "A real man would deliver the football without an epidural."
That's pretty good.
It was so funny.
Man, I can remember being in the locker room and turning the corner into the training room at the wrong time and seeing a guy get one of the epidural needles and seeing how long that thing, and I'm like, oh no.
Doesn't it tickle the spine?
I don't know what it does, but it is not something I ever want to have to go through.
My wife had to have one when she gave birth. And they mentioned, like, there's a risk of paralysis because of what you said about with the spine.
My wife missed her window and couldn't have one. Yeah, she's tougher than me. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. The killer QB top 10, the greatest list. It's not arguable. I don't know why people are texting right now. But where did we go wrong? 713-780-3776. Mahomes 1, Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4, Hurts 5, Daniel 6, Goff 7, Matthew Stafford and Baker Mayfield tied for 8th, CJ Stroud number 10. Where did the Bees go wrong? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Best quarterback list that exists. It is every year. Killer QBs, top 10. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Hurts, Daniels, Goff, Stafford, Mayfield tied for 8, Stroud at 10. 713-780-ESPN. Texture says, terrible list, LOL. JD is hype. I mean, I have JD high. I have JD hype on my list. Blankers, you had him 10?
9.
Blankers had him lowest. I mean, Daniels had a 6, 7, and a 9. Like, that's not disrespectful. That's respect.
I thought that text was saying we had him too high.
No, he said JD is hype. He said terrible list, LOL. JD is hype, not high.
Yeah, but if he's hype, they're saying we overinflated him.
Are you saying that he's hype? Like, he's good. He's great.
I interpreted that, actually.
What'd the Godfather say?
I'm not sure.
Do you want to take another L on that?
It could go either way.
Yeah.
It could. I see what you're saying now. I didn't think of it from that point of view, but now that you lay that out there, it's certainly in play.
Yeah, maybe it's difference in how, slang.
Really,
but
it depends
I
on
would
how
say hype
cool the texture is. If the texture is really cool, I think he's saying that J.D. Daniels is good and we have him too low.
Mm-hmm.
If the texture is not that cool, like he's
me.
one of us, then he's saying that he's all hype and he shouldn't be that high. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jared has a thought about Daniels. What's up, Jared? You're in the hive.
Hey, guys. I'm not sure if I misheard. So Jaden Daniels got a 9th place vote, 7th place vote, but he's number 6 in the list?
Yeah, that was cumulative points. But yes, because other quarterbacks
someone had him
get
higher.
The points. Yeah,
9, 7,
yeah,
and 6.
I'm not quite sure how that. Unless somebody gave him
Math.
a first place vote, I don't know how you end up 6th place.
Well, he had a 6th place vote, a 7th place vote, and a 9th place vote. So like other people that were ranked 6 through 10 weren't listed by other people. Like
some of the guys
so he got 6th, 7th, and 9th, but he finishes 6th.
Correct. Here, we'll lay it out for you. See, appreciate the call, Jared. So I had C.J. Stroud ahead of Daniels, for instance. So I had C.J. Stroud 6, but Blankers didn't have Stroud at all, and then Brian had Stroud at 10. So Daniels' points would get higher than Stroud, and we would just went first place vote 10 points, second place vote 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I had Stroud higher than Daniels, but Daniels jumped Stroud in the consensus vote because the other two guys had Stroud lower than Daniels. It was really not that hard to figure out, and I'm very mediocre at math here. But it was just like any sort of poll. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Who did you have 6th?
Jalen Hurts.
So I had Hurts at 2, so that went higher. Who'd you have at 7? Goff. So see, I had Goff 9. So Daniels jumped Goff in the consensus, and then you had 9 and 10.
Daniels and then Dak.
You had Daniels not okay. So Daniels is who we're talking about. I didn't have Dak at all.
Yeah,
so
neither did I.
So obviously Dak's not accumulating a bunch of points. Who did you have 8, 9, 10?
8, 9, 10 for me were Baker, Stafford, and Stroud.
Okay, and I had Baker 10. I had Stafford off the list completely, so he's not accruing any points there. And then I had Stroud higher than anybody else, but not high enough to be higher than Jaden Daniels. Tyler and Conroe, Stroud is an 8, in my opinion. Stats are for losers. Wins and losses are the only stat that counts. And that's why I have Hurts, too. That's why I have Jalen Hurts. He wins. He won a Super Bowl, been to a Super Bowl. All he does is win football games. Which of the top 5 quarterbacks on that list has the greatest chance to disappoint? So Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Hurts. Which of those has the greatest to disappoint?
Jalen Hurts.
You hate Jalen Hurts.
No, he's got a hell of a lot of talent around him. If I have to pick one guy of those 5 guys that has a chance to disappoint, Jalen Hurts.
I'm going Lamar because I think he's prone to injury.
See, I thought the way I interpreted the question was like whose talent around him could let him down, and to me it's Burrow. Like they've done it 2 years in a row to him.
But just how did they let him down? The offense was great. The defense sucked.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I guess it depends on what you mean by let down. But to me, let down not making the playoffs, and they didn't make it 2 years in a row because their defense has been garbage.
They did. The defense let down the offense for sure about that. Like, because I think if Burrow was unbelievable last year, like he didn't get the wins because their defense was lousy. The Bengals played games last year where Burrow was elite that they lost.
Yep.
That they lost.
Well, you said it. If he has a halfway decent defense, he's the MVP.
I think if they win 2 more games, he's the MVP.
I completely agree with that. He went off the charts in terms of what he was able to do with that team.
It's what I taught him in the elevator, I think. Pete says, thanks for not listing Dak. Only a meth head would have him on that list.
Need your meth head, Pete.
Damon Arnett was not involved. Oh, yeah, that's right. You had Dak.
I had Dak at number 10. And
Do
the
you
reason why I
dabble?
had Dak at number
Meth?
10 is because the fact that I questioned their running game, and I believe that adding a second receiver to CD and the way that Dak throws it all over the field, and Ferguson's a good tight end, he's going to have good numbers.
You're burying the lead. Where do you get your meth?
I'm not revealing my sources.
Tyler and Conroe. Daniels has the arm talent of CJ, but can actually run. Daniels could be the best quarterback in the league. Killer Bees had Daniels ahead of Stroud. Consensus, Killer Bees. Now, I didn't, but maybe I'm a casual. But the consensus, we have Daniels ahead of Stroud. Daniels 6, Stroud 10. Israel says he gives us his top 10. He says Lamar, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Russell Wilson, CJ Stroud 5, Dak 6, Josh Allen 7, Daniels 8, Geno Smith 9, and then Joe Barrow.
He had Russ at 4.
He had Russ at 4 and Wheelbarrow at 10, and he had Geno Smith at 9. But he's smarter than all of us.
I kind of like Geno, though. I think Geno is going to be good this year.
But he's not top 10 good? He's not top 10.
I think that he's closer to the top 10 than he is 20.
You didn't put him in your top 10?
That's not what I just said.
I know, but you said when we asked you.
You're changing my
asked,
narrative.
which you do to us all the time. We asked you who's in your top 10, and you said, and we said, is Geno in your top 10? I asked you, is Geno in your top 10?
I never said Geno was in the top 10.
Okay, but you said he's closer to top 10, but you believe in him so much you didn't put him in your top 10.
I said I like him.
Okay. But
what am I missing
You
here?
were hyping it.
I like Geno more than most. I am hyping Geno. I'm not hyping Geno for the top 10. I'm saying I like Geno more than y'all like Geno.
Okay.
I think Geno's going to have a really good year. I think the Raiders have
He put him in his top 10.
I understand that. I think the Raiders have the most underrated offense in the NFL.
Okay. I mean, they have the potential to be with a rookie running back and the one of the best tight ends in football. Receivers, interesting, but yeah.
I kind of like their receivers a little bit. Jacoby Myers, this Deontay Thornton guy's impressing. Jack Beck, straight out of TCU. Geno Smith called Trey Tucker the next Santana Moss. Which, a little bit, their receivers aren't great, but I like the Genties there.
Geno a boomer? That's an old reference
Bowers is there. Key from L.A. Put some respect on the Super Bowl winning quarterback, Matthew Stafford.
He's on the list.
He's 8th, Key from L.A. How high do you want us to go with epidural Stafford? Where do you want him? He's soft. He needs an epidural. Real men don't need epidurals. Key from L.A. 2 best rookie starters of all times are Daniels and Herbert. Where's Stroud on that list? Stroud had one of the best rookie seasons of all time.
Yeah, he did.
Texture says Stroud is 5th on that list. What list are you talking about? He's 10th on the consensus. Am I tripping, or has Joel been oddly defensive about his bad takes lately? Joel hasn't had any bad takes lately, Tyler. I think you're tripping.
I don't think it's oddly.
I don't think he's had bad takes. He never has bad takes. Dak is Romo 2.0, never going to the dance. Romo had years where he was a top 10 quarterback, though, without a shadow of a doubt.
I don't know if you guys deem, well, I guess Jeremy, this would be more of a question for Jeremy than Joel because he was on Joel's list. But part of the reason I deem Dak is he doesn't finish a lot of the seasons. Like 3 out of the last 5, he's missed significant time. Now, he did have 2 years ago in 2023, like an all-pro, MVP caliber type season, but he misses a lot of time.
I don't think it is, but I'm curious if y'all think it is, because I think that Dak has a chance to lead the NFL in passing this year, but I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's just on the outside looking in. I think he's around 11, 12, 13. But I don't think passing yards define top upper echelon quarterbacks.
So many people are going to look at that, and they're going to immediately say, if he has a year like he had a couple years ago when they were constantly down double digits and throwing it all over, and he led the league in passing, that some are going to say empty stats, and some are going to say, hey, he led the league in passing. I think that because of how their offense is going to be structured and because they're going to be pass happy, I think his numbers are going to be really good.
75 on Twitch says Dak is better than CJ. That was a big argument. What was it, last year? Which guy was better? I think CJ's better than Dak, obviously. What do you all think?
I think CJ's better than Dak.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yep.
Corey, big Cowboys fan, but I love Jaden's game. Also, I think Dak gets way too much hate and is underrated. Go figure, right? I actually think he's borderline underrated, too. I just don't think he's top 10. I think he's top 10-ish. I have him just outside of the top 10. He was under consideration for me. I probably have him top 12, top 13 for Dak.
Yeah, I think the injuries have sucked for him, but I think the one thing that is easily why everybody should sour on him a little more is in the playoffs, he's been awful. That Green Bay game, they were supposed to hammer the Packers, and he was brutal.
Yeah. Branham, are you Geno over Dak? No, I wouldn't go that far. I would have Dak ahead of Geno if I did like just 1 through 32. My stance on Geno is I think he's better than what the average consensus is of Geno. Like, where would the average consensus of Geno be? Like 20th,
20.
maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say
exactly what I
I
was gonna
have
say.
him in the teens. Like, I probably have him in the higher, like the upper teens, like 17, 18, somewhere around there. I think he's a top 20 quarterback. A lot of people might have him out of the top 25, but I think he's top 20. I think Geno's underrated. I really do. I've thought that for years.
I've just never been a fan.
Yeah, I'm a Geno guy. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. You can find the top quarterbacks in the NFL defined by the Killer Bees, the Killer QBs, out on our social right now, ESPN 975. Go like it. Go pound the subscribe. Go tell us how smart we are and how Israel got his list wrong. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Blankers, you're dipping out?
I got to go. Yep.
All right. Blankers is out of here. Let's kick around the Astros game yesterday against the Marlins, and the Astros putting Spencer Arrighetti in an awkward spot. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we get out of here, I want to tell you about Walmart, because you think you know Wally World, otherwise known as Walmart. Well, you need to know about Walmart.com, because it is now exactly what you need to know. Who knew that you knew who Walmart was, but now their Walmart.com is NEW new, and they've got so much more just for you. Walmart has more than 500 million items online, huge selection online, some you can't even find in stores. And you think grocery stores cost more when they're delivering their groceries? Well, it might be at some stores, not at Walmart. Walmart's not going to charge you to deliver the groceries, so it saves you time. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low and the quality is perfect. Do you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? That is absolutely a fact. Use Express Delivery to get all the things that you need from Walmart, as long as they're eligible, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions and so much more. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think about Walmart.com for all your grocery needs, not just all the other things you know you can find there that are great. Like from the barbecue items to the lawn chairs to everything in between. You can now get all your groceries at Walmart, have them delivered to the house, take them right to the stadium, and you are good to go. The Walmart you thought you knew is now brand new. And who knew? Now you get so much more. Check them out today. Go to Walmart.com.
back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios. It's the Killer Bees with Jeremy Branham and Joel Blank, who's likely day-to-day with head discomfort from having to listen to Jeremy Branham's sassy mouth.
We had to lift Blankers, too, for the rest of the game. He was 100%. Maybe it was my sassy mouth that did him in, but Joe George is now Joel Blank.
Great. So now I get to deal with it.
I mean, you like dealing with me.
That's true. I do.
Most people enjoy me.
What a brag.
I'm a delight. Most people say.
I don't know if anyone says you're a delight, but I do think most people enjoy you.
Most people enjoy me.
Yeah.
I think most people enjoy me more than Blankers enjoys me.
Did Allen Iverson at the
Cash or
TGF
trash?
Friday enjoy
Allen,
you more?
Iverson and I got along well. He didn't say a single bad thing about me.
Yeah. What about you and Burrow?
Burrow didn't say a single bad thing about me.
All right. Well, that puts him ahead of Lakers.
I think the general consensus of people enjoy me more than Blankers enjoys me. Cash or trash?
What percentage of people in your life would rank you lower than Blankers ranks you?
Not many. A few.
A few?
My buddy Scott would probably rank me lower. But that's about it. My wife on occasion.
Depending if you forgot to do something.
That's about it, though. Maybe Scott and my wife on occasion. Not all the time. Just like 10% of the time, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I think from our fantasy football group chat that we're in, I feel like most of them enjoy you.
I think they enjoy me.
I think sometimes I can tell they get a little irritated. Or maybe you get irritated with them.
Yeah,
because they ask the same questions year after year.
I generally don't like people. There's also that.
Well, yeah.
Dab says that J-Bone blocked Joel in real life. I don't block people. I just mute them. I don't block people. I'm blocking soft.
Same.
We are thinking about doing a love game thing because Blankers always says I don't know him.
Okay.
Which he's probably right.
Yeah.
But I do think I know him more than he knows me. So Brian's going to put together a little love game thing, I think, next week.
Like
to see who knows
wedding,
who.
What was that old game called?
The Newlywed Game.
The Newlywed Game.
Did you ever hear about the Newlywed Murderer?
No.
There was a guy who was on the game and then murdered one of the women.
Oh, they made a movie about that. That's on Netflix.
I heard of a podcast. I didn't know they actually made it a movie.
I think they made
believe you, but
yeah, I think they made a movie about it.
Like the what's the one game they play on the? Because I know you speak my language in this. The challenge.
Yeah, I love the challenge.
Where they do the whiteboard. And you have to say, like, you have to, like, make a guess. You and your partner have to be on the same page.
Yeah.
So, like, who does Joel hate the most on the station? You each would write a name
down.
My
guess would be Lance.
Yeah. I was going to say me, maybe.
That's a pretty easy call, I think.
You could play that.
Given recent history.
Remember our guy, Charles? Who used to work here?
Yeah.
He's a therapist now. Charles is.
Really?
So we were thinking about doing a therapeutic Thursday, like once a month, where like Blankers and I can work out our differences.
I think that makes sense.
I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah.
I told Brian it's like when Kane and Bryan Danielson did their thing on wrestling. Remember they would go to that fake therapist and they would do like, what's the first thing you see?
Yeah. I do
It'd be so good.
I do remember
I'll text Charles. I think we can make that happen.
It'd be awesome. Like, we need to do that every therapeutic Thursday. Like, later in the week, you can have a little more fun. You know, early in the week, you got to be serious. And what happened over the week, that's cool as thing.
Yeah, for sure. Especially once the Astros are after they win the World Series.
You were about to say when they're eliminated.
Yeah, I was.
You almost did.
I corrected myself.
I saw it.
Yep, you saw it. You saw right through me. So after they win the World Series.
I think you would have been more accurate if you stuck with it.
Yeah, I know. But I don't want to be a hater. So,
We just came up with the Killer Bees consensus top 10 NFL quarterbacks, the Killer QBs.
I saw that.
If you will. These other two guys really brought my list down. But collectively, our top 10, Mahomes 1, Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4, Hurts 5, Daniels 6, Goff 7, Mayfield 8, Stafford 8, Stroud 9.
Okay.
Where did collectively we go wrong?
I like Stafford more than Goff and Baker.
Stafford's soft. He needs an epidural.
Yeah, he is soft, but he's also going to play week 1, so maybe he's not.
So you like Stafford more than Baker?
Yeah.
Huh.
I still do at this point. I think
for career, sure.
I think
but
it's
even
back of
this
baseball
year?
card here.
No,
yeah, it
no,
feels like a back of the baseball card.
I think right now, if you flipped him, I think Matt Stafford would have Tampa in a better position than Baker does. And Baker's got him in a great spot.
I mean, Baker was, 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns last year?
Yeah, I think Stafford would be even better with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and what they've got in the running back room. I think Stafford elevates them to, a Super Bowl level team. I think he's still got it.
Personally, I had Baker 10 and I had Stafford unlisted. Personally.
Really?
Yeah. I think Stafford's a little older. Injuries kind of catching up to him.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not long in the
he's
tooth.
not what he was when they won the Super Bowl, but I still think he's got the juice. So I would have Stafford above them.
Okay.
I also would have Baker above Goff. So my change would be Stafford 7, Goff 8, no, sorry. Stafford 7, Baker 8, Goff 9.
And then you're good with the top 6?
Yeah, I'm good with the top
So
6.
you like Stroud at 10?
Yeah, I like Stroud at 10. I think the way he played last year, even though it wasn't all his fault, like a lot of the offensive line stuff, I definitely think there was a level of seeing ghosts, not to the level of Sam Darnold, where he had super happy feet. So I think he still deserves to be in the top 10. That's probably between him and, I think I heard you guys say Herbert was on someone's list but was left off the top 10. It's probably between Stroud and Herbert for the 10th spot for me. So I'm good with Stroud there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really blame Stroud a whole lot for the incompetence of last year's offense.
Yeah, I also think there could be an argument for Daniels over Hurts. But
see, I think Hurts is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. I think we underrate his ability to win games. I know he's on a good team, but he protects the football. He puts his team in good positions. He's not careless with the ball like some of these other quarterbacks. I think we undervalue that because we live in like this statistical fantasy world where I think we overrate the numbers a lot of times. So I had Hurts number 2. I had him behind Mahomes. I think Hurts is the truth. I think he's exactly what you want from a quarterback. I think he's an unbelievable leader. I think he really maximizes his weapons. He can obviously run the ball a little bit too. He takes care of the football. Always cool, calm, and collected. I never worry about Hurts costing my team a game. Now, whereas like Allen and Lamar Jackson, I would 100% agree that Allen and Lamar Jackson can do things on a football field that Hurts is not capable of doing. At the same time, I think those guys are combustible and can lose games single-handedly for you, especially in critical moments.
Now, I agree for the playoffs. Certainly, Allen and Lamar have proven that in the playoffs. But if we're making this more of a regular season conversation, I would bet that Allen and Lamar have better interception ratios than Jalen Hurts.
Probably so.
Part of that is obviously, just how much the passing volume.
Yeah.
Like one turnover equals more than it would for Lamar because he throws so much more.
My goal, though, Brian, is not to go 15-2 in the regular season and crap out in the wild card or divisional round. My goal is to win a Super Bowl with these quarterbacks. And if I'm picking quarterbacks that I can go the whole way with, it's Mahomes and Hurts for me.
Does Joe know your Josh Allen take?
I think so.
Yeah,
he's never going to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, he's never going to win a Super Bowl. We've had that for like
Lamar,
2 years
I don't think either guy's ever going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar to me is James Harden. A bunch of MVPs, not a lot of big wins. I think for Hurts, where I downgrade him is I just don't know if you flipped him with a lot of these other quarterbacks if he performs to the same level. If you put one of these quarterbacks with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, an offensive line that no matter who they replace is consistently awesome.
Mhm.
They're finding guys from Australia and put them at left tackle. Like, they just continually are good. I wonder what it's like if you remove Jalen Hurts from that equation versus what, if you put Josh Allen there, I think you get the same result as Jalen
See,
Hurts.
I don't. I think that Allen would kind of be like the bacon on a cheeseburger, where like he overpowers it because he's such a strong, like in this, I'm not saying personality, but just like a strong player. Now, I don't think that if you put Jalen Hurts on like Baltimore or Buffalo, that he would have the success of Allen and Jackson.
Yeah.
I do think that Hurts needs better players around him because he's not as gifted as those other guys. But the reason that I put Hurts on the pedestal is I believe that in crunch time, he's just unwavering. Like he's always the same person, win or lose. I remember watching something last year on NFL Network. It might have been Super Bowl week actually, where who's the guy who does like the mean run of the week? What's his name?
Oh, Kyle Brandt.
Kyle Brandt like pulled like 10 Jalen Hurts press conference cuts and like y'all guess if this is a win or a loss, and they had no idea because he's always the same guy. And I think that what would you call that? Even killness, like the demeanor that's always level. I think that's very important, especially in postseason football.
No, I think it's fair. I mean, I do think he's clearly the best quarterback in the NFC right now. I mean, that's where I think there's an argument for Daniels, but he has to do it again, I think, to elevate himself past Hurts. He also has to stay healthy. I'm not confident that Jaden Daniels will actually be able to do that. But, I mean, right now, Hurts is, I think, by far the best quarterback in the NFC.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's really close. Like again, Daniels is the closest, but
Daniels,
I still think
Daniels is the most talented.
I think so too. Because I don't think Goff or Baker or Stafford are close.
See,
to Hurts.
I didn't get to the Goff thing because I heard what you said about Goff, and you're trying to put Baker and Stafford ahead of him. I think Hurts is the most overrated quarterback in the NFL. I think Goff is the second most. I meant underrated. Hurts is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. I think Goff is the second most underrated quarterback in the NFL, and I think Geno Smith's third. I like me some Geno.
Geno third?
I'm a Geno fan.
You like what? So you got some stock in the Raiders this year, then?
A little bit. A little bit. No, but I think Geno's solid. Like, I'm not saying he's top 15, but I think he's like 18. We were just talking about with blinkers there. But no, I think he's overlooked a lot. Like, we look at Geno like, oh, you can't win with Geno and all this stuff. And you might be limited with Geno. Like, I don't think he's going to win a Super Bowl. But I think you can make a deep playoff run with Geno. Maybe not in the AFC. Maybe more in the NFC. But I think the Raiders have underrated offensive skill. I think they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Geno to me is the perfect quarterback to get you to your Mahomes. Like, he's Alex Smith. Like, he can help you win games. He can try to get you to the playoffs. I don't think they'll make the playoffs this year, but I do think they'll be much better. I mean, they'll probably still finish fourth in the division because it's a gauntlet. But I think it's fair to say he's one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the NFL and what he's done.
Thank you. Joe George hates Branham, sassy mouth, and Baker Mayfield, says Peter Key.
I don't hate Baker Mayfield.
Hey. Texture says no Brock Purdy. I thought long and hard about Purdy. Purdy last year was not spectacular. 2 years ago, you could make the case with Purdy as a top 5 quarterback.
You could, yeah. I think I just don't view him that way. I just can't look at Brock Purdy that way. It's bias for him being
because he's little or what?
He's the last pick in the draft, and I just don't know if I buy it yet. I think
Brady was a 6th rounder.
My initial reaction when that contract came out was that's going to be an overpay.
Maybe, but they had no choice.
No, you're right. They had no choice. Even though of all the teams in the NFL that had a choice, it was probably them. Because Kyle Shanahan proves he can win with anybody.
Yeah, but then if you move on from him, you're like constantly looking for a new quarterback.
For sure.
So it's tough. Stafford is a much more accurate passer than Baker. Doesn't move like Baker, though. The last 3 playoff games between the Bills and Chiefs were decided by 3, 3, and 5 points. Go watch Josh Allen the last 2 minutes of crucial playoff games. Like, he'll have a game where he excels and he shines, and then he has games where he's literally trying to throw interceptions to the other team. I remember who did they play last year before they were eliminated by the Chiefs. But who did they play in the game prior? Was it the Ravens game?
Ravens, yeah.
It was the Ravens game where Mark Andrews dropped the touchdown pass to the end zone.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, last 5 minutes of that football game was abysmal. He was trying to give that game away. He threw 2 passes that should have been intercepted. Like, I remember coming in the next day and dunking all over him. Like, he tried to give that game away, but Andrews gave it back. Like, just he'll have moments where he's unbelievable. I just don't trust him to win 4 straight games against the top competition in the NFL.
Yeah,
don't do it.
Yeah, Josh Allen's up there with the quarterbacks that it feels like it's make or break pretty soon for him to win a championship. I know he's going to have a long career, but the AFC is just getting better and better and better. And it just feels like last year was their year to win it. And this year, now you've got, we'll see what Keon Coleman does and Khalil Shakir and these guys they've brought in. I know he's very upset that James Cook is not at camp right now, but they've got the pieces.
James Cook for Micah Parsons. James Cook and like 3 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. Who says no?
Cowboys.
The Bills.
They're not going to pay him.
I just the Cowboy. I don't think Jerry wants to give in on this Parsons thing.
Then why would they say no to that?
But he loves running backs.
Well,
he hates running backs.
But he paid Zeke.
He paid a long time ago.
That's why he hates running backs.
But the last few years, they've done nothing at running back.
Yeah,
I don't see that's where I think the trade offer there. I don't think that they believe in running back enough to do that. But it would be more of the draft picks.
Do you think Micah gets moved?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
It'd just be, Cook's crying about a contract. Parsons crying about a contract. Trade them for each other.
Isn't it weird that Cook showed up to camp, practice, and then it said, nah.
He was catching touchdowns in Hard Knocks.
I know. I saw him on Hard Knocks.
It was so weird.
And then he shows up. It's like he gave him a little taste. It's like, all right, you're going to have to pay for the rest.
Yeah, he's like, you like what you see? Okay. Where's my money? Like, I that one's interesting. Parsons, I think, is for sure going to be a Cowboy. I think they're going to get that thing done. Cook is more interesting because the way we see running backs get treated across the NFL, like he's going to have value elsewhere. And even though Josh Allen wants him back, like they could be fine without him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. 713-780-ESPN. Astros are putting Spencer Arrighetti in a really weird spot. Is it fair to Arrighetti? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texture says 13 seconds from the Super Bowl. Yeah. Horseshoes and hand grenades, baby. Horseshoes and hand grenades. 13 seconds to the horseshoes and hand grenades. Lamar's only 28. He's definitely going to win a couple of championships. We'll see.
A couple.
We'll see. Josh Allen is Jim Kelly 2.0. Great call. Great call.
I think if the Texans can't win a Super Bowl, my second choice right now is the Buffalo Bills, just for
why?
Just for the following Monday.
Oh, well, you know what I would do? I'll be like, I was wrong. Y'all were
I
right.
know. You actually would not make it as fun as I would want it to be.
No. But it's not going to happen, so don't worry about it. Josh Naylor left this Mariners game with like an injury. Do you want it to be serious? 713-780-3776.
Absolutely.
Do you want him to be out for the year? Do you want his oblique to be torn in half?
I mean, not torn in half. That doesn't it doesn't have to be that serious to keep him out for the rest of the year. There's only 2 months left.
I mean, I'm kind of kidding. You know,
kind of
kidding.
You're a mean person.
I mean,
you're pro bounty gate.
Yeah, knock the quarterback out of the game. Gives you a better chance to win.
I know, so you're not against this.
I mean, I don't want it to be torn in half. His oblique, just enough to be out for the year
through October.
Yeah,
just enough to be out for the year. So Spencer Arrighetti made a start yesterday. Not great. It's been 123 days between starts. That's 4 months for a broken thumb that didn't require surgery. The timeline to that does not add up. And I kind of questioned it on Twitter today. And one of my friends, I call my Twitter friends. Somebody sent me a thing where Dana Brown was talking about it and talked about how Spencer Arrighetti was initially wearing a soft cast at the beginning of this, but then they didn't see it healing, and then they moved him to a hard cast. So, you do them whenever it initially happened, they're like 4 to 6 weeks for the bone to heal, and then because he's a pitcher who hadn't pitched in 4 to 6 weeks, it's going to have to get comfortable with gripping the baseball, and then the ramp up period. 4 months is way too long. If you play it out, the most conservative timeline, very, very super, very conservative, should have been 3.5 months. Very, very conservative. And then when somebody sent me this that he was wearing a soft cast and then had to change to a hard cast. This isn't as egregious as Tucker running on a treadmill with a broken leg. It's not as egregious as Jordan swinging a baseball bat with a broken hand. But this is another example of the Astros mishandling a player injury.
Yeah, and I think potentially just also lying to us maybe a little bit about how severe the injury was.
Maybe.
I mean, it's because it's a finger, right? Now, we're seeing a player that used to play here have maybe a broken finger and play through it and be terrible for 2 months in Kyle Tucker, but is Spencer Arrighetti, was it more than they're letting us on to believe? That's what I almost.
But he didn't have surgery. I think that the soft cast was the wrong way to handle his broken thumb.
Well, we know they're terrible at it. It's the only thing the Astros do poorly is handle injuries.
And look, there's some benefit to it because, hey, young arm that doesn't need to rack up innings. There's benefits to it. This isn't the worst thing in the world.
Sure.
He's pitching. He's back. There's still plenty of runway for him to hit, on all cylinders. It's just odd to me that it took 4 months. It's kind of crazy. But the situation they put him in here, this is Spencer Arrighetti has shown flashes. His rookie year was solid for a rookie. He didn't pitch to what I would call a number 3 starter in Major League Baseball. So expecting him to come back from a 4-month injury, shouldn't have been 4 months, but 4-month injury when he had an ERA last year of 4.53 and here you go be our number 3 starter, kid, knock him dead. I feel he's a really unfair spot to put him in.
So you think they should have added at the deadline? Is that?
No, I don't think they should have traded Arrighetti and 3 prospects for Dylan Cease. Are there other pitchers out there that maybe you could have?
Yeah,
sure.
you got Uncle Charlie.
To me, it's a separate conversation.
Okay.
I think it's fair to have that conversation, but this is to me, this is different. It's different because those require 2 to tango. You might have just hated the prices. You mentioned Morton. Okay, what's the equivalent of what the Tigers gave up for Morton? What would that have looked like? Is it Walker Yannick? Because I would have traded Walker Yannick for Charlie Morton. So that's hard for me to know. It's just really weird the spot that they're putting Arrighetti. Here you go, kid. You were a rookie last year. You pitched in 2 games prior to yesterday. We really need you to be our number 3 starter. Go knock him dead.
The only thing is that he's not. Tomorrow on Inside the Icebox on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel, Jeremy and myself, he's not the only one. So it's not it's all the pressure is not on Arrighetti. There are other guys that can fill that role. So it's kind of on all of them between Arrighetti, McCullers, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Brandon Walter, like whoever can come back and be the best is going to earn that job. So
for sure,
that's where I don't think it's unfair to him.
But he's got the first crack.
He does get the first crack, but that's also based on timeline, right? It's Javier is going to be back. It sounds like next week, and then potentially Luis Garcia the week after that. So within the next 2 weeks, all three guys will be on the mound for the Astros. Wait and see on McCullers and Walters, but like who is going to earn that third spot? They're all going to have a chance to. So if it's really unfair, it's only because you didn't add at the deadline. Because it's up to the three of them to figure out who's going to be the best guy.
Yeah, I do want to say this though. If he just because I think it's a little unfair to put Arrighetti, hey, go be our 3 starter. Now you're right that you have other guys who are going to compete with him. If he takes by the horns, the bull by the horns, that's definitely the B word I was going to say. If he takes the bull by the horns and just I'm the number 3, I'm going to be that guy. I do think that it shows the potential of what Spencer Arrighetti can become.
Yeah.
I don't think he can be ace guy. I don't think he's going to be Hunter Brown. But do I think he could be like a lower tier 2, high end 3? I think he can if he shows us I'm taking the number 3 spot. I'm going to be that dude.
Well, especially because you don't have a number 2 on your roster right now for 2026.
You don't.
Like who is replacing Framber Valdez? Is it someone in free agency?
Bulk blue ball.
Yeah, I mean.
Opening day opener.
He throws gas. So like you're not only trying to figure out who's your number 3 guy for the playoffs this year, but right now on paper, who's your number 2 guy going into next season? It's a lot of pressure on these guys.
Brandon Walter for sure.
I mean, I know you love him.
He's under control for 5 more years.
He's probably your number 1 sports crush right now.
I do have a man crush on Brandon Walter for sure.
Yeah. At least of the local team.
I really like Jesus Sanchez. Did you hear my cross-sport Jesus Sanchez comp?
No.
Jameis Winston.
Okay, because he's having a lot of fun out there.
He's just super happy. He's not a serious boy.
It seems like he's better than Jameis Winston.
No, for sure. At least it's a personality comp, not a quality of player comp.
Yeah, but that's to me it seemed like a home run trade right away. I mean, he's made a huge impact on the Astros.
What you did there.
Yep,
hadn't hit one yet, but maybe a double trade.
That's a double trade. It can't be a home run until he has one.
I couldn't help myself.
That's fine. I understand.
No, I love the trade too.
I mean, look, they have the pitchers are and all of them are on a extreme amount of pressure to the idea that the Astros could still be a World Series team this year and are going to be needed to get there. I mean, you can't expect to only win a World Series if Framber and Hunter are at their best selves. There has to be another guy that steps up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the next year. Yeah, for sure. You're right. Somebody has to be okay. Somebody needs to be fine.
Yeah.
I don't think they need to be great.
They need to get you to the bullpen in the playoffs so your bullpen can control the game.
They have to be capable of winning a game.
Can they get you 4 quality innings or 2 times through the order without it letting it be a disaster? Yeah. That's all you need with this bullpen. It is a low bar, honestly. Whether it's Arrighetti or Javier or someone else, that's all you have to do is get 2 times through a batting order.
I agree.
Without getting beat up by the Rangers or the Yankees or whoever you play or whatever. And if they can accomplish that, then the Astros can win playoff games with them on the mound. You don't need them to help you get a no-hitter in the World Series again.
Leashes are a lot quicker in the playoffs. 4 innings, 1 run, I sign up for that. My number 3 and number 4 starters right now.
For sure.
You don't need guys to go deep into game. Obviously, it's beneficial, but it's not a must. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
You're welcome.
Joe's saying, hey, you guys are both saying, Arrighetti, he pitched last year as a rookie, couple starts this year. Let's just throw him into the number 3 role because we have all these guys coming back. You've got Walter, you got McCullers, you got Garcia who's pitched in the World Series, you got Javier. You got those 4 guys, plus you got Gordon. That's 5 guys. So with all those 5 guys essentially healthy and coming back in the next month or 2, that makes more sense for the Arrighetti to San Diego trade. That should have happened. They should have gotten Cease there because you would have had a 1-2-3 of dominant guys in Brown, Framber, and Cease. And then Arrighetti's a rookie guy with a 4-month thumb injury. You got Correa for free. You could have sent Arrighetti and a couple prospects, and you would have had a 3-headed monster at the pitching staff with all those guys coming back. You should have made the Cease trade, in my opinion.
Banging the table for the Cease trade. I'm not sure how the Correa trade is really relevant to the Cease trade. Because you got Correa for free, that means you should have been more willy-nilly with your prospects in another trade. I don't like the correlation there. Now, Keith, I don't think Keith is wrong for this season alone. Like, does trading Spencer Arrighetti and 3 prospects for Dylan Cease make you better in 2025? Yes, to me. Does it increase your chances by a couple percentage points trading for Cease? Yes. But are those 2 percentage points increased to win the World Series worth trading 4.5 more years of Spencer Arrighetti and the prospects that we don't know who they were? Schwab mentioned that Walker Yannick was one of them. So long-term, to me, it was a terrible trade, and the long-term damage, in my opinion, outweighs the marginal increase of your odds to win it all in 25.
Yeah, Bob Nightingale reported that the trades were never close, that basically as soon as they asked for Arrighetti, the Padres asked for Arrighetti and 3 prospects, the Astros balked at the idea, and there really weren't conversations.
Another baseball pun.
Sorry.
Sheesh.
I mean,
trade was a home run. They balked at the move. What else you got for us?
I know I should be rhyming if I'm saying
They got him for a steal.
Man.
They got Correa for a steal for sure.
Wow. They just natural with you.
I'll see what else I can cook up for you.
Balk, homer, steal.
You know?
This is well done.
6 to 7, Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Keep trying. Monday through Friday will come soon enough.
I was.
I know. No, what were you saying? Sorry to interrupt.
I forgot. Honestly, I feel like AJ Preller, the Padres GM, basically unloaded his farm system and then tried to call the Astros, who we thought he could swindle at the last moment to fix what he just unloaded. He's traded like all of his top prospects in the last 2 seasons.
He does that though.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He trades them all for guys who have club control, and then he'll trade them when they're about to enter free agency. I don't know if I hate the idea though.
No, I think what the Padres do, honestly, I mean, I'm jealous of what the Padres do, the way they operate, because they just don't care. Frankly, I don't think it's that different than the way Jeff Luhnow operated and the way he traded his prospects away. I mean, or got close to with the Bryce Harper deal. A lot of those guys don't work out.
But he kept his top ones.
Yeah, he should have traded Forrest, but
yeah, it's hard though. I mean, people need to quit. People need to quit counting on Lance McCullers coming back and being effective or being able to stay healthy. Did anybody say that though? No one said that, right?
I mean, I included him in the conversation with the guys that could fight for the 3rd spot, but that's just because someone's got to do it, and I don't think it will be Lance.
Dana said he's going to throw one more side and then go out on a rehab soon, so that's an update there. I figured Keith was calling in to tell us about some retired Milwaukee Brewer. Keith does like throwback players. Random question, have you ever been bitten by a dog? Not a nibble, but a bite?
No.
I've never been bitten by a dog, but I had one get into my underwear when I was 3.
I got close, apparently, like when I was a toddler.
Really? I've been bad.
Like my parents had to get rid of the dog because it got so bad. Because I cornered it. My fault. I was 2.
Oh, what's the update with Brandon Walter? He's the best one out of all those names. I haven't heard anything other than
who the f is that guy?
That's casual if you don't know who that is. I think the hope was to bridge the gap until Javier is back. Javier best is better than the rest. Agree. I'm just not sure we're getting his best. We'll see. Texture, if Arrighetti went from a soft cast to hard cast, then either they misdiagnosed again or he hurt it more after he broke it. The way that I understand it was that he kept using it. He kept using his hand because it was in a soft cast to do shake hands even and it just wouldn't heal. So it's why didn't you put it in the hard cast, bro?
Have you ever been in a cast?
I broke my thumb. I've been in multiple casts. I broke my thumb. I was in a little hand cast to let that heal.
Yeah.
I played through it, by the way. I broke my wrist. Okay. So I was in a little arm cast that went up to my elbow, and then I broke my fibula. I was in a little leg cast that went up to my knee.
I had a knee surgery when I was in 6th grade, and they didn't want me to walk on it.
Yikes!
And they didn't trust me. I was in a cast from my hip to my toe.
That's what they should have done with Arrighetti.
They made me immobile for 6 months.
Arrighetti was probably playing video games on that soft cast, and it wasn't letting his thumb heal. They should have put him in a hard cast. That way he could have been back a month ago.
Maybe that's why Jordan has such hand issues.
Playing video games?
Yeah.
You would think that would help the strength a little bit.
Yeah, but it gives people carpal tunnel.
Yeah, he might have carpal tunnel.
That's what I think Jordan has. So
hot take. Might not be wrong.
I think it's logic take.
Might not be wrong.
I don't think it's a hot take. I think it's logical.
All right, let's play Man of the People for listener party tickets. So we need callers right now, 713-780-ESPN. Callers right now. You'll be assigned to Joe. You'll be assigned to me. Whoever wins gets tickets to our listener party. ESPN Houston listener party is back, giving away tickets all month. The only way to get it is by winning. Party will be September 5th, 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. So be sure you're listening to John and Lance in the mornings, the Del Olaleye Show, Paul in the afternoons, and then us, and Soccer Matters to get your chance to win win. Men of the people, right now, your chances to win tickets to the ESPN Houston Listener Party right now, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Men of the people. All right. Joe's got a who's on Team Joe? Matthew? Travis is on Team Branham. See how this goes.
Sorry, Matthew. I don't know what we're
You don't think you're going to do well?
Now,
Joel said that the last time and he won.
Okay.
He did.
That was his only win so far.
It was controversial. Very controversial.
You say it's controversial.
Brian gave Blankers a very,
I think it was completely fair.
Very egregious answer.
That's slanted.
Like it was not even anywhere in the spectrum of what the answer was.
It was
forget
completely
what it was.
in the ballpark.
Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, because it was about stadiums, and he said sports.
Oh, what?
The answer was stadiums. I don't remember the question exactly, but I gave him. He said sports, and it was something about big crowds, and he said sporting events, and I gave him stadiums, which are at.
Very controversial.
I'm not saying that because I'm in here right now.
And I didn't care for myself. I cared for my guy.
I'll look up the actual exact quote. So
it was weak.
Nah, it was fine.
Very weak. All right. So, men of the people, if I win, Travis is getting with pair of tickets.
Yeah, pair of tickets.
The ESPN Listener Party coming up at St. Andrews here.
Arnold's.
Really? What did I say, Andrews?
Yeah.
I was talking about. We're not giving you a trip to Europe.
That's a church.
No, Andrews is the golf course.
Oh,
it's
that's
the birthplace of
that
golf. I meant St. Arnold's. You knew that. Golf is on my mind, as it always is. But 6:30 to 9:30, September 5th at St. Arnold's.
It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. It's going to be a fantastic time.
We're going to have giveaways.
If any of my buddies want to go, ask Joe. Don't ask
free
me.
drink, free food.
Oh, wow.
Goodies. Maybe some special appearances.
Joe's going to be there.
I'll be there.
Everyone will be there.
We're having a discussion before the show today about should we have Trey Campbell do a stand-up act for 10 minutes?
That'd be funny. Let's get to Man of the People.
All
We'll
right, so
discuss
Joe, you
that
haven't
later
played
in
this
post.
game before, but it follows Family Feud style rules where I will read you guys a question. There are a number of answers on the board. You ring in by saying your name.
Okay.
If you get the most popular answer, you get 3 points. Second most popular, 2. Any other answer on the board is worth 1. Most points win. All right, question number 1. Name things you bring on a camping trip.
Joe.
I wasn't even paying attention yet. I didn't know we were playing the game. I thought you were still reading the rules.
A tent.
Tents is the number 1 answer. Joe is on the board. Well done.
I wasn't even paying attention.
Number 1
I
thing
thought he was reading the rules.
No, the thing you bring to camping.
Stop arguing with the chat. What are you doing?
A knife.
Knife? See, no, knife is not on the answer. Sorry about that. The rest of the list here: sleeping bag, backpack, food, toilet paper, bug spray, and a compass.
Okay.
So 3-0 right now for Joe.
many
Off to a
questions
hot
we have?
start. 7.
I wasn't even told we were ready. All right, let's go.
All right. Name famous rival. Now this will include 2 names here of companies. Just a heads up. Name famous rivalries between brands.
Buzz.
Say your name, but you got it.
Why? You know who said Buzz? Coke and Pepsi.
That is the number 1 answer on the board. Joe? Name a famous rivalry between brands.
He knows the question, Brian.
That was the only one I had.
Clock.
5.
Oh, wait.
That was
Four,
the other thing.
Wait, McDonald's,
3.
McDonald's and Burger King.
That is the number 2
Ah,
answer.
pretty good. That was the other thing that happened in our controversy. I called for the
Yeah.
clock, and he gave him 7 seconds.
No, I gave him 5.
I
I
did
didn't
not.
count. Why would I start from 7?
No, you counted slow is my point.
Oh, well, that's possible. All right, question 3. Name things you spend lottery winnings on.
Buzz.
Jeremy.
A house.
Mansions, number 1 answer. That is correct. Jeremy with another 3 points. Joe?
Car.
That's a good call.
Car
Probably
is
number
the number 4 answer, so that will only be worth 1 point.
I thought that
So
was
right
number
now,
2.
Joel has
Joe.
no, not Joel.
He
Joe.
just handed you the L early.
Don't insult me.
Jeremy has 6, and Joe also has 6. So tied up. Question number 4. Name foods that go with peanut butter.
Buzz.
Man.
Jelly.
Jelly, of course, the number 1 answer.
Dang
3 points. Jeremy.
Banana.
Banana's the number 3 answer, so only worth 1
Was honey
point.
too?
Burger?
So the rest of the list, jelly, we said jelly and bananas. The rest of the list was chocolate, Oreos, oats, and
Okay.
celery.
I thought some weirdos would say burger.
The ants on a log.
Yeah, I
You
guess
put
it would be the
peanut
answer
butter
along
and
with the
celery
raisins.
with the
Yeah.
raisins.
I've decided that's going to be a heavy part of Joseph's diet at
I
school.
hate celery.
You're going to try to force feed him celery?
Yeah, but I figured, put some peanut butter and raisins on there. He might eat it.
Has he gone for it yet?
We haven't tried it yet.
Okay.
He might.
All right,
I
good
hate
luck with
celery,
that.
though.
Good luck with that. All right, so right now, Jeremy has 6 still. I'm sorry, Jeremy has 7, and Joe has 9.
Jeez. How many questions do we have left?
3.
Okay, let's go.
3. All right, name holidays that involve gifts.
Buzz.
I heard Jeremy first.
Christmas.
Christmas is the number 1 answer. That's a 3-point score there for Jeremy.
3. I got the number 1 answer. Got 3. He got the number 1 answer. Got 5.
No,
I didn't say that.
That's not what he said.
How did somebody get 1 for 4?
Sorry?
Somebody got 1 point earlier for the 4th answer.
Yeah, because it's 3, 2, everything else is 1.
Listen to the rules, dude. Hanukkah.
Hanukkah is not on the list. The rest of the list is birthdays, Valentine's, Mother's / Father's Day, and anniversary.
I'm such an idiot.
I don't know if the scoring rules in this game are very good. Third and fourth place answers are equivalent.
Yeah.
That's just so weak.
All right, so right now Jeremy has 10, and Joe has 6, 9 points. So we got a 1-point lead for Jeremy with 2 questions to go. Name an item you might buy in a souvenir shop.
Buzz.
Jeremy.
What are those cards called?
I can't say the word.
I'm not helping you.
A keychain. I forget what they're called.
Your pivot actually paid off. You got a 2-point answer. That's the number 2 answer.
Oh, I remember what they're called.
Magnet.
They're called postcards.
Magnet is on the list, but number 4, so only 1. Postcard, if you'd gone with that, was worth 3, so you would have lost a point. All right, so
what was the number 1 answer?
Number 1 answer, sorry. T-shirt was the number 1 answer,
okay.
followed by keychain, postcard, magnet, mug, and stuffed
My
animal.
brain gaff paid out.
I saw that one recently, and they guessed shot glass is the number 1 answer.
Oh, okay.
All right, so the lead now is 12-10 for Jeremy. So you're not out of it, Joe, but you need the number one answer here. Name a food you might eat at a carnival.
Buzz.
Jeremy.
Corn dog.
Corn dog is the number 2 answer.
That clinches it.
Yeah, it does. You
Funnel cake?
Funnel cake is on the board, but it's the number 3 answer.
No jokes about the corn dog.
What's number 1?
Number 1 is cotton candy, followed by corn dog, funnel cake, popcorn, and snow cone / ice cream.
Let's go.
So Jeremy wins.
I have never lost at this
14-11.
game. I've never lost at this game.
You lost last
There
time.
was a major asterisk. There was a clock scandal.
You claimed that.
And there was a
that.
favorable there was Russian judges. I've never lost in this game. I've never lost in this game cleanly. Congratulations, Travis. You're headed out
What's
to
the name of this game that we're
St.
playing?
Arnold.
Man of the People.
Man of the People?
Yeah, Granato's going to be mad.
Well, guess what? I'm the man of the people. Because I have extra tickets.
This is week 2. This isn't earned.
Sorry, Matthew. I tried.
I mean, you're the boss.
Yeah, you can do that. Why are you letting Jeremy talk you down?
Because it's weak.
That's not my show.
Yeah, but you have the power to make this happen, Joe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Vote.
I mean, you were
Jeremy, say out loud you don't want Matthew to go.
No. I mean, you were punching out of your weight class.
Yeah, I don't play this game.
And Joe's filling in. He wasn't even supposed to be here right now.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right, both of them get tickets.
We're both men of the people. But only one of us is the winner.
Yeah,
It's
Jeremy
me.
wins.
Undefeated at this game.
Not true.
Congratulations, Travis. And Matthew, you're a charity case, but we'll see you there. St. Arnold's, 6:30 to 9:30, September 5th, ESPN Houston Listener Party. We're giving away a pair of tickets tomorrow as well. We'll see what we do tomorrow for those pair of tickets. But make sure you listen to everybody throughout the station. Going to be a fantastic time. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I know what belongs on Good Take Boulevard. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. We went out there a few months ago, and you know what my kids were saying and the wife were saying? That was a great take. What a great idea this was. Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You got to take the family out there too. You're going to have a great time. I love that it's only 90 minutes from Houston. I got off work on a Friday. I was there before the sun went down. You don't have to drive 14 hours across multiple states. You don't have to go to the airport TSA with the kids. No. It's just 90 minutes away from Houston. Your vacation's going to start like that. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors from the open green spaces. Wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, majestic trees. If nature's your thing, you're going to love Two Creeks Crossing Resort. If fishing's your thing, you're going to love Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Whether you're fishing on the creeks, they also have a catch and release pond right there in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. Teach them how to fish right there. You can't beat it. 92 acres worth of property for you to explore. Waters for you to kayak. Pickleball courts for you to pickleball. Pools for you to swim in. Drinks for you to drink. All right there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And they're always looking to take care of their visitors. Both nights we were there, they had a food truck. They had live music on a Saturday night. We stayed in the tree house, trees going up through the house. The kids loved it. You can stay in the tree house. They have glamping. They have cabins. You can pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Texture says Branham lost the week he guessed spinach artichoke dip. I did do that. I choked on a question and said spinach artichoke dip because I bought some the night before.
What was it, like best appetizer?
No, it's like what goes well with crackers. It was what goes well with crackers. And I choked and I bought spinach artichoke dip the night before and I said it and obviously it wasn't an answer. This texture doesn't forget it, which is fine. It's understandable. Another text. I remember what happened now, Brian. Joel asked you to repeat the question and then you started the clock after the question. That's exactly what happened. And I was not happy that he got the repeat of the question because he was buying time.
I would repeat the question for you.
Hey, you shouldn't repeat the question because it's buying time for that person to think. You're gaining valuable seconds of
Must be
think
listening.
time. Yeah, that's also weak sauce.
Always be listening.
The very favorable. Okay, I'll count it, and then the clock question debacle tainted that men of the people for the history of the game.
This is more in your head than the whole sleeps with the fishes thing was in Joel's head yesterday.
It's not really in my head. I'm just a maverick of justice and fairness.
Yeah, that's how we would describe you.
All right, Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? I have two from the rip, and then we'll get to yours, Joe, and then a few more. Chandler Rome, the day before the Major League Baseball trade deadline. His thoughts on Carlos Correa, he said it was unrealistic that Correa would be traded to the
I
Astros.
don't think this is something that, as of this moment, is very realistic.
Yeah, poo-pooed on it.
I did say as of this moment.
Which is a cop-out.
I know.
Cop-out. I hate when people do that. Like, I hate when people do that. At this moment, I don't think Josh Allen's ever going to win a Super Bowl, but I reserve the right to change that when he has the lead with a minute left to play. That's a cop-out. It's a cop-out.
It is. It's
a cop-out. His reporting was he does not think it's realistic it's going to happen at the moment. And then, okay, it changed. And look, I had myself a cop-out. Second one, Chandler Rome. Yainer Diaz has been hitting well recently. Have you noticed? OPS of like 500 or 750 since May, something like that. Chandler Rome had a take. He thought that John Singleton would cut into Yainer Diaz at bats.
I do wonder if John Singleton's now on the roster and they want to get him as many at-bats against right-handed pitching as they can. May it come at the expense of Yainer Diaz?
Oh! Chandler doesn't know ball! He doesn't know. He's clown! Chandler Rome. Clown!
Joe, are you picking up on the personal vendetta here?
That was Jeremy Branham saying that, not me.
Or are you picking up on the personal vendetta here, Joe?
Is it a clown take, Joe, to say that John Singleton, who's no longer a member of the Houston Astros,
it's a bad take.
He's playing first and slugging for the
This
Sugarland
is-
Space
this
Cowboys,
is bad
saying that
take
he would cut into
Boulevard.
Yainer Diaz. That's a clown take, bro.
I noticed the specific verbiage you're using. Clown.
Yeah.
John Singleton's going to cut into Yainer Diaz at bat. Sit back and let the big boys talk.
You just made the
Made
list.
the list twice. Chandler Rome.
I've
It's a
got
clown.
one- I got one.
All right, what do you got?
I'm gonna rock the boat a little bit.
Oh no.
Okay.
This is not going to be good for my mentor morale.
I mean, you'll be on it the next time I have to do this. So for now, you get a pass.
Okay.
Okay. I'm putting Joel Blank on Bad Take Boulevard.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna defend my guy, Paul Gallant, right now.
Joel Blank, man.
Because you guys ripped Paul apart when he was sick for leaving early. Where's Joel? Why am I here right now? So Joel Blank, Bad Take Boulevard.
You just made the
And
list.
you'll be next when you leave early for a Cougs game.
That's different.
Don't care.
I'm leaving to go work. That's much different.
For a different company.
Yeah.
Much different.
Defend my man.
These were negotiated contractually elsewhere before that. It's much different.
That is true. We did
Much different.
We did agree to that when we moved to the afternoons.
Much different. Now,
Yeah.
the blanker side of it, I can't say you're wrong. It's one.
Yeah, call it like it is, okay?
I can't say you're. I detect no lies here.
Yeah, I know.
I detect no lies.
I'm a truth teller. I might have bad
I
takes.
will say, when that happened, Paul took off an hour. Joel today took off an hour 15.
Also,
Advantage Gallant.
who was the team guy? Helped out a little bit.
Me and you.
Yeah.
Well, we were supposed to do it. We recorded a podcast.
Yeah, I'm never here. I'm never here too. That was it was actually a good day for Paul to have a sore throat.
That was a good coincidence.
Like if he
special guest appearance.
It was a good day for him to have the sore throat.
Just want to remind everybody that the hardest working man in sports radio is still here working on the digital side of things because he cares. He cares.
Paul, have you ever taken a day off to work?
Yes, actually, I have.
Okay, I respect that.
I mean, it was because I was working at one job and I wanted to work at another job, and then I quit the other job without telling them. Shout out to Hannaford's Grocery Store, North Quincy, Massachusetts.
Blankers and I were ripping you the day that you left an hour early. I have not taken an hour early yet. Anything that you want to say with Blankers leaving early today?
Oh no, I mean Joe said it all.
Yeah, I covered it.
A salute to my old co-host.
Salute.
Middle management Joe. Hell yeah, dude.
I appreciate you taking the high road. Paul's being the bigger man. that was well played. Daniel Meyer makes the list. Daniel Meyer, he's the Astros locker. Oscar Meyer Wiener. Daniel Meyer. He's the Astros locker on Twitter. He's a self-proclaimed. I get along with him. I've never met the man, but I'm friends with him on the internet. It's where all my friends exist on the internet. But we were having a debate about Christian. No, it wasn't even a debate about Walker. But we were discussing Walker. Blah 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 blah. He said, "I'll give you a factual stat on Walker." Blah 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 blah. I don't think he will post a single 800 OPS calendar month this year. He said this on June 21st. Christian Walker in July had like an 837 OPS. So Daniel Meyer, the Astros.
You just made the list.
The Oscar Meyer Wiener makes the list. Also, your boy Desi.
Who the is that guy?
He's a rando on Twitter. I guessed the Astros moves the other day, like after the deadline.
Okay.
And I said Matthew Short, Melton will get sent down, and Cooper Hummel survives. Another classic example of Branham knowing ball.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy Desi.
Trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but
everybody think that
no.
you know ball.
It's the most offensive part of that. No, I cannot be compared to him. No.
That was part of why I played it there.
But your boy Desi, to me being accurate, we didn't find out that I was right until later, but he said, you're high. Melton isn't going anywhere. He made the trip down to Sugar Land. So
He's hitting home runs,
your
though.
boy Desi.
Him and
made
Bryce
the
going
list.
back to back.
You just made the
You
list.
see, Bryce went like 480.
Yeah.
I don't think it was quite that far, but it was.
If he
Was it in
hits it,
Sugar
it
Land
goes
or was
far.
it on the road?
I think
Where
it was
are
in
they?
Sugar Land.
No, I think it was late because I think they didn't start till like 8:30.
Well, because he always hits on the road there. That's
He
never
does.
been the problem.
He hits well in altitude.
Yeah.
He does. Major League Baseball Tonight crew the other day, they were talking about Sandy Alcantara's no-hitter after only 3 innings, and then this happened.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. No-hitter alert very quick. So they made the list. And as he was talking, Pena gets a here. Listen to the crack in the bat.
Jake. It's a no-hitter. Oh, come on, Sandy. Sandy's gone through 3 innings. Make tonight special for us, without giving up a hit. And if you're sitting on your couch and you're rolling your eyes that we just ran that graphic, a no-hitter alert, I can't believe they're doing that. That's so stupid. Why would you even mention it? If you think that we're impacting Sandy Alcantara in Secaucus, New Jersey, man, I mean, therapy's not that expensive. I mean, look, you think he's going to give up a hit?
I'm telling you, I watched you enough, man. I'm sick.
Sitting on your couch and you think we don't impact no-hitters? You don't know what you're
There you go.
talking
Made the
about.
list.
I want to add to this.
Too soon on
It
that.
reminded me.
You just made the list.
Yesterday. Boog.
Sciambi?
Dumb nickname.
You don't like him?
I don't. His backup is way better for the Cubs.
Who is
Alex
it?
Cohen.
Oh.
He is their AAA guy. But Boog yesterday during the Cubs game.
I've talked to Boog a few times.
Admitted during the game, he was not watching the game he was doing play-by-play for.
What?
He was watching the no-hitter going on by the Guardians yesterday. That was in the 9th inning. So he had another baseball game on his phone while also doing play-by-play. And then the no-hitter was then broken up. So I guess he jinxed it from thousands of miles away. But
hold on, what?
Yeah, he was watching a game on his phone.
Could you tell audibly?
He admitted it.
What
I
game
know,
was
but
he watching?
but could you
Huh?
tell he was distracted?
No. If he would not have said that he was watching the no-hitter while also doing play-by-play, no one would have known.
Oh, he's watching the no-hitter.
Yeah,
So he
he's-
admitted
yeah.
to watching it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, wasn't a fan of that. Astros get a lot of love during those broadcasts.
Really?
they
Well,
show,
Jim DeShays
They
is
show
there.
JD's like rookie cards like every other broadcast.
We had him on the other day.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the other day is like 2 months ago.
I know. I gave Brian the phone number.
My Branham baby doesn't know the concept of yesterday yet.
Oh yeah.
So yesterday means literally anything in the past. Yeah. So it'd be like yesterday I had my first birthday party. It's like that was 2 years ago, son.
Yeah. No.
He doesn't understand the concept of yesterday yet. It's hilarious. It's kind of adorable and
Yeah,
cute.
we're kind of going with that with Joseph too. It's like something's coming up on Tuesday, and he's like, "Tomorrow." I'm like, "That's not Tuesday, buddy. Tuesday's next week."
Yeah.
We took him to some concert.
It's kind of cool.
We took him to a concert, like this show over the weekend. And we're like, we can't go again until next year. And he's like, so tomorrow? I was like, no, dude. Like, he's not, like, Danny Go is not going to be here tomorrow.
Maybe you got to take a road trip.
You got to
follow him around the
wait
country.
it out.
We went to Disney World yesterday. That was about a year and a half ago, son. But it's pretty funny. Texter, can you put the yelling play-by-play guy for the Astros on Bad Take Boulevard for not understanding a force out at the plate when the bases are loaded? I think he's talking about Callis. Callis momentarily forgot that the bases were loaded on that bang-bang play at the plate yesterday. I feel like the catcher did too. The catcher tried to tag Christian Walker. I also think Christian Walker should not have slid on that play. Definitely hindsight 2020 revisionist history, but it's a force play at the plate in the same way that you don't slide into first base.
Yeah, you don't
Why
slide
would
on.
you slide into the plate
Yeah,
there?
you don't.
And then also, so like Christian Walker, don't slide there, Bad Take Boulevard. Also, sliding makes the throwing window greater.
Yeah.
It makes it a bigger window.
And
I think
plus you
him
have a
sliding
chance-
was a bad idea.
I think, too, plus on a play like that, you actually have a chance to pull catcher's interference, too, if you
Yeah.
don't slide.
Right.
Like, you never know what's going to happen.
Like it's hard to do it in the moment, so like I don't really
Yeah.
I'm not faulting him, but like hindsight 2020 revisionist history, if you could do it all over again, don't slide there.
Yeah.
But not really blaming him. Texter, this is to you, Brian. Put Brian on Bad Take Boulevard. You can't buzz in to answer and then ask what the question is. LOL.
I think that's a
Facts.
I think that's a fair point.
Fact. That's why that Men of the People is forever stained
He
in
didn't
history.
buzz in, though. He was the second person.
It's an auto buzz.
Well, when you watch Family Feud, every time he goes down the line to the next person, Steve Harvey repeats the question.
Yeah, and the first host kisses all the contestants. You gonna do that too? It's not an apple to apple comparison.
It's the best comparison we can get.
That's why Chandler reports and not coaches, and no life to John Singleton play over Diaz. He don't know ball. He's a clown. Who's your favorite band Twitcher? I don't even know who's banned.
All of
Too
them.
many to name.
all the ones that deserved it.
A fat guy
Every now
in
and
his
then,
underwear, living in his mother's basement.
I had Poncho the other day.
The ones that don't keep asking
DM
me
me.
to come back.
Can I read you what Poncho told me in my DMs?
I bet you it's very
in
bad
my
things
whispers.
about me.
Kinda. Tell that grudge-holding garden gnome Joe George to unban me now.
Garden gnome's pretty good.
I told him that's no way to get me to tell him.
Here's the thing with the band Twitchers. It shows they're some of the least intelligent people on planet Earth because they're not banned on YouTube, and all they have to do is go there and hang out. I'll probably get you there too, but like,
can you ban people on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
But like, just go to YouTube. Also on the new ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 app, there's also a chat feature there, which none of us read.
Yeah,
So,
I don't read that one. Is that one active?
Not really yet. We couple things here and there, but it's not super active just yet.
Tell that grudge-holding garden gnome Joe George to unban me now. I replied, that's no way to get me to tell him. He goes, let me rephrase my request. Please tell that grudge-holding garden
At least he said please.
That's pretty good.
Like he
I
said
respect
please
that.
at least. Yeah. I appreciate the kindness or
let me rephrase. Made me laugh. I didn't respond. I left him on red, but it was pretty funny. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's right. Find a huge selection online that you can't even find in stores. Head to Walmart.com. Search the inventory right now. A Branham family's been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. We load up the car. They deliver it over to the house. They're there in a jiffy. It's great. It's wonderful for someone like me that doesn't have a lot of time, doesn't like to mess with a crowd, doesn't like to be around people, doesn't want to turn off the game. So we order online with Walmart, and we get all our groceries without having to leave the house. It's wonderful. Oh, that's too expensive, Branham. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know what you're saying, but it's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, you know that the prices are low. I love that they're fast. Walmart can deliver it in as fast as an hour. You just head online, walmart.com, ordering the groceries that I need is faster than me actually going to the grocery store and getting the groceries I need. Saving on a little bit of gas money. Don't have to miss the fourth inning. It's wonderful. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com.
this is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks staged a rather large turnaround today. The Dow was up as much as 300 points, dipped 300, and closed down 224 to 43,968, while the S&P, which was also up, finished down 5 points to 63.40. The Nasdaq held on to gains as semiconductor stocks that have been exempted from 100% computer chip tariffs did better today, and that kept the Nasdaq up 73 points to 21,242. 10-year note yields climbed a little bit to 4.24%. The dollar a little weaker against key foreign currencies. The prospects of a summit between President Trump and Putin pushed oil prices down nearly 60 cents to $63.76 a barrel, while gold was another safe haven investment, up $37 to $34.71 the ounce. Bitcoin rallying as the president signed an executive order to allow for more of private types of investments, including Bitcoin, to go into people's 401ks. We'll see how that turns out in the long run, but it did have an impact on Bitcoin, which is up a couple of grand in today's trading.
Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Get your car wrecks of the day in, 713-780-3776. Busy show after us today. Athletically Declined, coming up at 8. At 7 o'clock, it's The Boat. Brad Gilmore and the most overrated member of Harlem Heat, Booker T. And then at 6 o'clock, the last call with Joe George. Age will be producing. What you got coming up on the last call?
We're going to go through last night's
6
game.
minutes.
Arrighetti. I pulled the odds, the betting odds for the West. Kind of take a look at those and where the Astros and Mariners stand right now. We'll be kind of keeping an eye on the Mariners game because that game's going on right now versus the White Sox.
Apparently they had second and third one out, didn't score the White Sox.
Shocker.
It's 2-2 going into the bottom of the ninth. Mariners, of course, are at home.
Yeah, they're going to win that game.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's going to be a game and a half for sure.
No doubt. A couple of car wrecks here on the text line before we get to ours. Texter says, I'm the car wreck. Branham, let's take a knife camping. You just made the list, Branham. You're just camping, not hunting. Knife over tent, sleeping bag, compass, food, etc. is wild. I'm using the knife to get my food, dude. I'm going to kill a rabbit. I'm going to kill a squirrel.
I also feel like a knife would still be setting up the tent, opening the hot dogs. Like you could use there's a lot you could use for a knife.
I mean, whenever you're talking about
hunting knife,
when you're talking about survival,
yeah,
I would take a knife over a compass. I don't need a compass to tell me what's north and south.
Honestly, because even if you like had it, you're not getting back to your car if you're lost.
Like I have a compass that rises and sets every single day. I don't need a compass.
I think that's fair.
I
Yeah,
know
no, but not
where north
everyone
and
is
south
you.
is.
We remember Jared Goff from Hard Knocks all those years ago. Like, not everyone knows that.
Give me a night and food. What kind of cheating is this? You go camping and you bring your own food? Soft. Kill your own food when you go hunting.
No, you've never done that in your life.
I've killed my own food?
You're fronting.
I've killed my own food before.
Okay, you went camping brought no food and killed everything you ate.
I've never went camping and brought no food, but I have killed my food before.
You're changing the question.
Kinda, yeah. Certainly. I'm definitely moving the goalpost.
Posturing, as Paul would say.
There's no doubt I'm doing that. Rashawn Slater tore up his knee, done for the season. Herbert has 0 playoff wins. I would hate to be a Charger fan. Car wreck there. Ocho says car wreck of the day is Peacock having the nerve to raise its price $3 despite losing WWE to ESPN. The only shows they have left are Love Island and Law and Order Organized Crime. I didn't realize they raised their prices $3. I'm probably going to drop Peacock too now.
I didn't realize they were leaving for ESPN.
WWE?
Yeah,
that was the big deal yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, I guess next year,
I missed
right?
it.
But it's great. It's because if you have cable TV, YouTube TV, whatever, the pay-per-views are included.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
So you just turn on ESPN and it's there?
If you don't have it, you can sign up for. It looks like it's gonna be like a sign up for ESPN Plus, and the pay-per-views will be available. But
So it's kind of like UFC non-pay-per-views?
Yeah.
It's just on ESPN
Yep.
Plus?
Yep. Speaking of Peacock, I will nominate The Paper. It's the new trailer for the new version of The Office. Oscar is going to be in the show.
It looks so bad.
It looks awful. Maybe I'll end up on Bad Take Boulevard because it's good, but it doesn't look it.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
It does not look good.
I'm going to nominate sign stealing scandal in the Little League World Series. Not that they're stealing signs. That's part of baseball. It's that all of these people are babying these 12-year-olds. Teach them the actual game. Stop ejecting coaches for stealing signs at second base. It's baseball. Stop babying 12-year-olds. You go to Premier, they're stealing signs at 7U. Stupid I hate Little League Baseball. All right, Brian, what you got?
I'm going to nominate me still being in your head all those weeks later about Man of the People.
Yeah, you're gaslighting me.
Car wreck of the day, my text messages later on.
Okay.
Of Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'll give that as well. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Thanks to Blankers for semi-retirement. And thanks to Joe for coming in for an hour, 15 minutes before his show. Keep it here. Last call coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're more than welcome into the show at 713-780-3776. We're here with you until 7 o'clock when Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore. And then we'll have Athletically Declined coming up after that, a Texans show, and then a kind of a national show there today. So we got a lot to get to on the show today. We'll talk about what we saw from Spencer Arrighetti last night, where the Astros currently stand in the division, if you're worried, if you should be worried. We'll talk about the injury with C.J. Gardner-Johnson that happened at camp today, how much that will affect it. We'll also go through Cam Smith and his contract, and if the Astros should do what the Red Sox did with Roman Anthony. AJ is producing the show, as always. But let's start today with what happened last night. So Spencer Arrighetti was obviously not great. Not the encouraging outing that you would want to see. Look, to me, there's no real level of concern here. It's just a bad day on the mound for Arrighetti, and I guess you wait and see what happens in his next start. His next two starts, to me, it's what's important, because you have Christian Javier coming back. It sounds like within a week. You have Luis Garcia, who I don't feel great about right now. I know minor league starts and rehab starts don't mean everything, but what we've seen from the velocity with him at this point, I don't see a lot of hope for. I know Jeremy Branham and I do our Astros Inside the Icebox podcast. It'll drop on YouTube tomorrow morning. The radio show will air after my live show tomorrow as well. And while it's not the end of the world that he hasn't been great, it's overall it's discouraging from Luis Garcia. So you have Arrighetti, Javier, Luis Garcia. Those are the three guys. When I was just filling in there for Joel, we were talking about the pressure that was on Arrighetti to be that third guy. For me, the guy I want to see, like if for the Astros' best chances this season to go as far as possible, I still think it's in the best interest of the Astros for Christian Javier to be the one that separates himself from the rest of the group. Because when you look at what he's done in the past, like obviously the no-hitter in the World Series or being part of the no-hitter in the World Series, he has that opportunity to be electric. Spencer Arrighetti, who I like, and if you're in a 7-game series, if you want to give him the ball in game 4 in the ALCS or even in the World Series, I think it's fine. But for a third game where, yes, you have, let's say you are in the wild card rounds. You have a 3-game series. Let's say it's 1-1 against the Yankees. Who do you want to have the ball? I think it's Javier. Javier, to me, is still the guy. So I think the pressure on Arrighetti at this point is really what's to come. And what's important for the Astros, for me, is that just one of these guys just separates themselves. Like you need one of them to set themselves apart in a way in which going into a playoff series, we don't have to be having serious discussions about who should get the ball in game 3 of a series. That's in the best interest. But with Arrighetti last night, you look at the RPMs and things like that, all that stuff was positive. He was getting some swing and miss. He just got hit around. He still has that chance to excel. I do think it's interesting. I think it was Keith who called in there at the Bees in the last hour. Like when you think about, could you have had Dylan Cease for Spencer Arrighetti? I think the price was too high. I think adding someone like Dylan Cease obviously would have been very valuable to this team to say, like, that's the dude you're going to in a third game of the series. And I do think it separates you from the rest of the American League, where as it stands right now in the American League, to me, everything is kind of a wash. I think Major League Baseball this season, there is not a clear-cut favorite team to win the World Series. If you look at the odds on ESPN Bet or anywhere you go, like, yes, the Dodgers are still the heavy favorite, but you could argue right now the Philadelphia Phillies are the best team in baseball. The Milwaukee Brewers are the best team in baseball. The Toronto Blue Jays. Like, there's so many different options. Like, the Astros are still within striking distance of being able to grab that. See, 75 Court Jester here on Twitch says Javier is going to take a minute to get into form. I do agree. Like, and same with Arrighetti. I mean, Arrighetti, it's been, I think Jeremy said 128, 123 days since his last start. Christian Javier's obviously even been way longer than that. So is it going to be positive right out the gate? We can all hope it's going to be for Javier. But if it's not, I don't think, again, just like with Spencer Arrighetti last night, it's not a real moment of concern. The truth will be told, I think 3 starts in. That's when you start to get just a better picture of where all these guys stand and how they're going to progress the rest of the season. Let's see. Todd the Show says Javier was getting some good swing and miss on his invisible in Sugarland. Yeah, if you look at the analytics on it, it's doing the rising that it's supposed to do to make it that invisible. So that's also very positive. But we need to see it translate to the bigs. Like we know, it doesn't always work that way. The walks is something with Javier that I think is important. And the other reality too is with all these guys, with Eric Getty and Javier, I don't factor in McCullers, but like he's an option in theory, or Brandon Walter. That one seems more ominous because we're not getting, real reports about when his rehab stuff could start and when he potentially could be back. But you also obviously will have the chance to do, spot starts or piggybacks opportunities. But what we talked about with Jeremy there at the end of the show was also just is you really just need these guys to go 4 innings. Like who was the best opportunity to get you 4 innings or 2 times through the order? My money's going to be on Christian Javier. All that being said, the Mariners are about to be potentially, assuming they're going to win this game, which it's the White Sox, so it feels like it's a good bet that the Mariners will find a way to win this game, even though they're doing the man-for-man rule. So right now they're in the 10th inning, so I guess anything is possible. But the Mariners are 2 games back of you right now in the division. Could be by the end of the show here, a game and a half back. They're obviously at this point a real threat. If you look at the odds and where they're placed right now, the Houston Astros are a minus 155 favorite to win the American League West. The Mariners are plus 160, and then there's a pretty sizable gap. I think the Rangers are plus 900 at this point. So it's a 2-team race, which I think is clear to all of us. But watching last night's game with Eric getting on the mound, I was just like, okay. Thinking about where this team can go, what can hold them back, the injuries, everything that's happened. Are the Mariners a real threat? I think the answer is absolutely yes. The positive for the Astros is that as far as many games as you are as back as the Mariners are back of you, you are back of the Tigers. The most important thing for the Astros is not just winning the American League West, it's passing the Tigers and getting out of that 3-game series. Because we saw what happened last year. Like, look, let's say the Astros matched up with the Rangers in the first round of the playoffs. While I think the Astros are the better baseball team, you still have Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi, who are both excellent going into games. And if your lineup doesn't produce in the way that it's supposed to, you could be in serious trouble. You're going to have to go against potentially Garrett Crochet in a 3-game series. The Astros just have to find a way, not just to make the playoffs, not just to win the division. They're going to make the playoffs, but not just to win the division, but to find a way to pass the Detroit Tigers. That, to me, is the most important thing for this season. Javier, Arrighetti, maybe Yordan Alvarez is actually going to come back at some point. I do feel like Dana Brown has been positive about him again, but we saw how that worked last time. He's taking batting practice, but what does it mean the next day, 2 days later? Is he actually going to come back? But with what the Astros did at the deadline and what they're starting to slowly get back from the injured list, it's still very possible that this team finds a way to be the number 2 seed in the American League. Number 1 seed's not out of reach, but the Blue Jays are playing really good baseball. They scored 45 runs, I think it is, over the last 3 games, which is crazy. I know the Rockies are awful, and the games were in Colorado, but they scored 15, 10, and 20 runs in 3 games. AJ, those are video game numbers. That's what you do against a noob on the show.
Yeah.
You should not be putting up 45 runs. Honestly, it's an embarrassment to baseball that you have a team that's capable of giving up that many runs.
Exactly, but it's crazy how bad they've been and how hot you can get at times with the Rockies did. So yeah, that is pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, you think about. I think the Rockies. I think it was I think the last 8 runs they gave up in yesterday's game was a position player was on the mound, I believe. So obviously it's a little slanted with that, but still that means that the Blue Jays still had 12 runs. They still had a ton of runs in a 3-game series. So I think the Blue Jays it feels a little more out of reach to me. It's going to be interesting. Carlos Correa has obviously been pretty good. Same with Jesus Sanchez has been pretty good so far for the Astros. I think overall, the Astros are in a good spot right now. It's dangerous with the Mariners right behind you, but you should be able to separate yourself. And I think it starts this weekend. The Yankees are a team that's not playing their best baseball. And you've got some teams coming up on your schedule to where you can separate yourselves, in the long run of the season. You've got 7 games coming up with the Orioles, a team that just sold at the deadline. This month, you also get 3 games versus the Rockies. Then you got 4 games versus the Angels. At the end of the day, what's going to matter most probably this season, because the Astros haven't been able to put away the division in a couple of years, it feels like, is what happens between September 19th and September 21st, which is going to be a 3-game series here at home at Daikin Park versus the Seattle Mariners. That does feel like ultimately what this season may come down to is who wins 2 out of 3 games in that one. Tomorrow's game is on Apple, so Todd Kalas and Blummer will have the day off with Hunter Brown on the mound. You have Colton Gordon going on Saturday, and then Framber Valdez going on Sunday as the Astros get ready to take on the New York Yankees. So I ask you this, Asia, we'll ask you. If you had to pick right now, I think it's more likely the Astros get a bye in the playoffs and it pass the Tigers, or they make the playoff as a wild card team because the Mariners pass them.
I'm gonna say the wild card. Honestly, I think it's been trending. Yeah.
I think that's fair because of the amount of injuries that they've had.
Right, exactly.
I think it's down to 16 players on the injured list after Pena and Arrighetti coming off. So it'll keep dwindling down a little bit at a time as Christian Javier and Luis Garcia and Yordan Alvarez and maybe Jake Myers all get back this season. But, I mean, look, it's lengthy. It's still a lengthy list that is hard to overcome. I don't agree, but I don't think there's a strong argument for me to say that you're wrong.
Right.
It's just because it's so close in both directions right now. Which the Astros season can go. It's gonna be stressful for Astros fans. It's not gonna be an easy road, I think, regardless. And I think we're gonna be watching a lot of Mariners games to see what they're doing on a nightly basis right now. You hope that losing 2 out of 3 coming out of the All-Star break, you lost 6-1, you lost 7-6 in extras in those first 2 games of that series before you got a big win 11-3. You hope that's not what ultimately bites you at the end of the season. So again, that's why I think that 3-game series in September is going to be probably the tone setter, frankly, of what happens to the Astros this year. All right, it's last call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're welcome into the show. 713-780-3776, the text line, the call-in line, the HRMP listener line, the YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, or on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. When we get back, Roman Anthony gets a sizable contract, I would say, from the Boston Red Sox. Should the Astros give it to Cam Smith, or would you tweak it in any way? We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
I'll also kind of take the Ask Gallant Anything part of what he does on Fridays. Any questions you guys got? We're here for an hour to hang out. It's last call. So it's whatever's on your mind. We'll hit on any questions you got, any beefs you got with, how you're going to win tickets to the listener party. Each show is giving away tickets next Tuesday, all day long from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We'll have a contest on the ESPN Houston app. Everyone will be able to enter. We'll be giving away 9 pairs of tickets on the app each week. We already did that on Monday this week. Next week it will be Tuesday. So all day long you'll have a chance to register to be at the listener party. We're all going to be there. It's going to be at St. Arnold's. The only way you can go is to win tickets. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have, I know BB's is going to be there. Golden Nugget's going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff. But Todd the Show asks on the Twitch, will the Browns preseason game tomorrow be the most watched preseason game of the season, maybe ever? You know what, Todd? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Yes, it's going to be because Shedeur Sanders is starting. It is going to be the most watched. Now, look, I hate preseason football now. It is awful. I have to do post-game shows for my other job for it. Like, I'm going to be locked in to, Tyson Bagent versus I don't know who the Miami Dolphins backup quarterback is.
Oh, Zach Wilson.
Oh, Zach Wilson. You know what? Maybe I am in on this. But, preseason games are awful to watch because most of the guys are, UFL players at this point.
Yeah.
They don't play starters. I think what the Cincinnati Bengals are doing, a team that last year didn't make the playoffs, you can look back to week 1, their loss versus the New England Patriots, and say, we weren't ready. That's part of the reason why we didn't miss the playoffs. And the Cincinnati Bengals are saying, we are going all in. We are going to make sure we start fast, and that means Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, all these guys are playing tonight, I think it is, against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, it is tonight.
They said that. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition. They're going to play series, but we'll talk about, obviously, we'll get to CJ Gardner-Johnson in the next segment. And while that sucks for the Texans, I think it would benefit the Houston Texans so much to play these guys. And I know D'Amico said it's going to be maybe a mixed bag of who's in and who's out, but you have a new offense. It hasn't looked good in training camp. It's been mostly awful. Yes, Nick Chubb didn't practice today. Probably doesn't need to practice. There are certain guys you can keep out. But, C.J. Stroud, new offensive line, at least give me 2 series.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you go 3 and out, you go 3 and out. Do another one. Don't just, we're doing 2 series and it ends up being 6 plays. Play football. The NFL, every single year now, we know that the offenses that we see in this league are not representative of where they're going to be at the end of the season. Again, the Bengals are a prime example of that, but not always. Teams start slow, and it's just who they are.
Right.
And we all assume it's going to get better, but this is your opportunity to get better. The Texans are doing 2 inter-squad practices, one against the Carolina Panthers. I think the other one's against the Buffalo Bills. So, yeah, you'll learn something in those, but, get some game action. Let's see what Nick Caley – you can't unveil the whole playbook.
Right.
I know you want to protect some stuff, but, I get it. That's all logical. That makes sense. But I firmly believe that these guys should be playing in the preseason.
Yeah, for sure, because you want that continuity in reps. You don't want their first reps to be against the Rams and Jared Verse and Kobe Turner and them. So
yeah, get some guys out there. And again, it doesn't have to be for. I'm not asking for a whole game. And I know because there's less preseason games and the way that everything's different, it's less cut down time, all of that stuff. I get all of it, but make that for the second half. Make that for quarters. The second, third, and fourth quarter. Slowly increase your guys in. But you just gotta. I don't get why they don't play these guys in a league in which everyone sees their offenses struggle so mightily early in the season. No one's maybe we should practice more in preseason games. That's what they exist for. I just don't quite understand why they don't play. All right, let's get to Cam Smith here. We'll talk more about the Texans and CJ Gardner-Johnson in the next segment of the show. But so Roman Anthony of the Boston Red Sox gets a 8-year, $130 million a year contract. Now, look, this is a team, so they're being aggressive by paying one of their guys. We don't hear about these deals unless they get turned down or they're signed. Roman Anthony came out of nowhere. We know, for example, Pete Crow Armstrong. He was presented with the deal this year. He turned it down because he knows he's already worth more money than what they were offering. So we don't hear a lot about it. So we don't know for sure behind the scenes what's going on with the Houston Astros, Dana Brown, Cam Smith, and his agent. However, the Astros should do whatever they can to sign Cam Smith to a long-term contract right now. Maybe not 8 years, $130 million, but 8 years, $100 million, 8 years, $110 million, 7 years, whatever you want to do. Like, sign him up long-term. Jeremy Pena is going to walk, or you're going to trade him like you traded Kyle Tucker. Hunter Brown is going to walk. Yainer Diaz, maybe some people want him to walk, but he's going to walk. All these guys are not signed. Jim Crane doesn't offer long-term contracts. Totally get it. It's worked out great for them. He lets guys go. They sign no trade clauses. They get sent back to Houston. That's how it's worked with Verlander. That's how it's worked with Correa. At this point, if I had to put literal dollars on it, will Alex Bregman be a Houston Astro again? I would bet yes, because of the way it has gone with Verlander and Correa. That Alex Bregman at some point will be the second baseman for the Houston Astros. After whatever contract he signs this offseason, he puts a no-trade clause in, and the only team he'll accept to trade back to is the Astros. I would wager on that right now. But you want to avoid that as much as possible. And Dana Brown comes from an organization in the Atlanta Braves that did this. Michael Harris, Ronald Acuna, all these guys who are severely underpaid for the quality of player that they are. Spencer Strider. Like, do that with Cam Smith. Find a number. And even though he has struggled as of late, you talk about keeping the window open, having cornerstone players. Like, that's what Cam Smith is going to be or supposed to be. And to me, the other thing about this is the risk is so low. Like, what happens if he's not good? Well, okay, you have a $13.75 million player, let's say. $110 million divided by 8 years. Yeah, $13.75 million a year. Let's say he's a bust, and you were wrong about Cam Smith. So he's under contract as a $14 million player. Okay? What's the harm in that? They just had to get rid of Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero. Those guys are making $30 million, $25 million a year to be awful. Cam Smith is not going to be that bad. So even if he's not the player you want him to become to the peak and he's not going to outplay that contract, Cam Smith is going to absolutely, at all times in his career, I feel confident in saying, being worth, at minimum, $14 million a year. There is no harm in giving him this contract right now. And now, again, it takes two to tango. So Cam Smith has to want this contract. I don't know why he wouldn't. And frankly, if I was a Major League Baseball player and I was an agent right now and I had a contract presented like that to me, I would sign it so fast, AJ, because Rob Manfred is being told to get the bleep out of clubhouses by Bryce Harper because they're trying to implement a salary cap.
Right.
These contracts are going to be evergreened in. Yes, it's going to make things more complicated for teams potentially, but they're not going to screw the Astros, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies. These teams are not going to get screwed. They're going to have an opportunity to get under the salary cap, to be able to do it responsibly, and they're going to find a way to make it work. But for the player, if there's a salary cap, Cam Smith, what he can get in the free agent market might be different, or from the Astros might be vastly different if he doesn't sign that contract today versus what he tries to sign coming out of the lockout that feels inevitable to happen in 2027. I think it's a no-brainer. They're going to try to enforce it. I really hope they don't, because I don't want to see a year in which baseball doesn't play. Ratings are up across the board. We're seeing massive numbers on social media. I mean, to me, it feels like baseball is finally catching up in a way. They're not going to ever catch, the NFL, but they're back on track in a way, ratings-wise, that's very positive, and that includes losing their relationship with ESPN for Sunday Night Baseball, which also could still come back, reportedly, that it might not be every Sunday Night Baseball game, but they could still be back on ESPN at some point. Baseball going to a lockout would be a disaster, and frankly, I think turning down a contract like this, if you're a young player, before a salary cap is potentially implemented, would suck. That would be awful. I just think that would be a huge swing and miss. And again, for the Astros' sake, this is a no-brainer. You pay this guy to only get through. I mean, you pay this guy to keep him for the extra 2 years. And yeah, so the texter says here from the 409, you only get 2 of Cam Smith's free agent years, though signing him for 8 years. You're right. Is it so? Texter, I guess I asked this question. Are you suggesting the Astros sign him for a 10-year contract? I mean, there is a limit in which I would also tell Cam Smith I think he's making a poor business decision, especially because he came out of college, so he's not one of these 18, 19-year-old kids. You know, he's 21, 22 at this point, whatever it is. Like, he's going to be near 30. But that's typically when players slow down. So, or a lot of players slow down. So you're going to get the prime years of him under reasonable money. I just don't think there's any question about it. If you want to make the argument that you want to give him more than 8 years to keep him under club control longer, I don't hate it. I don't think you do it. But again, you never know what the Astros are doing. I think it's time for Dana Brown to be aggressive with this, because think about Jeremy Pena is the perfect example for this. And so is Hunter Brown. Like, if you, like, I remember doing the show with Paul or doing the show with the Bees, and it's like, would you pay these guys? And some people would say no because of the way they were performing on the field. But what happens when they hit? People are going to be really upset when Jeremy Pena walks out the door because he's going to make $35 million a year as a free agent. We're like, you could have had him for an extra 2 years. People are going to be really upset when Hunter Brown walks out the door and signs a $80 million contract with the New York Yankees or the Dodgers. You could have had him 2 more years. You have to bet on these players, and you have to trust your scouting departments to get these guys, signed. If you believe in them, sign them. You traded Kyle Tucker for Cam Smith. Like, Kyle Tucker's been terrible for 2 months, but like, you traded Tucker away for Cam Smith for a reason. It wasn't just because you wanted Tucker to walk. Like, you knew Tucker was going to walk, but like, you could have traded Kyle Tucker to 28 other teams. You chose Cam Smith to be the focal point of your roster going forward. You're betting on your scouting department to get it right. Seems like they did. So I don't think there's even a question. Jeremy and I, teaser on Inside the Icebox, Jeremy doesn't think that the $130 million is probably the right number for him. I don't disagree that Roman Anthony projects as a better baseball player. I guess Alex Bregman compared it to when Yordan Alvarez got called up, which is terrifying for baseball, that the Red Sox could have a guy like that. But even if that's the number what Cam Smith wanted, because that's what the market is, it's $16.25 million a year. It's a bargain. It's a bargain if he's a great baseball player. So I wouldn't even question it. I would do it immediately right now if Cam Smith was willing. All right, we'll take a break here. Last call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans talking about the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury that happened today at camp. We don't have a real update, but what it means for the defense, what this team can actually do, we'll see. That's coming up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
Remember in the last segment I said player starters in the preseason? There's a downside. Injuries can happen. First possession, Colts-Ravens. I just watched the play. Anthony Richardson gets the ball. The defensive end for the Baltimore Ravens is unblocked. Unclear if it's a pass protection issue or what happened. He hits Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson has left the game already with an arm injury. Daniel Jones is in at quarterback already for the Indianapolis Colts. They were going to split time for the entirety of the game, basically, between Richardson and Daniel Jones to figure out who is going to be their starting quarterback. Anthony Richardson, a guy who's already hurt this offseason. At one point, it didn't even seem like it was going to be a possibility or there was a chance he wasn't going to be ready for training camp. He obviously was. Yikes. Yikes for Anthony Richardson. I don't think it really affects the Texans, but yikes.
Right. Yeah, true. I mean, they get to go against Daniel Jones, potentially, so.
Yeah, so that's why I don't think it really affects them because
exactly.
I think they're not that far apart. Like, I think they do a lot of the same things well, a.k.a. run, and a lot of same things poorly, like pass. But, I don't know. That's brutal for Anthony Richardson, like a guy obviously coming out of Florida, like who had like a lot of promise. People thought, like, because of his size, his build, the Colts obviously took a risk on him, but they thought it was necessary to bring in Daniel Jones for competition, and instead, we don't know the severity of the injury, obviously, just yet, but to see your quarterback leave on the first possession of a preseason game in which you're in a real quarterback competition, that would be to not be a hypocrite of myself, but to acknowledge what we just talked about in the last segment, that would be, the danger of playing C.J. Stroud behind this offensive line in the preseason is you do open up to the possibility of him getting hurt. So I do acknowledge that, but again, I still think would be best situation if you got some playing time for your starters in the preseason. I'm not going to let this one injury change that because injuries happen. And as we saw today with the Houston Texans, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was carted off the field at Texans practice in West Virginia. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans first. Just talking about the injury and what happened.
Yeah, of course, it's heartbreaking when you see a guy go down on the field like that and doesn't get up quickly. So I'm always, nervous as a head coach anytime I see anybody hit the ground. It's tough to watch. So we'll see, we'll evaluate CJ, see where he is, but no update at this time.
Yeah, so no update at that time. I know Nick Cassera did an interview with another radio station, also did not have it. But it is just the reality, right? Because that's why I don't think you should totally sit from preseason because these injuries are going to happen. C.J. Gardner-Johnson hurt, carted off. Nick Chubb did not practice again today after taking a hard shot to the head and leaving with the trainer. So second day in a row, Nick Chubb did not practice. Cam Robinson is not practicing, who has a leg injury, supposed to be your left tackle. Instead, we're seeing Ariante Ursary playing at left tackle with Titus Howard, bumping back to right tackle, and Juice Scruggs at right guard. So these injuries are going to happen, regardless. It's the unfortunate part of the NFL, and I get why players don't want to play in preseason games. They want to cut back on preseason games. Why teams are scared to play their guys. I do get it, but we still see major injuries happen all the time. Like, frankly, I think it's totally unavoidable. It's hard to act like this Richardson injury doesn't happen. And it's obviously it changes. He's trying to grip a football apparently on the sidelines, so maybe it's more of a hand injury than an arm injury. But regardless, he's hurt. Right. And for the Texans, not having C.J. Gardner-Johnson, this one's interesting because it's not the end of the world. And it's not to disrespect C.J. Gardner-Johnson and potentially what he could do on this team, but you have Jalen Petrie, you have Kalen Bullock. Like, you have talent at that nickel or safety position, guys that you can move in and out. But the other thing about the Texans, to where if they're going to withstand injury, not that you want, not asking guys to get hurt, but like if you had to pick your poison and say which side of the team has more injuries on it, I would say defense is the side, because of your coach. Because we've seen the Texans with D'Amico Ryans have multiple injuries and be able to overcome them. There were times last year where you felt like you were missing Jalen Petrie, but at the end of the day, when you beat the Chargers in the playoffs, did it really matter? No, because you have a great defensive coach. And it's Nick Caley's job, if there are injuries, to figure that out. It's Nick Caley's job to figure out, how is this offensive line, how is this offense going to operate if you can't protect CJ Stroud better? We also have a new Texans podcast we started on the station. It aired yesterday on the radio, also is up on YouTube right now. Myself and Will Kunkel are doing a show every single Wednesday talking about the Houston Texans, and we talked about a lot about that. I'm just like, it's Nick Caley's responsibility to put the Texans in the best position to succeed. We've seen teams have great success without the best offensive lines. Is it ultimately what cost the Cincinnati Bengals a Super Bowl? Probably. They still got there. Is it what cost them their chances to make the playoffs last year? No, it was their defense. And that's why their defensive coordinator got fired. Like, you can overcome this. So, while losing C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it sucks. It's not the end of the world for the Texans this year. They can overcome this. And again, what D'Amico Ryans said is true. You hope for the best. I think it's a little bit reckless that some Texans fans are out there on Twitter today and talking about how this is not the first time C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been carted off from practice and not missed any time. You don't know the extent of his injury. We don't either. But they can survive this. I do think it might change the calculus a little bit in terms of where are they the weakest at in terms of the defense? Because obviously the defensive line is elite. The secondary should be elite. The linebacker core, to me, there's a big gap between, and it's nothing against Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry Toto and maybe Christian Harris can factor in this year. It'd be nice if he could be what he was when he had the pick six against the Browns. Still feels a little bit unrealistic, like he hasn't really ramped up back to where he was at that time when he looked like one of the more promising linebackers in the NFL. But I thought there was a pretty sizable gap between defensive line, secondary, and then your linebackers. That now puts probably the secondary closer to really in the middle between the three. Like, the defensive line is going to get after it this year. Will Anderson, to me, is like a prime candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. I think especially if he can find a way to up his strip sack game and really make some game-wrecking plays, he's going to be up there. He was up there last year for me. I mean, he deserved more respect, I thought, in terms of the odds and where people were looking at him last season. Of just like, can he get to that elite level? I think the answer is easily yes. And I think he can get there this year. So they can withstand this. And the other thing about C.J. Gardner-Johnson that helps the Texans out in terms of, being able to withstand this injury is the defensive line. Is that it's going to be so good that they are going to make it really challenging for quarterbacks in the NFL. And really, they're going to complement each other because as you have Stingley and Lassiter out there locking guys down, it's going to give Hunter and Anderson a better chance, a better opportunity to get to the quarterback. Will Anderson, though, is, just for the record here, is tied for 5th in terms of odds to win Defensive Player of the Year. It goes Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, and then Max Crosby and Will Anderson are tied plus 1,300 to be Defensive Player of the Year. Derek Stingley Jr. is plus 6,000. I guess he's just not going to get the ball thrown at him enough.
Right, exactly.
To be under real consideration for that. I also feel like it's really turned into like a defensive, for the most part, like a defensive pass rusher award because like these top corners, Surtain, Stingley, Sauce, like they just don't get thrown at as much as you would like them to. But like I might go on over to LeBurge and place a little Defensive Player of the Year wager on Will Anderson. So I think the Texans can overcome this. It sucks. It's not the end of the world. And obviously right now all you can really hope for is just not many more injuries in camp because frankly I think the Cam Robinson one is much more concerning. Not that the Texans offensive line is going to be good. I thought logically they couldn't get any worse than they were last year. That between the scheme, you kept Cole Popovich for a reason, apparently. Like you would think they would be somewhat improved. We'll see, I guess, if that actually is the case. But the fact that Titus Howard has to immediately move back out to right tackle when you've been playing him at right guard, like your depth is already bad there at the offensive line because your starters are already pretty bad. So that to me is far more concerning in the grand scheme of things of what the Houston Texans are going to be able to accomplish this year versus what's happening on the defensive side of the ball. All right. We'll take a break here. We'll get into our final segment. We're going to take we'll look at some odds here. How's the rest of it look? We see who Will Anderson looks. Let's take a look at the Texans for the Super Bowl, for the division. Do that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Final segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so Anthony Richardson hurt his finger. He will not play the rest of the game today in the Colts preseason game, which means Daniel Jones is under center and has a chance to probably separate himself a little bit by just being A, healthy, and B, if he's good at all, kind of separate himself. So that'll obviously factor into the Texans season potentially. Also, the Seattle Mariners in 11 innings beat the White Sox 4-3, which means the Astros are now down to a 1.5-game lead over the Mariners in the division. So it's getting tight. All right, so we just did we were talking about the defense and what it means this year to lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Kind of stumbled into where Will Anderson ranks for Defensive Player of the Year. He ranks tied for 5th. So we're going to play a little game here, okay, AJ? On the fly. The first Houston Texan to be named on Offensive Player of the Year is Nico Collins. Where do you think he ranks?
Like in terms of Texans or just like players in general?
All players. What?
I put him like 20-something.
Ooh, no. He is 8th best odds.
Okay, you're saying like in terms of Texans roster?
No, yeah, to win the whole award in the NFL.
Oh, okay.
So Nico Collins, Offensive Player of the Year, he's 8th.
Okay, well yeah, that's accurate then.
So it's Saquon Barkley, Jamar Chase, Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, he's the name.
Look, man, I'm gonna call him Bijan. Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, and then tied with CeeDee Lamb.
I'm about to say, where's CeeDee?
Yeah, Nico Collins and CeeDee Lamb tied at plus 2,000.
Okay.
To win Offensive Player of the Year. I don't think I have any issues with the players that are in front of him, to be honest.
No.
The one I would probably avoid, the two I would avoid the most are Jahmyr Gibbs, because I'm a little just like question mark or without Ben Johnson. Honestly, it might mean more for Jahmyr Gibbs. Like it might, Ben Johnson did go mostly 2 running backs until David Montgomery got hurt. Like maybe that changes. The other one's Derrick Henry just because of his age. Like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, can you do what he did again last year? It feels unrealistic.
Right, and he's 31 now.
Honestly, and Saquon. Like, I just would Saquon have the year he's going to have again? I don't know. This one feels like to me a Bijan award potentially this year. MVP odds. C.J. Stroud obviously is going to be the first Houston Texan. How many players do you think are in front of C.J. Stroud for MVP this year?
I'd say like 13, something like that.
Nope.
Really?
Disrespect, AJ.
I mean, it is a quarterback award, so
yeah. So that's why there's no non-quarterbacks in front of him.
Okay.
So Lamar Jackson 1, Josh Allen 2. I guess they're tied for first. Joe Burrow 3, Patrick Mahomes 4, Jaden Daniels 5, Jalen Hurts 6th, Justin Herbert 7th. C.J. Stroud comes in tied for 8th. With Baker Mayfield and Jordan Love, all plus 2,500. The first non-quarterback on this list is Saquon Barkley. Which I get it. It's not a quarterback award. But, like, why? Why is Trevor Lawrence in front of him?
Okay, that's wild.
Like,
that's wild.
Like, why? Why is Kyler Murray in front of him? Now, Brock Purdy, you can make an argument. Dak Prescott argument. Same with Jared Goff. And even Bo Nix. Honestly, and Caleb Williams. And Drake May. But like Trevor Lawrence? Come on, man. Like all those other guys, like all the other quarterbacks on this list, there is an argument to why they could be MVP this year. No way I see an argument for Kyler Murray or Trevor Lawrence. And again, Saquon's not going to win it, but like he could be in front of those guys.
Right, odds-wise, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, no. Offensive Player of the Year. I wish they would fix that. I wish there was a way to recognize other players in the NFL for the MVP award. I know they've talked about just doing like a quarterback award, but it really has become quarterback award is the MVP, offensive player of the year is for
the best player.
It's for the best offensive player. So I get it. By default, a quarterback is always going to be the MVP, but like last year, it's no disrespect to Jalen Hurts. The Killer Bees put out their top 10, which we can maybe even revisit that here before the end of the show. But like Saquon Barkley had a really good argument last year. And like